Yo. WD. Keep blocking the theat. Gabbard. Gabbard. Got the early morning massive. We out here. It's Saturday. Yeah, me. Yeah, man. System on blast. Cop just passed. Just seen a big old ass. Saturday. Yeah. Outside man like I love soil. Outside man like Boy Rich Club Film. Yeah. Big up there. It was just on your live stream over there. Boom. Big up yourself, hug. Yeah, man. And your boggle eye. Yeah. So, we're going to talk about institutional racism. Is there such a thing as institutional racism? Yeah. Man, I definitely feel like there is. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Damn right. Damn right. Damn right. You hear me? Yeah. So big up, is it big up man like Sean Atwood? Been watching his YouTube channel lately. Got some good interviews on there. I just watched the interview with Sonia Paulson. Good interview, man. Big up yourself. Yeah. Yeah. And big up Sonia Paulson as well, still. Yeah. Yeah. But them people there, yeah, that are actually out there doing fights against this one, that one, and the other, yeah. They will raw tell you about institutional racism, so and so, this one, that one, police brutality, blah blah blah. That's how some people see it and not others. It's strange, isn't it, man? Yeah, mm. Also, also, let me shout out Liverpool FC though, yeah, the champions of the Premier League. You get me? Yeah, yeah, man. Yeah, you know why we don't walk alone? Because you always got a blade on us. Hey, come on. Yeah, man. Yeah, we got funky, bro. Yeah, man. So yesterday's show was decent still, man. Can't lie. It was good, man. It was good. It was alright. It was alright. We had a bit of fun. Yeah. It didn't kick off until later on, though. Yeah, man. Yeah, but hopefully we get the people on in the daytime that can on the opposite side. You get me? Champion, ole. Yeah, bye. Oh, bye. Yeah, bye. Yeah, hopefully Liverpool do bits next season as well. You get me? Start the full rolling. Yeah. Mm, yeah. Now, but didn't finish me up. Yeah, nah, yesterday was fun, man. Yeah, man. We got that, man. Yeah. Yeah, but that's you see what it is, yeah. That's what I'm saying. This is why, like, around here, yeah. Even if I disagree with opposing views that the person's giving, yeah, I want the people with opposing views to jump on and give their side. So then, yeah, it makes a better argument. Like, again, when I was talking to Banksy about the school suspension thing yesterday, yeah. I rehash James's argument. Yeah, if you got James Jones here, that was his argument still. Yeah, 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 yeah. So big up still. I was like, yeah. So, we got M Check. That's right. Enough. Show my team the respect. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So, institutional racism. Is there such a thing? I mean, obviously, I think there's such a thing, innit? Yeah. I already know that, innit? Get me? But some other people don't see it. Yeah, they see it as like complaining. People just complain, oh, move your boots up, move your socks up. That's it. Tighten your boot straps up, put your socks up, and get on with it. A lot of people say, yeah, man, people already got their boots. Man sleeping in his work boots. You get me? Somebody sleeping in their work boots out here, B. Constantly got their army clothes on, fam. What do you mean? Yeah, bro. Uh, just pulling up your bootstraps. Yeah, it works for you. But you're not the one that's fucking racist. Trying to deal with the institutional racism. Yeah, big up A in the place. Big up. Yeah, big up M Chef, yeah. No, I am big. Keep up the good work. Yeah, yeah, big up M Chef, man. Yeah, yeah. I might be able to guess who that is still, but obviously I won't know, man. Just send me a text later in it and let me know. Yeah, he was on the block. You get me? He was on the flat. Oh yeah, yeah. Of course I know who it is, man. Come on, come on, Mikey. Yeah, yeah, I know who it is. I know who it is now. Come on, Northside stand up, say that. Hey, but listen, it's gonna cut in 2 seconds, yeah, and I'm gonna be back in 30 Yo, I'm on back in the building. Yeah, Christy, you hear me? You hear me? Yeah. All right. You know what that's from? What's my man's name? I can't even remember his name still. My brother put me onto that comedian still. All right. You hear me? Did it before Kevin Hart. Yeah. That other done. Yeah. Hey, big up Sosa. Come on. Big up yourself. You hear me? Say they can't keep a good man. You hear me? Yeah, we are baby. Yeah. So, he's coming to talk to me about institutional racism. Eh? What make you say so? What make you say so? You're so bad mind. My, you're so bad mind. Yeah, me. Yo. Yeah, man. Yeah. I am thinking to make a mixtape, you know. The belly dog. The V mix. You get me? Yeah. Now, be true, that's already out, though. We just be me singing them, though. Yeah. Yeah, me. Yeah, bye. So, all right. What is another good point to point out about institutional racism? What's another good point on that? Get a couple more good points. You get me? You get me? One second, let me set the link in the chat. Yeah, man. So, man saying that, man was trying to show Raj some Afghan yesterday. You get me? Like, to show him what time it is. Yeah. How much liberties they were taking with the band them. Yo, them man was taking liberties, fam. Yeah, God. This is one big daytime TV. Mm. You know me? But no, it's a bad. It's a bad. So, I was listening to a podcast earlier, yeah. A lady called Sonia Polton. Anyone heard of Sonia Polton? Anyone? Anyone? Well, anyway, yeah. She's talking a lot of things about this Mark Epstein guy. Who knows about this Mark Epstein guy? And Prince Andrew, them man there. Hey, listen, that thing's hey, yeah, that thing's fake, man. Bear shake, Oliver Shagri, you get me? Come on. Oh, shit, frozen. I used to be a Liverpool fan until they lost their courage and bounced to Bob Root. Yeah. All right. Big up yourself, Victoria Jepson. Yeah. It's Blade. Yeah, we need to see you on the panel one day still. We got opposing views and we want to hear them. Sometimes, yeah, you can only type so much in the chat. Yeah, it's better when you're on the panel. Yeah, you can make points and all them things there. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. So you're saying there's no institutional racism? Yeah, there definitely is, man. But again, I want the opposing gang. We need an opposing gang up in the building, and we can make the discussion interesting. Yeah, me. Interesting. Okay.
Yo, big up, Billy. How are you, brother?
You got yourself, bro.
Yeah.
Good, man. Then you
Yeah,
got for a run.
I just grabbed me a coffee. I'm just walking home, man. I just bought these new have you heard of the Essex Glide Line running shoe?
No.
Yeah, just taking them for a test run, man. Unreal, man.
Okay.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance, because they Essex was they were pretty dropping in standard, but they come out with like a new glide rail and like it's unreal, man. It's like walking on clouds, man.
Yeah.
Helps a lot, you know. Always doing those market ones, you know, the cheap market ones and all that. Yeah. So it's good, man. No, I'm just grabbed a coffee, man. Just see what going. I reckon watching the last. Yo.
Did you donate one time towards Ultra's baby fund? Was that you that donated?
Yeah.
The Australian.
Yeah,
that was you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's still an egg,
I thought it was
but
you still. But you didn't put no message with it. You get me?
I
you didn't put no message saying, yeah, it's Cave, blah, blah, blah. I was like,
you know,
I thought it was you.
You just, thanks, man. You just do it for, you know, you don't do it for attention, you know. Just do it for the love, man.
Yeah.
I don't love Ultra, he's a dick, but he's still a good father, good guy, you know. So yeah, man. What's the topic tonight, Val? I'll probably
a bit about institutional racism.
Oh shit, man, I'm over it.
Discussion about that.
Yeah, I sort of ducked out the last week because I don't know. It seems like just too much negativity. Like it's good, man. The show's actually it's been good because I think everyone gets to say how they feel and all that. I think that's great, I just gets a bit too much, you know. It's just man. But
that's what I'm saying, man. Obviously, that it's especially the stuff like we're saying when we're saying like that institutional sort of racism. Yeah, for me personally, institutional racism is more of an issue than name calling.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, because obviously that means that there's more people are going to be held back from certain positions than, you know what I mean? Like, then people just call you fucking stupid names.
Yeah, I feel that, but I'll just say this. Look, I'll say something on it. I'll say that, have I experienced racism? Yes, I have. But I've also experienced really good love from the same people. You know what I mean? I can't, you know, okay, look, I'll tell you this, Valley, where I grew up, I was taught, it was inbred in us to hate the white man. I'll tell you the truth. The people used to pick on them and everything, man, at school. Like, but the most people that showed me love, even out of my whole family, were white people. I'm telling this, I don't mean to rain on anyone's parade. I don't mean to run anyone down. I'm not down for that shit, but I have to give my testimony, bro.
When we're talking about institutional racism, again, that's the difference between
institutions. Yeah, that's a different. Sorry, man. I know what you're saying in the institutions. Yeah.
That's not the same as the individual
normal life
showing you good or bad sides of them. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep.
I feel you. Like the jail numbers.
I feel you. No, to be honest. Okay, Valley, I'll give you an example. It happened to my brother because my brother's he's a civil engineer, and it happened to him. He was the highest in his class, but they kept failing him for no good cause. They couldn't believe that a person could make it as far as he did. So apparently, he went through it. He went through a hell of a lot of it in institutions, but he got through. And but yeah, it's there. It's I don't think it's a. I just think that obviously it's individual. I think it's there, but I don't think it's there in a big way. That's just what I see. I think it's there, no doubt, 100%. You know, people can be assholes, man.
I
Assholes
feel
every
like
day, wherever you go.
this is for me, yeah, personally. I feel like the thing, yeah, like like racism and all them sort of things, yeah. Like England's so refined and
Yeah.
obviously way ahead of America with not showing how it really feels, yeah, saying one thing and doing another sort of thing.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying that? Yeah,
Mm,
so
mm. Yep.
right
Yep.
now today you'll find it hard
Um.
to prove that something is well that was racist because it will come under something else.
Okay, I get that. Val, I just gotta. I'm gonna jump on this train, man. But my phone's. I'll jump back on later on, man. But I just thought I'd check in on you, man. That's it. I'll be
Big up
back. You know
yourself,
what I'm
bro.
like.
Yeah, man. Say
All
that
right, big up,
about you
man.
know
Big up, big
where,
up.
man.
Have a good one. See you soon.
We in there, B.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, bro, there's not gonna be that. The people are smarter than that, yeah. So any rules or laws that are written out like that in that sort of style, yeah, they're gone now. They won't be there like that. But people will be acting in certain ways, which will make it like difficult for a certain group of people to get into certain positions. Like we're saying about the. But we need some different examples, though, man. And also, yeah, man, I'm at my first. Well, I'm my first. I'm at a job right now, still. So let's start these headphones on. What's this brother talking about Man City? Is he dumb? Is he dizzy? Yo, what's my man talking about Man City? Chelsea draped you up the other day, cuz. You better chill out, man. Yeah. You go chill out. This guy thinks institutional racism is school teachers giving bad marks. Yeah. I was more saying to do with like the people getting suspended or thrown out of schools for lesser reasons than their counterparts. Obviously, you shouldn't be a disruptive child in school in the first place. Yeah. Mm. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think there is actual. I don't think we can name an actual law. Yeah, I don't think that you can name a law that you can say is. I don't know, man. Apart from like the stop and search laws and sort of stuff like that. You get me? Like that you can say, boom, if you if you show me this law, yeah, show me where this law here only affects uh black people or only affects Chinese people or only affects white people or only affects so and so. Yeah, it's hard to do that, man. It's not. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not dealing with for stabbing three teachers in one day. Yeah. Bad thing. Nah, man. I never got kicked out of nursery, man. That's bad. Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm not a bad man, bro. I never claimed to be a bad man or anything, a gangster or whatever. I never claimed none of them shits there, man. But yeah, it's all good. We bust jokes though, still. Yeah, mate. Yeah. Oh shit! Let's have a cigarette real quick, man. Yeah. So one of some fors and against. Come on, out at all the Liverpool gang. You know how we do. You get me? Racial Equality Act have affected stop and search methods. Tash says Liverpool FC is racism. Is racist. Jordan Henderson earns more than Mane and Van Dijk, white privilege, but he's the captain though still. So yeah. Well, come on though. You know, yeah, big up Khalid, man. Come on. Due to Trevor Phillips, which is disappointing. So yeah. Right now, yeah, sending people to jail don't reform them, innit? Because yeah, yeah. Yeah, don't worry, man. Oh, man. Yeah, you're a hater, Khalid, man. Don't worry, man. You get me? Yeah, we're doing our job. You hear me out here? Yeah. But like I was saying, like I was saying, yeah, bruv, um, jail don't reform people, man. It don't work. Uh, mm, yeah, man. So do you think, yeah, another question, yeah, because it's a hard thing, in it, yeah. Do you think, yeah, telling your children, yeah, as if you're a black person, yeah, or black parents or whatever, yeah, if you're telling your children that there is such thing as like institutional racism where you're gonna have to work twice as hard to get the same job and all them sort of things, yeah, does that sort of install um does that install a thing of where you feel less than someone else, or is it like the hard truth and the people need to hear it sort of thing? Like, yeah. Can you quantify and measure how institutional racist a specific institution is? How would you do that? Well, if a smaller percentage of the population is over or underrepresented in uh, a certain, what can you say, in something what they should have good representation in, would that be, or shouldn't have good representation in? Or do you mean like how can you put different levels of institutional racism? Like this one's a level 1, this one's a level 10, because this, that, and the other. That's mad still. No, yeah, I'm not sure on that one still, because I want my children to think that they can get to any, like, there ain't no limit of the sky. You can get past the sky. You can get above the sky. You can do anything, or reach to anywhere. But it's not going to be easy, and there's going to be a lot of people trying to stop you on the way. Well, maybe if we put it like that, yeah, then it might seem like it might seem natural that there's going to be people that are haters along the way. You know, because obviously, if you if you if you if I if you're at the bottom, yeah, and you being at the bottom is keeping someone on top, yeah, and then you move from the bottom to the next run up, yeah, then that's going to affect someone else there, innit? So obviously they're going to hate on you, your move up, yeah. So they're not going to want you to move up. You know what I mean? Yeah, so if you look at it like that, yeah, then we might, I don't know, man. It might seem like, well, obviously, man are going to try and keep you down or whatever. But what it is for man them to do, or for the girls to do, the girls and the boys to do together or whatever, is to bust through to the next level. You get me? Yeah, so you can bust through and get to the next level, establish a step there, and then try to make a ladder so you can get from that level to the next level up. You know what I mean? The only thing stopping your kids is you. Yeah, I don't tell my kids about that there's things stopping them, you know. True stories, yeah. But I do obviously know about racism, sort of institutional racism and other bits and pieces. But differently, I'm trying to tell my youths that they can reach the sky and nothing can stop them. Only haters are just going to try and block you. But that's natural, isn't it? Yeah. Also, are institutions sexist? If a certain sex is overrepresented in it or underrepresented in it. Yeah. Yeah. But again, like when you're at the bottom, yeah, or when you feel like you've got these changes that you want to make or are trying to make, yeah, maybe you should try to deal with establishing yourself and making the changes that you want to make first of all, before worrying about all the other issues that people want to try and pile on top with your issue. You get me? You only had one issue at the start. Yeah, you had your one issue, yeah, then everyone's come with their little 20. Yeah, but I get discluded from this, that, and the other, rah, 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 rah. And then you've got your issue with everything else. What is stopping others? If a poor working class black kid from a deprived estate can make it to become a successful business owner, politician, doctor, etc. What is stopping others from doing likewise? Yeah, I don't think there's obviously there's obstacles in it. Like I'm trying to say, like, maybe we're although it might be true, yeah, if that like there might be institutional racism or there might be sexism in this place or whatever. Yeah, it's like man's to look at it as like, right, that's what people who want to keep their positions are gonna sort of do in it, make obstacles in your way for you to get to the top, man. You know? KSI had been held back? I think not. What? Because he's got a fucking YouTube channel where he gets what? Yeah, fuck out of here, man. Shut up. And that's the silly answers that people will give in it. Like you'll give an example of one black person that may be doing well in a system where it's not built for a lot of people to do well, and say, "Oh, look, he's doing good. Why can't everyone else do it?" Yeah, everyone's not him in it, and he's not everyone else. Too many kapoots and excuses. Anyone can make it big, no matter color. Stop using the race card. I feel like anyone can make it big. Still, just depends on what you do in it, man. If you make the right choices, but like I keep trying to say, man, if we understand that, yeah, of course, there's going to be racism, institutional racism, or people trying to hold you back. Yeah? We just look at it all together as the blockers that don't want you to get to the next level. Then, yeah, more of us can bust through, man, because we will start to see it as like, you're supposed to be hating. You know what I'm saying? You're supposed to be hating, B. You get me? Yeah, man. But like, bro, Illmatic, you can't talk about one guy, two guys, and say, "Ah, this brother's got dough. This one guy's got dough." There's no such thing as racism. That's like a dumb example. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a dumb example still. And players don't care about color. If the black guy sells more stuff than the white guy, the boss wants more sales people, more sales. Simple. Yeah, it depends if it's a sales environment. Mm. That's in a sales environment, man. Yeah, and that's true in a sales environment, man. But yeah, uh, again, I don't want to keep like trying to. I forget, man. Everyone says what they gotta say, man. You know, why do people always focus on footballers and musicians? Yeah, it's like, yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah. There's other successful people as well, you know, but they're just not famous. Trust me. Why isn't everyone doing well? Because most people are not equipped for it selling. Mad. Yeah. Bro, I'm not saying there isn't racism, but too many men use the race card when it's probably because they were not qualified for the job in hand. Yeah, I hear that still. I hear that still. Mm. Yeah, that can be true in some cases still, but not in every case. Like you just said, still. Can be true in some cases still, but it's not every case, man. Oh, like again, I don't really hear a lot of people um talking about um institutional racism on this panel. This is like the first actual question of the day on institutional racism, innit, man? We spoke a little bit about it yesterday still, so I thought we make it the question of the day. And you know how the Chinese whisper goes. We start off on one topic, everyone will jump on, and it will roll into something else. You know what I mean? Yeah. So Velia's woke. Mashallah. I'm awake at the moment because actually, I mean, ISIS and BLM versus EDL and WLM. Mad thing. Yeah. Yeah, man. So who's coming through, man? You know what I mean? Oh, I'll go on, come on. Oh, Man, like so, my G, come on. Yeah, yeah, big up So, man, big up Born. It was a good show. I caught a little piece of it still. Talking about some American politics, man. Yeah, things mad, I lie. Come on, man, like Born Reezy.
Man, hey, Bigger, you ugly.
What you saying, man?
Boy. You ugly as hell, Bigger. What you doing, man?
You saying you want that? You want that smoke, yeah?
You ugly, man. What's going on, though?
Well, I'll go on though, man. Your fucking moustache, yeah? You look like you're in the YMCA, man. All you need is a cowboy hat, man. You get me? You just need a police uniform, man, and
can't
a
even grow a
fucking
mustache. Them big ass dick suckers you got. Them big ass dick suckers. You can't even grow a mustache. Your lips too big. Shut up.
Oh shit! But look at your eyes, though, man. They come out further than the peak of your hat, cuz.
I am lit.
Your eyes, yeah, come on.
I ain't gonna lie.
Your eyes look like they're bugging out further than the peak of your hat, cuz.
Nah, look at me. Look at my eyes, though, boy.
Yeah, them bug eyes.
Yeah, they not bug, man. Your lips is bug. You got bug lips.
They look like light bulbs. You know, light bulbs. They look like you got two light bulbs in your head, and you can't close your eyes properly when you sleep.
Your lips look like your lips look like two pillows. You got two pillows in your mouth. Look,
oh shit!
Fuck, man.
Oh man.
Nah,
man.
Salute to you, Bigger. Salute to the G Block, man.
Yeah, come on. You know how we do. We up in there, B. Come on.
Everybody, man. We in this bitch early in the morning.
Trust me. Yeah, man. I passed through your show earlier still, man.
Nah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Bigger. Yeah. You know what, Bigger, on you passed through a lot of my shows, my brother, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the support, man. I do, brother.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. That's real shit. You don't have to do it, but you pull up. You jumped on the panel a couple times, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, come on.
That's real talk.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate that, brother.
Yeah, big up, man. And let me shout out Buddha, man. Welcome, Buddha.
Morning. What's going on, man?
What you saying, man? Yeah, cool, yeah?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Big up, Born Rich.
Yeah.
Salute to you, Buddha.
Yeah, man. So what are you saying about the institutional racism? Is there such thing as institutional racism? Is it something that we just got in our head? Or is it something that we should be expecting for, obviously, people that are in positions like or of employment, in power or whatever, if they want to keep the status quo at the place that they're going to do, obviously they're going to do whatever they can to keep the power balance the way it is, isn't it?
And I feel like this, Bigger. I feel like, all right, so people think I'm crazy when I say this. Like, me being in America, a black man in America, I am a prisoner of war, right? So I don't expect anything different than the people who are keeping me inside of this prison to do what they always have done. You understand what I'm saying, Bigger? Like, I don't expect them to take their foot off my neck. I don't. I can't. It's up to me to fucking get their foot off my neck. It's up to me, bro. I'm a black man in America, which is the equivalent of a prisoner of war, right? If you go look at all your history and look at all of war criminals and prisoners of war, then you would see what a black man in America is. You're a prisoner of war. So I would never expect the oppressor to bow down to my needs. You understand what I'm saying? Like, why would I expect that? It's up to me. It's up to me to fucking get the foot off my neck, get the noose off of my neck. It's up to me, and it's up to me and my people to get the noose or the foot off of our neck.
Yeah. So should we even be complaining about institutional racism then? If like you're saying, random and really prisoners, because in Jamaica, the Jamaicans that understand about the slave trade and all that, they call Jamaica capture land. That is the capture land. Yeah, it's stolen land, isn't it? You get me? Where you got taken to still. So if you see yourself as a prisoner of war, then should you even be complaining about stuff like institutional, or should you be just expecting that to be the way then, or what?
I mean,
what would you say is the solution?
All right, so let me tell you this, Bigger. I'm gonna complain because I want my people to know that we are prisoners of war. Right? Like if I know that I'm in a prison, I don't want my baby mama thinking that she's not in a prison. And it's not even on some victim shit. I just want to let my baby mama know that it's a ceiling, right? As long as we're prisoners of war, it's gonna be a ceiling. Like you can feel like you are maneuvering through this fucking system that we call capitalism, but it's gonna be a ceiling for you just because the color of your skin. And this is not a victim mentality or nothing like that, but it's going to be a ceiling for you. And I want my people to know that it's going to be a ceiling for you. But what we can do on the ground level is keep working on the ground level. You understand what I'm saying? We have to keep, like, I'm gonna tell you this, Bigger. If we want to break out of this prison, right? Because salute to my brother Jedi, because I love this analogy, what he said. Some people want a comfortable cell in the prison, and some people want to break out of the prison. I am looking for the brothers and sisters that want to break out of this prison, right? But it's not going to be easy.
Wait, pause.
Go.
When you say break out of the prison, what does that actually mean? Explain it to me so I can understand it.
I guess I'm saying I really wanna, instead of trying to play along with the system, right? Instead of trying to live in the system, I want to say fuck this system and create another system, right? It's the analogy of, I want to flip the chessboard over, right? If we're playing chess and you're 5 or 6 steps ahead of me, I want to get so upset that I just fucking flip the chessboard over. And now I want to say fuck this game. Let's play another game. And what I know, Bigger, is going to take heart. It's going to take sacrifice. It's going to take discipline. It's going to take unity. It's going to take all of that in order to fucking flip this game over and start to play another game. Or
is there a country that we could move to that is not in air quotes the system, where we can move out of jail and start to build up and make your own system?
I love it, Bigger. I love that question, but I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no, Bigger, right now.
So
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna be 100. I'm gonna say no. I think it's a couple countries in South America that has the least amount of oppression, right? Because I say, because you got to understand this, bigger. I'm in America, right? So if I move from America to another country where I don't have to worry, well, if I move from America to another country and I don't have to worry about the police murdering me, that's a win. That's a W, right?
To say about what country though?
Man, I've been looking at Costa Rica lately.
Costa Rica, and a few. It's got quite a big black population as well. Yeah.
A little, a little, but it's still racist.
Born rich.
It's still racist.
Still racist.
No, it's still racist. I ain't gonna lie.
Born rich. Listen. So you mentioned Costa Rica, yeah?
Yeah.
I've been to Costa Rica.
Mm-hmm.
You know the same institutional racism you find in Western countries, you find in Costa Rica, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool.
No, I'm listening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, he said that was it. That was it, Born. He was just saying that it's yeah, so all right, so what that said so why all right, and if you're saying if man are saying that the system is the same everywhere in the world, why are you not trying to gain no sort of leverage within the system so you can make any sort of changes in the system that benefit the people that you feel like are prisoners of the system?
Damn, man, hold on.
Like, how long man's gonna stay in jail for without trying to break out of jail?
Exactly, I don't know, bigger. Like it's been 500 years, bigger. That's a good question. It's 500 years. So eventually somebody's gonna have to change the cycle, right? Somebody's gonna have to eventually say, listen, it's not working here. It's not. We're still having fucking George Floyd in 2020. The shit is not working here, bigger. It's not, bro. Like when are we gonna eventually say, man, all right, bro, it's not working here. And we got children. Eventually, we have to say, man, our children can be fucking Tamir Rice. Like, we have to really start thinking about, bro, if you are living in a nation where your child, your baby boy, your firstborn son can be murdered by a cop and the cop has no consequences, you have to say, bro, you're not a citizen. Eventually, we're gonna have to say, man, you know what, bro? We're not a citizen here. I ain't gonna lie. I want to make the shit happen in America. Shit, America is all I know. But the older I get and the more shit I see, the more it's like, bro, it may not happen here. It may not happen here for you. Or your family.
Yeah, but all right, so like if we go with the Costa Rica example, yeah, and a group of 300 sort of skilled people move to Costa Rica and start to set up business links, and they're doing well and they build up their economy, and so Costa Rica is now doing this thing, you get me, on the international stage or whatever. Would that sort of be like a bit of a better option as well?
Say it again, bigger. Say that again, bigger.
If you had your group of skilled people that you could move out to another country with, yeah, like so you're feeling the pressure in America, innit? Yeah, it's a bit, yeah. That I'm just hearing what you're saying, innit? Like I can't speak for it because I'm not there, innit? Like, but I hear what you're saying, and I see the stuff on the news, and I've heard people talking on YouTube, and you get me. Like I've got family in America and so on and so as well, yeah. So anyway, but right, if you're feeling the pressure in America or whatever, why not try to get a group of skilled people to move to another place to start to build up that place and do business and trade or whatever there, where you feel more welcomed in the country or whatever, as a citizen or even as a guest of that country that wants to become a citizen.
So you saying get a bunch of brothers and sisters from America and try to build up the country where in America, or go to South America and try to build up
to,
something.
to either in America or to the place of your choice that you feel like you're going to be a valued citizen or a valued guest, at least.
I am saying this, bigger. I am saying if we want to be a value guest, I don't think we can be a value guest inside the walls of America.
You know, all right. So forget about America. Then. In a
Yep.
country, in a place, yeah, where
Uh-huh.
you'd feel like you would be a valued member
A
of
value
society,
citizen. A value
a
citizen.
valued citizen. Yeah. What is there a country that you'd feel like that in? Is there any country that you? Because you're just talking like for your experience in America, innit? Like my experience in the UK is a little bit different, innit? Like I'm saying this, the yeah. But anyway, yeah. So, is there a country or a place or anywhere that you'd feel like you'd feel more of a valued citizen if you was able to contribute towards that country at the same time?
Damn. Can you hear me, bigger? You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
No,
you.
absolutely, absolutely. But I want to move to a place where the powers that be, I guess I want to say, leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? Leave me alone as much as they can leave me alone. You understand what I'm saying, bigger? Like, like right now where I am, I could leave my house right now and the cops could get behind me and fucking pull me over and harass me. So I would rather go to Costa Rica to where I really have to be committing a crime for the cops to come and harass me. You know what I'm saying? Like that's something so simple and something minute, but that is like that's what the bar is right now for me, bigger. The bar is set low right now for me, if I'm being honest, because I just want to get away from America where any random cop could come in and kill me. A cop could come in my house right now, shoot me in the fucking head, and say I was reaching for a gun. You understand what I'm saying, bigger? Like, I want to get away from that. So if I can go to Costa Rica, and Costa Rica has opportunities for me to live off the land and go off into the fucking jungle or the woods or the bush and live by myself with the least amount of government interference, that's what I want.
So you see when daily, yeah, when you get into your car, because like so obviously when even though yeah, I'm in my work van and I'm driving or whatever, and I see feds behind me or whatnot, yeah, I still get that feeling like fuck, there's police. You get me, yeah. So, but like obviously, I've got less chance of the police killing me. I've got just more chance of the police like just sort of like just harassing me or
Yeah.
being annoying more than sort of even you might get physical harm depending on what your sort of criminal status is or whatever. Yeah, but like just like just as a normal citizen that sort of like may not have committed a crime or whatnot, but has been pulled over by the police a few times or in their childhood or whatnot. When for me personally, in it, like I still think right, fuck man, the police in it. You like fuck the police. So yeah, when you see them behind you or you're glad when you see them
So,
driving the opposite way or whatever in it. Like so. What
so
when
hold,
you
hold,
when you
hold up.
wait. I was saying that to lead to a question in it for Born like to ask him on your day to day when you leave your house, say you're going to work or whatever. Normally, yeah, yeah, 'cause obviously you're a working man, family man, and so on. So now you get me. So when you're going to work on your day to day thing, Rob's like, are you regularly pulled over by? Because I don't get pulled over by the police yet. Honestly, quite
I'm not gonna
right a lot
say
now because I'm in my work van, innit? Yeah, like my van's labelled up with a company name. It's got loads of stickers on it, so it's like I'll have to be driving fucked up for the police to pull me now. But even though if I still see the police behind me, I'm like fuck the police or whatever. But it's like I'm in my work van, innit? So it's not really. I'm
No,
not
I
really
love
gonna
that
get pulled
question.
over.
I love that question, Bigger. I love that question, right? I don't get pulled over in my work van, right? But you know what I see when I come back to my neighborhood, because you got to understand, Bigger, and I'm sure you can agree with this. I work far, far, far away from where I live.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying, Bigger? Like I work in the suburbs. You feel me? When I'm at work, I may see 3 black people a day. But when I come back home to my neighborhood, I may not see a white person at all. You understand what I'm saying? So from 6 p.m. all the way to fucking 12 p.m. midnight, I don't see a white person. That means I'm at home in my neighborhood. And in my neighborhood, I do run the risk of being pulled over. At any given time, I can sit on my front porch and watch 7 cop cars go down the street.
Yo, Born Rich.
Go ahead, Buddha.
Check this out. Look in the back chat. I posted a picture of the government of Costa Rica. Yeah, have a look at that and tell me what you think.
Why y'all doing that? Y'all don't like Costa Rica?
Nah, I think he's just trying to give you the heads up, innit?
Yeah.
Hold on, listen. I've been to Costa Rica.
He's trying to give you the heads up, innit, man?
I've been to Costa
Rica.
Rica.
Like I was gonna say that he did say earlier that he's been there, you know.
So.
Okay. I got you.
What I'm trying to show you is the same obstacles you find in America, you will find in Costa Rica to a certain degree. Yeah. If you look at the government in Costa Rica, it's predominantly white.
Yeah.
So what if you moved to an African country, like
exactly.
Rwanda, like Ghana, like so and so? Do you feel like you will still get the same sort of issues with white supremacy or with police brutality or with what you're gonna find? Is it gonna be different issues there? Like, are you gonna be looked at like a foreigner or whatnot?
The problem with that, Bigger, is saturation. Yeah. If Born Rich was to move there on his ones, it wouldn't be so much of a problem. But if there was an influx of American people, African Americans going to Ghana or Rwanda or any of those places, it's going to cause issues in that country for its sovereignty alone. You with me? They're going to start looking at people. It's the same adage you get over here when they talk about foreigners. It's no different to another country. Imagine 500,000 Chinese went to Ghana and settled. It's going to cause an issue. It's the same with the American.
All right. So if it seems like it's going to be an issue, yeah, going to another. All right, so especially for the American sort of thing, innit? Yeah, because like the Black American, a lot of Black American people see them. They don't stay. America's their country, innit? You know what I'm saying? Like, so they don't really looking to go to other countries. So. Like, why aren't they trying to unite or Born? Why don't you? Why doesn't it seem like the Black American family are trying to make changes in America where they've got some sort of power leverage, where sort of the things that are happening, what seems like heinously to the American family, is going to slow down or come to a standstill or just stop. Yo, Born, you're there. You must have fell asleep, man. You must be doing something still. Your Born was a bit waved off still. Oh, yo, Buddha, you there?
Yeah, bro. I'm
there. Yeah. So do you feel like there's institutional racism in the UK is a massive problem, or do you feel like it's something that like Black people are complaining about? Or is it something we should just be expecting? And why are we even complaining about it or whatnot? Like, how do you feel about institutional racism in the UK?
So definitely there's institutional racism in the UK. I'd go one further and call it institutional discrimination. All right. Let's take your good self for an example. Okay. So you're a gas engineer that works for a firm. All right, cool. How many Black people work on that firm? as engineers?
I think about two or three.
2 or 3. All right, let's go with
Yeah.
3. How many engineers altogether?
Yeah, but you know what? Why it's not sort of an equal comparison, yeah? Because even when I was doing plumbing in my in college or whatnot, there weren't a lot of black kids in my plumbing class. Right,
Okay.
so it for it to sort of it's
All
like
right, let's
I understand what
let's,
you're
let's
saying though, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying like for there to be um a comparison, you sort of have to have a comparison of the black plumbers sort of thing.
all right, let's go with a company like Pimlico Plumbers, yeah? All right,
Oh
cool.
yeah, no,
So
that I heard you can't you can only I've done a subby job for them before,
okay, no, let's just go
but it
with
was
them. Let's
someone that
just go.
worked for them. But I heard you can't literally get a job for them if you're a black still.
Right.
With their company.
So imagine if we look at the lower echelons of that company. So the engineers may be black, but if we look at the management, they're going to be white. Do you understand? So there's a couple of things there.
Nah, not in Pimlico, bro. There won't be no black ones in that Pimlico because I'm hearing. So
really, okay,
yeah,
but up in the management part, definitely not. Maybe in the engineer part, possibly. So there's a
possibly.
discrimination there within itself, and it can go on and on and
Yeah,
on
but
and
this,
on.
you know, with that though, yeah, that side of it, yeah, it's like, although I agree that there is some discrimination with who's the top people running the companies, yeah, the only thing that the oh, it's like right if the man them start to make companies though, and and their companies rise to the top and all that, and they're getting blocked from them sort of positions, then it's different in it. But when they're blocking the man them from taking them higher positions in their own companies, it's a bit
Yeah,
of a hard argument.
yeah. I was gonna expand into that as well. So if you've got a guy who owns a company who's white and he employs his his friend's son or whatever, you can understand why there's going to be a disparaging amount of white people in that company. And the same could be said for a black company. So if you've got a black company, I can give you an example of a restaurant I know that's black owned, family black owned. All of the family work in there. There may be one white person that they have as a waiter, a Polish guy. Do you get what I'm saying? So we could look at it from both interactions. You with me? But is there institutional racism? Yeah, I would say so. I would definitely say so. Not so much in places like the NHS, but even if we look at the NHS, look how many black people work for the NHS. But let's look at the management. How many of them are black? You with me? You've got people of color that have worked in the NHS in excess of 30 years, and the highest they can get is a staff nurse or something. You understand? So clearly there's opportunities there that have been missed.
Yeah, but Atticus made a good point in the chat. Like, if some of it's like, and not a lot of people are doing the qualifications.
Yeah.
Obviously, there is some people doing them qualifications and whatever as well, and there's people that are finding it hard. I'm not going to say that there ain't some people that are finding it hard, and there's not people that are qualified to do the thing. Yeah, but if there's not enough people, yeah, that are qualified to do the thing, then obviously the numbers are going to be very low.
So in my experience, when we speak about the NHS, in my experience, you'll find that people coming from another country over to the UK actually put the work in and go and get the qualifications, study and get the qualifications to get that career. Whereas we don't see the same uptake with people born in the UK, whether they be black or white. You with me? This is why I would suggest there's a lot more immigrants working in the NHS than homegrown, so to speak.
it depends on what area of the UK in NHS it is. Do you know what I'm saying? That because in an area where there's like a high population of like just English people and hardly any immigrants live in that area, then obviously they're gonna have mostly English people, well, or probably all English people that just work
Agreed.
in that section of
Agreed.
the
But
thing.
in that same analogy, if you go to an area that's predominantly white English and you look for the NHS services, whatever immigrants you have in that area will 9 times out of 10 be working in the NHS. You with me?
Yeah, man. But bruv, listen, yeah, I've fucking been about an hour here still, man. I need to go and do this job real quick here. So yeah, hold it up for me, Buddha. Natty, big up yourself. You in the panel there? Can you hear me, bro? You there, yeah? Yo, Natty. Yeah, Natty's funny with his hearing, man. His hearing's funny because it will come off mute in about 10 minutes ago. Yeah, man. Anything, move them around. I don't know, man. Yeah, man. Like the institutional racism thing's a bit mad still, but it's yeah. All right, cause listen, I need to jump off though, man. Natty, well, go on, man. And Born, obviously, Buddha's there, innit, man? Trying to chat. Let me chat there.
Yeah, drop the link in the chat, see if someone else wants to come in. I can't do the whole talking to myself thing, man. It's not.
Yeah, yeah, man. That's what I remember when I first started doing the live streams. Yeah, I was saying, listen, all the man that do the one man monologues, yeah, I give them ratings. Like Raj, Jez does his thing. He also does the one man monologues. A couple other people would just go and do their one man. Uncle Ty could talk on his ones for 12 hours. Yeah. Rewind and pull up the thing and so and so, so and so. Anyone that's doing them 12-hour monologues on their ones, yo, G. Born his other account, yeah, he must have died. There you go.
I can't hear very properly. What do I have to do? Refresh.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear Buddha.
Salute, I'm back.
Yeah. And now, telling me you ain't got a refresh because I'm jumping off now. Yeah, big up yourself, Born, man. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to be back in about 20 minutes or something, man. I'm just going to quickly run into this flat.
Yeah, you breaking up, bigger.
So
what
now you're saying don't bother refresh because you're going to jump off. So, Born Rich, you there?
Okay.
Yeah, carry on.
Born Rich, you there?
Yeah, he's there still.
Yeah. So, yeah, go ahead now.
Yeah, so Booger. Yeah, I mean, look, man, I know one thing. You see, when you want something, you get it. Like, you go out there and get it. And I don't think, and I'm not just talking about the black race. Yeah, I think a lot of races do complain. Like, a lot of people, let's just class people as normal people. A lot of people do complain about stuff. And they don't even give it a try. They don't even say, you know what, I want to be a police officer because I want to do stuff for my community and I want to do things fairly. They don't even try. And then when they, when you say to them, we'll go and be a police officer. Nah, I don't want to be a fed. Nah, I don't want to be this. I don't want to be that. Then that's just your mentality, because for the way I see it, I think in a place, especially like England, you need to have, in the police force especially, it needs to be multicultural,
Agreed. But the problem is, it's a little bit like this. It's like asking a slave to become a slave owner. Do you understand? Like the amount of discrimination one faces from the police, it'd be a bit far-fetched to ask somebody to go and join that said police force after receiving the amount of discrimination that we suffer on a daily basis. You with me? So I can understand people's reservations of joining the police force, given the experience.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but even still, I mean, you look like that's a step. That's something I believe is a step, man. Like you've got to get through that barrier. You've got to show them that you're willing, and it doesn't matter what they are or who they are getting in your way. There's obstacles that always get in your way. But if you're just gonna say, because the police force are racist, I'm not gonna join it. You're there to join it because you know what? You could pull them out. You can, how can I put it? You can, if you're in a police force now, say you're trying to make it in a police force and you think some injustice coming about, then why not speak about that injustice? See, I don't know about the police force, like um racial tension within the police force, but I do know that's in the army. I have heard stories of that quite a lot in the army. But in the police force, there's quite a lot of Asian police officers in the police force, and there's quite a lot of Asian police officers that are like chief inspectors, detective this, blah, sergeant this, blah blah blah. So there's no excuse on that part. I'm sorry, no excuse.
All right. So when we look at the prison population, yeah, and we look at the disproportionate representation of black people in the prison population, um, can we say it's the same for the Asian as well?
Yeah, well, yeah, there's loads of Asian man.
Loads
There's
of
loads of
Asian man,
Asian man in the
right? Is it at the same
yeah.
numbers as black people?
Well, I'll tell you something. I don't know really, but I do have a brethren that come out of jail, and he told me, yeah, that there's a high percentage of black males in jail.
Right.
That's
So
from Mouse. So
so here's a system that is working to imprison black people. Now, if we
yeah,
look at the Asian population in prison, there is quite a large Asian population in prison. But um, when we're looking at these police sergeants and all the rest of it, most of them are Indian. Yeah, they're from Indian heritage. Yeah, we don't see that many Indian
yeah,
prisoners that we see uh, as much as black people. You with me? So clearly,
yeah.
the Indian work with the police force as opposed to being affected by the police force. You know what I'm saying?
But what are the? But we got to look at the crimes. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, a lot of the crimes are to do with black males selling drugs, Asian males selling drugs, white males selling drugs.
Yes.
Uh, I mean, that's what it boils down to. Like I said to you, yeah, that's an easy option for any man to choose. Yeah, that's an easy option for any man to choose. Let's have a look at the percentage that say they've been stitched up. Yeah, set up. They've been set up by the police, or they were set up by this person. I don't know many people who've said, "Oh yeah, I've been set up. I've been this. I've been that." Like injustice. I've met people who've said, "You know what, Natty? I was out this morning. I was trying to do a little shot. I was trying to do a little maneuver, and I got caught by the police." That's you doing something obviously illegal, and obviously you're going to go to jail for that. You know, obviously you're going to go to jail for that. I would like to see more black police officers, so that when they do come and stop and search, you know, it could be a black man and a white police officer out there in London. I mean, you could look at it and say, listen, we need a few black officers and a few white officers together to go patrolling together. That if there does come up a reason, at least when they go to stop and search someone, at least they could be like, listen, mate, don't chuck that race card here because both me and my colleague are agreeing on something. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I get that. I get that. You want to see some
So
diversity
we
within
should
police.
not be crying, like particularly, yeah. I mean, particularly where we are here in England, we got things all right. Like I was trying to tell Rob, you're gonna get these idiot racist white men, and you know what? You're gonna get these idiot racist black men, and you're gonna get these idiot racist uh, Asian men. They're gonna be around. It exists. But what we're trying to say is that when it gets too much, when they start getting too big for their boots, we're gonna slap you back down. We're gonna say, hold on a minute, bro. Don't be carrying on like that. Like it's getting too much now. You understand, brother?
Yeah.
Same for America, yeah? It's the same thing for America. we stood up there, yeah, because what happened to that what the police officer's doing. The police officer is a law. He's in the law. Yeah, Buddha, he's a law, right?
Yeah.
So we should be looking up to him and for protection, right? But again, Buddha, we've had loads of these cases where unarmed black men have been beaten, you know, beaten to death, like absolutely unarmed. We've had the evidence, we've shown it, and we're scared that it might happen to any one of us here again because someone's got a bad attitude towards color.
So
Not
that
all of
being
them,
so
but
that being the
somebody.
case, how can we look up to these police officers as the pinnacle of law and order in the USA if they're going around
I'll
killing
tell you,
people?
I'll tell you, I'll tell you, right, okay, that's a good question.
Right, man's jumped off. Me one. Oh dear. So yeah, big up chat anyway. Looks like I'm on my ones. What else have we got in the chat? Yeah, somebody jump on, man. Well, I'm gonna jump off. Can't do the whole talking to myself thing on my own. It's a bit mad. Yo, Veli, if you're there, there's people in the back chat, you know.
Yeah, sorry, Buddha, I left you there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, Buddha. Sorry, Buddha, I'm back.
a lot of people are saying that St Albans is nice. Let me tell you what St Albans is nice. We're together here. We're together in St Albans, man. And someone, if someone's from another race or the same race as me is going to cause some friction, yeah, that's going to cause a domino effect. I want to get that poisonous mind out of my town. Yeah, you need to settle down with us here, yeah, and start working with us. Like, and you don't even have to work with us. All you got to do is just go about, be proud of who you are, go
Yep.
to work, don't go to work, but don't be scum.
So what do you mean, scum? Because you keep using these words, Natty. You keep using these phrases and words like "don't be scum," and if someone is I don't know what the other words you said, but if someone is not on the same page as you, then you want to get them out of here. Like, how do you identify those type of people?
Okay, I'll tell you how we identify those type of people. Right. So for instance, uh, me, the way how I act, I don't need to thief. Yeah, I don't need to steal. So if I see, if you see someone stealing, yeah, and they get caught stealing and it's in the newspapers, the first thing people are gonna be like, "Who is it?" Yeah, born rich. Be like, "Who is it?" Oh, it's a black man. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool. It's only happened once. It's only happened once. That's nothing. It's just a black man. You might have a few people say, "Ah, yeah." But if you got continuous in the newspapers, blah blah blah, this is happening, blah blah blah, this is happening, blah blah, this is happening, blah blah, this is happening, then people are gonna start looking at that race. Yeah. But me, I'm not like that. Yeah, I'm totally opposite from that. I'm trying to build my empire, yeah, through my business, and I'm trying to build it up through my family as well, and through friends and through whoever wants to, help me along within the building trade and everything like that, so we can get about more, get more work, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
So I want people then to see, nah, there's a different side of somebody, and I will call out them youths that want to stab up each other, you know. But I won't. But what I'll say is that they have to stop. because it doesn't fit in this world that we're going. It doesn't fit in, just like how the racism doesn't fit in. So you need to then say, okay, well, how can I help these? How can I help these youths? How can I help these youths? So you can go and talk to them about it, or you could show them a different way. You could say, no, 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 no. I'm a successful businessman. Yeah. These people that you're reading about in the newspapers, they're just a minority. Yeah. Look around and have a look and see that there are other black people doing well. It's not just what's happening with the stabbing and everything like that. Do you get what I'm trying to say, Born Rich? Like you have to look
Yeah.
and you have to be you have to be a role model. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm trying to be like a role model, the way I talk, the way the way I carry myself. And that's why around here we try to all pull together and say, no, 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 we're all the same as you. We're just trying to make it. And that's it. We're not crying out, oh, poor us, poor us, poor this. I think the ones that are crying out, poor us, poor this, are the ones doing nothing.
Yeah, I love it. I
If you're
love
not doing nothing,
it.
you're just going to start crying. But this is different where I live. This
Yeah.
is what I'm trying to say, Born Rich. This is different where I live. So I'm just trying to say to everyone, open up your eyes and just look around the world at like what's happening. You could say the percentage of that in prison of black males doing crime, but then in the percentage in the nonce ring, in the paedophile ring, bro. Whoa,
We know what
it's
color they
99%
are. I
white
mean,
man.
we know what race they are. We know
It's
that.
90, yeah, it's 99%. But guess what? I'm trying to show people that it's not all white people. Yeah, we're trying to say it's not all white people. Yeah, just the same as we're trying to show it's not all black people.
Yes. All black people are
So
not
within this community,
killing each other.
yeah, we're not all doing that. But you get these certain people who will think, oh, because it keeps on happening and because this blah 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 blah. Well, yeah, well, we're trying to say exactly the same thing with the police officers. And you're trying to say, well, not all police officers are like this, and we're trying to say, well, not all black people are like this.
Facts.
Do you get what I'm trying to say, Boom?
Facts.
It's facts. But if I try to go for this job, Born Rich, right? So after all the hurdles that I've done, I'm in the police force now, I'm doing my best, I'm blah, 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 I'm doing this, I'm doing that. If I feel like I'm not moving because of racist injustice to myself, then I will speak, I will scream, because you're ruining my dreams. You're stopping me from getting somewhere. It's not me now. It's not me in my head. It's me saying, I've done everything. I'm moving out there. And and I think definitely, and then I'm gonna state my case. Do you understand, Born Rich? I'll state my case about why I feel like I can't get somewhere. But you have to put your foot in the door. You have to put yourself in that situation and start moving out there and getting out there. Like I can understand what Banksy was trying to say yesterday. Yeah, what's happening in America?
What were you saying, Natty? What was Banksy talking about?
Well, what he was saying is that Banksy was trying to say is what laws stop black people in Britain from getting anywhere? There are no laws.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what I was trying to say to him
Are you sure? Are you sure?
What laws? I'm pretty sure. I don't know any laws that
I'm gonna
make
say,
me.
I know this may be unpopular, but stop and search does something to the black community.
Yes.
It does. Right? It is a law. It is a law, man. It is a law. And I know people's gonna say no, that law applies to everybody, but you have to see the police are policing a certain demographic of people with this certain law. It's like the loitering.
That's what I'm trying to.
In America, we have the loitering law. That means 6, 7 people can't hang out in a certain area. But you know who always get convicted of loitering? People who look like me. I'm just being 100. I don't know any white person who's ever been charged with loitering. And y'all just gonna tell me black people are the only one that hang out in America? And it's fucking 2, 3, 4, 500 million people that live in America, and only black people are the ones that hang out, which is loitering.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? But
yeah,
go ahead,
yeah.
Nat.
But it doesn't.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that point that you're making, Born Rich, yeah, is exactly like what I was trying to say to Banksy. Because it's in London, in black populated areas, we have this stereotype, you
Yeah,
know,
stop and search.
jogging bottoms, string vest, do rag, blah blah blah. Oh, he must be a drug dealer. Oh, he must be carrying knives,
Or a knife.
because
Let's
that's the
stop and search.
description they get. That's the description that they're getting, and that's what some of these black youths are doing, turning to the easy way of life, drug life, crime life. That's their easy way. That's their option. But me as a black man, I'm thinking I'm not on that wave. So how do you distinguish me to the others? In it, Born Rich.
I'm
So
gonna tell
how
you
do you know that I'm carrying a knife and he's not carrying a knife? So that's where people can get pissed off. That's where the racism does come in, the stereotype, because you're stopping me. I've got nothing to do with gangs, got nothing to do with knife, got nothing to do with drug, and now I'm gonna get pissed. I'm gonna get pissed off. So now what I want to see is, when you guys are gonna do that, what are the consequences for the police getting it wrong? That's what we should be focusing on now. What happens when the police got it wrong? What happens when you stop and search me? How do I now prosecute you? That's what I'm talking about. That's what people don't do. So I say to the police officer, okay, Mr. Officer, no worries, you can stop, you can search me. But I'm going to tell you this now. When you do this, I'm going to go to my doctor and I'm going to complain that I'm sick. I don't want to go outside. I'm scared of you people, etc., etc., etc. I'm going to make it like you guys are making me ill, because you know what? Really, it does damage to my health. And that's how I'll do things. Yeah, I will take it far because I'm innocent. You can't take things far, Born Rich,
Uh-huh.
when you're not innocent. So when they do stop a search and you've been caught, yeah, take them away, officer, because I don't want that. They're the people bringing down. Um, they're the people bringing down the society. Yeah, not the black people, the society. They're bringing down the society, but then in other people's eyes, they're bringing down the black people's society. I'm not looking. You know what? I'm not looking at them bringing down the black people's society, because I know other people do it elsewhere. Yeah, so I can't just say it's a black people thing, because they're doing it in Liverpool, white and white shooting. I mean, one white boy killed a little kid in Liverpool,
And you said
stray
why
bullet
you going
shot.
to jail?
Yeah, yeah. They get them as well. I mean, don't get me wrong. White people do like Born Rich. Everyone does what they do over here, but I mean, you just got to look at the high percentage. It's just a high percentage of what goes on. I mean, some people might study London a little bit too much, but what's going up in North, like Leicester? What's going up in all these places there that you're not talking about? Why are you not talking about? Why are you just interested about London? I'm just looking with my eyes. Yeah, I'm not looking like black people make it worse for themselves, because I believe all races make it worse for themselves. But in the eyes of certain people, they'll look at it and say, "Oh, it's another black on black crime. Oh, it's another
So
black
you
on black crime.
said,
Oh,
so
it's another black on black crime."
hold on. So you said racists make it worse for themselves. What does that mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Are you talking as far as stereotypical? So racists feed into the stereotypes? Is that what you're saying? Like, what do you mean racists make
Yeah,
it worse for themselves? I don't know what that means.
no, no. Like I think there's not. I wouldn't say there's a race, a race like let me start again. What I'm basically trying to say, Born Rich, is that
Yeah,
it's
hold on,
certain.
real quick. Hold on, real quick, Natty. Hey, and I keep saying this. Listen, I know I'm sorry, Natty, because I'm reading the chat a
Yeah,
little bit, but I just wanna say this in the chat. Listen, if you are about to click off or leave this channel, just leave. You don't have to
yeah,
say, hey, I'm out. Hey, peace, guys. I can't take this conversation, so now I'm leaving. You don't have to announce that you're fucking leaving. Just leave. That's it.
yeah,
Because it sounds like some hater shit when you say, hey, this is a low IQ conversation. I'm out. That means you're trying to bring people with you to leave with you. Just leave. Just if you're not feeling the conversation, you're not feeling the conversation. Just leave. Yeah, Vic, exactly. I'm out. If you're out, just be out. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, Natty, but I always say that in the comments, Natty. So I had to make sure I say it with my voice too. You hear me, brother?
They don't understand. You know what
Yeah,
it is,
just
Born Rich?
leave.
It's
Like
not for
if
them,
you're
and they
out,
don't understand.
yeah, if you're out, just be out. You don't have to say, this is crazy. This conversation is crazy.
Yeah.
I'm out. Like, no, just leave. That's it. Just tap
Yeah.
out. Just tap
So
out, bro.
I mean,
But go ahead,
I
Natty.
mean, Banksy did make a good point. He made a point saying, "Well, what are the police to do to stop this knife crime happening? What are they to do?"
I don't know,
So,
but I
Born
know
Rich, I mean,
I don't know, Natty, but I know right here in my local town we have groups like the violence interrupters. You understand what I'm saying? Where we take and I'm a
yeah,
part of that movement where we take gang leaders. When we hear about a beef, we go meet with the gang leaders and the community leaders, and we try to squash it right there. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing about black on
yeah,
black crime. So don't ask me what about black on black crime, because I work daily on black crime. But then when a white cop puts his knee on George Floyd's neck, I work extra hard on that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
most definitely,
I'm always working.
most definitely, you work.
We're always working. Don't ask me what am I doing about black on black. You can't tell me what about black on black crime and you're not supporting the violence interrupters, right? If you're not supporting the violence interrupters in my local city, then you can't tell me about the officers that kill unarmed black men. It's nothing you can tell me. You can't tell me what about black on black
Yeah,
crime. And I work
no,
daily on
that's
black
that.
crime. I don't have to come on YouTube
It's black.
and announce it. I don't have to come on YouTube or come on
No,
social
no,
media
no, no, no,
and announce it.
no,
Go ahead, bro.
no. I'm just, yeah, yeah, no, 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 no. Born Rich, man. Like you do what you're doing, man. Like you're very clever guy, man. Like like you're very how can I say it? You got heart, man. You got heart. You got a lot of heart, and you just say it how it is. You know what I mean? Like your heart comes out your mouth. When I hear you, man,
Fact.
I hear it like big words. You know what I mean? And I'm the same. I'm just saying, like when we're looking at certain things, we need to start looking at positions of power. And if you can't if you don't want to get stopped, if you're going to get stopped and searched, you need to look at your power and how further that you can take this, how further you could take this case. And that's what I do. I take it far with them. I take it so far that I say, you do know that you're stop and searching me right now, yeah? I'm on £100 an hour. Yeah, so I'm gonna be claiming this. Yeah, I'm self-employed. I could have been earning this money while you're stop and searching me. And they start freezing. Yeah. Like over here, you see, like when I start talking like that to the police officers, but this was back in the days, yeah. This is
Yeah.
back in the days. Yeah, they start freezing. I'm like, listen, you know, I'm sorry, just stopping me from earning. You know, my solicitor is going to claim this, and we're going to claim it. So you're not going to stop and search me in the street. You're going to take me down to the police station, officer. And you know what they do? They didn't want. Last time I said that, they didn't want to touch me because they know I'm sure I've got nothing on me, and I'm pretty sure that you're just trying to stereotype. You're guessing. That's not how police officers. That's not how police work. Yeah, you can't just say, "Oh well, we're guessing that you've got something on you." Well, if that's a guess, yeah, that's like you almost saying that I have something on me. You reckon I've got something on me? You need to prove it. So let's go to the police station. Let's prove this.
Can I
Let's
say
go.
this,
And
Natty?
if it happens again, and yeah,
I want to say this, Natty. I want to ask you this. Now, do you feel like now in your older age that you have more credibility in your older age? Because I ain't gonna lie, Natty, like at fucking 19, it's hard for me to tell an officer that you're searching me illegally, right? But in my 30s,
yes,
right? In my 30s, I have a little bit more credibility. In my 30s, I can tell that officer, man, you wildin'. You searching me for no fucking reason. I haven't done anything. You tripping. But at 19, you can't tell that officer that, right? Am I right, Natty?
Well, you can if you got you can if you got the right attitude. You can if you know what they're coming there to do. I knew I knew at a very young age because of what was going on. When they're coming to stop me, I knew what they were coming to stop me, and I know that I can give them some whack talk, or I could give them some intelligent talk.
I got you. Yeah.
I knew certain things, you know. I knew that my brethren that I'm with, yeah, he's gonna start coming. He's gonna chuck the race card straight away. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the
Yeah,
race card straight away
yeah,
because I
yeah.
know
You
I'm
got
gonna
that
see if they're
wild homie.
racing.
You got that
Yeah,
wild homie, don't
because
you, Natty? Me too. Me too, Natty.
yeah, listen, man, I got my boys, man. I got
Yeah,
my boys. They're all
yeah,
my boys because we look
yeah,
after each other, man.
yeah. No,
And
I
and
grew up.
that's it. If they
Natty,
respect me,
hey Natty, I grew up with that wild homeboy who every time we got pulled over, he said, "Why the fuck y'all pulling us over?" And I'm trying to tell him to
yeah,
chill.
man,
I'm trying to tell him to
chill.
chill. Yeah, but he don't
Yeah,
want to chill. He ain't got no chill.
yeah. And I'm trying to say to him, don't tell the police officer he's a racist because as soon as you do that, he's gonna go on the offense. And
Yeah.
that's what he's gonna think. Oh, I'm a racist. I'm a racist. Now you're gonna start breeding him into thinking that. Now he's gonna be even more on your ass. Yeah. Let's bring the racist out of him. You're right, officer. Who you talking to, boy? Ooh, it's
Uh-huh.
not I said, you're right, officer. You're talking to me in a certain way. You know what, Born Rich? Thank God now they've got cameras now to show this stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm not
Because
gonna say I wouldn't say thank God because I mean, I'm gonna tell you about America, Natty. They could say those cameras wasn't working, and like who can dispute that? Not you and not me. So I mean, in a sense,
so
yeah,
if the cameras aren't working,
I
if
am
the cameras
glad.
aren't working, yeah, if the
Hell yeah.
cameras aren't working and they're supposed to have it working, like on their body cams, and they're supposed to have it working,
Then
then
what?
that is a police fault. It's a
Hey,
police fault.
but listen, Natty, I'm in America, my brother. Like that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything that the cameras they wasn't working. Like in America, they will tell you when people say, "Hey, where's the body cam footage?" Police departments will tell you it wasn't working. And now that's the end of it, Natty. Like we
Well,
can't show you what the body cam showed us because we're gonna say it just didn't work. It was off. This
do you know
officer's
what?
body cam was off, and we never do
Do you
any
know what my Jewish solicitor told me?
investigations. Go ahead, brother.
Do you know what my Jewish solicitor would say? Then
Uh-huh.
where's the evidence against my client? Where's the evidence against my client? You see, when you go to court, you have to show evidence. Yeah. Now, if there's evidence against me and evidence against that police officer,
Mm-hmm.
then I can understand what you're trying to say. It's kind of like a stealth thing because I'm trying to prove something against him. He's trying to
At the
prove
end of
something
the day,
against
thank
me,
you, Natty. Is your
and
word
we both
against
can't prove
is your word against the officer's word? Who's gonna win?
exactly. Yeah. Um, It depends.
It doesn't depend. I
It
mean,
depends because the way I
maybe
see it,
if we
look
go
at
look
it like this.
at
The way I see it, the police officer should have had the equipment.
yeah, I mean that's easy. I
If
don't
you've
know.
got the tools, yeah, to do your job, and you haven't got the tools, if you send a police officer out with the tools, yeah, to show evidence, and that evidence breaks down and fails, that means the system has failed. That means there's injustice on me.
Exactly,
That's
and
how my
and
solicitor
that's
would put it.
why I never. I'm gonna tell you this, Natty. I don't know, bro. Me being a black man, all right. This is I don't like labels, but if I had to label myself, I would say I am an African in America, right? And the way that I look at it is the system is not built for me, right? Like the system flat out told me that I am 3/5 of a man. You understand what I'm saying, Natty? Like this system
Yeah,
told me that I'm less than human, pretty much. I'm less than a man. So
yeah,
I never expect this system to work for me. Never. Never. If I get pulled over for a traffic stop and this officer said his body cam went out and I reached for a gun, so he had to fucking shoot me 2 times in the back and now I'm paralyzed, I can't fight that. I can't fight that, Natty. Right? And and this is not no victim shit. I want everybody to understand this. This is not no victim shit. But me being an African in America, I am a prisoner of war. I didn't ask to be here. My family didn't migrate here. My family did not fly on a plane to get over here. You understand what I'm saying, Natty?
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
No, definitely.
I don't want to be a victim.
I can understand
I don't want people to say that he's being a victim, because I'm not a victim. I'm not. I'm just a prisoner of war. And I'm doing everything that I can to get out of this system. Period. And that's what Born Rich is doing. Go ahead, Brother Natty. Yo, Natty, you ain't got nothing to say? I think Natty going to find the shirt. Yeah, that's what Natty doing. You going to find the shirt, Natty? Please go find the shirt, brother.
Yeah, well, listen, I think that, man, like I was saying, I think in America there is loads of issues with that. You've got that in America. Like they did say, the KKK went to be judges, lawyers, into the police force.
They infiltrated every system.
Yeah, we know that. I know this. I watched a documentary about a nationalist group that were talking about we needed to get in power, so we kept our mouths shut, we kept it low, and we got into power. Now we're in the police force, now we're into this, but they're getting weeded out. This like, look, you see what we had in England, right?
Yeah.
The police in England were too afraid. You see, when we had the riots, yeah, they had to be very careful of how they handle people. Yeah. So we had someone called Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, I know. Tommy Robinson.
Yeah. Right. Now the police can't really start drawing out their batons and start beating the black people out in the street or beating any of the protesters, because what's been happening, yeah. So they need some help. They need some backup. This is the way I see it. So you've got like these EDL patronates of this, blah blah blah, etc. And I truly believed that they didn't come down there to fight the police. They came down here to fight us. So if I was the police, I would just step back and be like, well, let's all we've got to do is just keep them apart. They're not going to fight us. They're just going to chuck bottles at each other. So me personally, if I knew that these people were coming down just for these type of stuff there, I'd be saying to the police, well, why didn't you come and stop these troublemakers? They're not coming down to protest. They said they're coming down there to protect something. They're coming down there to protect a statue. And if you look at the history of these people, when they're around, they fight your police force and they fight anyone who opposes them.
Mm-hmm. They're real deal white supremacists.
The white supremacists, yeah.
That's white supremacy. Yeah.
Yeah.
They come down there and they mobbed up, and yeah, they came in to protect.
They help.
And I don't even really get mad. You know what's funny? You know what's funny, Natty? I don't even get mad at them. They feel like they're patriots, right? What's the word we use? Patriots? Patriots protect their country. They're protecting their fucking country, man. They're not gonna let black people, Black Lives Matter, black anything fucking take over their country. Right? I'm not mad. I never get mad at that, bro. And that's why I keep saying the prisoner of war. It's the
but I was expecting more of a turnout. I was expecting more of a turnout for them. But there wasn't a turnout. That wasn't a lot. So it just goes to show you the small mind. There's not many.
Yeah, but I gotta salute. I gotta salute the black people who showed up for that, though, Natty. I do.
We're supporting,
because
I'm
supporting black people. Because Go ahead,
Yeah,
Nat.
I'm supporting what's happening over in America. I'm supporting that.
Yeah.
I'm supporting that movement because I can see, we've seen it. I've seen it with my own eyes. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen enough videos. I've seen the last one I watched, man, on YouTube. I'm not even gonna lie, it made me want to start crying because when the guy was just there with his hands up and he shoots him in front of his girlfriend. What the fuck?
You see that, man? I don't like that. Let's don't talk about that, Natty. I don't.
Yeah.
But all right, but
But but Born Rich over here now, people are thinking this has got to do with us. We've got nothing like that over there.
I love it. But you know what I love, Natty? I love to see the fucking. This is what lets me know, man, that we are the same people, though, Natty. Just to see our people riding out for anything. It could be injustice. It could be fucking George Floyd. It could be anything. I love to see my people riding out. They riding out. They saying, you know what? Even if we're only doing this for one day, Natty, today we don't have any rules, right, Natty? And I think we all need that from time to time, bro. Today we don't need any rules, bro. Like, Natty, you got a wife, and you have your days where you say, you know what, today I'm not dealing with my wife. It's no rule. No matter what she says, I'm doing what the fuck I want to do. And that's what I think about the protests. It's like, you know what, today, okay, the cops, y'all not gonna stop us. Fuck it. Let's go get statues. Let's go roll. Let's ride. Like, I love that. I love that because I think that's what it's gonna take.
Well, those statues have been around before these riots had happened. So why didn't someone think out of their head, think outside the box? Wait a minute. I've done my history, and those statues don't represent something. So we're going to go to the government and start talking about it. It happened after George Floyd.
Oh, who is that? Bigger. Let Fred in, man. Let me talk to my uncle, man. Let my uncle in, man. Let Fred in. Bigger. Let Fred in. Go ahead, Natty. My bad, brother. I just want to let
So
Fred in.
all what certain people that popped up on here yesterday are basically trying to say is that I'm going to agree on this, and I might upset a few people, but I don't care. We don't have it. It seems like you guys have it bad over in America. What we do here, right? And I'll tell you why. It's because I don't allow it to happen to me.
Say it again.
I don't allow it.
Say that again, Natty. My bad. I didn't hear that.
I said a lot. What's happening over in America is totally different to the UK. It's totally different to the UK. It's similar in certain ways.
Nice one, Born Rich. Thanks for that, bro.
Salute, Fred.
I'm big up Natty, man.
Yes, Fred. But we've got like, only thing I could say over here, is we've got like the hidden. So we don't know who likes you or whatever. Yeah, you have to find these people out. That's what I have to try and find out sometimes.
So you're saying in the UK, racism is more covert than
people keep it to themselves.
Than in your face. It's not racism is not in your face, it's more covert.
Definitely, bro. Definitely.
When it comes to the police force with search, stop and search, it's a stereotype thing. That's not undercover. That's out there.
Nah, that's out there, yeah. But you know what? Every time, you know the reason why this country's so fucked, bro? Because it's the denial. Like, they'll say everything's all right and everything's okay and don't worry about it. Like, Banksy coming on yesterday talking about people getting killed in police custody.
Yeah.
We're moaning and we're complaining. We're begging. When you're asking for fucking
Fred, he will.
I know.
Banksy calls us, man. It's hard for me to listen to people like that.
Bro, nah, trust me, man. You see how fast he fucked off when I came around because you didn't have no facts. You get me? You're just talking out your ass. And you know the oldest stereotypes, like, don't leave a black man around your purse. It's 2020. What the fuck are you talking about? Black man ain't got like, there's no black fathers in the house. It's 2020, cunt.
20. Yeah, it's different.
You get what I'm
What
trying
are
to
you
show
talking
you?
about? So
You get me? Every black
stereotyping.
father's got really hair. Like there's a
Yeah, stereotyping.
bruv, I know it was so lazy and dumb yesterday, bruv, because obviously you didn't have no proof to back up what you were saying, so it was just bare prejudice, bro. Bare prejudice. You get me? That's why I'm
Yeah,
so glad
he's
he
stuck in
ran.
the old. You know what he is? He's stuck in the
Yeah,
old
that's
way.
it.
He's stuck. We're
100,
updated
bro.
now. We're updated.
So what I have to, so what I look at them people, when I listen to them type of people, I ask myself, how much power does Banksy have? And then when I really look at how much power Banksy have, he has no power.
Yeah.
You know, he's just a
The
guy.
only thing,
He's
the
just
only thing what Banksy
civilian.
probably have is mental power. I have
That's it.
mental
He
power.
don't have shit. But then
Nah, he ain't got no mental power, bro.
Fred, real quick. Then I
Sorry,
hear
fam.
Fred, I hear black people in the UK say, I see Banksy out on these marches and he don't even move like that. He's saying, what's up? When he see black people out on these fucking protests and marches and speaker corner, he says, what's up? He doesn't have the same energy. He doesn't even.
Nah, I know. Hypocrite cunt, man.
Yeah.
You never ever say none of these. Like these that feel brave to say anything online because they get drunk and they want to cause offense, innit? So they're thinking, what can I say that can cause offense? Okay, let me
online.
Yeah.
It's
online, not in real life, because they know they get their face smacked off. Online, obviously. Yeah. Like he just thought yesterday, I'm drunk a little bit. Let me downgrade black people by assuming that their cries for justice is a form of begging. You get what I'm saying, family? Like, that's all them man come up with offensive terms, and then hopefully
scattered out here. My bad, Fred. Scattered, bigger. Let's scatter them.
Big up scattered.
Big
up scattered, man. Every time.
Jump on, Big Arts. I want to ask you something about yesterday too, Big Arts. Big Arts, hit the link, man. The link in the description, man. I want to talk to Big Arts too, because he said some shit.
Yeah, man. But trust me, bro.
Go ahead, Fred.
Nah, I'm saying I don't do them stereotypes, family, man. Trust me, brother. I know that there's some wicked, evil people out there. No matter what we say to them, no matter how much
race you are. No matter, Fred, you know, Fred, I'll tell you something. You know, your own family members can do something.
Facts, brother.
And I've seen other races, other family members do them something.
Big facts, man.
We're just talking about, you've got people with these old ideas. Well, I'm white and I'm English. This is my country.
No.
People there.
You know what, Natty? Sometimes I think about this, though, and I ain't gonna lie, Fred. I think about this. How can we knock those white people for saying this is their country? Because it is. If I'm 100, if we 100, bro, it is.
Country, but bro, all of them go back home talks. Remember, they got black people saying go back home, like myself. I'm really an advocate of going back home, but really, that's a negative talk. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Because that's a shut down argument. Like, because you've got valid arguments, you just want to shut man down. Do you get it? Go home then, innit? If you don't like it, go home. No. Did you hear what my argument was first?
The British Empire is made up of all different races. That's what the British Empire is made up of. Like, Britain got invaded by who? The Vikings, the Normans, the blah, blah, blah. Let's just say the Vikings are still around. Let's just say they remember their history and they're lying low and they remember what happened to them. And let's say the Saxons remember what happened to them and they're laying low. England knows that it's only the elite that control the country, that they need to control the Irish, they need to control the Welsh, because Irish will say, oh, where are you from? Oh, you're living in England, mate? Yeah, no, I'm Irish. Yeah, but you're in England. No, I'm Irish. They know it's all messed up here.
Yeah, no, most definitely, man. All of these people are just like big up scattered anyway. Big up scattered every time, man.
If you're born here, you're English. That's it.
Yo, big up, family. Respect, Fred. Well gone.
Yeah, family, man. Yeah, we were just talking about the idiot accusations and assumptions that Banksy's got all the time. You get what I'm saying? With no evidence.
Definitely. I just listened to you. I missed it. Whatever Banksy was saying. I must admit.
He was saying that black people ain't got no fathers, and that it's either either or. Like we either accept getting stabbed up or we accept terrorism and harassment from the police.
Yeah,
and basically,
and
what he was saying as well,
Fred. And you know what's crazy though, Fred? As a African that's in America, I had both of my parents. I had a father.
Thank you.
And when people talk about role models, I really never believed in the concept of role models. But the best man I've ever saw walk this earth is my father. He showed me and taught me everything. So it's not even like we lived in the slums.
Well, this is 2020. But go on, sorry, Scott.
No, I just want to second what Born Rich is saying though, because they do love to sound like we ain't got no 2-parent families and of us and dads are hard workers. So it is. I missed what a lot of what Banksy was saying. To be fair, I did hear a little bit of yesterday's conversation, but I heard a little bit what Natty was saying. I do hear what you're saying to some extent, Natty, when you say it's not the same hair as it is in America. But I don't think that means that it's not bad here in the UK. So here in the UK, we make 3% of the population up as black people, just 3%. When you look at deaths in police custody, we account for about 8% of that. Now, when you include mixed race people into that, it goes up to about 15%. So for about 3 to 5% of the population to make up 15% of the killings, the deaths in police custody is disproportionate. You'd have to say, and so there are issues here. And you got people like
what? I never knew about that scattered minds. I never knew about that. So I'll be honest, bro.
100%. A lot of people don't, innit? So a lot of people, when they see it, they think here in the UK we're just reacting and just following the Americans. They don't realize that there's a lot of families here in the UK. The family of Sean Briggs, the family of Rashawn Charles, the family of Edison De Silva, the family of Smiley Cole, the family of Mark Duggan. You can list the names. You can list the names going on all the way back to the 80s when the police go into Cherry Groce's house and shoot her and leave her disabled, a woman in her bed. So there are issues here. Do you know what I mean? But like I do agree, it's not to the same extent as America, but we shouldn't allow ourselves to let people tell us, right, people in the UK are writing for no reason, blah, 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 because a lot of those families are upset they still haven't had no justice. And a lot of those families actually were out there. One of the best signs I saw at the Black Lives protest was the granddaughter actually of Cherry Gross, and she had a sign saying granddaughter. So she's out there repping for her grandma who was shot. Do you know what I mean? In her
power, man. Yeah, it's deep, man. It's deep. I know we got a major issue, bro. And all this country does, fam, what they're great at and wicked at, fam, why we're different from America, is they're wicked at the denial. America can't deny it as much as England. Like, we've got very, very similar problems, if not the same, but the way that English people won't concede whatsoever, it's amazing, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. They won't concede to nothing a black person says. It's not what you think. It's not that bad. It's all in your mind. It's all right. They're wicked at denial over this way. You know what I'm trying to show you? That's why I think
there's a lot of them. Freddie, do you think there's a lot? Do you think there's a lot, or do you think there's a small minority of them that think like that?
I think it's like 60%, fam, man. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Because if it wasn't 60%, we'd be listened to more. Like, remember what my man's argument was yesterday, if you shout for justice or you make a cry for justice, you're begging the government. So he's equating a call for justice to begging. That's how low they got us in their mind. You get what I'm trying to show you?
Fred, I love, man, and this is why I gotta salute the UK, man, because y'all brothers fucking roll, man. Y'all are writers, man, and people in America are taking notes. They are watching this shit, bro. They are watching how much y'all are writers, man. Like that picture of the black dude holding the white guy, that shit went viral. The picture of the UK people throwing that statue in the fucking river, that shit went viral in America, bro. I got brothers in California, like, man, did you see what the UK brothers did? I'm like, hell yeah, I saw all of that.
But it's not just the black brothers who done it. We had the white people. We had a few.
Y'all had allies, Natty. Allies.
And so tell you what,
allies. We have people. But they're people, bro. They're people with us. I see them out me, bro. No difference. I'm not doing no divide. I see them with me. They're my people. My people. I can't say, oh, another race helped me. Another race. No, what are you talking about, bro? We're all of, you know what? I see my people helping me. I saw a different race against me. They're the people I will say, they class themselves as a different race. When I see them.
Reptilian. They're probably reptilian, Natty. They might be reptilian.
You don't understand.
I'm not gonna lie, still.
That one, I'm not with the whole we're all one race thing, but no, I'm joking. No, respect to everyone. We're all one human race, but
no, not one race, one people. Sorry, guys. Yeah, that was mad for me to say that. Yeah, we're one people, man. If you're my people, you're my people.
I kind of understood what you're saying, Natty, man, because obviously I looked to the left, I looked to the right. It was like very, very similar. Like it was all mixed, melting.
Natty's gonna always include
the thing, Fred, right? If we're marching, and these people wasn't with us,
let's get him come in 1 minute, fam. Sorry, brothers.
Let's come. I was just gonna say, yeah, especially with the statue thing, right? So I went to university between 2010 and 2013 when that statue movement was first getting going. It wasn't just about statues; it was about all sorts of memorabilia of colonialism within just the UK education system, but across the country, basically. So you had statues of Rhodes, people like Colston, all of these different slave owners, and so on and so forth. But not only that, there was a big campaign, and you can probably still look it up on YouTube right now, called Decolonize My Curriculum, that was a part of that. So this thing about putting those statues down, what you saw that day, it might look like it was one day instantaneous thing. But obviously, them man had ropes, they had harnesses. This is a thing that's been going on for years. Like I said, that's 10 years since 2010. Do you know what I mean? That people have been starting with this campaign. And whilst a lot of people see the statues and they think, what's the point of that, and so on and so forth, like Born Rich was saying, those images went viral. It was a very strategic thing to do. Now, the problem is the opposition start trying to make the whole thing about statues. And we have to remember, keep it focused, that it wasn't about statues. Those statues themselves were representatives or representations of specific part of the system that we're fighting against and that we want to pull down. The same way we pull down the statue, we want to pull down the whole system. That's really should be the message. But yeah, I definitely agree with what you're saying, that Adrian, in terms of when I was at university and I was in these campaigns and so on and so forth. It was definitely, they were massively black led and set up by black people, but you definitely had a lot of white allies and a lot of people of different races and different ethnicities who came together and were back in the thing in it. And like you say, those are our brothers in arms in those situations. However, like
yes. We'd be crying if we say, see, they don't care, they didn't rise with us, they don't care. I'd be saying it, yeah, they don't care, we're on our own here. I wouldn't be looking, we're not on our own.
For me,
we're not on our own.
We are, man. We ain't got no friends.
Find them people.
Natty.
We're on our own. Trust me.
Yeah.
Them
Natty.
To an extent, and then they'll stop helping when it gets too tough. Right now,
yeah. Listen to what the brother's saying, bro. Because I've been in organizations like this.
Be there with you when you say Black Power. Black Lives Matter is easy. It's a soft thing to say. It's talking about Black Lives Matter. But what would we say Black Power? Are they still going to stand next to you, or are they going to say, "Oh"?
What happens when you say Black family first?
Exactly.
You're gonna see man going up there, going up the road with that. You got what I'm trying to show you?
I like what Scatter said, because even in America, bro, we like to use words like Black excellence. We are so scared to say Black power. Everybody, this is global. Everybody's afraid to say Black power. So now we use terms like Black Lives Matter, Black excellence, Black love, Black unity. We're scared to use every phrase except we're scared to use. We're comfortable using every other term except Black power. When we say Black power, now we really ruffling some feathers.
But brothers, remember they've tried to demasculate us. They've tried to even make black man be ashamed of saying that you're black and you're proud.
Mm-hmm.
You get? I'm trying to show you. There's a lot of things they've done to the black psyche and the mind, isn't it? Like, for instance, is having mercy for the merciless. Like, there's going to be another George Floyd. There's going to be another all them names, which is such a sad thing. But we still got mercy for them. Where really we should be saying, you know what? Let's be proactive. Stop them from ever killing another black person and get it on tonight. But everybody's living in a different space, so we can't do that. You get what I'm saying? We just have to keep forgiving them every time they murder, man. It's crazy.
I ain't gonna say forgive though for it.
No, but that's what we're doing, brother, because we're gonna allow it to happen again. Because it's definitely inevitably gonna happen again, because we're dealing with homicidic and genocidic murderers. We're not dealing with regular people.
All I've got to say is this, yeah. What's happened with Black Lives Matter has bred racism even more.
Hold on, explain that. Break that down.
We're seeing it. We're seeing it. Well, before we had all this, yeah, I've never seen so many people had so many different views on something so much, and I've never seen people go far left, and I've never seen so many people go so far right in all my life.
You're natty. Let me use the words of Marcus Garvey on you. You'll never know who you are until your back's against the wall. A lot of these people had these views right from the beginning. It was only until black people started asserting themselves that they started getting threatened and started being like, oh no, now we got. It's not Black Lives Matter that made people racist. They were racist before Black Lives Matter. It's just Black Lives Matter is giving them the fear that, whoa, these black people are getting too out of their place now. Because like I said, if they got a problem with Black Lives Matter, imagine how they're going to feel about Black Power. Imagine. Always our lives matter.
They're gonna roll over and keel in the grave. I'm telling you, fam, man, they're gonna say that we're doing all types of terrorism and we're a terrorist organization. And bruv, you watch, man, when Black Power starts coming through, really, oh my god, the labels we're gonna be getting then is different.
Hey, Fred, this is how I know black anything is such a trigger for other people. I've never heard all lives matter or white lives matter in my life. I've never heard those two phrases. I've never heard them until these last 3 or 4 weeks. Never. Never.
Facts, bro.
No one ever comes on G Block and say all lives matter. Like I can rewind G Block all the way back to January.
Brother, you've been there for the start, Rich. You've been there for the start, and I'm telling you, when we're having God arguments, there's no one in there saying we're all the same. All lives matter. There's no one in there saying white lives matter or Asian lives matter or none of that. Bro.
Until we start saying Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter. Yes.
Came out the woodwork. Fact.
Yes. But just like what Scott has said, that's such a powerful quote there. Like, you ain't gonna know what's going on until you're ready. It's coming to your house. Until they're coming outside your house and your mum's got in a chokehold, you ain't really gonna understand. You know what I'm saying? It's because we got a job and we can run up and down and we can do certain things. I ain't gonna lie. I've got a nice car. I can forget about this conversation in 20 minutes. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But because we're so fucked in the mind like that, huh?
I'm saying, yeah, bro. Trust me. It's like
we're fucked in the mind, Scott. You know what I mean?
Isn't it? And getting the car. 100%. 100%. That's how the system is. And so it's only when, and that's the thing though, there's a lot of people, it's about the mentality of back against the wall, isn't it? Because I know you, Freddie, because you can have a nice car, have everything, but at a moment's notice, if the revolution's on, you're ready. Do you know what I mean? Where there's a lot of other people who have all them stuff to the point where if the revolution's on, they're still going to be trying to hold on to protecting their stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Brother, when the revolution's on, I burn that. That's the first thing to go, bro. You get what I'm saying? Because I know I ain't going back to work. There's no more work to go to. You know what I'm saying, fam? I want to get it to that stage, if that makes sense. Where I'm sleeping at your house and we're getting halves on food and you know what I'm saying, family?
So what y'all saying? So what y'all saying?
I've got a 5-bedroom house, but I don't mind sharing it because it's just me and the girl there. You get what I'm trying to show you, bro? If the shit really gets hot heated, I wouldn't mind just clubbing in and living how we used to live. You get me? And really sharing the black pound. Like, I remember when we really used to share it. Like, this ain't sharing nothing.
Oh, yeah, it's Black Pound Day, today, right? Big up Swiss for that initiative. Have you man seen that?
Seen what?
I got to love Swiss, man. I got to love Swiss because he's trying to bring back some old school vibes.
Well,
you know what I mean?
For years, though, even in his bars, he's one of the few man them that had conscious bars from the beginning to the end.
Facts. Big fucking facts. Big facts, man. And he's always got an initiative up his sleeve. I'm not gonna lie, it's proactive, bad.
100%.
You get what I'm saying? Like, them man, like to me, that narrative where we're moaning and we're bawling, that's a nonsense narrative. That's a bullshit narrative. It's a lazy stereotype. Man's never bawling about shit. Man's getting on with it, bro. You get what I'm saying? And when we get on with it, man, don't get the appreciation. You get what I'm saying? None of our black organizations are funded by anybody apart from the fucking community. You got least appreciate us for that.
And
you know what I'm saying, fam?
And I honestly think, Fred, that it has to be grassroots. I think all of our black organizations, they have to be grassroots.
But
go ahead.
But Bones, I can tell you, it's been grassroots from the fucking 80s, bro. Like, we've never had a friend. Like, I don't know what man's talking about. We're complaining.
No friends.
Man ain't complaining. Man's got schools and that. We have to fund them. That's why they're not progressive, as progressive as we'd like. Because if we got the help, we could maybe turn some of this knife crime around. We could maybe turn some of this black unemployment around. We could maybe turn some of this fucking negative stereotypes around. Do you get what I'm saying? But because they don't care about, man, we've got to do it all by ourselves, year after year.
That's a fact. I believe it. I believe it, Fred. And at the same time, while you're building your schools and building your infrastructure, you're still getting arrows in your back. They're still shooting arrows at your back. Every step you got to pull. Every step you take, you got to pull 5 arrows out your back because the haters is still shooting arrows at you.
And that's because if you look back to the 80s and the 70s and what our parents were able to do in them generations in terms of here in the UK and over there in the US in terms of the sound system culture and how the sound system culture of the US transformed into hip hop. But here in the UK, we had a massive sound system culture. But the problem is, by the time you get to the 90s, the government have caught onto it. And instead of allowing us to be able to run these big festivals, none of these big festivals you see in the UK today have been started or have some roots or foundations, especially the jungle and the drum and bass ones, in their sound system culture. But they bring out all these extra forms and all these new laws, so black people can no longer even set up their own situations where they can get money into the community and own their own things. So now you have different promoters coming in and putting on our big sound systems and our big raves, making all the money from it. And that money, back in the day, enough of them sound systems, man, used to take that money that they made off their sound systems and bring it back to the community, put it into the youth club back there during the 80s and the early 90s. I remember quite a few that I could name specifically that were funded by a man like Josh Shaka and them man there who were making big money off of their sound systems. So people, they find ways to undermine and undercut the community. So at the same time, while we're working forward, we've got a lot working against us. A lot.
I've been scattered. I remember the days we used to, trust me, we used to have to eat together, bro. You get what I'm saying? Because the Asian people used to leave the community center and we used to share the same community center them times there.
Yeah, I remember
that. I'm saying. And anyone that ain't got no food, come through. Yeah, I'm trying to show you. Yeah, like if you're struggling for dinners or whatnot, you can come through. Yeah, I'm trying to show you. I'm not talking about no idiot thing. I'm talking about community co-op where a pot's always on the fire. Do you know what I'm saying, family?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that, man.
That used to ease up mothers. That used to ease up fathers because they know they can go and get them food from some place. There's a place that's always, and there's no stigma attached to it.
I'm just trying to say, like, back in the days in England, you had no blacks, no dogs, no Irish, right? We didn't put them up there. People had small minds or who were afraid or didn't understand how the world went or didn't understand the people that were coming to the country legally into their country, asked to come to the country to make it better. Most of those people have disappeared, but most of those people have kept them same thoughts. That's all I was trying to explain to Banksy. People have got these outdated views and they don't work. This thing with Tommy Robinson with the EDL thing, yeah, it's not an old thing, but he's updated it fully because he has a hate against Islam. And that's what I'm trying to basically say, yeah. They've never troubled us. EDL have never ever troubled, from what I know, have never ever troubled the black man, gone to march against the black man and everything like that. But they've come out against the Black Lives Matter. So we know that this old way of thinking still exists. And it's not, I wouldn't say it's many, man. It's not that many because I don't know.
Brother, one of my best brethren, yeah, is a Jamaican Muslim, innit? So when man say that basically you're going after Muslims, it's only another little side fucking, because basically what they do is they set up the play in it. So it's only like a little another side bar just to go at black people as well. Because you're gonna because if you're Muslim and you're black, you're finished. Do you get what I'm trying to show you, bro?
Yeah.
So it's basically they've only just devised another reason to come down on man 10 times harder. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Yeah. So it's like
it's racism anyway. It's racism. So we should march. When it comes to them things, we should be with the Antifa. We should be with them because it's racism again. It should be stumped out.
Man been with them from the start, from the 80s, fam. Because there's no division when it comes to that. You get what I'm saying, fam? Because we used to share the same we used to share the same community centers as Muslims and all that. This is back in the days. You get me? We've never had a problem with them at all. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? That only in terms of economics, maybe. You get what I'm saying? Where they could have shared a little bit of the wealth. But other than that, you get me? And I'm not even bad, man.
What about the new generation? Freddie,
do your thing.
Freddie, what about the new generations, though? Yeah, because
the new generation, they know better, innit? The new generations are learning.
Yeah, they're learning, but even like up Walsall and everything like that. I mean, Dave Smith did make a good point yesterday, man. Like, it was Asian versus blacks up there at one point.
Yeah, definitely, bro. Definitely, the tensions has been rife up them ways, isn't it?
Right.
I can only speak
because
for London. That's where I am.
Yeah.
You do have a lot more of that segregation, Asian, blacks, and white people in all the 3 different groups in different communities. And in Birmingham, there's historically been issues. There was that riot in Oldham and stuff like that back in 2000. There have been, look, it's not like Freddie's saying, in London we've had a different thing. In London we've had the history, even back in the day when you had the British Black Panther Party with Olive Morris and a lot of them lot. You're talking about Asians being members of the British Black Panther Party as well, and not just small members, prominent members. Do you know what I mean? That's down here in London. But I do understand that up in the north, it has there are different dynamics in it, and not even just in the north. There's certain parts of northwest, like around my parts of northwest London, where certain like the shopkeepers of certain shops and certain business owners are seen by certain parts of the black community as exploiting the community. So there are certain types. There are some frictions there, but it ain't the same thing. And at the same time, like I always say, like when black people want to talk about, for example, the Islamic slave trade, I have no issue about doing that when it's black people who are doing it. But when we're getting actually put on our back by white people saying, hey, look at those Muslims over there, I've got an issue with that, because that's us losing our own autonomy and our own agency. We are able to critique Muslims within our community or Islam within our community, as well as we're able to critique Christianity or anything else in our community. We don't need someone else from outside the community coming and telling us. And so when Dave Smith come on the other day and tries to stoke up some tensions between blacks and Asians on this panel, it's clear what he's trying to do in it. It's a divide and conquer distraction strategy. Like, Rad, no one.
But I also had to tell him about what what happens on the other foot, because he likes to talk about the other things, but he doesn't like to talk about the other issues. See, I'm free to talk about, there is a black on black crime going on in London. There is a lot of black on black crime going on in London. Yeah, Dave. So what about the white people then? Oh no, we're free. We don't do nothing.
But family, they don't get the statistics straight though. There's a black on black crime issue from 16 or 16 to 26. It's a 10-year gap. You get me? Enough of the man after they reach the ages of 26, if they reach the ages, God bless them. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Right, bro. So if you get the statistics, you can make a better picture and present a better fucking argument.
Yeah.
A bit more respect.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Like I even said to him, like, I mean, like with this paedophilia thing, bro, like you guys are in the race for that. That is but I'm trying to say to him, are you a paedophile? No. Well, how do I know? Well, but then stop trying to like go out, like to see some people, they don't actually go out with people, integrate with people, See, I've integrated with loads of people.
Hey, brother, let's say all of these people on the panel right now can certify that I've had a woman. You get me? Yeah. I'm Natty, you're new to the game, innit? But I've been talking to Rich and Scattered for a little while, and I know they around women regularly. Yeah, I'm trying to show you. And if you can get that balancing argument, you're around a woman and you're not just around your computer, masturbating and all that, and you can get a balanced argument and you've got a life, I'll more listen to you. But the people that ain't got a life and just stay around the computer typing, they've never had a child or anything, those people, you're not relevant. You're relevant to me.
That's it.
Do you know what I mean?
100%.
That's it.
I
mean, because Banks is older than me, I've been taught to respect like the older people. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's how I've been brought up.
I've got him as a straight racist. All his respects out the window, bro. I've got him as a straight racist.
You ain't gotta respect him. He's a sucker, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he's a fool, man.
Fuck you ever respect Banksy for?
Can't respect nobody that says some of the things that come out of his mouth. Like, and at that big age he's at, like my brother Fred just said, yeah. If you're 14 or 15 and you're on these panels doing the stupid trolling thing, I get it. When you're a big man,
yeah.
Now, it's a bit. I can't respect it. I can't respect it.
Man, D-Boys is 60.
There's no way I can respect keep it up. Trolling. I can't respect that trolling from her and Wendy and all that. How the fuck can I respect Wendy? Look how old she is, bro. And you're coming on it. You're bitter.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. The gift that my family had passed down to me is identifying when someone's respecting you. So just because you're older than me, I will give you respect. But when I start hearing the nonsense, man, I don't see your age. I see it declining like a child.
Yeah, but Natty, I know for a fact, bro, you ain't 55 yet. Innit?
Not yet.
Scattered ain't 55 yet.
No, you can
Rich ain't 55 yet.
Natty is 53. You can tell he got his shirt off.
Nearly there. That butcher shop look is gone out anyway. But what I'm saying is differently, right? None of the men them are reaching granddad era ages and online trolling about other people's nationality or their race. You're sick in your mind if you're doing that. Trust me, brothers. I swear to God, you're a mental case. If you're on here trolling about people's race at 50, at granddad ages, go and hang yourself.
That's a fact, man. I ain't gonna lie, Fred. If I'm on here at 50, like I'm enjoying myself in my 30s right now, Fred. But if 20 years from now, you're still saying, "What's up, Born Rich" on the panel, tell me to kill myself.
Something's gone wrong, man. Something's gone wrong in my life, Rich. I'm not gonna lie, bro, man. Something went desperately wrong, and I just had to. I don't know. The only way to keep me going was coming on air, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, if I ever come on this panel and say, "Hey, family, this is my grandson," hey, say, "Born Rich, get off this fucking panel right now and kill yourself."
Yeah. Do you know what I'm trying to show you? Like, I've got to mute up because the grandkids are in the back. Get the fuck off the thing and go and look about the next generation.
If you're that age, I don't even mind if you're online, yeah. But what you should be doing online is complete. Like you should have a nice platform already set up for the younger generation to come through, or you're doing maybe you're just doing something to reach out to old people, because they're lonely at home, and you're doing a serious thing.
You know the only thing I'm doing that age, ain't it? You're sick and you're whack, but you've got mental issues definitely. Because the only thing you should be doing is a sewing club or a reading class or a bedtime story for the youth or something else.
There you go, Fred.
Not chatting shit. Not chatting.
100.
You get what I'm saying?
Trust me. It's sad, bro.
Yeah, bro. The other night when that circus arrived, bro, I was just thinking, boy, you know, if your kids see this, like later on back in, like, they're gonna disown you, man. They're gonna think, "Mum, why did you come up on there all drunk, like with your man all kissing you up and doing all? What is going on with people,
this is
bro?"
Why we need the racial register,
and they're trying to say how we behave.
I know, Natty. This is why we need the racial register, so we can put these people in the register. Man can get the timestamps of the videos they make, and man can get the quotes or the messages off of Instagram and all of these things outlets, and man can put them up to see that these people are blatantly racist. These are the quotes they've said out there.
We've got power in different ways. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, so
you know
Fred,
Fred, yeah, because even their own people won't deal with them.
Hold on real quick, Natty. Now y'all stumbled into something. I want to ask you, Scatter Minds, like, how much effort and energy should we put into trying to, I don't know if we're trying to convince a racist person that they're racist, or are we trying to make a racist person see racism? How much effort should we put into that, Scatter?
We shouldn't put any, to be fair. Like, I'm gonna lie. I get drawn out sometimes on these panels, and more time I do it because I'm bored and I got some free time to do it. But like you're saying, for me personally, they're never gonna see. And I like with some of the people in question who have been mentioned here today, I don't want to mention them, but just to say, when I think like when I hear them talking, I was like, I'm thinking to myself, either you are like completely stupid, like so dumb, like you're on the verge of like mental illness with your dumbness, or this is just a very smart tactic to just distract black people and keep us talking BS to somebody who doesn't care, will never care, and is only here just to troll. And I think it's probably the second. Like, I think that's what it is. But you know,
you're right. You're right, You're right.
No, I love it, Fred. And I mean, Scatter. And I love what Fred does, though. I ain't gonna lie, because sometimes I find myself trying to have serious conversations with him, and Fred would just jump on the panel and troll him. And then a lot of times I would just jump on the panel and just troll him. But sometimes I find myself trying to really have conversation with people I know in my mind, in my heart. I know they're racist. But
because I come from one of the most racist places in London, East End. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? We had to diversify that. I'm telling you, bro, that place was a fucking shithole before we came in and tried to show some light on it. You get me? East London's always been dark. We ain't got no underground station. You get me? So it's like the place has always been away. You get what I'm saying, fam? And I've grown up in that place from the 80s, so I've seen the changes and how we've brought it along and made it what it is. You know what I'm trying to show you? So, yeah, because everybody ran away in the 80s and went to Essex, innit? And left us to deal with it all.
No, I love it, Fred.
Yeah. That's what we have to be proud for. That's why I'm proud. That's why I'm proud for what my ancestors have done here and what I've done here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I feel you. I feel you, Fred. And that's why I respect.
Like, you see Walter, yeah? You see Walter. Walter's got this cup, his image of the holy man holding a cup of holy water.
Yeah.
Now, all what I had to say was, I don't agree with you, Natty. I don't agree with you. But then he starts talking all this. He's a Christian, but then he starts talking all this stuff that ain't Christian, like. So you're right. You know what? Once he's made up his mind, I know I'm not even going to bother with him because he's gone. Because there's some people are so far gone, they're gone, bro. And you can't bring them back.
That's why I don't pet them, fam. I don't pet you on your head because I know you're racist. I've brought up with managers, you know, fam. It's normal for me to even say please and thank you and I'm sorry, innit? Like if I fuck up, I'll tell you I'm sorry straight away. Cause I ain't got too much pride to do that. You get what I'm saying? But these people, I know they ain't got no love, no manners, no respect, no nothing. So I just get on their neck straight away. Do you get what I'm trying to show you?
All right, Veli. One time.
Yeah, I mean, look, you got all these holy people, yeah. You got holy people, holy man, right? They come along, they're like, yes, brother, yes. You say something you don't like, next thing, you're gay, you're faggot, you're fucking this. What happened to the holy man?
That's a fact, man.
Oh,
I ain't gonna lie.
Do you get what I'm saying, Born?
Yeah, no, I ain't gonna lie, man.
Yes, Somali SS is right. Anyone that comes on here claiming to be holy, they're not holy, bro.
Fact, man. Hey,
not holy.
Natty, if you're on YouTube looking for the holy people, you're in the wrong place, homie. You in the wrong fucking place, bro.
Yeah.
I learned that. I'm in Islam, Christianity,
yes,
Judaism, Rastafari. If you're looking for the righteous people, YouTube ain't the place. You pick and choose who you rock with, and you stay there. You hear me?
Just keep the circle tight, man. Just keep the circle tight. My circle's like Princess Dominique. You know what I mean? So you know that circle already. Just the basics. You get me? Scattered. Just keep the circle tight. Like everyone else can go and do one. You know what I mean?
Having your skirts in. So you lot are sexist and ageist, yeah?
Sexist and what, Jupiter?
Grandmothers should stay at home just knitting, yeah?
I think so. Right?
Yeah. You got a lot to learn.
What should the
I'm not doing it today. Big up, big up, Ben.
Yeah, I'm gone, man. I'm gone.
Nah,
man,
don't leave,
I can't learn nothing.
Come on, Fred.
Nah, I won't learn nothing, fam. I need to learn things because she's already misquoted what we
I
said.
might.
So
You know what?
she don't want to. She don't want to
yeah.
have any conversation. She just wants to come in there and try and do the white domination.
Opinion.
You know what I'm trying to do?
I hear you, bro.
So I'll just leave her to it, man. I'll leave her to it. Man, them, love and respect, yeah. Guidance, let's get all the chat.
I'm doing an all-day black business.
Yeah, I just saw it pop up, so I'm gonna fly over there quickly.
Yeah, I'll be back soon.
All right.
Salute.
Love.
Look.
And then there were 3. And then there were 2.
Well, let's go talk. We're gonna talk about black economics. We're gonna talk about black we're not talking about all lives matter economics. We're gonna talk about black. We're talking about shaping black, Jupiter. If you don't have anything to input, can you input something on black economics or not, Jupiter?
Depends on what you're talking about. Let's see.
So, do you think black people should make it their business to support other black businesses?
It's up to them where they spend their money, as long as they don't. That's going to be financially viable.
Yeah, no, it's viable for us to only deal with black business unless we absolutely have to. If we have to go to Tesco's, if we have to go to Tesco's, we will go to Tesco's. But besides that, I'm gonna go get my toilet paper from Natty 2 Dread. I'm gonna go and get my my cleaning supplies from Veli. I'm gonna get my
And whatever you're doing, I'm gonna get from you, Born Rich. Whatever you're doing, Born Rich, I'll get from you.
Thank you, my brother.
I think it's a brilliant idea. You're segregating yourself, and I think that's good.
Yeah.
Not segregating myself.
But I think
something I want.
You will be, yeah, you will be.
No, we're not segregating ourselves.
Cheaper.
We still gotta go to Tesco's.
That's what you want, then you're entitled to do that. But when it all goes tits up, don't come running back.
No, it's not that. Jupiter, if you sell bras, right? If you sell bras and my black sister run out of bras, then I'm gonna tell my black sisters to buy bras from you, right, Jupiter? If we're not segregating ourselves, because we will still buy bras from you, but only when Tosh runs out of bras, then we'll shop with you, Jupiter.
Yeah, bless up.
King, God King.
Yeah.
What's up? So you need to spend your money in the main community, which is slightly strange.
You said what?
Right. Let me ask you something. Jupiter. They've got kosher shops, yeah? Jewish go to kosher shop. Do you think that's wrong?
Do I think it's wrong that
they've got halal? Do you think that's wrong? Yeah. Do you think it's wrong?
If they're only allowing just Jewish people to buy in their shops, and it's only for Jewish people, then
no, anyone can buy. Anyone can buy.
Anyone. Like, money is green, Jupiter. Money is green. So if I have a black business, Jupiter, I'm never going to turn down your dollar or your pound. I'm never going to say, Jupiter, take your money and leave. No.
Yeah, you're not like business.
Buy my product just like
what's she calling you now? Business separatist or something?
Yeah, I think it's.
Oh my God! Here we go.
A lot of white people.
No.
Anyway.
No,
so
Jupiter.
all these people with empire is Duncan Valentine a business separatist? Is Peter Jones a business separatist or segregated? Yeah, of course they are. How you feel? That's how you keep the wealth.
I just said I think it's not how you keep the wealth.
So for example, Natty just said to Born Rich, we're going to spend within each other, like, you know what I mean, between in a group. So the money's always going to come back.
Yes, and I know exactly what the rest of the community will do. So yeah, it's a brilliant idea.
No, Jupiter can spend her money in my shop. Now security may profile her. No, I ain't gonna allow Kingo. Kingo, I can't guarantee Jupiter that my security won't racial profile her, but her money is more than welcome in my shop. You hear me, Kingo?
The minute that people say they're only spending their money in investing in just black people, is the minute I stop buying my stuff in the African shops.
Listen, if you start growing ginger, garlic, all them vital herbs, that's enough. Like you could spend, that's like majority of what you, well, a little bit of what you're gonna buy anyway, and vegetables, if you're really honest. So you can really keep even within food as well. That's like, obviously you can buy a bit.
You say that you're only investing in just your own culture.
You can start the
Sainsbury's to get the same stuff that I pay extra for in the black shop. So I would just go to the cheaper wholesaler.
No, but that's not the point. It doesn't matter.
The moment that I go and spend my money on, the minute I know they're being selfish and doing it just for self, then I will say no, bollocks to you. You don't want to be
Jupiter, you don't do that. Don't stop, Jupiter. Stop, Jupiter.
As long as you don't leave any bad feedback on our site.
Kingo, please let me land, brother. Listen, Jupiter, when you go to any other shop you go to, you do not ask them, where is this money going to? You don't know what they're doing with that money. When you go to a shop and it's all Asians behind the counter, you spend your money and you don't ask them Asians, hey, does this go back to the white community or the minority community or the black community? You don't ask them none of that. You spend your money, get your product, and get the fuck out of there, Julie.
Everyone knows it goes back to the Asians. They only employ their own.
So what's wrong with that? So if black people or white people only employ their own, there's nothing wrong with that.
You see people doing weekly shops in the Asian shops, really? Unless they're really poor and get it on tick.
You said what? What, Jupiter?
In Britain, do you see people going to the Asian shop?
There are some
buying a whole week.
Jupiter, there are some people. Jupiter, there are some people in who aren't like you and do go to different shops and do it. It's called a choice. What we're doing is we've got a choice. You could come to the shop. You don't have to come to the shop. It's up to you. It doesn't say black only shop. It doesn't say black only people. Right, we're not doing what you guys done. It doesn't say no whites. It doesn't say no whites.
No Irish, no niggers, no dogs.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But what you're saying is you don't want to spend money on white shops, so white people will just say they won't spend their money.
You're not saying that.
Say that.
No, we didn't say that, Jupiter.
Right. So then, why are you saying that you're keeping the money within the black community then?
Because we need to do something with it for ourselves.
So why not just
rather than complaining, yeah, and ask for handouts and stuff like that. We want to build something.
Yes, why not just say that you're just going to start opening up black businesses? Why didn't you just leave it at that? Why say we're going to have?
That's what we're going to do. So we're going to have landing sites, websites. You know, Tom Jones intros with a bit of music. Everyone's a winner, baby. You know what I mean? Yeah, and you can come in and have the whole black experience. Hey, Jupiter wants a black experience.
Are you on the question? All right, fine.
No. But that's what it means, right? He's what, you know what I mean? Especially if you're growing your own stuff. Look, if you're growing your own stuff, no one can spray that with Roundup.
Okay,
no one can spray that with these deadly.
Can you answer me this? You know, Jupiter. You've got places called the Irish Club.
Can you answer?
They're like pubs, and then you've got the British Legion. You've got things called like the British Legion, the Irish Club, blah blah blah, etc. Everyone's got their own thing.
British Legion, everybody
like
can
I
go.
Said to you, you've got koshers, you've got kosher shops, you've got.
Hold on a minute, British Legion, anyone can go there. Anyone can become a member.
But don't forget, Jupiter. We're still going to be paying our taxes towards the economy as well. We'll still be paying our taxes. So what's the issue?
Opening up black-owned
shops. It's not damaging you, is it? Well, how's it damaging you? It's not damaging you.
Can you even hear what I'm
It's not
saying?
going to damage the British economy.
Can you even hear me?
I can, but it's
Okay.
just
So why does everyone
I
keep
can, but
talking?
it don't make sense.
When you ask me a question, I answer. And you talk over me. I ask a question and you talk over me.
No, he
What's your
wasn't. He
question?
wasn't talking over you, Jupiter. All right, man. Listen, yeah, Jupiter. Don't you being victim. You being a victim mentality. Stop, Jupiter. Don't be a victim.
I know I'm a
Me Too movement. Stop
I'm
it.
a big victim. Yeah, I'm a big victim.
Come on.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I suffered
don't be a
racism.
victim.
I'm a big victim. Yeah, I'm a big
Victim now, man.
That's victim mentality, Jupiter.
It's terrible, isn't it?
No, don't be a victim. Be a patriot. Like, be a patriot. Come on, Jupiter. Be a patriot.
Everywhere else.
Be a patriot.
Oh, Jupiter, we could do with some work experience, you know, in there as well. You can come in and
I don't think I'd work in a shop.
Are you in it? Oh, come on, you'd be supporting
My
the black
parents owned
community.
a shop in Wales. Why would I want to work in a shop?
Well, if I did an all black restaurant, Jupiter, you're more than welcome to wash dishes.
Really?
If you want to.
Yeah, you're all right. You're all right. You can keep the smell of your plastic, right?
Cleaning that house, you can clean that floor if you want.
You're more than welcome to wash dishes, mate. Come on, you know what I mean? Like, good plan, man.
Yeah, no thanks.
And then, you know, within a couple of years, you'll see. Within a couple of years, you see Scattered, you see Shaq arrive, all driving past you in Speaker's Corner in Bentleys, saying, "Yo, bless up," from throwing £10 notes out the window. You know what I mean? So yeah, so it can benefit you.
Yeah,
you can be picking it up like it's what do you call it? The maze or something, crystal maze, the money maze. Huh?
Is that the epitome of the pinnacle? Is it? Is that the pinnacle to drive a Bentley?
Yeah, man. Of course.
Might be.
You know, and, you know what I mean. Some of them might have some nice white ladies hanging out the window. You know what I mean? So
what makes you think that
supporting the white community as well?
What makes you think I haven't been in high-powered cars before, or owned one, or
I wasn't trying to imply that anything. I was just clearly just highlighting the fact that I think the group of economics should be coming up soon.
All I'm saying is,
and I'm sure it's being done already by a number of people.
Why be antagonistic and
but
say
with online, I can see a movement happening.
What's it like?
It's not that the business is about black people. It's a black business, and we wouldn't even.
I don't have a problem with
business. No, listen.
People starting up businesses. I don't have a problem at all with starting up a business. And Born Rich has just said he's going to come and call for me.
Natty,
he says I'm going to buy some of your CBD. He says I'm going to buy some of your CBD.
You don't listen, do you? You don't listen. You just talk over people. I just told you. I haven't got a problem with it either. I'm asking something specific. Why don't you just say you're going to open up black business? Why did you use the phrase they're going to open up black business for black people?
Who said that, Jupiter?
You did. That's what you said. Right?
Are you good at massaging?
I never said that, Jupiter. I had a business in America. I ain't gonna lie. I had a chicken spot. Jupiter.
It looks like he needs a massage.
No,
Y'all not hear me? Yeah, I'd say Natty's looks like he needs a massage, Jupiter.
No, I had a chicken spot, Jupiter, and you know who I sold.
Natty's got a partner. I don't want to go anywhere near that.
Natty's got a hard on. What?
But at the end of the day,
what?
At the end of the day,
did you say Natty's got a hard on?
No.
Yeah, hear me. No.
What?
No.
Yeah,
Why that? That's disgusting. I said I wouldn't go anywhere near him or his cock. I've heard where it goes.
I thought you said what that. No, because I just said that.
Oh, I've heard where it
I
goes.
said something about he needs a massage.
I wanted to ask a question. I want to ask a question.
All right.
I want to ask a question.
Oh,
Why
but Jupiter, you know what? Your husband was talking about the same thing the other night. He was talking about that.
You can't hear me.
Hold on. You got some super slow hearing, fam. Yo, Natty, catch up, beat. Yo,
put a shirt on.
Yeah.
Put a shirt at.
Trust me, you turn the volume up. Like I was saying, what it sounds like why shouldn't the people that were saying creating black business and circulate and all that sort of stuff, why shouldn't they do that sort of stuff?
Why shouldn't they do what?
Like what you were disagreeing with.
I haven't got a problem with black people owning businesses. That's not a problem for me. Why would I care if black people own businesses?
So what did you have a problem with then?
The language that he used when he said black businesses for black people. It's like saying, oh, right, what we're going to do is we're going to own black businesses and we're only going to circulate our money in the black
community. In the black community.
Wait. Let her finish, guys.
Right? And for me, I just think, yeah, don't have to do that, but it won't be beneficial for you lot then, will it, if you do that?
Yeah, of course it will be. It will be beneficial to the black community. It will definitely be beneficial to the black community if they open up business and they circulate the money between their community. And of course it will be beneficial for no one else but the black community.
I just want to ask the panel a little question still.
So do you think,
Can I ask the panel a little question 1 second?
Yeah, go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, I'm going to answer and then I'm going to go off. Do you know any 30-somethings or let's say 20 to 40? Yeah, and they're online with Jupiter's views.
Oh.
Right. So you saying it's the older Caucasian people?
Outdated Caucasian people. Not the older ones, because the older ones have still got sense, you know.
Yeah,
it's the outdated ones. Yeah, you're never gonna get a 30-something come on here with her views about life. Her problem is black people won't want. Her problem is we don't want to spend money in white shop. That's all. That's the only problem. 1 second. I'm speaking to Rich, and then I'm gonna go. I don't want any interruptions, please.
You said that you wanted to speak to the
panel. I don't want an interruption, please. I don't want to speak to you. Listen, hey, Veli, can you regulate her? Because I'm only going to be 5 seconds.
You be regulated.
Hey, Veli, tell her to be quiet and have some respect.
You have some respect.
Vel, you're going to step in and tell her.
Yo.
Mute her, bigger.
What you saying?
I'm not going to be around for long, you know, fam. I just want to say what I'm saying to Rich and that, and then I'm gone. So if she's going to keep interrupting with her white privilege, tell her to leave, man. But what I was saying is you're gonna find, God bless, you're gonna find her views are so outdated, bro. Like when you go on the street, Bigger can take his phone out and quote her word for word and ask any white woman on his high road, does he agree with this? And she'll shake her head and say no. What do you think, Biggs? Bigger.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll find any but there will be some though.
There'll definitely be some, but they won't be brave enough to ever come. They won't be brave enough to ever come on this panel. They're a small minority of people, bigots.
I love it.
And they're not young. They're not young.
They do exist.
If they are young, they're hiding with it.
Now, if you go onto Fake's channel,
what I wanted to find out, what I did want to find out though, was what was the issue with
black people
with this social language with what was the language with the black businesses circulating the money between their businesses, because obviously that's how you build
she had a problem with us. She had a problem with us. She didn't have a problem with us having the business. She had a problem with us keeping our money. So she didn't mind us spending. She didn't mind us fucking taking money and circling it amongst ourselves from once we just keep spending with them. That was her problem, innit? That's what I gathered what her problem was.
Fred, and then she put words in my mouth. Pause.
No,
she said that I said we're gonna have a black business that we only deal with black people, and I'm telling her no. Money is green. Like
we want your money, but we're not spending with you. That's okay, isn't it?
Exactly.
We want your money, but we don't want to spend with you.
I had a business before, Fred. I did not have a sign outside my business that said no whites. I didn't have that sign.
It's true. I want your money, but if I can find a black supplier to go to, I'd rather go to him. I'm not gonna lie. I'll take all your money all day long, but if I can ever find a black supplier that's got good rates, I'm going to him, man.
Imagine the benefit of, hey, Fred, imagine the benefit of you not having a future neutral goal that you as well on top of that. So a neutral a future investment that you're going to see that you can actually where you can bring the money as a whole. Obviously you can generate, you will be able to have a pot that you'll be able to put money into to then further invest.
The only woman I've seen with her hate online, the only white woman I've seen with her hate online is that little ginger woman. What's that? I can't remember their name, but she's different with it. Hangs around with Tommy and all them. Fully gassed on the racism, but it's more towards.
Hey, listen to this, yeah, because this is a thing that is like, I don't understand why some people, anytime say like we're on the panels like this now, where we're talking about all the people that's got businesses should try to spend with each other's businesses and start services so we can spend money and put money in each other's pockets, which will entail able for us to all make profits, do well for each other, and build up our businesses plus our communities. Yeah. People say, what's the worth of keeping your money in your community?
Joint interest and investment. It's not like I don't understand really.
Bigger.
You have to question that.
Kingo, it's the close proximity, right? If I have to live here with my family, I got 3 fucking kids, bro. If I have to live in this community with my family, why am I not spending the money in this community to make sure that this community is going to build ourselves up and look out for not only me, my children? Like
it's a whole new life. It's a paradigm shift. You got to understand that delivery is going to be your main.
What I'm asking is why not? That's what I'm saying. Not why. Yeah, what's the worth? I'm saying why shouldn't you? Why shouldn't people do that?
Exactly.
Why shouldn't any people do that? Why shouldn't they? And then if you can give reasons why people shouldn't do that. Wait, hold on. If you can give reasons why people shouldn't do that, and there are actual reasons like that we can sort of say, that's actually right, then we can sort of look at that and say, well, all right, that's the reason why we shouldn't do that. But until then, I don't see why we shouldn't try to open up businesses, services, and try to supply each other. I'm saying that to build them services and
no doubt about
that.
Yes, and it creates for the future, so we can give the kids from our generation, we could sort out the problems with the knife crime by saying, hey, listen, you're fighting over money. What are you doing it for? Money? Come here, we've got a job for you. Instantly, come on, look, we could do this. Look, you can have a business. Exactly. I've got it. We could show them a different side.
Facts.
100. They're the positive things about it.
That's what they want.
So it will help your community. It will help your community because then it'll be less dull. So there'll be less people on the dole. We're sorting it out.
More people pay taxes. More people pay taxes, More people employed and less crime obviously equals more harmony between the intermingled communities that live together.
No, bigger.
And it causes
Hey, Bigger, I love the fact that you said less crime, right? Because they always say that black community, it has a high crime rate, right? But maybe if we had jobs and money for these children to get, then it would be less crime. And now you can't say what about black on black crime? You feel me? Now when we say y'all are killing us, you can't look at me and say, what about
Yeah.
black on black crime? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. So we'll turn these hoods and we'll turn these ghettos into something more. We'll sort it out. We'll give opportunity to these hoods and these ghettos where you're talking about low poverty.
Yeah.
If we have white shops for whites only, is that okay then?
Say it again, Jupiter.
It already happened. Yeah, it already happened.
If we have white shops for whites only, is that okay?
It already happened. That's not what he said. Because, wait, hold on. Let me finish here, because, like, again, you're strawmanning the argument here, because that's not what he said. He didn't say having a black shop for blacks only. He said opening up black businesses and circulating the money between the black community. So trying to spend with another black business, so their business starts to flourish as well as your business is flourishing as well. It doesn't mean anyone else can't come into the business.
It's the white community.
It's not. Wait. It's not. Wait, hold on a sec. Yeah, I won't finish yet. It weren't about one. We're only going to have a business where only one race can come in. Really and truly, yeah, that's economic suicide. Because if you're refusing money, yeah, then that's not doing good business. That wouldn't make sense anyway.
Yeah, I want.
No one would do that. No good business person.
I want your money, but I'm not spending with you. That's the only thing.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I'm saying no business person, yeah, no smart business person, yeah, would open a shop and refuse money from people that can afford to spend from their shops unless they've got a customer list of people that they know that the stuff is already fulfilled to be sold for, and they're not looking to expand. I get
that. Obviously, I get that. So, if all the white people allow you to come and spend in their shops, but they stop coming to your shops, is that okay?
Yeah, they can spend their money where they want.
Yeah, that's the choice. They can do anything they want to do. I'd have it in an ideal world where I take all the white people's money and I don't spend a penny with them. That's how I'd have it.
You see what you said about?
You get what I'm trying to show you, Phil? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Phil?
Yeah, Freddie, I can hear you, cuz. Yeah?
Okay.
But listen to this answer, Freddie. Yeah. Why I was trying to talk about that, yeah, and Jupiter said something about, you would just go to Sainsbury's or somewhere like that and spend your money, yeah. And I'm saying that, something like that, yeah, that shuts down the small local businesses of the people, like the. So if there's a guy with a local shop, yeah, and all the people start going to Asda and Sainsbury's and so, the local shop has to close down. You get me? So that's shutting down local business and putting money into the big conglomerates, multinational companies that have got 1 million shareholders that don't care about the community. So really and truly, it's going to benefit the people of whatever community they live in to be spending money in their community. So the people who are receiving money in their community actually care about their community and do things for the community to benefit.
Yeah.
So in a nutshell, if we can take from everybody else and spend it with ourselves, we'll be all right. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is,
what you're saying, Phil? In a nutshell.
One second, Jupiter. Let Freddie.
Yeah, because the victim thing is crazy, man. You're not a victim, Jupiter, man. No one wants you to go. We just have to wait your turn. That's all. Just have a bit of manners. But what I'm saying is, but in a nutshell, what you're saying is we want an intake from everybody, including white people, but we try not to spend with nobody.
I know. So if we do that the opposite way, how is that going to benefit the black businesses?
That's okay for you, because you've been doing it. That's how it is now. That is exactly how it is now.
Everyone's got a choice where to spend their money. And then it comes down to, it does. It comes down to
stop biting anyway.
And hold on a sec. It comes down to the advertising and a different competition between the two businesses. And then even the other side of it comes down to the people who who are buying from the business, the local
Right, okay,
community
so
or whatever.
let me
Whatever if they
yeah,
wait, I won't finish it. If they actually care about the future of who's going to be having more control in their place, like everyone feels like it's convenience. You go into these big shops like Asda, Sainsbury's, Tesco, and so. Yeah, it's convenient. Their prices are a little bit lower than the man who's got the local shop or whatever. But really, it's ending up with these local businesses having to close. Yeah, and obviously it's just more money going to the big 1%, which no one knows who they are, and this, that, and the other, and all that.
Okay.
And I mean that.
All right, so can I come back at you with two questions, right? So let me give you the two questions, and then I'll just wait for you to answer. So the first question is, if you did that, and the white community were to take the same stance, yeah, because the first question is that you're doing this on the premise that Britain is racist, yeah, and that you feel that because of the systemic racism, you need to put into your community to make your community better off. Is that correct?
Not fully. It's more to do with whether there's racism or not. Yeah, it's more to do with like self substance in it. So being able to take care, maintain,
self-governance, self-reliance,
for yourself. Because
Pride.
like saying, the more that you rely on someone to feed you, the more control they got over you, innit? Like, so
but Vel,
able to
at the moment, what she's describing.
If you're, I was gonna take Fred's back. Yeah, if you're able to take care of yourself, provide for yourself and your community, yeah, then obviously when you can come to the table, you can ask for things rather than you can make demands and so rather than having to ask and beg. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, self-reliance is always the way forward. But Phil, I was gonna say though, yeah, fucking, don't you think that what she's describing, where in regards to white people just having white businesses and keeping all the money to themselves, that is happening for decades?
Yeah.
Can you get a road contract now?
Right. Okay. So you're
even if you got now 1 second, I'm talking to why you keep chiming in? I haven't finished yet.
I think you were finished. Sorry.
No, wait till I finish, please. What I'm saying, is boom. Can you get a road contract now or get any major contract, even if you got all the supply goods? Even if you got all the goods right now, can you get any into any of the major industries now?
I'm not sure still.
I don't think you can. The answer is no. So what I'm saying, they already circulate their money to in their own circles. So what's the problem with us doing it? It's apparent they do it everywhere. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? Because there ain't no black banks. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's apparent that they're doing it everywhere. Do you know what I'm saying? So why don't we just jump on self-reliance and forget about what other people think? Because they're going to do them regardless.
Right.
All right, but let's keep it. Wanted to ask one more question. I'll do it.
Pick up everybody.
So
answer that one, Vel. Answer that one if you think it's apparent that that's happening now already.
Yeah. I agreed with that straight away, Freddie.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you. I didn't put no challenge to that, bro. I agreed with you, innit?
So you think at the moment that white people don't spend in black shops?
No, I never said that. I said that if you want to question what Freddie's question was here, then you can go ahead still, man. Like, but I disagreed with what Freddie was saying.
I want you to clarify for me what he means by that. Does he think that white people don't spend in black shops at the moment?
No, I don't think that's still. But
shops, I'm talking about all areas of industry. You just heard what I said about the banks and the road contracts and every other bit of industry that Britain rely on. It's not being divided with black people or black owned. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? So therefore, this money's not circulating with us.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
That's fucking common sense, isn't it?
I know what you're saying.
And that's been happening for decades, isn't it?
Oh, for God's sake. I don't know. That's what you're telling me.
You don't know. I'm telling you what it is, and I got facts to prove it.
I'm not fucking going against your facts. You're arguing with yourself, mate.
Nah, I'm just saying to you, you don't understand the obvious. You got to concede sometimes. White denial is a bitch, but you have to concede sometimes.
I'm asking.
I agree. Even though I agreed with Freddie's point, yeah, I agreed with it. So you could ask your next question, but then you went into re-question the point that you made.
Right. So if you're stating it as fact that you believe that they've been circulating the money within themselves and it's not been going into the black community, when you start up your businesses and you circulate your own money, yeah, it might seem good in the beginning because you're going to have because according to you, you're going to just keep building up businesses, yeah, and you're just going to have the money going round and round and round. But you're not going to, straight away, to cover the loss of you not spending in their shops, most people stop spending in your shops. They'll just spend in white shops. You'll end up with white people buying in white shops.
That's according to yous.
That's fine. But do you know how many Nike Air Jordans won't be like Adidas and all these type of stuff there? Like, I don't think you can understand, like, they're not black owned. So don't run away with it, Jupiter. We're just trying to do something, sort out our community, sort out the black on black crime. We've got answers to it. Okay?
I think that's outdated, you know. That view's so outdated because, for instance, sorry to cut you, Natty, music wouldn't sell. Remember, music wouldn't sell. One record would not sell. Right now, we dominate the charts. So what she's talking about is nonsense. The service we provide is unmatchable. That's what I'm trying to show you. So when we get our stuff together, every nation has to we can take from every nation and we don't have to give back. You know what I'm saying? Because we offer something that's called unique. Anybody that knows anything about business, they know about a unique selling point, and that's what we've got.
At Jupiter, all countries do this. Like
obviously,
you see where Turkey went to buy weapons of Russia.
You know what?
Listen. They can sanction. They can say, "Oh, you're not buying off us. We'll put sanctions on you." They can sanction other countries for not buying and doing stuff to do this.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying so. So my question then to you is, if you believe that this country is so racist and that's why they've been doing all this stuff,
why don't you go back home?
No, that's not what I was
it's not racist. It's not so racist, Jupiter. There's racist people here. It's not so racist.
So if there's all this systemic racism, wouldn't the racists just go, okay, nice one, we'll just buy on our own? What makes you think that these racists would come to your shop and buy your stuff?
Did you hear what I just said? Do you know anything about business? It's called USP. Did you hear what I just said? We've got something unique. Do you get it?
Okay.
Did you get that in your mind?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same as the Indian man's
like,
got
why
his
shouldn't
Indian shop.
why shouldn't like people like try to start like businesses where other people where they start spending where if they are successful, they're encouraging some of their customers to spend with other businesses that are like black or whatever. If they're good,
work, think about you. I ain't got nothing against you doing it if you really think it can work.
Yeah, but
I'm not an economist, so maybe you're right. I don't know.
Yeah, but I don't get what the issue is though. Like what with the.
No, there is none. I just know for a fact that if I heard somebody saying, right, we're setting up black businesses and we're only going to spend in black shops, then I'll be like, okay, well, I'm only going to spend in white shops, and the black shops that I presently spend in, I won't bother. I'm not saying my husband won't.
What's that?
Black shops, but I won't.
But why should any of the black businesses?
I'll tell you why I say that. I'll tell you why I say that.
But wait. But I'm saying, why should any of the people that are trying to start their businesses, or why should they care whether you're going to go to their shop or a couple of people are going to protest against it? or whatever. Like, shouldn't that be even more of a reason to fire up their shop and be doing well, sort of thing?
Well, I don't know why they don't just open their shops and just have it open to everybody. I don't understand
The
why.
shop is open though. The shop is open to everybody. It's not a. It's not a.
But then,
It's not a shop.
Yeah,
it's not a
yeah,
shop that's.
right. You're right. But
Anyone can shop there. Yeah, anyone can. Because you keep. I don't know if you're making a mistake honestly, yeah, or you're not, yeah. But you keep saying about no one can shop there. Anyone can go in the shop.
right.
Anyone can spend money in the shop. Yeah.
I think
anyone can spend.
Is that the way you're doing it? What you're basically saying is you're willing to take money, but you're not willing to spend money. You're not willing to reciprocate the trading kind of thing, and because of that, people will take umbrage at that. That's what I'm trying to express.
Who's going to take umbrage at that? Why should the business people that's if the business is
shops
if the business is going to be successful and it's going to be doing well, why should they care whether the people are going to be protesting or whatever?
What you mean the other communities? In your community, they won't. They'll probably be quite happy to begin with. But in the other communities, not only will they have lost customers, yeah, but they've also got competition. See, at the moment, it's a free market where you can start up a black business, and if you're still spending outside and trading within the white community as well, it's even though your business might be in competition, because the money's still circulating around the majority of the country, it works. But the minute you start holding on to that money, there's going to be a retraction on the other side.
So, do you say the same things? Because I remember the Indian guys probably had the same fight before when they started doing their corner shop thing, innit? You lot are taking over our shops and this, that, and the other. But they carried on going anyway, and then they got further up the supply chain where they now own the shops and they own the what they called cash and carries that supply the sweet shops and corner shops and all that now. You know what I mean? And now they got the delivery drivers that bring the food, that bring this that supply the shops. So if it was a thing where everyone's gonna so and so, it don't really happen, because there's proof in the Jewish community's done for themselves. Yeah, circulated their own money, kept their money in house, made sure that when they're Jewish, they're gonna spend with Jewish, but anyone else can come in their shop and spend with them. Yeah, and they've ended up being successful at it. The Asian community, the Indian community, have done the same thing, where they'll spend with each other, but anyone can go in their shop and they'll even smile and wave, and act friendly with you when you come in there. So they done it for the Chinese community and other Asian sort of community. They've done the same sort of thing with their Chinese restaurants and the other bits and pieces that they used to have the dry cleaners and all them sort of bits and pieces like that as well. The Turkish community done the same thing when they had the cafes. They got the dry cleaners as well. Yeah, they got different bits and pieces, other bits. The Greek community's done the same thing where they've got little Greek shops. Yeah, there's the kebab shops are all Greek or Turkish. Yeah, so every other community is doing things where they're circulating their money between their thing. Other people come in their business, but they probably spend more money in their own sort of businesses with their own sort of things, and they end up flourishing. But we shouldn't do that. It seems like, well, that's exactly what we should be doing.
Okay, all those other groups don't say that they're only going to spend exclusively in their own groups. They still shop but they still trade within the white community.
The Jewish community is owned by Jewish.
Of course they do.
The Indian community,
all of them.
I know Indians here. I know Indian dons here that don't spend money in nowhere but Indian shops only. Everything is only Indian. So I know people that do that. You know what I'm saying? Like even the Nigerian community is starting to get a foothold with the shops and that over here now. Yeah, because there's a few Nigerian shops that are running over here. There's Caribbean restaurants that are running over here. Yeah. So if the Caribbean shops can get the meat supply to their shops and that sort of thing, all that sort of locked, then they obviously got that cornered. Yeah, and the Nigerian are starting to do a couple of corner shops I've seen that of Nigerian that are selling like yam and all them sort of things there, and like some African products and so and so's. So like it's starting to happen, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like the footsteps are starting to be made. Huh?
I said, okay, you seem to be quite confident. You think you've got it all worked out. You seem to have the answers, so maybe you're right.
I don't think I've got all the answers, though. I'm just saying that.
No, but you do seem to sort of know what you're doing.
The people,
so can't argue.
No, but the people that I'm saying that the people but the examples that we're giving of the people that mainly relying on their self, they don't ask the government to do this, that, and the other, and most of the things that they ask for is they go to their own community, have a meeting, say, "Oh, we need to do this," and then they start doing this, that, and the other, building up their own shit.
I'm all for self-employment. I'm all for self-made business owners. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do that. I'm just wondering why you're taking the step of only trading within your own community. That's what I'm asking.
No, it's not trading. It's that when you're spending, if you're gonna spend whatever, obviously if you can't get it in your community, because you're gonna have to get it outside, innit? But try to make sure that you can corner monopolize the whole market of whatever you're trying to supply in it, rather than just having like right now, if having loads of barbershops, but not owning the buildings that the barbershops are thing of, innit? So you might be earning a decent amount from the shop here, but you're paying rent to someone else here, so you're feeding someone else's mortgage. Do you know what I'm saying? That, but right, if the building was owned by I don't know, so a higher class, upper class black person who was able to rent the building to an up and coming barber or whatever, then at least when my man's paying rent in the building, he's paying for the building for maybe an upper class black guy to own the building in the end, innit? Where then hopefully he'll be able to get to that next level step up when he's doing his thing in his barbershop is established in my man's building, innit? He'll be able to
the society now,
let a building to buy himself,
Sorry to cut you, bro. You know the society, all it is set up for good workers. All they want is good workers. Keep your mouth shut and come to work and build up arting, and you never own nothing apart from a couple of bricks. You know what I'm saying? And then we can tax you on the back end when you're dead and leave your family with not much. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's
but even stuff
it's designed for the hamster wheel type people. Do you get what I'm saying? We have to break.
You see that issue, like you say East London, East London, Stratford, and all that. Yeah, is a perfect example. Yeah. Asian community moved there in large, innit? Stratford, East Ham, and all that. Yeah.
Because we had white flight.
Yeah. And they had a bag of problems in it, and a lot of white people moved out, dashed out.
Yeah,
and said,
exactly.
Further east now, you get me? Yeah. So then when what? Them man started buying and trading between each other, so it didn't matter who was there. Did you get me? Like, if you know what I'm saying, like if you're able to,
I'm saying we need to
provide for the whole community.
We need to take the Jewish economic model, bro. I know it sounds harsh, but the way they deal with finance.
Freddie thinks there's a law. that the Jews all go shop at the same shop.
No,
When
I'm
you're
just
talking to a
saying. I'm
Jew,
just
it's
saying.
like, hey,
No,
make sure
one
you're not
second,
going to the
water.
white guy stuff. Gotta go to the
One
Jewish
second,
guy stuff.
water. 1 second, water. 1
No,
second.
but they
I'm
do
saying the
support each
money
other's businesses,
circulates
though.
in the Jewish
How
community
can they
crazy,
support it?
blood.
How
I've
can they
worked for
support? Do you
them.
think they buy shoes at a Jewish place? Shoes?
No, I'm
I,
saying to you, brother, it comes
Why
from
not?
Israel.
Why
Most of
wouldn't
the
they?
materials and the
but how are
cloth
they
come
gonna
from
know
Israel.
if they
Most
want
of
an
the
algo
people
pair?
that put 1 second though, bro. Most of the people that put the clothes together are Israeli. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? So like the
Oh, you
money
mean
just
Indian
keeps
and
going around in
Chinese are
one
the
big
ones who put the
circle.
clothes together?
Sorry?
It's Indians and
Sorry?
Chinese that are putting the clothes together. It's
No, I'm
coming here
saying
to our
if black
shops and then we're
people put
buying
our
it.
own clothes together and maybe copy the Jewish model, do you know what I'm saying? Because it worked for them. You get
Back in
me?
the day,
They've got a uniform.
back in the day, a lot of the
1 second,
Jewish,
1
the
second. Can
textile
I break
industry.
down what I'm breaking down,
We've been
please?
talking about.
Without you getting triggered. Let me just break it down quickly. Because
Yeah,
I'm
but
only going to just
that's what I was
say
gonna say.
my point of view. It's my point of view,
Freddie,
that's
innit?
all.
Like it's like when man are saying that, right? It's like even just the talk of right, should you start up trying to be self-sufficient, and what's the best way to do it, and so.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
just like,
saying to you, the Jewish model's ruthless.
why would you want to do
But
that? Why do you
I
want to do
know,
that? Why do you want to be
I
free? Why do you want to
know,
be self-sufficient?
I
Why wouldn't you want to
know,
help yourself? Yeah.
I know,
Why do you want to
I
help yourself?
know,
You
I
dickheads.
know,
Don't help
I
yourself.
know, I know. The crazy
Nobody's
Stay
stuff.
there
saying
and
that.
beg. Beg for more
Nobody's
benefits.
saying
Beg
is
for
that
help.
percentage.
Yeah.
The percentage of business owners are very small, and
Can I
usually
just
it's
finish off the
the
Jewish model though?
85%
Will you
of the
allow me to do
population
that
do
then,
not own
if possible?
businesses. It's just
Yeah,
that
of course
Yeah,
not.
normal.
let me finish off
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Jewish
No
model
one
if
said that. No
possible,
one said
bro.
that. No
'Cause
one
at
said
the
that
end of the
everyone in
day,
the fucking world is going to own a business. That don't make sense, innit?
nah, that's bullshit, innit? Let me just finish off the Jewish model, please, if he doesn't
Unless we all
mind.
go back to our farm
So
days.
Can you allow me to do that? Can you allow me to do that, Water?
And I would
Water, can
like
you
to
allow me to
speak.
break down what I observed of the Jewish people?
I would
Can
like
you
to speak
allow me to
after
do
you,
that?
Freddie. Okay, that's okay.
Huh?
I would like to speak after you. If that's
Thank
okay.
you, sis.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got yourself, Mo.
Basically, what I
Yes,
observed of the Jewish people is they tend to buy their own clothes. So that means there's a lot of bills cut down there because you're getting your cloth from your own country and the money circulates 4 or 5 times there. They tend to supply all the suppliers, are like whether it's building, foods, all the main necessities. So we've got clothing covered, yeah? The clothes come from your own people. You've never bought Nike Air or nothing like that. You buy moccasins from Israel, yeah? And then basically, what happens is all the food that you eat that passes your mouth comes from a Jewish place or one of the brothers. You get what I'm trying to show you? If he's not Jewish, he's Jewish affiliated. Do you get what I'm saying? You make sure that that stays in the camp. So that's food and clothes
Okay, so
covered, isn't it?
you just added another source.
And then
let Freddie finish, please.
Shelter is we all live in the same. It doesn't matter if we all live in the same house. We have to buy on the same road. Do you get what I'm trying to show you? That's the key to this team togetherness, isn't it? You have to be able to organize quickly and mobilize quickly. So if we live next door to each other, it's much better. And that philosophy there has carried them thus far. Just them 3 little principles covering our food, clothes, and shelter without any interference. We can do it. You
But
get what I'm saying?
Freddie, there's McDonald's at the end of your road. Why do you want to feed yourself? You can go and spend your money at McDonald's every day. They give you a special discount
Water
card.
didn't want to hear that still.
They
Water
can
didn't
give
want to
you a
hear that.
discount card saying, I want to help McDonald's live. Yeah.
So let me just add to what Freddie just said, because I actually lived in a Hasidic Jewish neighborhood for about 2 years, and they are very, very self-sufficient. So not only did they live in very close proximity, they had a very tight heterogeneous community, meaning Black, any group outside of being Jewish, we made up maybe 10% of people sprinkled in apartments here and there. it was so much of a tight community that their children would sometimes be unaccompanied walking the street, and they felt comfortable because they take care of one another's children. So you would see 10, 7, and a 5-year-old just walking down the street by themselves. I'm like, what they mother, what they father, what these kids with? And they just be by themselves. But in addition to the food, the clothing, and the shelter, because the food, there was nothing but Jewish restaurants, even the pizza shop. They had a Jewish man in the pizza shop. It was kosher. I guess they, pray over the cheese, or I don't even know. It was just very, very different. Everything was closed on Saturdays. Everything was according to their custom and tradition. It was black outfits that I didn't see not one Western outfit in the whole community. All of the women dressed like Jewish women dress. All of the men, white shirts, black pants, black hats, black shoes, all year round, summertime, everything. And
winter time,
listen, they had their own hospital. They had their own hospital in my neighborhood. They had their own hospital. They had their own schools, the school buses, all of the school buses driven by Jewish men, everything self-contained, and no one speaks and says they're not giving jobs to non-Jewish white people. They're not giving jobs to Asian people. They're not allowing us to feed their children in their schools. They're preparing the meals in their schools. They're doing everything. So when black people start to say that they want to do those things, leave us the fuck alone, yo. Go holla.
Can I answer a question in the chat? Yeah.
100%, sis, man.
Let me answer this question in the chat real quick.
I just wanted to say, I'm not trying
one sec, Freddie, yeah? One sec, Cuz, yeah? One sec, Cuz. Hold on, yeah? Hold on, 1 sec, yeah? Because my mum was talking about why do people wear Nike and Adidas still, and all them sort of things there, yeah? When there's not a sufficient company that's making shoes and clothes. This is all hypothetical right now. Do you know what I'm saying? No one's got no fucking markets and businesses that are able to provide all these things now. It's just like putting the ideas in the air so we can at least start to make a step in the right direction. Yeah. But at the same time, yeah, a man's gonna say, why are you wearing Nike and Adidas? Why he's wearing Nike and Adidas. You get me? So
just to let the people know,
you know what?
If you need to set the example, wait, hold on. But you need to set the example first of all, yeah, and stop wearing Nike and Adidas yourself as a religious man, and it's got Greek gods on there. As a religious man, obviously, it's got Greek gods on the shits. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so you need to make the first example and stop wearing them things there yourself, yeah. And then once we've got our factories able to provide shoes and them things there,
yeah,
Vel.
Wait, let me just say on the sneakers part. I just want to tell the people that I just want to tell you that people that there is one company that I'm aware of that is a black-owned company, and I know that it's because it's limited with designs and so forth. So if you wanted if you wanted to add it to your collection, and start patronizing a black company more. It's called Negast, Negast, and they have a website. They have hoodies. But they primarily do sneakers, and they have men's sneakers and women's sneakers. And they're not cheap. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I don't spend like $100 and stuff on sneakers. So for me, that's a lot of money. But they're not like little bobos that you could just, they ain't no $20 and $30 sneakers. They're really nice, design. They got RBGs. They got an RBG sneaker, the red, black, and green. They got but they also have like really fashionable looking stuff. So that's just a promo.
You know what? Yeah, I swear Terry's got them. Terry used to sell them.
Oh, okay.
Terry used to sell them still.
See, so like if you guys want to check, they have a website, Negast, or you could holler at Terry Riggs if I don't know if he's still selling those. But yeah, all right, that's it.
Learn the shoemaker trade. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Once people actually have their companies and are able to make these things, like obviously you got to learn from the best in the business, innit? So really and truly, yeah, it would be advisable for anyone that is trying to really get into stuff like shoemaking to try and get a job in one of these top companies that are making the shoes that everyone's wearing, so you can see how the process goes, and then you can get at least try and pirate some of the ideas to try and make your own thing. What's wrong with that? That's how the
Or
shit
you could
goes,
get a
man.
grant. And you could get a grant from the government for $60 million, so you could open up your factory and make shoes. Because most of the big companies, that's what they do.
Or I'll tell you
That's
what
why
you
you
could
can
do,
buy
yeah?
it for
You could
25.
pray to Jesus. You could pray to Jesus, yeah? You could pray to Jesus that you're going to be saved, yeah? Get water splashed on your forehead and then say,
But
yay!
what does that have to do?
I'm
What does that have to
done.
do with?
I'm
What does that have to do with? What?
What does that have to do with business? Nothing at all. So what are you talking about? It's got nothing at all to do with business and nothing at all with actually
Look,
being saved.
he's talking about we need to learn
So
how to make the shoes. Listen, the white companies, the white people aren't making the shoes either. We want black owned businesses. We don't have to have black people making the damn. We got the same people making the shoes, but it's the black for a black company.
Listen, if you guys want to live like the Orthodox community, the Jewish Orthodox community, go right ahead. If you notice that it's a very close knit thing, their business is basically family because they have like 15 kids. So they're basically bakeries, jewelry shops, and maybe some clothes shops. Now, we're talking the Orthodox here because the Jews that do not practice Orthodox religion are
You're
just
wrong.
like anybody else.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Their biggest. They make the most money. Listen. You're wrong. They make the most money in real estate. You know how much money real estate in New York City costs? They got bread. You're bugging. They own all those apartment buildings. They own all the apartment buildings that white people, Spanish people, black people, Arab people, they own all of fucking New York.
Melanated.
That was the time. That was the time.
Melanated. We've got a market over here.
That
called
was the
Camden
time back then.
Market.
In the night, they came
Now,
to North America in the 50s and the 40s.
If anyone wants,
They're lucky.
Hold on, Walter, and then I'll definitely let you speak. Right. They've got a market called Camden Market. Now, this market is been around for years. It's busy. It's vibrant. And I don't know who owned it before. Shut up, Walter. I don't know who owned it before, but it caught on fire. Now, the people who own it are Jewish. They own this market. And if anyone wants to look and check the facts, it's there. It's written. It's there in black and white. It caught on fire, and well, people are speculating like, because this had, you had Chinese food there, like £2 for, and you had Mexican, like you had all kinds of food.
Did they bring it back?
It's alive, but it's back. Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay, good.
They own it now.
That sounds sad. Like the whole thing just burning on fire. So I was just like,
what's the point?
What's the point? I'm just saying that they've brought something that generates like millions. I'm talking millions, Walter.
You're in real estate.
And fair play
real estate
and
people are renting it.
Good for them. Walter.
He's not listening.
Yeah, the whole market. They owned the whole market. They brought it.
He thinks that they're poor. He thinks that these Jewish people are poor, and meanwhile,
you think if I go rent a spot by a Jewish owned guy, he owns my business now?
Yeah.
Why would he own my business if I'm selling my stuff and I'm just renting out a spot?
He doesn't own your business, but his business
doesn't own your business, but you're paying for the spot.
Okay, but anybody can do real estate.
So listen,
only the Jews
Walter,
who know how to do real estate. Come on.
Listen, Walter. If today
you buy a house, you're doing real estate.
Yesterday you were paying £8 for that spot. If you were paying £8 for that spot yesterday, tomorrow, now that I'm the new owner, it's not £8, it's £12.
Well, you move out. But that's happens for.
But guess who's got control?
I've seen businesses.
Guess who's got
control? Seen businesses move out when your landlord starts giving you too much money. You move out.
People move out. And if people move out, people move out. I can now build blocks, flats. I could build whatever I want there because I'll say, well, look, people don't use it as a market anymore. I own it, so I'm going to turn it into this. Years of history, years of English patriotic
I can't even
history.
believe he doesn't understand the value of real estate.
Listen, I've
I don't understand how you
look at Goddard Jacob. He's in the real estate business. He sells and fixes houses, and then he flips them, and he makes money. It's not something that only one type of people could do. Everybody could do it.
No one is saying that. Is that what you're hearing?
Well, you're telling me that they own real estate. I just said that the Orthodox. You were talking about a community. You brought in the Jewish people, like all the time. Everybody always loves to bring in the Jewish people. You brought in these rabbinic Jews that live a certain way of life. They don't live like us.
I'm not individuals. I'm telling you, an entire community, and I would expand it to say that that is what the way in which they do their economics is part of their way of life.
Okay, but they have a religion behind it.
And what did Mel Gibson say? What did Mel Gibson say about Hollywood? Hollywood is owned by Jews. When Mel Gibson said that,
those Orthodox Jews, they follow their religion.
That's it, mate. His film career was done, mate. His film career was done. Anti-Semite, blah blah blah. Now I'm not anti-Semite. I'm saying good to them people, good to them. They're role models. Yeah, and anyone who's got a business and how they're doing it is how they're doing it. We're looking at a way how they're doing it. They've got kosher shops where you could say, okay, religious, so you could say they hide behind the religious, but they're going still just to their kosher shop, Jewish owned shops. There's nothing wrong with that, because at the end of the day, all the government's saying is as long as we get a slice of them taxes, it's fine. It's only you people who got a problem with other people wanting to do something, whether it's family
you can do anything
or whether
you want.
it's
The point is that you're looking at a system.
Go and do your own business, Walter.
Natty, you could do anything you want.
Go and read your Bible. Just go and study
Natty,
your
you
Bible.
could do anything you want. You don't let anybody talk but yourselves.
No, you talk. It's a conversation. You were just talking. I heard you.
I haven't gotten 10 seconds in without somebody cutting me. It's like you bring up rabbinic Jews, the Orthodox Jews, that most 90% of Jews are not rabbinic. They look like everyday normal people. You don't even know they're there. But you guys are always talking about this one group. That's like talking about the Amish people in the States. You know what I'm saying? They live in a great society there. Let's live like them.
You don't get out what?
No, because I'm not saying that Jewish people are that the only type of Jewish is a Hasidic Jew. What we are saying is that because not everyone who owns all the apartment buildings in let's say Brooklyn, those don't have to necessarily be Hasidic Jewish people. But the point is that if they're Jewish, I guarantee you they're going to identify with being part of the Jewish community. Even if they have a more secular way of living, they're part of the Jewish community, and they're probably marrying from within their own community. So
I congratulate them. Bravo to them.
What is wrong? What is wrong with us?
There's nothing wrong with it. But they're not. But listen to me.
Now you're cutting me. What is wrong with us looking at?
They're not promoting it.
Why are you cutting me? I just listened to you. Get your thought out. So what is wrong with us looking at the way in which they conduct their community and saying that because the Jewish dollar, I think it circles within the community for about a week, right? So it's not to say that they might not go to the CVS, because there was a CVS pharmacy in my community, right? It's not to say that they might not buy their cold medicine and this, that, and the third. But if they can prevent it, their dollar circulates about a week in their community. And in the Black community, it's damn near a couple of hours. That means that if I buy some jerk chicken from the jerk chicken restaurant, the person walks outside and spends money outside of their community.
Okay, but there you go again. You are lumping them together, because now you're saying that all Jews live together.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that they
How can you said their dollar goes in the same community, but so the Jews in the Hollywood,
How
the
many
Jews
black
in
people
LA,
have
the
a
Jews in
black
Toronto,
dentist?
they all live
How many
together in the
black
same
people
communities?
have a black doctor? How many black people have black electricians? How many black people
Well,
have
that could be
that's what
said
I'm
for
trying
Greeks,
to
Portuguese,
say.
and Italians.
That's what I'm
Do I
trying to
have
say.
I don't have a
So then
doctor, a Portuguese
so
doctor.
go and have that conversation with your community. What's wrong with me wanting that
Listen,
for my community?
I'm not crying.
Italians have
When I
pizza
go see a
shops, right?
doctor,
And when
it's
I
not
go into the Italian
Portuguese.
pizza
What's
shops,
Come
do you know
wrong with
on.
who's
me wanting
do
that
you
for
know
my
who's
community?
working in an Italian pizza shop?
You could have
Walter, do
a
you know who's working
doctor.
in an
You could
Italian
have a
pizza
doctor
shop
for your
serving the
community, but
Italian
when I'm
pizza?
dying, I
A
don't care what he looks like.
Swede. Yeah. You're an absolute fool, bro. You're an absolute fool, Walter.
If one day I got some disease that
If I
only
go
a
to an Indian
black
restaurant,
doctor could cure, I'm not going to be like, oh,
an
where's the
Indian
Portuguese
is
doctor?
giving me.
No. That's not what I'm saying, and you're misunderstanding.
But some people will go to Nigeria to get their stuff done. Is that a bad thing? No.
What I'm
No, it's
saying
not a
is
bad
that
thing.
the black dollar, right? Which Born Rich is here. What is it? Is it $1 billion in America? How much is the black spending power? Born Rich, where you at? Oh dang. I forget the Lady Spade, I know she knows. Put it in the chat. Says the I think it's like I don't know if it's a trillion, and I don't want to say trillion, and it might not be that high. But we have a very significant amount of, so all of this, where we're all of us are in jail and we're all criminals and all this, we have a significant amount of spending power. And there's nothing wrong with black people saying we should benefit from some of not all of our spending power, but we should patronize our own businesses so we can improve our community. This doesn't make any sense that there is resistance on black people wanting to change their situation. This doesn't make any sense.
It will help improve yourself as well.
Why would you as a Portuguese man give resistance when you hear black people saying that through economics we could improve our situation? You should be on our side. You should say that makes sense. I agree. But instead, as a Portuguese man, you're against that. Like, oh, that sounds ridiculous. You want to go to you only want to go to a black doctor? What doesn't make any sense? How could you say this is why I have issues with these quote unquote allies, man. I'm telling you, because they not for us. They're not for us, yo.
What it is because we're not complaining. No, it's because we're not complaining. It's because we're not complaining, and because we're thinking for ourselves. And I want to do something positive. They don't like it. They don't understand that. They're probably too used to us complaining about why we don't have enough money, or why I didn't go to college, or why I'm not studying. If I said, right, that's it, all I want to do is study books now, they're gonna come up and say, oh, why do you just want to study books? Why do you want to learn? Why do you want to get a brain? Why do you want to do that? Why do you want to go to college? Why do you want to go to university?
Look what Gotta Jacob just put in the chat. Thank you, Gotta. Wait, oh shit, the damn thing done moved so quick. Gotta Jacob said African Americans outspend the total market on personal soap and bath needs by nearly 19%, $573.6 million. Do you hear this? And so for us to say that we need to, one, institute businesses, and two, we need to pay, we need to patronize one another so that we as a community collectively can increase our income and change our situation. How in the world could you say, why you guys want to do that? You're just showing your hand that you're not for us. You want us to stay at the bottom. You're happy that we're at the bottom, and you want to tear down any talks of us wanting to improve ourselves. That's why I say bun fire on you and fuck you and your community too. Then
Melanated, I can't understand, Melanated, why you'd want to open up a hairdressing shop. I can't understand why you'd want to do that. I can't understand why you'd want to open up a business for. I really don't understand. Why would you want to do that for?
Listen, I'm waiting.
This is what they're
People
saying.
out there with these business ideas, You know, it might not be the same size as a Walmart, but open up your own black Walmarts if you can. Bump that. You know,
Yeah.
because don't have in your mind that nobody's gonna shop there, because you want to know what? Target is more expensive than Walmart, and Target makes money. Target's not broke. Guess what? Target's a lot nicer. I like Target's merchandise. You know what I'm saying? We have some damn Afrocentric feng shui in that mug, and get a niche of your own clientele and your own population, and people want to come in and buy damn black toilet tissue and black paper towels and
Anglo-Saxon,
stuff like that.
Anglo-Saxon traditionalists make England England again. Well, you know what? If you made that England England again, you wouldn't have nothing. You wouldn't have no spices. You know what? All you'd have is your salt. You wouldn't have no bananas. Forget your mango. Forget all your
No,
nutritional things.
listen,
Forget even
don't
your tobacco. You won't even be able to smoke tobacco because that's not English.
listen. That's what I'm saying. Let them say, don't even combat they rhetoric. Let them say, make England England again, because I'm gonna keep saying, everybody drain the West. Take your money, build up your country, wherever country you're from. And if you don't know, if you're African American, pick a country, build that joint up. Take your money, take your income, take your pension, your social security, all of it, just drain them. Get all kind of degrees, learn all kind of skills, and go somewhere. The same way they want to brain drain and take all of the brilliant minds, right? Because they don't say all of us is not smart. The same way they want to brain drain our countries. We over here with these skills, we need to take our skills over there and build up. Fuck them. Go ahead, Anglos, take that and put it in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah, in Leicester Square, we've got a place called Chinatown in Leicester Square. It's called Chinatown. It's nice. It's really nice.
See, look,
Beautiful.
you cannot be African American. Listen, you call me whatever, because that's just your opinion. You can call someone whatever you want to call them. The point is, the draining is in progress, bruh. I don't care what you want to say. The draining has begun. It's in progress. It don't even matter.
People are scared, man. People are scared of other people like trying to do something well. What is it? Are you guys scared?
See, then they
Be
start saying
honest.
inflammatory stuff. Yeah, send them back. You know what you're sending them back to? Everybody coming here, getting they papers up, and they building up. All my peoples got houses
Melanated.
in
Melanated.
Guyana,
If they
in
sent us,
Trinidad, in Grenada, in Barbados. They living nice. Thank you, America. Thank you, UK. Thank you. It's been real.
melanated. They're saying send it, like if we said we wanted to go back, which I don't want to go back. I don't need to go back. But if they're saying send us all back, you know they'd blow up the boats because they'd miss us. No one's going to do anything for them. The whole economy would collapse. They're moaning at us buying from ourselves.
I was just on the phone with my aunt yesterday about figuring out how I get my citizenship, and I found my mother's birth certificate, and I have her ID number, and I have to get my birth certificate translated, and I'm in process for like, yeah. The Pan-African community. He said the Pan-African community loves melanated goddess. Thank you, brother M.A.
I know. You know what, Anglo-Saxon, but I reckon that's what the Native Americans could say as well. I want non-Native Americans out of. We've gone past that now, mate. We've gone past that. The world has to rely. We've all got to rely on each other, mate.
Listen.
The Caribbean England islands are English. You just can't do. I just have to laugh at these ignorant people because that's where you guys are. You're below me.
No,
so below
me. Listen, everybody need to open up your eyes, man. Even if you, for real, like I wouldn't even say, if you know what I'm saying, if you got family in the UK, I got family in the US. If you don't want to live somewhere permanently, Stack your money, build up somewhere else. Don't keep all of your eggs in one basket. You think America gonna be my only basket? Man, that's craziness. You know why? Because when I went to Costa Rica, I saw white American people over there. So if they got baskets in other places, why the frig we gotta have all our baskets in one place? That don't make no sense. That white lady, and she was all me gusta. She speaking Spanish and shit. She over there probably got her little Costa Rican husband. Big restaurant. What you want? She working it. She going to the register. And she getting that American money. So why we gotta be like, oh, we can only build up in one place? No, we want to be just like them. We could be like them and better. We could be like them and better. No, they got this. They want to capitalize and they want to grab everything, everybody resources, but they hate when anybody talk just like them and show them the mirror. They hate it. Why do you want to do that? What? Get out of here. Now with this corona, listen, everybody who's a freaking health professional, you could do televisits anywhere. Live like a friggin' king and a queen in other countries where people look like you. And do your televisits and make bread. You an engineer, help them people build buildings over there. Help them people fix their roads over there. Make that money. You could hold that market yourself. And you can still keep your citizenship. You can still keep your place. You can have your properties in the UK. You can have your properties in the US. What I'm saying is that we need to freaking boss up. We need to freaking boss up. Period. We need to stop staying in this little bubble.
The thing is that I've been doing that. I've been doing that, melanated. Like you just get to know people who are there for you. Do you know what I mean? There's many people, man, who are against the system. You know what I mean? We're talking about a system, and then we're talking about the racists, and then we're talking about the people who are just damn ignorant, and then we're just talking about the the ones you have to feel sorry for, like some of the ones in the comments who are just fools. Obviously, you have to feel sorry for them, man.
Yeah, I mean like I don't even outside of this
man. I don't hate them. They hate me. They hate me, but I don't hate them because they're not no threat to me. You know what I mean? They're just a joke. It's just a joke.
But I mean, maybe because, like you said, the immediate environment where you are is so like outside of reading a comment or being on Belly Vision, I don't have any you know what I'm saying? I don't have any interaction with these racist white people. They have their views and I have my views. But because the West Drain has begun, that's what I'm focusing on. I'm focusing on me bossing up, me improving and being able to share this with other people so that they can do it too. That's it. The people who you gotta get like-minded and you gotta get the momentum going and you just gotta move. We cannot keep talking about the problem. We cannot keep talking about, oh, these people don't like us. I don't give a fuck. They will never like us if they don't, right? The people that do, they do. You just know real recognize real and you just keep it moving. That's it.
You know
I'm not
I mean?
like all white people.
You know what? You got
all white people is bad and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I don't lump them all in there like all white people is such and such, because you know what? When I speak like this around my few handful, my very small handful of white people that I'm cool with, they don't even blink. They agreeing. They like, oh, that's a great idea, melanated. Yeah, or if they see some injustice, they'll be like, oh, I bet you they're going such and such. I'm so tired of these people. I don't have to convince them how that was an injustice. See what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I can rock with
people
those.
Just know, people understand, man.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the IQ level, man. It's the IQ level. And you know what, melanated? Even if I've got a business, and you've got a business, right? Businesses are all in competition as well,
That's true.
Everyone's trying to make money. Everyone's trying to make money. Do you know what I mean? But we've just said to you, yeah, you're saying that, oh, it's in these poverty areas, oh, it's in these problem areas, so let's make these problem areas big. Are you going to give us money? Hell no. You build the wall. We're not going to build the wall. You build the wall. You sort it out. Okay, so we're going to sort it out. So we're going to make some black businesses. Oh, no, you can't do that. Nah. You're going to make money. Nah, mate. Nah. I'm piss poor myself and you're going to make money. Nah. Find a better way. So they are. They're piss poor. They've got nothing going on in their lives. We're not putting no one down here. Yeah, we're building something up.
No, you know what? Wait, I just saw something. Wait. This damn thing. Oh, someone put in the chat that says, "Oh, melanated guys got special white friends." So no, I wouldn't say that I have, and I don't knock anyone who does, but I would not say that I have friends. I said I was cool with. I was talking about people at work, like socially. I don't really have white people in my circle as like like coming to my house or talking to them on the phone and stuff like that. I did at one point have this one white lady that I was cool with, and I was like trying something new, trying to establish a friendship, but that didn't go so well, because there were like a lot of like awkward moments where there were just a lot. It just I don't even know if I want to say this stuff online, but yeah, it was awkward. It was different, and yeah, I decided to put an end to that budding friendship. I put it that way. So it's just not my cup of tea.
I got friends.
Belly laughing.
I got friends. I got friends all over, man. I got friends of all races, all religions, and we just show each other respect. You know what I mean? We just look out for each other.
I'm cool with one of my white teachers from high school on Facebook. I'm cool with him. He shows me love on my birthday. I show him love on his birthday and his child. And he actually came out to.
But is it your community? Is your community? What's like around you? Is there quite a lot of like? What's the most percentage in your community? Like
where I live, it's about. I would say it's mixed, but it's pretty much mixed. Like I would say it's probably like 50-50. The community that I grew up in was like 100% black, all different type of black, but 100% like. Now that same community, I would say that same community is about 20% white. Yeah, it's changed. After 9/11, Brooklyn changed a lot because all the white people from Manhattan, it's like, oh shit, we gotta leave Manhattan. It's damn terrorists. So they they moved to Brooklyn. So yeah, but that was just my upbringing, like there wasn't no white people around where I lived. I went to school with whites. I did.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that I have a major problem with different races and stuff like that. I've got major problem with people's attitudes. You know what I mean? A lot more where we are. I mean, obviously in London, like I say to you, there is that crime there. You can't look. We're not even disagreeing with it. Yeah. So we're just saying, help us sort it out. And no help's been given to help sort it out. So we're gonna sort it out. We've got an idea.
Gotta Jacob said his community is 97% white. He says they hate me and I hate them. I think he said, you said you in Florida, Gotta Jacob? that's a thing, man. Like, I would love to move to the South, but sometimes the mindset of I mean, not to say like America is America, don't get me wrong, right? America is America, but it changes when you go down south. Oh, it's way more intense. It's more like in your face, that type of stuff. So I believe him when he says they hate him. They probably let him know. Whereas up north, they would probably still hate you, but they're not gonna let you know. It'll be a little bit more subtle. 97%. Damn, yo. And see, like all of the things about, oh, he says Florida and Virginia. Oh, and Virginia's a Commonwealth. Good Lord. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. And see, the thing about like not being, let me ask you this, because you said your community is really mixed, right? So because it's mixed, do you feel like you have access
because what
do you feel like you have access to all of the things culturally that not their culture. I'm talking about, do you feel like you have a good representation of your cultural items and things that you need within your culture? I mean, in your community. I'm sorry, within your community.
Yeah.
Because see, when I live,
go
ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What do you mean, like things like food?
Okay, so like I'm gonna give you an example. My community is about maybe it's not 50. I'll say 30. Let me go with 30% black, right? 30% black, 70% white. And I have to drive a good distance, like just for me to have access to like black hair care products, or there isn't any sort of entertainment in my environment that I would say appeals to even Black American culture, you know, like so another, like, okay, have you ever been on a panel with DC Brad?
Yeah.
Okay, so DC Brad, where he lives, is probably damn near, let's say the community of Prince George County is damn near probably, I would say, let's say 90% black. I'm just gonna say 90% black, the whole county, right? They have jazz clubs, they got a go-go club, I mean, it caters to black people. He don't have to go far to have stuff like easy access. You know, if they let's say, I know like certain just certain things. I know I'm not gonna say like, of course white people might like that too, but I'm just saying it might be something that black people have as their thing that they do. It's there. Whereas for me, because I'm part of a 30% community, I have to drive to his community. Most of my activities that I do, I drive over that side where DC Brad lives, because I have more access to those things. It's just not happening. Or I have to go to Baltimore. If I go to Baltimore is damn near all black. You see what I'm saying? So they have Black American, they got African stuff, they got Caribbean. It's all different types of black stuff, but all of the black stuff is there too. But where I live, it doesn't cater to me because I'm not the majority. So I was asking
I'll tell you,
in your community, what is it like?
All right, I'll tell you a story. I'll tell you a story. There was a man who come from St. Vincent, from the Caribbean, and he had a market store. And on this market store, he sold hair products, he sold this, he sold that, and he catered for the black community, but also for the white community as well. And it was doing well, really, really well. And he had a daughter, and he said to the daughter, "Look, I'm getting old. You know, it's a good business. It's blah blah blah. Take over it from daddy." So you know, you can have money and do this and etc etc. And did you know the daughter refused to take over it? So we sold it. So where I am here, if I need to get like Caribbean products, you know, like Red Fox or soft and free, yeah, because I like to put that in my beard. It's nice when you put that in there. I have to go to Luton. I have to go
How
to
far is?
Luton.
I don't know how far is that.
And also we used to have a shop.
How
Oh,
far is that
Luton's
from you?
on the train. It's about for me it's about 20 miles, maybe about
20
30
miles.
miles or something like that. 40 miles. Yeah, but by train, you get there in 5 minutes by train. So, but over there again, like it's a big community and stuff like that over there. But I think because of the community and the demand for it over there, you've got them shops.
When you say
You've
it's
got
a
a few
big,
shops over there.
what's a big community?
But do you know
It's
what?
more,
Do you know
what
what, man?
no, I'm
Like
trying to understand
there's
you.
more of a black community.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's more of a black community in Luton because of the warehouses. Because that's what a lot of the West Indians had come over. They went into the warehouse work, production line. You know, clock in, clock out, busy, busy, busy. You know, hard work and all that stuff. There was a lot of work because most of my granddad's friends they all had like died from heart problems because they used to work nights. My granddad had a heart problem, and yeah, they realized lots of people at that time were yeah. But anyway, so anyway, Luton's got a big population, but even still, when you go over to Luton, it's the Indian man selling their hair products. It's not.
Well,
I
the
mean,
hair.
we've got a few
Okay, so
Caribbean
we all
shops
know
there.
about the hair industry. We all know about the hair industry, and I think that depending on what circles you're in, you'll kind of know that there's a beginning of a movement, just like they have like this natural hair movement, and now a lot of black women are even going natural, right? So it's more to our consciousness that black people need to gain control of the hair industry. So like in New York, we have a good amount of black owned hair supply stores now as opposed to 10 or 15 years ago, right? So and they're also pushing for more black people to go into having nail shops as well, so that we can kind of get a part of this industry that we are investing so much in. So it's not to say black women boycott them, don't get your nails done. Like
Yeah,
black women, we want to feel pretty, we want to be
yeah.
feminine, we
I
like
mean,
getting our nails done, but we
I
need
mean,
to patronize
I mean,
ourselves.
my granddad told me a story. My granddad told me of a story of a man named Vince. Now, Vince is still alive. Vince used to cut my granddad's hair. Now, Vince at the time was the only one like willing to cut black people's hair. And it's not necessarily, some white people would say, well, we don't understand how to cut it. We don't know. We could try, but we're not used to this type of thing. But Vince was the only one who said, listen, I know a style. Tell me the style. Let me work this style. Now we've got black hairdressers because we need it. Yeah, that's something that's not easy for people to do, and we need that for our community. So we go there to get our hair cut because not a lot of white people can cut their hair. But even in the shop that we got there now, Wayne has got white people as well, training them up to cut hair. He trains them up to cut hair. They come into the shop because they're like, hey, you know what? This is cool, you know, we've seen something that we could do. They've seen a market that they can do to make their lives better. So this Justin, this boy's name, yeah, English white boy. Now he's got his own shop and he thanks Wayne. He says, you know what, Wayne, I thank you because you brought me in on something of a slice of the cake. That's fine. We're not saying you can't have that, but we're just saying I'm gonna do something for myself. I'm gonna do
Absolutely.
something for myself, and I might need my community to come together and do it with me. Like I don't go to Kentucky Fried Chicken. I don't like it anymore. I just don't like it. I think it's not as what it used to be back before. I believe that my recipe is a lot better. So if I think it's a lot better, I'm gonna make a restaurant that's gonna counteract them. Yeah. Same as McDonald's and Burger King. They've got businesses. And you know why they've got businesses? He's not doing it just because he's doing it. He's doing it because he wants to make money and have power and do stuff for his family. Even in this building trade that we've got here in England, it's hard for anyone unless you know the top people and they're employing their family members to get into the building trade. Yeah, these big contracts, they're employing their family members, and in the building trade as well, they'll employ the cheapest, so they will go to the Polish man. So the English man's vexed, saying, "Well, hold on a minute, why are you not coming to us?" Because the Polish man's doing it for cheaper. Now the Polish man's got a business. Yeah, he's doing his thing. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, when they came over, the Eastern Europeans, I was like, "Oh my God, I can't tell my boss I'm not getting out of bed for £120 a day." I used to go in council properties, black, white. They used to say to me, "How much you getting, mate?" "Oh, I'm only apprentice. I'm only £80." "Nah, stuff that. I ain't getting out of bed for that, mate. Nah, I ain't getting out of that. You can keep that, but I'm doing it." And you know what? Even if the Europeans are doing the building work and everything, then I've just got to adjust to the times. That's all I've got to do. I've just got to work harder. That's all it is. You know?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm trying to say. You see, when other people trying to do something, um people always want to start attacking them. The Europeans, the Polish, the Lithuanians, I was at a job, I was at this job, and they're not speaking to them. The British won't speak to them. They're all coming up to me going, "Yeah, Natty, watch out, mate. Yeah, watch out. Yeah, they're fucking gonna take our jobs now, mate." Hold on a minute. Before they came over, it was, "Yeah, these Asians, yeah, yeah, yeah." And before the Asians, it was, "Yeah, you blacks." Now we're starting to learn something. We're starting to learn who's making the most money here. Who's making the money? As long as, look, I'm gonna say this, right? And I'll be honest with because I'm English as well. If you're not paying your taxes, get the fuck out. If you're not putting into the economy, if you're not making England great, get the fuck out. Yeah.
Mm.
So everyone's paying your taxes. So who wins? The government wins. It doesn't matter. Your government gets stronger because we pay our taxes. So what's the issue? So if we've got a black business, the government's going to say, "Yeah, do it," because if we get more of the African money, Africa might start buying from your black businesses. So we're going to get the Africans. It all comes in. That's why you had these places
But
where they
that's
were
why we
run
gotta
down, had
stop. That's
nothing,
why we
and then
gotta
all of
stop
a sudden,
seeking their approval, though. We gotta stop caring if they're saying, "Oh, you're taking our jobs." Listen, bring out the violin and play it for them while they sing that song. I don't care. Take 3 more jobs. Yo, get another job just in their face and look like, "Yo, I'm saying you ain't doing nothing." That's what you should do. Don't try to change their mind and tell them to stop saying that and try to prove to them, "Well, I'm not." Why are you putting your energy to that? I don't care what their opinion is. I'm gonna have 3 jobs. My child gonna have three
someone
jobs. My
telling
man
you,
gonna have 3 jobs, and they're not gonna have none. Listen, get it, get it. That's what I'm saying. Let's get it. Don't
someone
worry about
telling
what
you not
the
to start a business. Yeah, yeah. Someone telling you, it's right in your face. Someone telling you, "No, don't start a business," is someone who's very bitter. Someone who
Mhm.
doesn't want to see you do good, no matter what race. Yeah. We never said, "Oh, screw the Jews, we hate them." No, they're good. You know what? They're good people, mate. They're doing their stuff. We never said, "Oh, screw the English." Oh, no, you guys have got your businesses, mate. You guys are doing good stuff, mate. You guys are doing it. You guys are doing it, mate. Well done. Chinese man, well done, man. Well done to you. And you know what? And the black people who've got their businesses and doing stuff, well done. And when it comes to stuff in their community, like when you're going to them and saying, "Oh, well, you need to start your Muslim community out and you need to start doing that," then they'll do it in their way. We're looking at ourselves and saying we need to sort out ourselves, not you telling us that we need to sort out ourselves. We're looking within. There's not a problem with that. Now all you guys need to do is look what you're doing. And if it's a problem, yeah, then say what your problem is.
Mhm.
You know what I mean, Melanie? That's what it is. I mean, if we had a religion called spirituality, religion, and we had spirituality schools. Yeah, just like how you've got Islamic schools. Now they're not saying, "Oh, you're not welcome," but what they're saying is it's Islam, and the Jews are saying, "Well, this is a Jewish school. You're not welcome, but you have to
But
learn
they do
this."
have those. They do have those.
We're not complaining.
No, they do
We're
have
not complaining.
these same spirituality schools that you're
It's right
talking
under.
about. No, the same spirituality schools that
Yeah.
you're talking about, we do have those. You just have to be tapped into the community to gain access to those things.
To gain access to it, yeah.
Yeah.
And if it does well for your
my
community,
homegirl.
you see, look, melanated.
Listen, let me tell
If
you.
it does well for your community, yeah.
Let me give you an example, right? And the funny thing is, it's in the same area where DC Brad lives, right? So my homegirl wanted her daughter to go to, let's just call it an African centered school, right? That was like the label, right? African centered school. And the only way to gain entrance into the school is by referral. It's not that, oh, tuition is $20,000. I have $20,000. I want my child to go. It's okay. One of the current parents that are there have to know you. They have to vouch for your character. They have to, basically say, okay, this person has the values and so forth that are in line with the school. They just don't want anybody money. It's about cultivating and building a nation, right? So once you get the referral, then there's an interview with you and there's an interview with the child, right? And they are very transparent on what the requirements. So every child at school has to have some sort of African garb every day of school. There is no processed lunch, no processed anything that you can pack for your child's lunch. No sugar content, no juicy juice, none of those 25-cent squeezy, cheap, watered down juices, none of that stuff, right? Because it's a holistic type of educational thing there. You know what the name of her social studies class is? The name of her class is called Knowledge of Self. That's the name of the class. Right. Yo, I'm like, this school is so dope. Funded by the people, managed by the people. All of the parents there, all of the teachers have children in the school. We don't have to, we could do this, and we are doing this. So people need to speak more up about this so that if they have an idea, they can say, oh, I can do this. I can take 5. My homegirl, she started her school last year, right? This is a different school. She started her school last year. She was like, oh, my school's opening. And I said, oh, wow, you have students? I was like, how many kids do you have? And she says 3, her own children. She just, and when Corona hit, she had a couple of parents hit her up because they still have to go to school. And they was like, can I enroll my child into her school? So now she has like maybe like 8 kids, 5 in addition to her 3. But it just takes the vision and it just takes the passion, because she's a school psychologist. So she's passionate about education in general. She's, very versed in like Black psychology and how this, and she's passionate about how our children are reared and taught in the current education system. So instead of complaining about it, she did something about it. So I'm just sharing this because, other people are listening, not just you and I, and for people to know that you can do something and it is being done. If you want to search out schools such as the ones I've listed, they're there. They might be small. They may not have all the bells and whistles, but they're there.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, do you think it's working? Because do you think? Yeah.
You said, do I think it's working?
Yeah, like having that, is it working?
Well, I mean, if let's say the school has only been in place for 15 years, they might not even have their first high school graduate yet. You know what I'm saying? So it's possible that it could be too soon to tell, but I think that there are other measures that you can tell as far as working. Let's just say a riot in the school, or a large group fight, or some of the students. I'm telling you, when I work with young people, we had all kind of situations. Kids coming to school high, kids coming to school drunk, people having sex in the school, what else? Gang fights outside the school, fights inside the school, suspensions, coming to school with drug paraphernalia, like the little pipe that they're gonna smoke the weed, or coming to school with the weed. They get caught in security. What else? So would I say that that's going on in this school? No. So is that working? I would say yes. You see what I'm saying? So somebody else who's more inclined with research, they may say, well, it might be too soon to tell, and we don't know how the graduates will like. So I'm aware of that, but I'm going to say that a lot of other issues are mitigated with having a more community approach.
Yeah. Like people have got problem with me saying I'm English, but that's how you got these people with divide. There's only a small amount of people like this, melanated, and they get found out and they get caught out, and we just eradicate them because they don't fit into society. Don't fit
as
in.
long as the
Racism
people who are
doesn't
making the
fit
rules don't
well
think
when you
like
live
them,
in.
but if the people who are making the rules think like them, then you are not accurate then. But if the people who are making the rules think like you, then you're good.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The people making the rules, Boris Johnson and the Queen, yeah, have already stated that people are welcome here. And when you're born here, when you're born in a country, that's what you are, is it not? I mean, these people in the chat are trying to change something totally different. They're
Yeah,
trying
but
to
when
make
you're born in a
up
country,
something, and
that makes you a national. That makes you a citizen. That makes you a citizen. Like,
right. That's what I'm trying to say, but they're trying to say it's not.
but that just makes
You can't argue with stupidity.
So when they saying it, when they're saying English, they're using the term English as an identity, and I actually can understand what they mean by that. It's just like how can someone be Arab and African? Clearly, they're an Arab person born in Africa. They're not African, because when people use the term African, they mean black. But when the person who's Arab born in Africa, they're still an Arab person who's born in Africa. Just like you can still be a European person or a white person or Caucasian born in Africa. You're not like African. You're not like African. You see, that's so when they say you're not English, they mean you're not white. You're a black person born in England.
That's what I'm trying to say, yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. And they've just exposed themselves. There you go. Bravo. Can't argue with that.
So you think that
you know what I mean?
there's something wrong with that?
What? In what they're saying? If I'm born, look, the way I say it like this, if I'm born here, then I am black. I am black British. I'm not white British. I'm black British.
Right.
Yeah?
You're black British.
Right? Okay. And they're trying to say, no, you're not. You have to be white.
No.
I'm
Okay,
not going to argue with that.
Let me ask you this: what comes to mind when I say?
What I'm trying to say is, melanated. What I'm trying to say is, when you hear something stupid like that, I'm definitely not wasting my time, because you can't win against stupidity, So he wins. That stupidity there, he wins, because I can't compete with stupidity. You can't.
Okay, so now people are misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that when people use the term African, they have in mind blackness. They don't have in mind Arabness. This is why they make the distinction of an Arab African, right? Or a white South African. You literally say a white South African, because when they say South African, people are going to think of the black people in South Africa, right? Because the continent is seen as a black land that has people migrated or invaded there. So I get it that these people have been there. Some people have been there for hundreds of years, but that doesn't mean that when I think of the term African, I'm now thinking of my face. I see Arab. Just like when I think of Chinese, I think of a certain group of people. Are there black people in China? Yes. Are there black people born in China? Yes. Does that mean that I think of a black man when I think of a Chinese person? No. So I'm not calling out any group of people, any country or whatever. I'm just saying that if a person is Arab and African, I'm going to say that they're Arab African. They're of Arab ancestry and they live in Africa. Okay. I'm not saying I'm putting a judgment that they're a bad person or this or that. I'm just saying that they're of Arab ancestry, or a person could be of white ancestry, or of Chinese ancestry. I don't understand what the problem is.
Yeah, because of ancestry. Yeah. So where are your parents from? So where did your parents come from? Because unless because we know that we've not been
black Arabs
for many years.
Okay, so what is the difference in changing the order? A Arab African, a black Arab. So now, they're not. Just to appease you in the chat, they're not Arab Africans. They're black Arabs. Feel better? Everything good now? We good? We Gucci? All right. Like I'm just like, they're black Arabs. They're just African. So Africans are Arabs. So Africans. So what Arab? What is Arab? Doesn't that mean that you have Arabian ancestry? I'm confused. Which one? Doesn't that mean that, or am I making that up? Isn't that what Arab means?
I think it's just one complete mix-up, man. I think.
Isn't that what Arab means?
Like when
what does the word Arab mean?
So Arab, isn't it like it's from like Arabia, isn't it? From them times, like Arab.
Okay. So Arabia is Africa.
That's what I always thought.
So Arabia is Africa. The Arabian people are African. They the same people. I'm just trying to understand how I am.
That's what I'm confused. I thought they would have been more like where like the Middle East is it not?
Because these people are
Africa. Africa is Africa.
These people are wild in saying that Arabians are Africans in Arabia. If they're not Africans in Arabia, right?
That's what I mean.
In Arabia, but then there's Arabian people who migrate to Africa. Then aren't those Arabian people now in Africa, which would make them Arabian Africans or black Arabs, however you want to put the label, whatever order. Why somebody got to get offended and say they not African? They are African by nationality. They're African. They were born in Africa, but they're Arab people.
You're African.
With the rest, this is craziness. Yeah. This is craziness.
So that's what I would say. If you've got whites in South Africa, so they'd say I'm white South African. I've met people. Where are you from? South Africa. Oh, okay, South Africa, Africa. That's it. Where you from, mate? I'm from Wales. Where you from, mate? I'm from I'm from Welsh, but Welsh. Blah blah blah. No, it's where you're from. Is where you're from, innit? It's just starts getting messed up when people start like
But if somebody was,
You know what I mean?
listen, if somebody was Black Welsh, right? I think that I think that they would identify in that way, because people would want to look and be like, how tell me, like, how did this happen, right? You see what I'm saying? How are you Black and Welsh, right? And it would be because there is some sort of,
because they don't want to find.
it would be some sort of ancestry, maybe from somewhere else, right? That migrated there, and this became who they are, right? So they would be, because if traditionally the Welsh people appear one way and now you are a different way, then it's a merger of those two, and there's nothing wrong with recognizing that merger. You don't just say I'm one thing. Well, I mean, maybe if that's how you are, you just, like, to each their own, but understand that other people are going to see that there's a merger, right? If a white person is like, yeah, I'm African, I'm like, how you African? What you mean? Where? Like, I'm going to want to probe to find out. And I'm like, oh, okay, you're a white South African. Okay. Like, they might not, let's just say they don't say that what they are. They're a white South African.
I mean, melanated. It's like this. Melanated. This is what I mean with the mental illness of the world, because people are even saying now, oh, I'm pan. You know, they're like, oh, when my child grows up, I'm gonna teach it to be pan. It's like, what?
Somebody said, well, how you say this? I can't pronounce their first name. Alozozuia said, I need to come collect my white pink Arab out from Africa. Not me. I'm not Arab. I'm just saying that some people are Arabs in Africa. Some people, they're whites in Africa. They're Chinese people in Africa. Like, we know, we recognize this. That's not an offensive thing.
And it's only the freshies. It's only the freshies, that can say, where you from, mate? I'm from Barbados, because that's where I've just come from. That's where I was from. That's where I was born.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same as the Chinese. But the next generation that are there, they're not gonna say, "Oh, I'm." That's up to them. It's up to them to say, "Oh, I'm Chinese." But most of them, on their passport, because where they're born, what would they have on their passport? Where they're from.
You know what?
No.
I think after some time, though, people get the so-called cold. Trying to see what God of Jacob said. The so-called Middle East today was Africa for centuries prior to the American map making, coining it as the Middle East. Oh Lord, no, Rondo, we don't got nothing in common. Don't be trying to
people are mad, like.
Don't be trying to claim me, Rondo. You don't be trying to claim me. You're gonna give me a bad reputation. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna give me a bad reputation.
See, no, I respect. No, do you know what? I respect Anglo-Saxon for his views. Because it's just what he believes in. Do you know what I mean? Like, when I said to him, "Oh, so if we all went home and you guys couldn't get no spices and stuff," he goes, "Well, we'll just take it." See, that's the mentality there, right? But you're talking about how many countries you're going to take it from? Anglo traditionalists, like.
You see, he got that mentality.
These are the people on there. Yeah, these are the people on here just to war, mate, and create war and stuff like that. It's not going to happen, bro. You're not going to create no divide. You're just divided in your own head, bro.
Listen.
So I mean, and that's what I was trying to say to you, Melinda. There are opportunities for everyone to do well for themselves, and there's no reason why, because that's what America's meant to have been, and the land of opportunities.
Listen, you can
Like
do what's
gangsters,
best for yourself
you
as
had
long as it's
gangsters.
not like causing harm to someone else. You know, it's just like that whole freedom of speech thing. You know what I'm saying? Like as long as you don't have the freedom to yell fire in a movie theater. Like you don't have that freedom to do that because that could be harmful to other people. So
Yeah.
they starting shit in the chat, yo. Somebody else jump on the panel trying to get my morning started.
They done.
They done this here?
Yeah, Veli, yeah, he's in the back. Veli, there's a few people in the back still.
Yeah, I had to
I like They Done, man. They Done. Yeah?
No, I gotta do something for work today. Work, 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 work.
Now he thinks the world won't trade with each other. Yeah, we'll trade, but you'll listen, mate. The guy's saying, yeah, we don't want you people. We don't like you. Yeah, that's what he's saying. And then he wants to trade with us.
Big up Empress, big up Cotton Stock.
Straight. Straight.
Listen, man, you just gotta like tune these people out. Stay focused on what you want, and if they have if you have an opposing view or
Otherwise,
whatever.
I'd be like them complaining. Melanated. I'd be like them complaining, complaining on why they're successful and why they want to have businesses.
And nowadays, when everybody can't even go to all of the stores that they need to go to, and everything is online anyway, there's no excuse why you can't seek out these Black organizations. Like I had to tell myself, like there's this particular product that I purchased a good amount of, because I'm trying to have a new field or something that I'm going into, and I was like, okay, I've made a couple of different little Amazon purchases, and I'm like, nah, I gotta find somebody. I know they gotta be somebody Black selling this stuff, because I want to be practicing what I'm preaching. So my next purchase, I found one, and I'm basically gonna have to pay a little bit more, but I think it's because their business is small, so I'm cool with that. I pay a little bit more and patronize them so that their business could grow, and if they don't have something that I want to use, I'm gonna make the suggestion that they get it, and that's how we help these businesses.
Yeah, that's right. And like what Veli was saying, like advertising is a good thing as well. Like if you got all these platforms like Instagram and Twitter and stuff like that, yeah, it should be advertising and showing what other people have got, the different choices out there as well.
Good. There are choices, that's for sure. There's options. There's options. Whatever it is that you like to do, try to make a business out of it.
Yeah.
And don't be limited to one business. Have multiple businesses. A little revenue here, a little revenue there. You'll be able, self-sufficient. To be self-sufficient.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I don't know, man. Certain people think that we're going to be hurting their pockets. But, when you got a business, you have to pay your taxes. And that's all. Listen, that's all the teeth man. That's all the teeth man is interested in is the taxes. As long as you pay the teeth man your taxes, that's all he's interested in. That's all Boris is interested in, mate. Because the money's circulating with them as well. I thought that. You know what I mean? But you see, Melanie, when you see some of these when some of these Europeans come over, right? They started having kids, yeah, with like British English people, yeah. And when they had these kids, they would leave them or something would happen. Now imagine they can go back to Europe and still claim benefits. Yeah. Yeah. I know enough people. There was loads of
They can go
business
to Europe.
people. Russians were doing that as well. To business people like getting like really like fit models going over to them saying, "Oh, hello, yeah," and then they're sleeping with them, and then they're saying, "Oh, I'll tell your wife and I'll do this," and then, "Oh, but you know what, marry me." Then they get married, and then after that, they just take the money, man, half off, ruin them. And some of these Europeans as well, when they were living together in one house, people had an issue with them living in one house. Yeah, I didn't, but a lot of people had issue with them eating in one house, eating out of one pot, and saving up all their money. And instead of the money staying in England, they were building houses in Poland. Yet they were working for shit money, and people still have a problem with that.
Now they just got to get like, look, if they want to tell us like the way that they do things is just makes sense. Look, you just got to deal with it. We were stronger, all that kind of stuff. Then deal with people stacking their bread that you gave them and building up Poland and building up Russia and building up Haiti and building up Jamaica and building up Nigeria. That's what they're going to do. Just deal with that too. Just hold that L. That's it.
Yeah, that's it, man. Don't watch no face. I don't watch no face, man. I've got time for that.
Listen, man, my uncle cut out. People. He turned whatever retirement age in America, chopped up them deuces, right? And it just, the timing was like shortly after my grandmother passed. So it was like, okay, well, I don't even need to stay in this country. My mom's is gone, like he was out. He's in his 60s, and he can live out the rest of his years in the sun, chilling. My grandmother only comes to America when it's summertime. Come September, she gone. She gone. She like, I can't deal with the cold weather.
Yeah, that's what quite a lot of the British do as well. I mean, my mate Charles, their mum and dad have just were over in Spain, and they weren't planning on coming back. They weren't planning on coming back for a while, but
yeah,
that's what a few people do, man. When it's cold, they're out.
They just gotta understand.
But really, when you look at it,
go ahead.
when you look at it, that's how people should be. I mean, we really shouldn't be able to stay in one place. We should just be able to travel wherever you want. You know what I mean? Like, you see, like travelers, like the gypsy community, they travel, man. I respect their community as well. I really do respect the traveler community.
That they travel, they get to see what's out there. They don't have, you know, they're not like locked to, like, I guess you could say material. You
One
can't really
place.
be into materialism either, because you have to travel light. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would think.
Yeah.
You gotta
Yeah,
travel
no,
light.
that's a beautiful thing. I believe at the time, though, that's what man used to do, though. Man used to, you know, we're curious people. People are curious, and some people, that's what we used to do. Blatantly, that's why we're all over the world, man, for traveling. And it's only when you find somewhere nice, you know, that you call home. That's when you think, you know what, I want to settle.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Mama. Taking the mama outside to use the bathroom. G Block dog. So what, Veli, you ain't let the people in? Veli G Block. You gotta say his name like Malik does. Veli. You got people in the back chat, in the backstage. Veli.
What's happened to Born Rich as well? Born Rich must be catching some Z's.
Yeah, he probably sleep. I'm so happy my little tree is growing. Mama, can you go use the bathroom? What is your problem? Come on. Come here. Come on. Boy, she's stubborn. Get over here.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me? I have a new
Who
mic.
that?
All right.
Who that? Daydon? No, that's El Rondo.
Can you hear me?
El Rondo, the traveling homo,
Perfect.
as he put it.
Yeah, man, you're a globalist.
Globalist.
Traveling the world, right? Don't care if
Come here, Mama.
Another country goes to shit. Just travel somewhere else.
Come here, Mama.
What are you talking about? I'm talking about I like traveling.
Yeah, traveling
exactly.
to better
I'm not indulging
places.
in your
Leave your people alone in the shitholes. Yeah.
What you mean, leave your people alone?
What are you talking about? What shithole did I say I'm living in?
No, if you want to
See,
travel
this
all
here,
the time, right?
This melanated
you don't
is a
care.
vision. This is Elrod's vision.
Come on, mommy.
No, you just
Come on.
sound like a typical globalist. This is what the
mosquitoes are
globalists
out.
doing all the time. By the way, you can't travel anywhere soon because of the green agenda. No more planes for the normal people, okay?
Oh, here he goes. Conspiracy theory. Ooh.
No, this is what they're demanding.
Who's controlling that? The Jews,
like
right? Because I know you always talk about the Jews.
This is what they're demanding. Don't you listen to Fridays for Future and these maniacs? They will make it happen.
And who's that? Who's doing that? The Jews, right, Alonzo? Wait, you know that?
No, the United Nations. They are all on board with the green agenda.
That is.
Are we on about the Zionists, Elron?
Yeah, that's always his
What
own.
are you talking about? I'm just telling you which groups are
the
behind
Zionists.
Oh, he's gonna
Gates
sneak them in. Don't worry, he's gonna
it.
sneak them into the conversation.
Yeah.
He's gonna He will.
Why are you so racist against the
Yeah, go on,
Natty? Why you always want to point out to
Sorry, start again. Wait,
Man,
start
stop
again,
your
Aaron. Start again. Go.
anti-Semitism, Natty.
Anti-Semitism?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Who am I anti against?
No, you said this is the
Does that
Zionist agenda.
make me a hypocrite?
I told you
No,
it
that would
is
make
the
me a hypocrite.
United Nations.
I'm talking about
United Nation and all the governments, Western governments' agenda, but you want to make it as a Zionist agenda. Why?
No, I was asking you, who are you talking about? The Zionists?
No, I already told you it's the United Nation. Are you not?
Oh, okay.
Do you don't like my answer? Do you want to hear something else?
No, that's good. So you're talking about the UN, okay?
Yeah. For example, yes. WHO is on board with the green agenda. All the plutocrats are on board with the with the green agenda. It's called the Great Reset. Have you ever looked into this? They have a big conference.
No, I won't lie to you.
What is it called? From the global, not global fund, something else. Global economy conference in Brussels or in Switzerland, I think. Wait, let me check that out. Global, the Great Reset. World Economic Forum. So yeah, they are all on board. The crypto communists are on board. The giant giga capitalists are on board. Everyone is on board on that.
Oh, I did see something involving the Pope, though. I did see one thing involving the Pope where you had like all the mega businesses, like the supermarkets, the drug related, like pharmaceutical businesses. I did see something like that. Yeah, I did see something like that once.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it was just to do with the UN. But I'm talking about you had all these major companies, and you had the Pope with them all.
Yeah, and they are all supporting this communist
I did
agenda.
see something like that once.
This is what I mean. In fact, communism isn't what many people believe communism is. Communism was planned from the start by the plutocrats. It is them ruling over us. Not that the average worker is getting in power or something. No. Why else would they support all these crypto communists or full communist organizations? Like Antifa, for example. Why is no one pointing that out? I wonder. Because you don't want it to be true. They are all on board with multiculturalism, with traveling, right? They are all on board with that. Everyone can go to any country. It's all beautiful. They are all on board with you. You're not a dissident. You're not speaking truth to power.
What the hell are you talking about? What's wrong with traveling? I'm trying to understand.
It's not only about traveling. It is about living where you want to live. Even if these people
it's about economics.
That's what
it's about economics.
It's not only about economics. I couldn't care less about economics. All we hear politicians speak about is economics. This got us here in the first place. More GDP, yeah. Then we need an ever-growing population, yes. More GDP. This is why the world is going to shit.
You all right? Yo, cousin? What's wrong? Why are you upset?
For a second, a minute.
What are you upset for?
Look, are we not increasing
Why would you be upset? Why would you be upset if a small population a small portion of your
Are we
population
not
left.
increasing, especially in the West, right? But also in other countries like China, India, and so on. We are increasing our GDP year by year. Are the people now living better than they have lived 20 or 30 years ago? Have they more houses? Are they earning more houses, cars, or something?
Yeah,
No.
because the drain is in process. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man.
The money goes only in one direction, and this going upwards.
Drain it. Drain it.
Where have these big groups ever attacked the elites, addressed specific companies, addressed specific people in power? No, they are just making it an abstraction. It's the system. Yeah. What system?
Yes.
They are talking about white
Yes,
people, and when they are addressing white people, they mean middle class, normal, everyday workers people. They are not addressing the powerful. They are not addressing Epstein. They are not addressing Bill Gates. No. They say if you bring up Bill Gates, they probably call you a conspiracy theorist.
No, I mean, which people do that? Not the black community. We hip.
Well, have you ever heard Black Lives Matter talk about that?
Oh my God, Black Lives Matter is not the black community. I just said the black community, and you bring up Black Lives Matter. Oh my gosh, listen. I don't even have the energy to have that conversation.
Same with Antifa and all these white communists. They are not talking about. Well, the last time I hear them talk somewhat about the power structure was Occupy Wall Street, and then they got infiltrated, okay, and put in line again. Now they are on board with Global Homo. They are working against the workers, against the average workers.
I'm trying to see where you're coming from. So you're trying to say, look at.
Yeah, look at the people.
So who are
really
these people you're talking about?
Yeah, look who are the people who are really in power, and look what their positions are, what they believe in, at least what they tell you to believe in, and look who are they supporting and who are they not supporting. And ask yourself why. But you think it is, a lot of people think it is beneficial to them. The white communists think that way when they got funded by Bill Gates, like the Fridays for Future movement, right? Who Bill Gates spent millions upon this organization. I thought they are against these capitalists, but all of a sudden they are all supporting it. Because the capitalists have done something very, very great. A great strategy, okay? They tell you they will save the world. And as soon as they start to say the right phrases, the right words, you believe them. They are saying they want to heal the world. This is the Tikkun Olam, right? They tell you they want more medicine for all. We need to
make it a better place.
Yeah, exactly. And if you look into who is behind Michael Jackson,
you don't like Michael Jackson? Nah, see, we gonna have problems.
Yeah, look at who has controlled Michael Jackson.
Who had talked bad about MJ?
MJ was all about the Tikkun Olam agenda.
So who kicked
right from the beginning?
What's the Kika Lama? What's that?
Healing the world.
The one.
Yeah. It almost started with Michael
Jackson.
Jackson.
Hate on Michael Jackson. I mean, like,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
He was in bed with. He was a Kabbalist. Later he was getting aware that he's being used and dropped some red pills. But all this healing the world.
Michael Jackson said he's dead. He's dead. You know it.
Aaron, if I was to believe you, right, I would say these are the people that run. I would say that because just like normal people like me, you, melanated, because we have so many different points of views, and because we're so easily persuaded and led, that these people who have the higher order run the world and run how we think and what we do. Is that what you're saying? Because I can definitely say that. But these people are probably doing it for the greater good. So when they sacrifice 1,000 people, they will say it's for the greater good. Now we will look at that 1,000 people being sacrificed and learn from it, or not learn from it, or have a judgment about it. And do you know what I mean? What are you trying to say? Who? What?
Listen,
Like, I'm
man,
trying to
you
get to the
giving
point of view.
Armando
This is the
lots of.
guy, right? This is the guy who Michael Jackson was in bed with, who he was inspired by. He's also, by the way,
You
he
can't
has
talk about Michael
contacts
Jackson and then say you want black
to
men to be
to Epstein.
sterilized and stuff. You can't do that.
This rabbi here, he has contacts to Epstein.
Yeah.
You leave our Michael Jackson alone. You want black men to be sterilized. You see? So you should have been happy Michael Jackson ain't had no children.
No, I want the black
So
community
Michael
to
Jackson.
flourish, just like everyone else. I
Yeah.
love
You want what?
ethno-nationalists
So
all around
You
Michael
want
the
what?
world.
Jackson. So
What you
do
say?
these
Oh,
people create like?
I'm gonna hear.
Yeah,
I'm
go on.
sorry. We keep talking at the same time. I just didn't hear what he said. He said he wants everyone to flourish. That's what he said.
Look, the only thing
Yeah.
that stands against globalism is nationalism. Okay? Sovereign nations without any ties to these globalist structures, these NGOs that undermines your nations, that are
But then how can
denationalizing your
nationalism
nations.
defeat globalism?
What?
So organizing your own nation.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when
I
you say
get you.
organizing your own nation, so let me ask you this. So let's say somebody from France just likes it in Europe. They shouldn't move to Europe. They should stay in France.
Yeah, most of the time. I'm not so
Okay,
great
I've got a question.
about.
You know,
So yeah,
you know, at the time when just before the war with Germany, the UN, was Germany part of the UN? Who was not part of the UN before they went to war with Germany?
Good question. I don't know about that. How many nations? When was the United Nations formed? I think it was after World War II, in my opinion. United Nations. They were forefront organizations before the United Nations. And by the way, it was formed by Rockefeller, right? By the Rockefellers. This whole United Nations, which is interesting as well. One of the biggest globalists, one of the biggest war crime criminals.
Because I can understand what you're trying to say, because basically, if you're saying that it can destroy, like globalism is
Sorry?
from the UN.
You were cutting out.
Okay, but did you know what the United Nations was before it was just the UN? It lost the.
No, you are cutting out, man. The United Nations is a big topic, okay? It is a huge topic. You can talk about the United Nations for 2 hours straight. There's some good documentaries out there, what the United Nations are, what they are about, what project they are funding. Also, it is
Oh yeah,
very
I'm back
interesting.
now. Yeah.
Just
So
last
before the
week's
United Nations,
yeah.
Um,
Oh, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can't hear you properly.
You can't hear me.
Yeah, I can now. I can. Good, loud and clear now.
Good. Yeah, I mean, you know, words have power, and they know how to use words. When I just read here the Wikipedia article, right?
Yep.
This deception by using words. For example, they are telling me here it's the largest, most familiar, most international represented, and most powerful intergovernment organization. Okay, so, and wait, I just overread it. Peace. Yeah, it's for peace and security, right? Peace and security, democracy. I mean, the biggest war crime criminals are calling their agenda to be for bringing peace, security, and all of this. This is where they get people, right? You have to look behind the face, what they are really doing. Look at what churches they have in the United Nations. It's
the
Satanism,
UNs,
right?
the UNs are the UNs make up the horns. Who is controlling them?
Well, I told you before, it was
Or is it a pact to say, or is it a pact, or is it a pact? Is it a solid pact?
It was first. It was formed by the Round Table organization, I think. Okay, it is a bit. I was interested in the United Nations 2 years ago.
So what about Haile Selassie?
remember,
So what about Haile Selassie? Because he. So what about Haile Selassie? Because before the UN, it was called something else, and it had something to do with Haile Selassie.
I never heard about that. I know that before the United Nations, there were projects being called like the Round Table. This was a forefront organization before the United Nations come into existence. The Round Table. This was formed by Rockefellers and by one of the most powerful plutocrats in the world. Also a lot of Freemasons, right? So yeah, and then after World War II, they formed the United Nations. The same people, they organized it. They put their NGOs together. They learned their people to get in there, and yeah, and then they formed the United Nations. So they are all on board because they all getting trained by the same people, by the same structures within the United Nations, like the transatlantic. Something it is called transatlantic. It is basically all the media corporations in Germany have to go. All the journalists go to the schools to get promoted and all of this, right?
I mean, Russia's not in the UN anymore, are they?
I don't think so. No.
Because Turkey's in part of the UN, and Turkey have just brought weapons from Russia, which are not meant to do. Only UN countries are meant to do business.
Yeah.
So Turkey just brought those S-300. Yeah, just brought the S-300. Now, the way anyone could look at it is to say, well, Turkey can use that information and pass it on to the UN.
Yeah, it is good for some countries to be in the United Nations because same with NATO, okay? You can be allowed a lot more cruelty if you are in the United Nations because you are basically a partner than if you won't be in the United Nations or NATO. You can do a lot of shit. Yeah, so...
Yeah. I mean, Elron, you see people like Walter. Walter wants us to live our lives out of a book, but obviously people like me and you and Relatable, which we actually live our lives. We go out and we see things, you know, and I like to research on these things as well.
Yeah.
Because, you know, just like that, you see, like, I can see just the way how religion can get used in a way for economic war. It can get used in so many ways, but the real people who are meant to be to be making it what it is, they're using it for their own tactics. The same with this UN. I get you, man. I get you. Even the United Nations, they can scheme, they could plot the plan, and they say that they brought everyone together. They say they're for everyone,
yeah.
But then they still go to war, and war still happens. And it's usually them backing up. You know, oh yeah, we'll back up going to war with Syria. UN's meant to be about peace, so why are you going to war?
Exactly. Yeah. It's very
Get it,
frustrating.
man? It's just a front. It's just a big front. Yeah.
Should we change topics?
Yeah, because you know what? Yeah. No, I get you. I get you. Globalism and nationalism. You give me something to research a little bit more tonight, because if a country can do well on its own, nationally, on its own, which is shown, then for someone to want to bring people together and do all kind of stuff, then you are going to have mixed views.
Yeah.
That's what United Nations is. It's a mixed views. But what you're saying is if they're more tight, as in,
There was a good book out there. I forgot the name. I've read some years ago about the United Nations. It was written in I think in the Netherlands language, and was translated by a friend of mine.
Yeah.
But now I remember, for example, this is a great documentation about the United Nations. It has a bit too much of a pro-Christian perspective on this.
Yeah.
This is a good documentation. Communism by the Back Door. Yeah, this is a good documentation. Very edgy, all right. There's some others, but I have a very bad memory when it comes to names. But yeah, this is very in a national circle. Everyone knows about this documentation, for example. Yeah, so communism by the back door.
Yeah, no, that's good, man. I'll check that out definitely, because I'm not ignorant, man. I like knowledge, man. I mean, even I think you've heard about IC3 with his knowledge, and I know people have laughed. I started laughing, but again, I do understand what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's very focused on the
I
banks.
do understand.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I told him that is it is one of their main structures. I would say even they get the pole position, but you can't. It's too abstract for people to understand this. So
well, check this out, Elron. You know, during the war, obviously Germany had loads of gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
And were they storing it in the Swiss banks? Is that why the Swiss banks weren't getting touched?
Yeah, the Swiss, it is amazing. They have a special status by these globalists, as it seems. They never get involved into the wars. Yeah, a lot of globalists are having their money bunkered there. There's also a lot of occultism there. I have no idea what is really going on with the Swiss. I love, for example, that they have a more democratic structure than Germany, for example. They have a lot of public votes, like about the Brexit. They voting for I don't know, the minor things like animal rights and all of this, and then politicians have to do what people decide there. So there's a lot of positive things, but there's also a lot of secret stuff going on in the Swiss. Some people are saying it's because they are like the forefront organization or country of the Vatican or something. Yeah, that might have something to do with it.
There's definitely something up, because I mean, we know when Germany went around, they done a lot of pillaging. You know, they took loads of gold. Within the Germany ranks, like someone didn't know that they had actually actual spies in the Jewish ranks. People didn't actually know that these people were there, placed in there way before the world had started. The war had started.
I don't even know.
I mean,
most of Germany's gold are in an outside country. I think in America right now. and they won't give it back to us. I'm not even sure if this gold is still in this building. I forgot the name of this building, but yeah, they can just say it is there, but we won't give it to you. Yeah.
Yeah. So guess what? Guess what America done? America sat back because America is a base. Yeah. Let's look at America as the base for these elites. Yeah. They've needed to create a base, and America has said, right, before we go in there too early into the war, why don't we let them gather everything up, all the gold, all the jewelry, everything. Let them gather it up, and then right when they're spread out and right when they're on their knees, we can come in and take it all.
Yeah. Fort Knox it is called, right? This is the major
Fort Knox.
thing, yeah. Fort Knox, yeah.
Mm.
I'm for example, I'm against the gold standard. I would because mainly my main reason is because the golds are in the hand of these plutocrats anyway, and why not getting rid of the gold standard? I mean, it is getting rid. They have gone in the 1970s or something. They are getting rid of the gold standard, but gold is still it's still worth something. And if you have a financial crash, you will see that the gold prices will rise again. So I would get rid of this because most of the gold is owned by them. They have it in their hands, and they should.
Elron, exactly like what happened now. You see, with like the Roman Empire, that's exactly like when the Roman Empire went into Jerusalem. I mean, the way I would do things, man, is I would let these people build. Like, I don't know if you've heard of the American Black Wall Street.
Yes, I've heard about that. Yeah.
So they waited till it was nothing. They waited till they build it all up.
Yeah.
And when it gets too big, say, you know what? Let's take it. Now's the time to take it, because that needs to be shared. We need to share that out. No one, Germany can't just have all that power. Germany can't just have all that knowledge. We need to get in there because this is for the great humanity of all human beings.
Yeah,
And I've
they're
heard,
not. They have done that with black Americans that have built within their community, right? They were very successful in doing that. They have done the same thing with white communities, with whole nations. They have done that, right?
Yeah,
it's
with
called
whole nations.
there's a book out there called The Economic Hitman, which is basically modern day warfare, right? It is not so much about army versus army like in the old days. It's more about cyber warfare, economic warfare, and all of this. This is the modern day warfare.
So, what's your opinion? What's your opinion on this? Because I think they've labelled them a terrorist organisation now. Extinction Rebellion. What's your opinion on these guys? Because they did quite a lot of damage last year.
Yeah, Extinction Rebellion is also funded by George Soros. I think this is just the more, how do you say it? The more.
So you can use it to destabilize countries.
Yes.
You can use it to destabilize countries. Bingo, got ya, jackpot.
Yeah, destabilize countries, but also pushing for an agenda. These people were just too blatant, and people don't like it. So with what they were demanding and how their way of demanding things were.
Right, I'll check this out. Check this out. You've got a country.
Look, wait. Let me finish
Aaron. You've got a country that has got no gays, lesbians, transsexuals at all, right?
Where?
Now, this
Germany.
is a powerful country. No, anywhere. I'm talking any country, right?
Hypothetical.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Hypothetically, right? It's not very high, and you don't like this country. So do you know what you can do? You can say, well, let's put in the LGBT to battle them. Now they have a problem where they're mistreating the LGBT community. Now who comes along? Ordinary people like me and you. We make noise. Look what they're doing. They're persecuted. So now that would give an excuse for the UN and everyone to get onto them. Yeah.
Yes, yes, indeed. It is. They switched from these communists switched from uniting the workers against the elites, basically, which were of nobility mostly still in Europe. It was not so much about democracy but monarchy. So they want to bring down monarchy, which were when you look at the monarchy system, they have taken less taxes from the people than modern day democracies, right? Way less taxes. And also what monarchies, mostly there was some corrupt monarchies, but at least people know who they can hold accountable, right? If a king has done something bad to the people, they hold them responsible. But if you now vote in someone, some party or something, these parties or these people in power can say, yeah, you voted me in, so basically it's your fault. So no one will revolt against these people, right?
Yeah.
So, and monarchies, as I said before, there were some corrupt, not only kings, there's also layers under the kings. It's called Fürsten in Germany. I don't know how to call it. I think lords in English, lords and all of this. But normally they have done things which limited the capitalist from reaching a certain power level, right? And they wanted to get rid of this. And then the communists, they wanted to try to completely destroy the traditional fabric of the nations, right? But the workers were too patriotic. They were not getting behind those communists, at least in Western Europe. And then they decided, okay, we have to get rid of these patriotist feelings, and how can we achieve that? We destroy the families. We bring in a lot of different fractions of the system, like minorities. We support them and saying we are behind these minorities and bring them up against the majority, okay? We are now living in a democracy, a so-called democracy, where the majority should rule, but we see the minority is setting the tone. And the majority has to bend their knees to the minorities. So yeah, they switched, these communists switched their tactics.
No, I understand. I do understand, because someone had explained this to me before, about like the system, like, because we're all looking at it the wrong way. We're all calling each other out to be a racism. We're all calling out, but you said it, Aaron. We've got to look at who's in charge, who's got the saying, who's governing us. And if you look at it, the people have a lot of power in the movement of the world, in sorting out each other's and governing each other. But we can easily, with the help of the media and these powers that you're speaking of, it's not looking at each other, it's looking at what's making us be like this.
Yeah. But my problem with this is,
and this,
you are
and just talking
absolutely
about
right.
the Germany bit here now, I can understand.
The problem is, I see reality as it is. I was on board with this whole, there's this whole divide and conquer, right? So this is what civic nationalists are basically telling us. In fact, if you look at Republicans and the whole Trump movement, they are doing exactly this. They are saying, we are all in this together against the elites. But we are seeing it is not working. Why? Because we are not only thinking about ourselves as abstract people, right? We are also having an identity, which is based on ethnicity. Yeah? And as soon as something bad happens to from an outside group, we will have this feeling, and we're getting distracted again. Okay. I've tried that for years as a more or less leftist to unite, but I saw how easy it is because it's natural, it's biology, it is
Yes, that's
right.
what I'm trying to understand.
So
And I know,
my solution
and I know
is,
some people might.
yeah, my solution to this is
Yeah,
the ethno-pluralist
I
worldview.
understand you. I understand. I understand. The ordinary people, that when something that's not ordinary comes into your neighborhood, I understand that it's in people's tiny minds, or to feel threatened or to be suspicious or to be curious. And I understand that this takes time, and for this to happen you need to have the law and order to do this.
But it's also destroying culture, right? If you allow different cultures to flourish within your country, it is a direct attack on your culture. So how it could be working to unite against all these globalists under one flag is to get rid of your identity. Okay, completely get rid of the identity, unite under a common identity where ancestry and heritage and culture doesn't matter anymore. You create a new culture and then you can unite under this. But this is never gonna
Yes,
work.
but
This is what I'm telling civic
happen. No.
nationalists. It is not working.
Yes.
People are always
Yes.
interested. Black people, of course, are interested in their heritage, about Black history and all of this. Chinese people are in
Yeah.
their wanting to live their traditions and all of this. I understand that, but this is, for example, if I'm then talking about white history, it might be offensive to other races, as well as when Black people are talking about Black history, it is offensive to me because it is an attack. Okay, when Black Lives Matter are right now saying, yeah, I see all these white people on TV and the museums and all of this, there's no diversity there. I can understand them that they don't feel represented, okay? But when
Yeah.
it comes to the other way around, I see more and more Black people now in television, or let's go with football, okay? This is the best example. I saw France play the football game against the Germans and so on, and there's nothing. I, as a French, I couldn't relate to this national team anymore because these people are not of my heritage, and this is what we have to understand. I understand Black people are telling me, yeah, all I'm seeing, all the buildings and everything like this is not us, right? And it is depressing. It is. This is what I would say is a kind of white supremacy, yes, because this country was built for us, for our people, and it is depressing when you go into that. When I go,
Bravo.
Yeah, but what
No,
you
Elron,
then
it's built
demand
like
of
that's
us, right,
Elron.
Nettie?
Elron, they had to do. Yeah.
What you
Yeah.
then
They had
demand
to
of
do what
us
they had to
is
do in
to
history.
get rid of our cultural heritage, of our symbolic figures, of our history. Basically, some people are demanding that. Is an attack on us. So now we are enemies. Where we should unite is under an ethno. This is the only way I see. Maybe someone can come up with another thing, but an ethno-pluralistic worldview. Okay, this is my solution.
You know what, Elron? It's so Elron. If people come on here like you and be honest, Elron, then we won't. People are just talking about one side. You hear me? I talk about all sides, Elron. Yeah, and I definitely understand you. Yeah, because this is a new way of thinking. Like how you're thinking, you understand. Well done a minute. Can you not understand the other point? Yeah, can you not understand? This guy might just be so narrow-minded. He's looking at you're here, but he's not looking at the United Nations. What the United Nations done to bring you here? What the United Nations got involved to
these
bring
people are
people
about
together.
they are all on board with destroying culture. They want a one culture for everyone. Okay, one world religion, one world currency, and all of this. Yeah, and everyone that wants to protect their heritage, their culture and history, they must be against them. These are our main enemies. But yeah, if you see, for example, many African countries have lost their language. This is one of the main factors that build culture. If you dream something in a foreign language, it is getting rid of part of your identity, right? So I understand them, but then they come here. Not black people, not so much. It is only, but Muslims, for example, right? They would hate it if Christians in their country are now building more and more churches, preaching the Bible to everyone, right? Getting rid more and more of the Muslim faith, right? By converting people and changing the face of their country. But when they come here, they have no sympathy for the people that have built this country and don't want that to happen in their country either. So when we can agree on that, a lot has been done to unite
Let
us.
me agree on something. There are certain people from all places, who obviously don't accept the British way of life, right? And that's just what I'm trying to say to you. That's them sort of people, Aaron. And there's certain people here that come here and they're just trying to get on and trying to do what they're doing, and then you've got people living in that old mindset of what you're trying to say. So I can understand certain things, but how do you identify these people?
Yeah, this is a problem.
Without
You can't look into
without
people's
saying all Muslims, how do
minds,
you
right?
identify them?
Yeah, I say you can't, especially with so many people in there. They can lie to you, right? I hate nothing more than this dishonest people who are telling you the one thing, but then behind closed doors, they have an absolute opposite agenda. So for example, I love black nationalists who are honest. All right, I love them. I love, for example, the Muslim, more of the extremists like the Salafists, right? They're open of what they want. But then you have these other Muslims, and some Muslims don't have an agenda to take over, right? But then you have a lot of Muslims who are the majority, I would say, who are telling you, no, we are just about all the left-wing phrases, right? We are all for equality, and we just want to live together and all of this, and they are lying right into your face, right? I hate these people, because then you look at the tweets they have done a year ago or so. They are telling you exactly what their real goal is, and this is just a strategy. They are using left-wing tactics for their own group, because they know that if they use the language of the left, they can then get their people, bring them more into power positions, right? Extend their powers and everything like this. And I hate these people. I love honest people, and I hate dishonest people and hypocritical people. This is, for example, why I said in the chat.
Yeah, hypocritical.
Yeah, that.
But that's everywhere, Aaron. That's everywhere.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. You have to give me some examples. I think that I could definitely point out to some groups that are 95% honest. Okay, I can
So
tell you.
do you see a problem? Do you see a problem? Do you see a problem with me?
What do you mean? In what case?
Okay, so if you wanted to open up a shop, yeah, that's got your nationality name, so it's called wherever you're from. That's the name of your shop. Should I have a problem with you opening that up in England?
Yes, I think so, because I see that. For example, in the current situation, I would say yes, try that in the black community, because it is helping you in the state right here, right now, much more than just working for these globalist companies like Amazon and all of this, right? Keep it in the family, right? This is what white people are also trying to do right now. I would say in the current situation it is best, but what I see, for example, Muslims are doing it one of the best. They are masters in doing that. Blacks and whites can learn a lot from the Muslims, and Jews are doing it very successful too, right? So these groups are very successful. But what I see with this is basically a colonization, all right? They are colonizing our country. This would be the same way if whites are going to, I don't know, India, for example, and then only trading with themselves, and then getting another city, being controlled by them, and then another city, and so on. It is colonization. This is what I see as colonization. So this can't be a solution, because sooner or later it will. Some people won't have the chance to getting rid of this area, to flee to another area, and then a fight has to be broken out. All right, it is always about power balance. Your group wants more power. That means my group are getting less power, and this is what nations should be for. Okay, national borders. My group should be powerful in my nation, but don't have any influence on another nations. All right. So yeah, they are getting rid. Black nationalists will get in conflict with white nationalists within white countries. All right, as well as when white nationalists build something in Africa or in India, they would get in conflict with these people, of course. So what's the solution? Ethno-pluralism. Let's work together. All right, bring down the powers that be, and then let's have a prosperous world by not plundering other countries' resources, and let's get rid of this money system which we are all slaves on, with some exceptions like China maybe. China, I don't know if it's globally controlled under the system, but yes, we have to get rid of these first, and then let's separate.
That's why,
and we can
Elron, we're
respect
just
each
getting
other.
played. We're just getting played. I mean, Elron, I see something come up about. Yeah. But then again, I know what you're trying to say, but we have to get this message before we separate, Elron.
Yes, of
That's
course.
what I'm trying to say. If we were to do that, everyone has to learn this message.
So the IC3, my good friend, he was speaking to me and Waf about a conference, a multi-ethno-nationalist conference, some big conference where you have Asians, blacks, and different ethno groups or religious groups, for example, coming together on a conference and talking about these power structures that we have to unite and find ways how we can unite on that. And yes, I hope this will be happening in the future, because the globalists hate nothing more than a conference like this. You will see them scream on mainstream media when we are doing this. This could be huge, and I hope this can become a reality in the future. And then live streaming it on YouTube and everything, very professional, right? With very structured conferences where everyone has the chance to speak, I don't know, for 15 minutes or 20 minutes, and then also have a circle afterwards.
But you know what,
right?
Elron, it's a good thing. But you know one thing about that theory is when we put borders up and we put walls up, can we be trusted enough to? Because what I'm trying to say to you is, if you look at Africa as a country, can it sustain itself?
I think so. Yes.
Yes, it
Why
can.
not? Why not?
Yes, it can. What about a country where it's got lots of bad winter? Can it sustain itself?
Yes, of course. We have done it in the past. We don't have the living standard of right now, but we have a lot of
Yep.
white countries who have a lot of resources. Right now, for example, Germany has trade embargoes with Russia. Imagine that. And why is that? Because we are controlled by the US government. All right? The US government is still occupying Germany. And they don't want. This is going on for at
Because they're
least the last
paranoid.
100 of years. Yes, they
What does
hate
the USA?
Russia.
What does the USA have in Poland? That's a danger. That's a danger to
Yeah,
Europe.
yeah. This is another topic. A
What do
lot
they
of
have?
Polish nationalists think also of themselves only as the victims of Russia, the victims of Germany, and so on. While they have in the past also been attacking Russia and Germany before World War II, even. Okay, and they
Yep.
have to look at in their history and telling them, yeah, we were all being fooled by the same people, right? Russia was, the US was, yes, it was a
Yep.
brother war, an unnecessarily brother war. It was promoted by capitalists and communists. The capitalists from the US have funded the communists in Russia, the Bolsheviks. And we have to get, yeah, unfortunately, we have to take a step back and look at history with a neutral view.
All
To,
history counts, even
yeah,
to the history of me and IC3 were discussing about the history of like Israel. At that time in the world, that place was rich, filthy, dirty, rich. Um, and then the next big thing after that is obviously we know is oil, Elron.
yes,
Yeah. So then the Arabs become filthy, mad, mega rich. But then you've already got like Europe. You've got Europe up there as well. So at the time when you've just got to look at it like this, I would let a place like that flourish. But when you've got so much wealth and when you've got so much gold, your enemies start to look at you in a certain way,
yeah,
and
definitely.
the
It's
jealousy
greed.
happens.
Greed was also
It's
being
greed,
used,
and that's
yes.
what happens when
And
you're doing
this,
good.
yeah,
When you're doing good,
yeah,
like this chat, like I was saying, when we're thinking high and positive,
yeah,
you've got people saying no,
yeah.
because we're thinking high and we're thinking in a positive way.
Yeah, definitely. This is
I would rather
something
you say, I
where,
would rather you say, I would rather you say, I'm a proud white man and I want to be white and I'm proud and I'm going to keep on being white, rather than you say, oh, I'm a white man and I feel sorry that I'm white. You sound pathetic.
yeah, this is why I'm not just a nationalist, right? Because I saw what happened in the past, that countries that were flourishing, other countries were getting greedy and telling them, yeah, uh, this can't be. So I hate, for example, that Eastern Europe is still so much uh, behind economically wise
That
than
and
Western
that's why I
countries.
believe you, because you see
And
these big supermarkets, they're not owned by us. These
yeah,
big supermarkets aren't owned by us. And that meeting that you were talking about, there was a meeting, and I saw it. It was with the Pope, and you had the big players like mobile phone people, mobile phone contract people who owned that. You had all these big players there talking about the world. They were talking about, oh, we're here to talk about. This is what they said they were here to talk about, the climate, how to do better for the climate change.
yeah,
Why is
it's
so?
a new
If you can
religion.
control that, that's like me saying, Elron, you own Sainsbury's, yeah. This is Asda here. Put the bananas at 99p. Yeah, we'll do that. That goes all over the world. Then all they have to say is right. We need mobile phone contracts now to all be at this much.
Yeah,
Yeah, so then they all speak the same tune. They all speak the same languages. Small businesses, don't be worried about small businesses. Small businesses are just in competition with each other. Yeah, and it's
Yeah,
only when them small businesses
they're
come
making
together.
laws. They're making laws that harm small businesses and middle class people, and benefits the big companies, especially in this whole European Union Commission. They are doing this, right? They are destroying everything. The whole coronavirus thing, the same thing. They are destroying the middle class,
Yes.
while the big companies are getting more powerful and eating them up.
And no one was buying from China.
Yeah.
No one was buying from China. All the big supermarkets were selling food. That was the biggest seller. And who owns these? Have a look. That's what people are forgetting. Have a look. Why are they so important? Why is it they're not owned by normal people, that they're owned by corporate government? Because they're important. And if you hold them, that's like me owning Sainsbury's and telling the government, now I'm not opening up, I'm shutting down. They need food. So you get brought in. So that's where you have them. That's where you have you get invited into this. And if you don't get invited into it, they'll make something else, or they'll just take it over. They'll take it.
Yeah, the libertarians would tell you, yeah, we don't have real competition, right? They would tell you this monopoles you're seeing, they can only be monopoles because with the help of the state. And they have a point there. Yes, but what these monopoles have done is lobbying. They have lobbied a politician to do what they want them to do, so they get more powerful. So, in fact, you can say that capital and monopoles, economic and economy companies, big companies, are really controlling the government. It's not the government who is in control. Another thing is when you say, yeah, normal people should basically rule this company. Yes and no. I would say we still have to value hierarchy, but what these people in power, they're not dumb, right? They have reason to be in this position to some extent. Some are completely incapable, but most of them are capable. What they have to do is change their mind. I don't want them replaced by someone who doesn't know anything about how things are working, right? I want them to change their mind and to think of the national good, right? To say, we serve the people, and this is what needs to change. Right now, they are just egomaniac people who think about themselves, and this needs to change. If you put in very unqualified people, you will see what has been done, has been a lot, millions upon millions have suffered under this communist regime change, where they put unqualified people in these companies, right? I don't want that either. I want a change of the zeitgeist, and this could free us. That could make us very more healthy, more rich, right? Everyone be better off. When they don't change, yeah, we will then force them to train people who are on board with this nationalist idea, right? And then replace them, right? But we can't just overthrow them in one day or something. This has to be a progress.
Yeah, Elron, I understand, because next what they're going to do is they're going to have they'll have a black LGBT GT march, yeah, and then the Black Lives Matter will be like, no, you're not part of us because you're gays.
Mm-hmm.
And then they'll be like, oh, look at this prejudice. And there's millions of people over the world, yeah, who follow the LGBTQ religion, yeah, New World thing that they've got there going on. And then they'll put us up against that. And then you've got blah, 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 blah. Before you know it, it creates like a new thing to distract you, keep you working.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, but
You
these
know?
LGBTQ guys, they are in line with globalists, right? They are a tiny minority. No one, I mean, if yeah, they have allies because the mainstream media and the education system has brainwashed them. But if strong men and women, traditionally oriented strong men and women, stand against these people, they have no power at all right? We have the power. We are the majority. We don't have to care about them, all right? They have to go back into their closet and be happy that they can live how they live without being out on the streets and demonstrating their shit, all right? I want to the normal healthy values to be promoted and not this destruction. I recently read an article that 50% of these transgender people are killing themselves, okay? So yeah, what an edgy take would be, yeah, half of the problem is solved, right? So yes, they have no control. These are minorities and they are only getting pushed by mainstream media to appear to be powerful. They are not powerful. 2 days ago, there were an Antifa protest. They were together with the Kurdish communists, and the Kurdish communists were marching with Kurdish flags in front of Turkish nationalist areas with some feminism, right, being promoted there. And the Turkish nationalists here in Germany and in Austria, they were destroying them, okay? And later, the Antifa guys, it was hilarious. Later, these Antifa guys, a half day later or something, in the night, they were marching in the same Turkish areas, showing solidarity with the LGBTQ Kurdish people, waving Kurdish flags, and they get thrown back into their castle, basically, their occupied building, right, for this Antifa propaganda, and they were scared to death. And now they are calling for the police, right? These all cops are bastards people. They are now calling for the police because they have now to face some strong nationalists, like the Turkish nationalists. They was shit scared. Okay, these are foot soldiers. These are little children. When they are getting faced with real nationalists, right? They have no chance in the world. Of course, I have something against these Turkish nationalists because they're also wanting to take over Germany. But this was fun to watch. Okay, having some proper nationalists going up against these scumbags, and they only hate these Turkish nationalists because they are not on board with these communist global homo agenda, because they still value the traditional family and are proud in their people, right? They are not for this faceless consumerist culture, which, right? It was beautiful to see, and the hypocrisy of the Antifa. Days before they were marching and attacking the police, and then they're screaming for the police. And what I would say to the Turkish people, maybe some Turkish people, I know that some Turkish guy is always watching the channel. I hope he will jump on the panel and have some words to say about that. But yes, they let these Turkish nationalists flourish, right? Because they are still a minority. They have minority privilege. We are living in a minority tyranny world. But now the Turkish nationalists have become so strong. Now the system, the communist system, is basically somewhat saying, no, these are fascists too, and we have to fight them too. So this is great, right? I was waiting for that a long time, that Muslims and all these others are saying, no, you are not in line with our values, right? You're not in line with us. And that these Marxists who wants to control all the minorities, right, telling them what to do and what they can't do, that they are finally reaching out against these scumbags. Yeah, I forgot the name of the
Well,
Turkish
I
nationalist.
believe what you're saying, right? I believe like your vision is a nice vision that I'd like to see, just like IC3's, because IC3's vision is just saying, listen, if we had a bank, we can make the world more even.
Yeah.
But then you've got to think about it. Look, if I said to you, the whole of Africa plays a big part in feeding the world, and now Africa now has its own bank, and Africa has nukes. Both me and you know, Elron, that when you've got countries with nukes, it's a different tactic to how you are going to negotiate with them.
Yeah, of course. Of
So
course.
this is what I'm trying to say. It's a race, and it's a stupid race. It's a paranoia race. It's a greedy paranoia race that we all have to go through. But we have people like me, and we have people like you who understand that people are just people, and we are led by good beliefs, and then we're led by real silly beliefs because of a system. The system that's been going on since the day of time. A system, an engine, a spirit, a body, one of minds. Because what you're talking about, bro, is if you're talking what you're talking, to me that sounds like, I know this is godless, but you got to have one intelligent mind to be able to consider what's going on in the world like this.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's so much.
If you realize
Stuff
this,
to
and you're in the
explore.
power to do this, you can play chess.
Yeah, I don't want this. Look, we are living in a system where people who don't do much work are getting benefited, right? These are the most rich people. They don't do much productive stuff. I want, of course, I want productive people to have to be wealthy, right? They can be wealthier than me. I don't have anything against them, as long as they are not working against the nation's interest. All right, I want them to flourish. I will praise them for what they have achieved. We are now having this mentality of being greedy to people who achieve something, right? That it is in Germany we are calling it the Pöbelgeist, saying, looking at wars, for example, and telling them, oh, these people were getting oppressed. Instead, you can have another view, right? You can praise your heroes, for example, right? And we totally have lost that. Who wants to be reminded all day and all night that the women have suffered and all of this? No, there were women without this whole woman's right in the past who were powerful women, right? I don't know. It is just it is bringing people against each other by telling
growth.
them
It's growth. Elron, it's growth. I mean, things take time to grow. And the longest things that take time to grow are the oldest. And those things have knowledge.
Yes.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, and I especially like short videos that goes into specific topics. And I wish that other communities would do videos like this also more. You have these hour-long streams, and most of the people will not get the important parts. I love short videos that really goes, that are even scripted, where you bring it down to the point where you can really learn something from these videos, right?
Yeah. Well, I just know one thing, what you said, man. It's the people in power who are playing. And we're not related to the people in power.
No, not at
Not
all.
everyone's related So why are they going to care about you? Put it this way. Put it this way. I'm not going to tell someone to go down there and fight unless I'm not going to tell my own son, hey, do you know what they're doing? They're doing this down there. Go and fight. Because what happens if my son gets stabbed? No, I'll send your kids down there, but I'm not going.
Yeah. Yeah, in the
Yeah.
past, the kings and kaisers, they were sending their sons to the battlefields. All right? They were doing that. Now, these politicians, I mean, we have a woman who is, if you have a
But
woman
Elron,
fighting.
I believe the people who see the threat are the people in the government, because what they'll do is they'll see, let's say for instance, they see a community flourishing, it's growing, it's growing, it's growing. They've got two ways of dealing with that community: sending in a virus, or they can raise the prices in the taxes if the community owns that, or if they rent. So let's say they're renting it, they'll say, well, that community's doing good, boost up the rent. Why, Elron? Because they're making money.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they're making money. So if they're making more money, they can't make more money than us. We need to balance this out. So let's up the rent. But hold on a minute, how can you up the rent? They own it. Okay. And they're getting powerful, and they're getting, now they've got skyscrapers. Now look, the Chinese have bought skyscrapers now, and they've got big skyscraper buildings. And you know what? No one lives in these skyscraper buildings. But what's happening with the money? It's gaining interest. Yeah, it's become part of it's become part of a big thing. It's a big thing to have skyscrapers in London and stuff.
Yeah,
So they can
these
now
people don't
they
know where to invest their money anymore, right? They have so
yeah.
much money, they don't know how to spend it anymore. So yeah, but just imagine that the middle class, for example, would just earn double as much as they are right now. How much this would benefit the overall society instead of these unbelievable. We don't even know how much money they have. This whole
I mean,
Forbes list is so bullshit. The real powerful people don't tell you how much money they have. They
it's like
bank
what
their money
IC3 said.
in these organizations like BlackRock or something. So you don't know who is owning which company, who is owning what, right? We have to have an investigation team, right? Having an investigation team against these companies. I would also, for example, if I would build a party, I would also, for example, address just having a special squad going after these pedophile rings, right? After this whole Epstein thing, people would vote for me. Everyone hates pedophiles, all right? And everyone is disappointed that this whole Epstein gate and this Dutroux thing wasn't really solved. It's still going on. And
That's why
nothing
I
has
believe
changed.
that's why I believe, Elron, that you know what people can do now. Let's say they've given him a face transplant, yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
he'll still have his eyes. So
like
let's
in the
say the
James,
only way.
do you remember this James Bond film movie where they have done that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, change the face. And there was a film called Face Off. But the one thing they couldn't mess about was the eyes. You see the eyes. That's why I think we're reading it wrong about this facial recognition. It's obvious they've got facial recognition. Bloody hell, it's on your mobile phones, you idiots. It's about your eyes. That's why they want you to wear a face mask and show your eyes.
Yeah, if they are able to
Like, I don't understand.
zoom
Like,
in.
people could still cough on you. You could still go out. People could still cough on you. Right? So why are they telling you to wear gloves? So if people can still cough on you, that's what the cameras are there for. That's what they're testing you for, on your eyes.
I had some paranoia when I was playing poker in casinos because they have this facial recognition thing. And I was thinking, if they just put in one player and giving them the infos about my micro gas stick, right? They can completely destroy me. Yeah, in the casinos, also in some parks like Fantasy Land or Disney World, they have this thing as well. It's basically
Yeah.
like a test laboratory test area for what they want in all cities, all villages, and all of this, right?
Yeah.
And I love Disney World still, even though there's a lot of pedophilia, but
It's
it's a
dangerous.
wonderful world.
Listen,
And
Aaron.
this is
It's
what is so
dangerous.
dangerous,
It's
right?
dangerous.
They're
It's
making
dangerous
a
because
magical world where they deceive people. It's like a magic spell, but
yeah,
the evil is behind the curtain.
That's what Germany. That's what they when they were talking about Adolf Hitler was interested in the mystic and all that stuff, or the cult. No, he was interested in how you can be, because that's look. Let's get it like real, right? You know when you reading these stories about these superheroes, they've all got these powers like magicians. They're not like, but they're deceiving. It's a deceiving thing, you know.
Yeah,
Like
and
you got magicians that
recognize.
can walk on water. They could
Yeah.
chuck down a stick and it could turn into a snake or a piece of string. I mean, these things can be done, but how can you do it where you can make the whole wide world, like you see, like Michael Jackson, like what he done and everything like that. He had people in a trance.
Oh yeah.
You know.
You see the videos about the signs he was making while he was dancing and everything. Yeah, it was a trance.
Yeah.
And then the message in the songs that he was promoting, on a subconscious level, were adopted by the people. Right? They were celebrating it. It was like a church, being in a church. I think this is why also these people are so
Yeah.
interested in controlling
Spirit.
the.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Definitely.
definitely, because you know what, when you're in the church, everyone's got that same mind. Everyone's thinking alike, and you're creating something that's not there. That's power. That's like me telling you, Elron, tomorrow I'm gonna die, and I want you to get 1,000 people to start remembering me and praising me. I will never die. I'll be like a movie star, like Hollywood stars. Michael Jackson will never die.
This is probably another
You know.
thing why these communists wants to destroy religion. At least I think the normal Marxists you see on the streets, they don't know shit about that. But the people
Religion balances out the world. Yeah,
yes.
it balances out the world.
Yes.
I mean, because I think because it's a powerful tool to have, man. I mean, you've got to remember, this is what I'm trying to say. Why Adolf Hitler was so great, because the spirit in him that he had.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was
and
destroying
the
Freemasonry.
uniqueness.
Most people don't know about that. He was destroying Freemasonry and educating people on Freemasonry in the Third Reich. I think he could done better, but also he hasn't had the technology we have right now. He was educating people also on the occult. There was a lot of occult circles within the National Socialist Party, but unfortunately it was only promoted by a tiny minority for example, the SS brigade. They have to get that knowledge before they become SS members, but they should have done that to a broader public. I think maybe Hitler was thinking that people are not ready for it yet, so you have to start small, right? When you're talking, for example, let's just imagine aliens are real, right? And you will then tell people, in fact, aliens are real, right? They are living amongst us, for example. Okay, I'm not saying they are, but it's hypothetical. People will freak out. Okay, when people are not ready for it.
Yeah.
But
and I don't, and to tell you the truth, I don't think, if you're talking, I don't think they're ready to expose themselves yet, because people are still got powerful minds and can be still powerfully led. So let's say they wanted to reveal themselves and be like, yeah, we're taking over, we've come all together. No, Because I'd be saying, Elron, they're not like us. Forget about your religion or your color, mate. They're totally different to us. They're the enemy.
Yeah.
So if they've been hiding amongst us, of course, this is what I'm trying to say to Elron. Sometimes I'm thinking there must be something so powerful to do to make us fight each other. Because ants don't really do this to each other. You know, like let's say, like there's rules in the world. Yeah, I know there's rules like the nature and everything like that. Like certain things have to eat because they have to eat to do what they have to do. Maybe that's what it is. But
Maybe
it's this whole
there could be a more simple explanation for that. That they have the knowledge on the natural world and how the world works, the logos, right? But they want to keep it for themselves. And on the same time, they are teaching us the exact opposite. They are telling us this is natural, like for example transgenderism and all of this, right? But in fact, this is against nature, right? Telling us that the traditional family is cancer, but they know that the opposite is true, right? So yeah, this is why they're using the oil, for example, that can see in the dark. They want us in the dark, and they want themselves to be the only ones who are illuminated, enlightened. But this is more of the esoteric. A lot of speculation going
Elrod,
on.
you know,
Yeah.
in your life, right? What has when it comes to gods, where do gods always live in what you've seen in all religions?
In nature, I would say.
No, like where would you find these gods to be? Like not just like nature, like most common place that they would always point to. So what I'm trying to say, are they on the earth or are they in the sky, like the big, the ancient ones, the ancient gods?
The ancient Zeus and all of these in the sky, yeah. And one has to wonder why that is. There's different explanations for that. You can say, okay, because these gods are what they really are. They could even be some kind of human, but they're coming from another planet. They're just more technological advances. This would be one example, which is in fact logically more better than even believing that there's an invisible god, like I don't know, some, right? This would be the alien theory is much more understandable than believing in something that is living in the sky and is watching us all the time, right? This is a better explanation for me than
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I've always thought about that. I've always thought about just like a next thing from somewhere else, mate. Just absolutely that maybe could not have fitted in back then and needed time to adjust within the society, and maybe there might have things they got wrong,
Yeah.
and maybe we found them out before we defeated them, but because they had already like found ways to be like us, to that's why I've always thought.
I can't tell you what the answer on this question is. There's a lot of theories I think that have value. You can also say, for example, this is more of the pagan or even some New Age religion. Think it is about the solar system, the whole about the stars in the skies and how natural circles works. They are putting names to them, and to understand how this all works, they are impersonating them, like saying Aquarius, for example, right? They're putting their image of themselves into these how these natural force is working to really understand that, like an how do you say it? Like a myth, which is what people can more relate to, which is more interesting to them than this boring explanation, right? Yeah, something like this could be also
Because
possible.
you know the Pope, well, the Vatican have like telescopes.
Yeah. It's 666 Lucifer. They
And
called one of
Saturn.
the
They got
yes.
Satan, isn't it? Satan.
Yeah, they
Yeah, the
called
Satan telescope.
their telescope basically like this. Lucifer, I think they called it. Yeah.
And they've got one in
Unbelievable.
America. I watched this with these Red Indians. They were talking about this place that they have in America, these Red Indians, and they were talking about these like redhead giants, hairy like big giants that used to live in the mountains there. And they're talking about that their people used to battle them. Could it be like prehistoric man?
Maybe.
Or could it have been? Because then they also talk about that in this, they've got this place in America where I forgot what it's called. It's called the Mountain or something, Rock, Devil's Rock or something like that. And even the natives were talking about like it's got like a magnetic field there. There's something of importance, and they were talking about like portals.
Yeah, it could definitely be. Doesn't even mean that they must come from outside. They could just be people that are not living anymore, that were technologically more advanced, and then basically conquering the earth. And just imagine, for example, you go back 4,000 years, right? You don't know anything about the technology we are now having. If these people then would go there, they would be seen like gods with magical powers and everything like this. Because people don't understand how technology works, for example. Yeah, there can be different explanation. I can't give you the reason. They could also mean the whole story about God has created us into His image. It could be a genetic, a bio-engineered, basically process, right? They could have just created humankind by genetically engineering people, these people. And
Well,
yeah, so
well, yeah. I mean, when you look at this, the stories, you know, like they say, oh, they used to come to and fro, and then they came onto man. But it never ever says like they stayed, like permanently stayed. They came to man, and then they bared children of might of renown, so a different breed. So you're able now to have your authority on the earth through
yes, of
having a
course.
blood lineage, through
Yeah,
having a blood lineage, yeah.
yeah, of course.
But what happens when you've got something that we're clever? We're very clever beings. We're not stupid beings. Yeah, we are quite clever. But then what if you've got this being and you've got this being? You've got now you've still got this, you've still got our mentality and you've still got that mentality of the being. But we
Yeah,
will now recognize ourselves as that being will now recognize itself without a fact being the superior race.
yeah, or at least a threat to them.
So it knows what it knows from above and what it knows from down below.
Yes.
So it's just like
Yeah,
leaving.
these are big questions, and we can only answer them if people like me or you are in power that are really interested in that and having access to the archives that might be out there still that we don't know about.
Well, I've always looked at like hieroglyphics and stuff. I've always looked at why they're always. I mean, even to the point where it's logical for them to have like a sun god because
Of course, yeah.
we know what the sun does for us.
Yeah, the sun is the giver
So,
of life. Yes.
of life.
This is what the
And,
swastika was about, by the way. Yeah.
But that swastika is also on the temple in an ancient temple in China.
Yes, in China, in India, even in African nations. It is all over the earth, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there must have been a common culture for some days. And
Yeah, at
my
least.
best explanation is you will also find all the flood myth, right? The Great Flood. You will find that in almost all religion. So I think after the flood, this common culture was lost. The knowledge was lost, and then people have to reinvent everything, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I think
Start
Atlantis.
again.
Atlantis could be an explanation for that, right? The whole thing
Yeah.
about Atlantis. But yeah, this is unfortunately all speculation. It's very interesting. I'm very interested in that. But these are all things you will find. You can spend weeks and months, and you won't find the answer to that. Because it is when you don't have your own
Because
researchers.
you know what it sounds like? It sounds like the gods have made a creation, right? That is bad. That messed up. You know, like not the gods. Sorry, not gods, because I don't believe in gods like the Bible or anything. But you see, like the aliens now, yeah. It's almost like they've created something that's bad, and that they need to, they need to own up to it, but they can't expose themselves. But whatever they've made was a mistake, and it's amongst us. It's almost like, you can even look at it like that from two sides, like a battle like that. So you've got pure blood and you've got half blood.
Yes. And I'm not even, this is why I have a problem with Christianity. I'm, for example, I have no problem with when the people decide that a human being, extraordinary human being called, for example, holy. I mean, even the Christian church is doing it right now, which is normally against the Bible. From what I understand from the Bible, they can't say this person is now holy, like the Holy Mary and all these other holy people. But I'm not against that. I'm for impersonating people as holy people or even as gods. Okay, over the gods is something we can't understand. Okay, this is the thing where everything comes from. This is above the gods, above the.
I understand. I understand. I understand that. Well, no matter what God it is, it wants you to do what He says.
Yeah, and yes, this being where we can't really find a name for, this all-powerful being that have created everything, that have created basically the laws, like gravity, for example. Okay, if you think that you can go against these laws that this being has set up for us, no, you will get destroyed by this being. Okay, because this being has set up the rules, and the better you understand these rules, the closer you become to this being. Okay, the more godlike you become. Okay, and I'm for pointing out persons who are having achieved extraordinary things for in different fields. Someone is very good at holding up honor in sacrificing themselves for in a war, for example, war heroes like Achilles, right? Achilles is basically like a god right now, right? Or Hercules, when we are talking about European gods. These people made them basically into gods, and I'm not against them, as long as they understand that there's a higher being above them, and these were just extraordinary men, right? That
Yeah, like Caesar was known as a god. A Caesar was known as a god.
Yes.
And you know what? This is why I'm skeptical, because you know what it is as well. At the same time, Caesar had competition when you've got someone else claiming to be the man of God.
Of course, yes.
Right? And if you can't control your people, then you're not seen as a god. If you've got a disruption in somewhere because someone said, you know what, I'm not no son of God. People are just exaggerating, right? People are just exaggerating. I am just a normal person. My name's Aaron. I've just come here to tell you, yeah, just to free your minds. Look after yourself. You know, if you're gonna stay here in this city, you're gonna be a slave. Come out from the city, come to the desert, and we'll eat fish. You've got bread, yeah, mate. Give me two bread, and I'll give you 2 fish. See, that's how easy it is. Who else has got food? Then you can see the exaggeration, right? Now, if I'm a Caesar, right, and I've got a big, like I've got Jerusalem, yeah, I've got Jerusalem. It's massive. It's all the trade goes there. Loads of trade goes there and comes up to the north, and you know, feeds Europe. That we cut
Also
off. Europe is cut off.
Egypt during that time, yes.
Yeah, and Egypt as well. Egypt was a big game player, but I'm talking now like the time when like with the Caesar, and like if you're a god and you've got people leaving your city to live in the desert by a simple man, you're not going to look like a god anymore.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Also
so
for women who for example, extraordinary women with caring capability, right? That like the Holy Mary, right, is a symbol for that. We are pointing out these people as idealizing them for what they have done in a specific field, so people can orient themselves after these people. All right, we are not, and we have to do that. We can't say everyone is equal. No, we have to have an idea of what we should be. If we are saying everyone is equal, every life's, you know, I wouldn't say my life is as much worth as someone who is better at explaining my ideas. I would go in front of this person and sacrifice my life for it, because this person is better in doing what my values are. Okay, I will sacrifice my life for this person, because I acknowledge that there are people that are better than me. All right.
Yeah.
This is my belief.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, but that's just me just thinking out from a broad, like from a broader perspective. You know what I mean? Like I'm thinking outside the box always, man. And that's what I always do in my life. And you know, like even when you go shopping, even when I go shopping, I'm thinking, how can I save money?
Yes.
You know, it's just how it is, man. And it's true. There's people cleverer than me. You know what I mean? Like there's people with a lot more knowledge and all that. But I think knowledge is so much power, because if you look at it in like even in the verse of the Bible, you got the tree of life and the tree of knowledge. You know,
There's
knowledge is a
another thing.
powerful thing.
Was that a good thing or a bad thing, right? I understand some Satanist interpretation of basically the snake was the good guy there, because this god, what is it called, Yahweh. This guy doesn't want you to understand certain things, right? So I understand where some Satanists come from that. But then you have other Satanists who are completely out of their mind in what they're believing and what they're promoting, basically, right?
Yeah, I mean, some of like I've looked at it, and every time they tried to put Satan, I've just thought to myself, he didn't kill anybody.
Yeah, but he's also talking about pleasure, right? If you look at there's this great movie, what is it called, with Keanu Reeves? Forgot the name. Maybe the chat knows as soon as we are speaking about that. But this is also something. If the devil will promise you freedom, do what you want to do, but this freedom is against the logos of this being that created everything. This is against the logos, And if you want that freedom, if you say, yeah, I just take drugs and I don't know, and it will have no consequences, yes, it will. If you have sexual desires, then you will get controlled by it. I mean, we see that with the whole, this was the whole Epstein operation was about that, right? There were some sexual degenerate people that got in bed with some underage girls, and then you get enslaved, then you get blackmailed by these people, right? This is how the devil operates. So yeah, it is very complicated, all of this. Yeah. So.
This is but this is man though, man. This is man thinking stuff, because you noticed, right? It's always an army, bro. When you look at it, it's an army that people need to have. And in them days there, they weren't very, like, you couldn't tell me back then, oh yeah, this matey boy walked on water now, because I'd want to see it. You'd want to see it. And we all know, like, in this day and age, 2020, if someone's saying that they can do something, we say, prove it. That's why it goes in the Guinness Book of Records, no?
Yeah.
So we know that these stories get exaggerated. Like, Hercules could have just been a very strong, mighty man.
Yes, of course.
He probably worked out. He probably worked out, had a diet, slept right, and he knew. He thought, actually, and he probably and then he was probably a hero at the time because he'd done stuff and travelled and people feared him. It's like Captain Blackbeard. Captain Blackbeard was a pirate, but they'll still always remember him.
Yeah.
Like, you can die and people can idolize you.
Yes. And I think even if you just would tell him, this man was just somewhat stronger than others, people don't really remember you that well. But if you create basically a myth where there's a lot of truth in it, then people will remember you for ages. And this is important, right? Because you want to thrive. You want to become even better than the Hercules that might have lived during that day, right? And as soon as you surpass them, But if you have something that is almost unachievable, you can work for hundreds of years.
So what's the difference between Puntin? What's the difference between Puntin and Moses?
Who's the other guy? Printing?
Puntin and Moses.
Quinton, Moses.
Yeah, Putin. They both speak for the people. For how many?
Yeah, for their whole people, with some exception. Yeah.
There's no difference, and he's got to do something really good to keep in power.
Yeah.
So you call in your magicians, you call in your scientists, you call in your media, you call in all these things that keep the world going. That's been passed down from ancient times. I mean, look, let's say this way, right? Let's say, Elron, right? You come into my town and I say, Elron, I want you to wear sunglasses and a stick and pretend you're blind. I'm going to pay you money, but you're going to be there for about 2 years. Everyone's going to see you. Yeah? Elron?
Yes, I understand.
Yeah? So you're pretending to be blind for 2 years. Nobody knows, you're a stranger. But after 2 years, you're not a stranger. People get to know you, don't they?
Of course.
Of course. Oh, he's blind, he's blind, he's blind. Blind leading the blind. So guess what? I come along and I say, are you ready? And you're like, yeah, I'm ready, Natty, I'm ready. And I say, thou shalt see.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
What's everyone going to think?
Yeah, if they are not very critical, they will think you have magic powers.
Well, people see Jesus in a slice of toast. People see Jesus in a slice of toast and think it's a miracle.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I think really people can't live without myth, and we are programmed to have this. Who tell stories and everything like this. Um,
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everything, even, I mean, the sun and the moon. For me personally, man, the sun and moon work in harmony. They work perfect. They go so well, but they're the opposite.
yes, there's like man and woman. The sun is the
Yep,
giver, and the moon is the receiver, right? It's like,
right.
yeah, yeah. That was a great speech. I have to buy some groceries now. Um, I wish you a good weekend and a good day.
Yeah, same to you, man.
Thanks, thanks. Bye bye.
Take it easy, take it easy. Yeah, it's about.
Don't come in. Oh.
No, I'm not.
No, no, no. I thought you was walking in.
Yeah, I know, man. How people are just easily misled. I think this is the thing what everyone was trying to say. I mean, I think at the beginning he wanted to talk to me about something, but when you start actually talking to people and start like, I'll big up Aaron because at least he can admit things. Like some people can't admit certain things and they just want to attack the issue, but they don't want to look at themselves or look deeper into it. They're just fixated on one thing. Hey, Mr. Projector, you kill my fucking soul. Not me, mate. Fight amongst yourselves. Mr. Mr. Procolate, yeah. Obviously, it's just visions, man. You know what I mean? But it's not a bad vision, though, is it? It's something positive still. You know what I mean? Like us wanting to have black owned businesses. It's a positive thing.
Yo, wow, go on. Yeah, man. Hey, guess what? I got them trainers in the cell, but my battery's on 5%, you know. It's a mad thing out here still. What's the people them saying? What's the people them saying? Yeah, just on my way home now still. So what? What we done out here, yeah? Done out there, yeah? Let me know, man. Literally, my battery's gonna die in a sec, you know. So, I mean, now, but yeah, well, I've been on a mission trying to find these kids. At least I got them in the end, though. Still, you know what I mean? Yeah. So, using the chat though. Ota EAE, bite. Ota EA, bite. Oh, God. I can't even see the screen properly. You know when the battery's going to die, it goes dark. 1 sec. Back at the van now, B. Yeah, big up nines. You hear me? The bird call. Hello? Oh, shit. Back in the game at the last second. Oh, my days. Hey, listen. My battery died on the other phone here, yeah? Just as I got back to the van. You hear me? Yo. Yeah, man. Yeah. The background picture. Let me show you what the background picture is, yeah? So you know what's happening. All right. So the background picture is people in pain. Because obviously, every time people come around here, someone's in pain complaining about something. So this is why this is the house of pain. You get me? And in the top corner, you got some guys eating popcorn because they're watching the pain.
Hello, Billy. How are you?
You right, mate? How's it
going? Thank you for letting me into the House of Pain. Can I? You've got a question which is about is institutional racism real? And I was asked about that. I was asked about that in the week, and I couldn't really provide a full answer, so I've been checking it out. There's nobody probably listening, but I just thought that if there is anybody out there that is listening, do you want me to just go through some of the things that I've actually found?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't have to if you don't want to. If you want, if you got something, you know.
No, go through.
Okay, right. So there's systemic racism. That's institutional practices and policies based on the belief that a particular race is superior to others. This often results in depriving certain individuals and groups of civil liberties, rights, and other resources, hindering opportunities for social, educational, and political advantage. That's from the Multicultural Institute in America, and actually, if you look at that, there is some. I would argue that there is to a certain extent systemic racism in this particular country, because individuals and groups are hindered from opportunities in social, educational, and political advancement. There's very few people at Oxford or Cambridge from the BAME community. There's very few. If you look at medical school, there's very few people there. If you look at the highest ranks of the social elite, you don't see a great deal of. You don't see a large number of BAME people at the top levels of, let's say, industry or at government. Although I suppose they might argue that in the present Conservative government has a very high number of Indian people from the Indian subcontinent in the cabinet. But so I mean, the thing is that looking at this, it would seem that there is a degree of systemic racism.
Very, yeah, because obviously, I'm going to agree that it is in it. Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, I know I'm pushing against an open door here.
Yeah. But obviously, I like to ask the question as well. Yeah, so we can hear from both sides of the arguments. Yeah, so we can at least. If imagine if it's wrong, and it's just like you're just being soft or blah blah blah, or there's no substance to it. Yeah. Then, yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah, we're going to look into it. But then, if there is like something, do you know what I mean? Like something there as well. Then we can look into that.
I would agree with you that Trevor Phillips is a person I sort of think is the shit. He really is the business, and he reckons that black people are being held back from high-level jobs. And he's actually got a business now where he specializes in getting promising young black people into the highest levels of the big corporations. And I think as a result of the death of George Douglas, I think that you're going to see that's going to change. I don't know, to a large extent or to a small extent. I think that in politics,
George Floyd.
I'm so sorry, George. I do apologize, George Floyd. I keep saying George Douglas. I don't know why. George Floyd. Yes, I think you're going to see an even bigger change in politics and in education. I don't know what it's like in schools now, but do the number of teachers reflect the number of the ethnic mix of the schools? If you go into a school in London, if there's a high percentage of, let's say, Afro-Caribbean students in there, are there a high percentage of Afro-Caribbean teachers in there?
Yeah. So if I don't know, and I'm not sure. Probably not. Yeah,
probably not. Right. I mean, I understand that I do
know some teachers. Yeah.
Sorry.
So I do know some people that are school teachers, but I don't know. Obviously, I don't know the number of school teachers per capita of black students in the UK or anything like that. And even when I was in school, I did have some
some black teachers. Now, I had a black science teacher, a black maths teacher, a black CDT teacher.
What's CDT? What's that? Is that computing? Is it?
That craft design sort of.
Oh, right. I know. Yep.
Cutting up wood and making boards and sort of.
But were the black
soldering
teachers,
irons and all that sort of stuff?
Were the black teachers women?
No, they was men.
Oh, right.
I had some black women teachers at my school as well. We had a proper pro black woman teacher in my secondary school. Yeah, he was always trying to motivate all the black kids. You have to do well and all this sort of stuff, and had an afro and all that sort of stuff. And he said, remember your roots.
For some reason, and it'd be interesting what you're feeling, what your thinking is on this. But it seems that a lot of black women are doing exceptionally well. They're doing significantly better than black men or black boys. They're just getting much higher exam results. I don't know why that is. I think it's the same with white boys and white men as well. Girls are outperforming them in exams, and I think it's because
it's probably easier for women to sort of get that sort of sit down concentration in it. And boys want to fiddle about and mess about. So.
Yeah, that's right. They're much
time class.
Yeah, and I think that. Yeah, I think white boys are exactly the same. Yeah, yeah.
But I was just saying boys in general, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I wonder about Indian boys, and I wonder about Chinese boys. I mean, because they seem to be doing extraordinarily well. I mean, and I'd be very interested to know why they do. But educationally, politically,
they've got a pressure culture as well. So it's a balance as well. Yeah. So the Chinese and the Japanese have a good high grades culture, and some of the Indian kids as well have a high grades culture as well, yeah. But they have a big family shame culture and a high suicide rate and all that sort of stuff as well. If you don't get to the level that you thought you was going to get to and all them sort of things as well. So
you've shamed the family. You've shamed the family. And
you sort of want to try and balance it out. So it's not like a shaming thing where it's like the people are trying to learn because it's going to actually benefit them, innit? You got sort of, how can you make your child see that obviously why you're pushing them to do the extra learning is only for their benefit, because it will benefit you, yeah, but it don't benefit. It's only going to benefit you 5%. Benefits the child 95%, innit? Because they're the one that has to end up being a grown adult in this world at the end that will have to fend for themselves. Especially if they're a boy, a man, or whatever, they're going to end up being the man of someone's household.
Yeah. But so you think it's down to families, do you? Because I know that with Scots and with Irish families as well, because there's not enough jobs in Scotland and there's not enough jobs in Ireland to actually to employ all the people in the country. It may have changed now, but there's always been a lot of pressure for kids to do well in Ireland and Scotland because it was known that they'd have to come down to England to get jobs, and there's always been a large migration.
I don't think that it's only that black people have disruptive families, or some people have disruptive families, so they don't do good at school. I don't think it's only that. There's other bits and pieces as well, but I do think that may have a part to play if you have a disruptive family.
Yeah. So you don't think it? So you think that there is that teachers?
I don't think that black people have disruptive, or white people have disruptive families just in general. And just if a person comes from where their home environment's not harmonious, say whatever, then obviously they're gonna have more issues in their outside world as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's a factor. But you'd be suggesting that it's also perhaps unconscious bias from a teacher, that a teacher sort of expects its black students to underperform. Is that what you're suggesting?
No, I'm just saying that I was saying that it's a case by case scenario for why each person's probably not doing well, and there ain't probably one blanket formula that's going to fix everyone's why they're not doing well at school, or why, you know what I'm saying? That it's just that it's a different thing for different people, man. So I can't. That's what I'm sort of saying. That it's not
the problem with the
blanket issue, and there's not one sort of blanket formula.
The problem with that, Veli, is that supposing you were suddenly given the power, you were made Secretary of State for Education, and you needed to do something, you'd have to identify what is it. If you wanted to raise attainment, if you actually wanted to cancel out the because of George Floyd and you know the pressure to actually make improvements, if you wanted to change things, what exactly could you do? Could you actually try and
I could
deal
do
with
that would help improve, say, the young people's will to better their life, sort of thing.
Yeah. They're like their work ethic. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like, what would I do?
Black mentors.
No, man, I'm not a teacher anyway, so like.
No, I'm not. We're just talking. We're just gassing, man.
Yeah, no. Obviously, we're giving hypotheticals, isn't it? But let me give my hypothetical reply as well. I say now, obviously, because I'm not like a teacher, it's going to be a little bit tricky for me to come up with, we need to change this about the education system, or we need to do this, that, and the other, and blah 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 blah. Like, I was just thinking, I don't know, man. Maybe it's like the pressures of some families' home lives are making them sort of pressures a little bit more easier. It probably has a knock-on effect to the children working in school. Like, so if every child has to have breakfast, if they've not been able to have breakfast in their house, they've had their breakfast indoors before they started school.
Yep.
Yeah, they started. You know what I mean? Like, they started school.
That does make a difference. It makes a difference to behaviour, and it makes a difference to their performance, educational performance as well. Some schools actually have really try to push black mentors, so they'd get someone like you who's doing that's sort of working. I think you're working in engineering, aren't you? They try and get try to link you up to somebody at school that's interested in design and technology or engineering, and you'd keep an eye on him. Like once a week or once a fortnight, you'd phone him up. How are you doing? How's those results? Have you had any tests this week? Do you know what I mean? And what they do in some areas, some
a friend of mine is a mentor for young children still. Well, for teenagers. So,
is it a good thing or a bad thing?
He's a good man. He's a good guy, innit? Like,
no. I mean, do you think it's a good idea?
He ain't got his own children. Well, it's something he wanted to do, innit? Like, it's the same sort of thing that he was probably around as well. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, he had elders that was obviously steering him in the right direction instead of the wrong direction, and he thought, right, it's something that he wants to do for any of the children that he don't feel like has got people they can rely on like that.
What about keeping places open? Look, as I'm sure you're aware, there are elite universities. There are the old polytechnic universities, and then there are the old what were called red brick and the ancient and honourable universities such as Oxford, Cambridge, London University, the actual London University itself, University College, and Edinburgh. There's a number of colleges that are universities that are elite, and they're very, very difficult to get. They're very, very difficult to get into. There's very few white working class students at Cambridge or Oxford. There's very, very few BAME students at Oxford or Cambridge, a large number of people from the Indian subcontinent, but actual Afro-Caribbeans, it's seriously underrepresented. How would you deal with that? Do you think that you'd have, what would you suggest, hold places open for those students? That's what they do in America.
I don't know about if you'd have to, basically, yeah, if the basic sort of education level is, I don't know, if all of the poorer people in society, because being such a small minority in it, some of this stuff is like more in-house in it. So if you're given like a national, you're saying like I'm the actual head of education for
England and Wales, yeah, or for London, let's say.
So if I'm just doing like education for England or Wales, isn't it? It's like really trying to raise the level of the least of the most failing kids in society to get them up to par with being above average, innit? Like, so if you can get them to aiming for ABCs rather than for DEFs or whatever, and get them, I don't know, man. Start try and raise the education level of the poorer people in society, which I feel will have a knock-on effect to the rest of society in it, because if each person is able to provide for them and their family in a decent way, then obviously that crime goes down. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
A lot
It's
of
everybody benefits. Everybody, regardless of race, creed, or color, everybody benefits.
Yeah, so I don't understand why it's not seen like that by the bigger heads in parliament, because they must be able to see something different that obviously the poor people at the bottom, like us sort of thing, are not able to see.
I think that they might argue that they're going to enormous lengths to make things better. That they would say to you, a lot of schools have become academies, and they are pouring money into those academies. In fact, the amount of money per student is something like 1.5 times, or it might even be twice as much for London students as it is for.
It's not just the it's like you got to be able. How do you motivate the children that come into the school to want to take part in their education, to actually notice that? Because like I've made this point before, yeah, when there's like students that come from other countries where they pay for education. So if a student comes over here from Jamaica, say if one of my cousins came to school here from Jamaica, yeah, where they're paying to go to school, they would concentrate on everything because it's not free. It's not free where they're back home, innit? Like, so they can see the benefit of why they would sort of grab the all the free education they can and try to get to the highest level, innit? But how do you motivate the children that go to schools in the UK where education is free, and it's not really, yeah, but there's a the higher education is not free, innit? Yeah, so your basic education is free. Yeah, so even you could get a trade for free and all that. You get me?
Yeah.
You can get
the apprenticeships you're talking about. The apprenticeships free now, are they? Is that what you're saying?
Or no, but I'm saying that if you go to college or whatever straight out of school, like you're working doing an apprenticeship or whatever, and like you don't usually have to pay for the course that you're doing, innit?
I don't know what the situation is now. I understand that if you're a student, you get a student loan, but I didn't know what the situation was for apprentices.
Doing it, yeah, it was if you're under 24 years old, like, and in full-time education or in apprenticeship, then you didn't have to pay for the thing. Of it. It's like that they gave your company sort of like a grant thing in it, like to tell them to, well, encourage them to take on apprenticeships.
Are those apprenticeships any good, or are they just a paper exercise?
Yeah, well, if you did an apprenticeship in a trade, then of course it's good, isn't it? Because that's like a skill for life, isn't it?
Oh God, yeah, yeah. I mean, I'd actually argue that it's better. I'd say it's better to actually learn a trade than to
Oh,
go to university. I mean, I mean,
you
unless
can
you
do
are
trade,
super
yeah.
smart, you know.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, there's different levels in it. Like, so obviously you need trade people, yeah, but you need like surveyors and CAD engineers. Do you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, yeah,
architects
yeah.
and all them people as well. So yeah, of course you need tradespeople, yeah, but you need people to go to the next level and to be like you're saying, man, because there's obviously there's a good few architects. There's Jamaican architects in the UK that are working right now. Obviously, that it's not like something that people get famous for, but there are some about or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
so,
the thing is that we're heading. I think that we're going to head into a recession, and it's going to be nasty. By the end of the year, I think there's going to be major job losses across the country as we come out of COVID, hopefully. But the job losses are going to be horrendous. But the thing
a
is, people.
recession's not really a bad thing for everyone, you know.
But
And especially if you understand how money works, yeah, and whatnot, yeah. Then if and obviously if you're still able to keep your job and you're saving, you're making savings, like you're saving in like I got a stocks and shares ISA, what you saving every month or whatnot, yeah. So if we're saving every month and it goes into a recession or whatever, and we're not ready to take our money out, yeah. Once the recession's over, the price of the
shares are going to
stock that we've
rocket.
been buying, the shares that we've been buying, obviously they fucking go up.
They're going to
So
rocket up.
if it's the same for people that are quite poor, like me or whatnot, then what about the people like Warren Buffett who sold all of his airline stock at the COVID time? Do you know what I'm saying? Like in the
Yeah,
recession, he
yeah.
knows what he's doing better than I know what I'm doing, innit? So right, these men are able to get dough in recession time. So if we
They're always going to
again,
need
if
coal.
we
Sorry,
as
oil.
poorer people in society get a more of an understanding on how things work, yeah, then it's not always a bad thing when there's a recession.
So you've actually got ISA shares, have you? You got the tax-free shares in a company, have you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. That's a very good idea. I mean, there's very few people I think that actually do that, and I think this is probably a good. As I agree with you, it's a good time to buy shares because at some point they're going to rocket up. I think they're probably going to go down for about a year and then they'll go up. But long term, they're only going to go up.
If you understand about trading, like, sorry to cut you there, bro. If you understand about trading and you know how to trade stocks and shares on the stock market, yeah, like you actually understand that, yeah, then differently buying indexes like I'm buying or whatever probably wouldn't be the best thing to do because you'll be able to make the gains that I'll be making over the year probably daily. Do you know what I'm saying? That so.
But you can't deal. You can't deal daily, though, can
Yeah.
you? You can't deal daily. I mean, if you try to buy shares, it takes about a month, doesn't it? It takes. I mean, I know that you get your shares. Yeah, but I didn't think that you could actually trade day to day. I didn't think that you could actually trade in like NatWest on Monday and then
people trade their stocks and shares with their ISA in it because it's obviously it's capital gains tax free in it.
Right. Yeah. But I thought the idea with that was that you put the money in and you just left it. You just left it for a year.
But that's a cash ISA. That's a cash ISA. With a stocks and shares ISA, you put your money in, yeah, and then you got to give instructions on what to do with the money. So you either buy single shares, like you can buy and sell single shares and try and make the get obviously because you don't get taxed on whatever gains you make, but you can only add 20 grand a year, and obviously 20 grand is a lot on it. So if anyone is able to put £20,000 in 1 year into a ISA account, obviously they're on a different level to what we're talking about. Do you know what I mean? That and then they probably got a financial advisor, yeah, which will be able to, which is probably doing the same thing of what we're talking about and just charging them for doing it. Do you know what I'm saying? That so But again, if you know, if you, the point I was trying to make here was having an understanding on how things work here. So if you have an understanding on how something works, like how the stock market works and what happens with so and so, obviously you're going to take losses as well, yeah. But the gains that you probably be able to make over the year, like, means you probably will have a lot more time for your family, friends, innovation, and other stuffs. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Wait, who would you suggest? Look, we got to put out the proviso that neither of us are financial experts. Hello, Mr. Riggs. This is, we don't know what. Please don't go out and buy shares on what we're saying. But who do you? How would who? If I wanted to buy ISAs, where would I go?
You could speak to a financial advisor, which is probably the best advice. Is you can speak to an independent financial advisor, so you could discuss what sort of money you've got and what sort of money you're willing to deposit. Because obviously it's not, you can lose the money in it. So you got to remember that when you're putting money away monthly,
it's a bit of a gamble. Yeah.
You can lose as well in it. Like, so.
But doesn't it cost a lot of money to talk to a financial advisor?
I'm not sure. Or you can do your own research, yeah, which is probably the hardest way to do it, is doing your own research, like reading books, watching videos, and so and so, reading people's blogs and blah blah blahs. And there's obviously people like money gurus that are on like YouTube and Instagram and so and so. But not every single one of them is doing what they say they're doing, isn't it? Like, so
yeah.
You might be better. You can follow some of the advice that they're taking, yeah, but you're probably better to speak to someone that actually does what they're making the posts about.
Yeah. Just getting back to what you'd originally said about apprenticeships. If you've got, I would suggest to you that if there is a recession and people lose their jobs, I would actually suggest that people with trades are probably going to do better than the people that have got a degree, unless they've got like a really really good degree and it's a really useful one, like computing or something.
It depends, yeah, because that's usually someone that's like doing if you've got a trade and you're working for a building site, like a company or agency that does building work, building sites, you could be in trouble, because if that company closes and there's no work for months or whatnot, then do you know what I mean? Like,
but have you seen there's building absolutely everywhere? There's so much building going on. Have you not seen? Don't you think there's a lot of building going on at the moment? Even during the COVID thing.
Yeah. There's a few sites I've seen open now still, but like I say, man, this if you're working for yourself and you got your own customers, obviously that's the realest way to insulate yourself, isn't it? If you're doing your own thing for your own set of customers and you are like, so I do the plumbing, hot water and heating sort of thing, yeah. So say I had like 3-4 different estate agents which I did all their emergency work for, and I've got my own sort of catalog of customers, which, like a different set of customers. I've got a website or giving out cards or something like that, and people are calling me, and I've got my own set of work that I know that year to year I'm able to provide or
to keep ticking over.
Yeah, continue. Yeah, do what you're doing. Then you might be in a bit more of a safer position in it, because more people are gonna do like repairs rather than renewals. So you still sort of do some work in it, rather than if you're doing building site work and the site closes and you can't get onto another job or something. Obviously, you're stuck until the sort of jobs start picking up, because the building sites are very clicky. with the
who they
each person.
take on.
Yeah, well, who yeah, when it gets to as they say, squeaky bum time, yeah, squeaky bum time, yeah. Yeah, when they get to squeaky bum time, yeah, pause, yeah, on the building sites, yeah, then if you're not one of the mates that's usually in the circle, should we say, yeah, because there might be a couple of people that don't go to the pub with the guy, but he's in a circle, he's so and so's mate from outside of work. Do you know what I'm saying? That?
Yeah,
yeah, man, then your shit might be at risk, mate. That's happened to me bare time still. So I ain't even gonna front that.
So just if we were talking about, you know, systemic racism and apprenticeships and stuff, are BAME, is the BAME community held back in the trades, in electrician, plumbing, carpentry, all those, or in let's say computing, or in? Do you think that in engineering?
For BAME, yeah. I don't know what BAME is, yeah. So
black, black, is it black Asian ethnic minority, or I think it's something like that.
Like even that, yeah, that's like too many different people. Like I only sort of know about like
Afro-Caribbean. Yeah, okay.
Even then, if you want to go to Afro-Caribbean, Africans and Caribbeans or whatever,
black.
yeah.
Let's say black then.
Like, black children of the Fingab, yeah. Like, do I think? What was the question? Do I think that
we're talking about systemic racism? Is institutional racism real? Do you think? Have you encountered sort of being not getting jobs because of the color of your skin, not being
I'll tell you what. Yeah, for that. Yeah, you. How would you know that you never got the job just because of your color of skin? You sort of.
Well, it's interesting. Something you just said. Exactly, but yes, but there's something you just said that they're very, very cliquey. Now, if you go to a building site and everybody is, let's say,
that's different though, because it's like it's not just your skin color might have a factor, yeah. But if you're not in the clique of so and so, so and so, and so and so, then it don't matter if you're white, blue, purple, or whatever. You're not in the clique in it. Like when it's times for the work dries up and they can only take on the core members of the team that are always on every single site. That go from site to site to site to site to site. Yeah,
so that's not a racist thing. That's not a racist thing. It's just like a mate thing.
But that's like you can't point. It's not blatant like that. Like I keep this thing of racism and trying to point out, oh, that's racist or whatever. Yeah, it's finessed over here so much now. Yeah, you can't do that no. Like, and it's not. Although racism might have a decision on why you're not part of the clique here, there's other people that may be the same race as the people that won't be in the clique as well.
Yeah. Can I just clarify something here? Everything is everything.
Wait, hold on. So for that, yeah, just wait before you reply to everything, yeah.
Yeah.
For that, yeah, it like how can I prove that it was racism that made so and so not want me part of his building clique if I was a better plumber than loads of his plumbers in the guy? So
yeah, you just can't tell, can you? You can't tell.
Yeah, if you're the best plumber on the site, yeah, but you keep losing your job, yeah, and having to go agency to agency or whatever, you never end up being part of the clique here. It might be something that you're doing as well, innit? Yeah, but I don't know, man. How can you say if there's people that's getting sacked or not getting brought into the overtime or the extras or this, that, and the other? Do you know what I mean? Like there's like scrapping copper and getting the drinks, and they're splitting the drink between certain people in it because they won't tell you that they've scrapped all the copper and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
But how can you prove, if there's not just you or not just all the black people, or there might even be a black don in there with them, who's starting?
No, absolutely.
So how can you prove that it's racism then? How would I? What evidence can I bring to say that that's racism. How does that?
Well, that was the point I was. That was the point. I'm sorry that I cut you earlier. That was the point I was sort of trying to make actually. That look, the question is racism, is institutional racism real? And we're sort of talking. We're just exploring ideas, right? Everything is everything suggested that I have an agenda, that I'm here to actually. I'm not. There's a question here. Veli was on the stream on his own, and I just jumped on just to be a voice, just to sort of keep the stream going, to stop it, because very soon other people will be turning up, and when they come on, I'll jump off. But I was just trying to keep the stream going. Okay,
Yeah,
so
don't worry, man. Don't worry, man. But like the battery's on 1%. Yeah, I'm gonna jump on my other phone in a sec. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah?
Mr.
I'm gonna have to tag you in still, man.
Yeah, it's cool.
Like,
it's cool. I'll keep talking.
Sometimes, yeah, what you gotta do, yeah, is not read, because I ain't been reading the chat on purpose, yeah, because like.
Oh no! It doesn't. But no, it doesn't. Listen, it does. It really doesn't bother me. I mean, everybody, including you, were calling me a fed the other night.
Yeah,
yeah. Don't worry. I mean, it's just that was part of the banter.
That was funny when he said that though. Someone said it in the chat. Ned the Fed.
Ned the Fed. And it's funny.
And you got to take it as well, man.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. It's banter.
Shit,
it's
actually died.
It's okay. It's cool. It's totally cool. I'll carry on talking while you change your phones over. It's not a problem at all. So look, the thing is that the question is there institutional racism a real thing? And some people have actually said, if you look at educationally, are black people being held back because of the color of their skin, because they're black? And Veli seemed to be saying that in engineering, as with apprenticeships, that's not the case. I think that there's evidence to show that black people are underrepresented in the best universities, the highest universities. If you go to Oxford or Cambridge, you have a job for life. You will come out of there with an Oxford degree, and you can go and work anywhere in the world virtually. Unless you got like a silly subject, but if you've got like an English or a physics or a chemistry or a maths degree from Oxford or Cambridge, you are set up for life. You can go and work in America or in Australia, anywhere in the world that you want, right? And it's black people. It's a fact that black people are underrepresented in the very best universities in the country. Right, and at medical school as well. I understand that they're held. So educationally, I would say that there is maybe an argument that institutional racism, maybe we're not doing enough to make sure that black people are fully represented in higher education, and they're not doing as well in schools. And maybe we need black girls are doing incredibly well, but maybe we need to do something to change that. In politics, when you look at politicians, are there enough black Afro-Caribbean or black African politicians? I don't know. I don't know. Some people have actually argued socially at the highest levels of society. You had a member of the royal family that married somebody that was mixed race, and there was some very nasty sort of racist tweets that came out at the time, and there was some very nasty things said. Is her name Meghan? Your cousins went to Oxford and Cambridge. My goodness. Well, sorry, that proves me wrong then. It proves me wrong. A lot of people that go to Oxford came through high quality primary and secondary education. Atticus, as in most things, Atticus, you are absolutely spot on the money, man. Right? You talk such a lot of sense a lot of the time. Yes, I think a lot of people that had a private education, went to a really, really good school, they were pressured by their parents, because we're paying a lot of money, £20,000-30,000 a year to get you into school. They had tutors. Well, that's remarkable. They must be pretty blooming smart. But mind you, I think you and your brother's COE, isn't he? He's what is it? I can't remember what COE stands for. But I mean, you're both pretty smart anyway, aren't you? So you must come from a very, very intelligent family. I'm just listen, everybody. This Mr. Riggs doesn't seem to be on. I'm just Atticus all the time. All the time you speak, you are a fountain of knowledge and sage wisdom, right? I think one of the main reasons people come to this site is to listen to the pearls of divine knowledge that spout from chat when you're talking. No, Max Savage, I'm not. I'm just trying to be humorous. I'm not trying to be condescending. Individuals, if you look at the definition for systemic racist, systemic racism, what they say is that individuals and institutional practices and policies based on the belief that a particular race is superior to others. I don't think that is allowed now. I don't think that that's allowed. I think it's illegal now. So if you were to prove, I think in America as well, if you were to prove that somebody is being held back or hindered because of their ethnicity, you could actually take them to court. I understand that in America at the moment, a large number of Chinese students are suing some of the Ivy League, the best universities in America, the Ivy League universities, because they're saying that they're being held back. Hello, Champions League. I hope you're well. Hello, are you there? Champions League, are you there? Hello, Miss Wallace. Very good to see you there. I hope you're well. I'm just filling out the
LFC, baby.
That's a picture from the COP yesterday. I hope you wasn't there. Catching COVID.
If it wasn't for this, I certainly would have been. But no, But yeah, if it wasn't for this, I would have definitely been up there, lad. Yeah, man.
Have you seen the pictures? It was absolute craziness. They set off some fireworks, and it set off a building was set fire to because the fireworks went straight in a window and set fire to the house, to the building.
Boy, at least they can't blame BLM, boy. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I ain't even saying anything, so I'm actually going to go back. But first and foremost, I want to say, because I believe that I heard you previously acknowledge, or you at least went away to try to prove or disprove about systemic racism in Britain and so forth, right?
Yeah, and I've come back. I've done some background information, and this is what I was talking about. That if you are sort of black,
you wanted to find a measurable way, didn't you? You wanted to.
Yes, that's important to me. That's important to me. Yeah.
And we sort of said to you, it's a very hard thing to measure because.
Oh yes, absolutely, absolutely. Because of is it overt? No, covert racism.
Covert and overt, yeah. So back in the day, obviously England was a very covertly racist. No,
overtly, openly racist.
As in no dogs. Well, dogs allowed. No Irish, no blacks. That's overt racism, right?
Yeah, and calling people the N-word to their face.
Yeah, and all of that, and people like throwbacks like Wendy and Jupiter. You know what I mean? I call it the Alf Garnett. Remember Alf Garnett? Remember him?
Oh yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yeah, and obviously, even there were certain TV programs that it would be considered now to be quite overtly racist, right? Like, do you remember? What was that one called?
Oh, there was loads of them. Love Thy Neighbor. Do you ever remember Love Thy Neighbor?
Love Thy Neighbor. I think. Do you remember the one where it was set in like a school where everyone was learning to speak English? I think there was like an African, an Asian.
Yes, it was like a mind your language. Mind your language,
wasn't it? Yeah, right.
Mind
so obviously those are
And there was like a sort of cartoon character, sort of Indian guy that was talking like bat bat ding ding. It was like this sort of caricature of what people thought an Indian person was. And then you had a black guy, a Jamaican guy on, and he was like the caricature of what people thought a black person at that time should be. It was completely, probably really, really offensive.
Well, yeah, I mean,
no, you disagree.
What I was about to say is, yeah, it was, but it was just the time, wasn't it? It was just a reflection of the times, wasn't it? Because it wasn't like people weren't actually doing that, was it? I mean, people were literally going around saying "bud bud ding ding." You know what I'm saying? I can think of many jokes from them, and this is the thing, like. This is what I'm saying. Like England's like people don't want to really, and this is what I'm saying. This BLM thing, maybe it's a necessity, because what I'm getting to understand is like people in England are trying to, like, they don't even want to acknowledge the racism. You got people out here, yeah, they're not acknowledging it, and now you know what I mean. We're in a situation where people are trying to compare black slavery to white servitude and all this type of madness. And I thought that England had sort of come to a standpoint where they at least acknowledged their history and its effects, this, that, and the other. But seemingly that's the case. And seemingly also, a lot of English people don't actually know their history. That's definitely become very apparent to me. Don't actually know their real history. And the history that they do know, it's just a very flowery version, the very rose-tinted version. But the kind of things that I'm having to fact check, I'm not going to lie, it's been quite surprising to me. You know,
well, the thing that surprised me was about Hitler, not Hitler, Churchill. I mean, Churchill has always been a great hero of mine, and to when you one of the things
he won the war.
Yes.
But that's the only thing that you're taught about Churchill. You're not taught about what he's done previously to becoming prime minister when he was in Africa, fucking up the place.
Yeah, well, and worse than that. I mean, the thing is if you look into the Punjab in 1943, I would like to know I'd love to sort of read that up properly, but it does seem that there was a famine and food was diverted to other areas because the people in the Punjab didn't seem to matter.
Hold on a minute, Mr. Ludd. You can do better than that with your language. There does seem to be come on, man. And this is what I'm saying, man. This is, I believe, to be the problem. It's like you don't want to acknowledge the shit that this country.
No, just a minute. I'm agree to a very large extent. I'm agreeing.
What I'm saying to you, Mr. Love, with all due respect, is that I know that it's still painful because when you're still using words like "it seems," although in 2020 we know that these are actual facts. You know what I'm saying? And I understand, yeah, what I do, it's a hard pill to swallow, innit? No, I do. I appreciate it's a hard pill to swallow. You know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
And that's what I think is happening. And some people are sort of swallowing pills like yourself. There's others that are just saying, nah, the pill's actually just getting stuck in their throat. There's some that are regurgitating the pill, making it be something completely different. You know what I'm saying? So,
right. Can I just come back to you now? Look, can I just come back at you now? Look, the thing is that about Churchill and Punjab in 1943, I didn't know about that until about 2 weeks ago, and that's my shortcoming. And it's the thing is that I've got to find out about that because I've checked out a couple of versions, and some people have actually said that. It wasn't like that at all. That it was at the time of war. There was a shortage of food across. They've sort of apologized.
Wendy told you that.
No. It's something I've seen. It's something I've seen online. No, it wasn't. It wasn't Wendy. I was sort of. I've read another interpretation of that. So the point that I'm actually making is that if I'm looking into this. Right, and if it can be if I can be shown that yes, this guy, he did an awful lot of other things that were appalling, and he said an awful lot of things that were racist about black people, especially. And there's stuff he did in Kenya, I think in the 1920s, which were very, and in the early 1950s, that were borderline criminal. I mean, that might have made him an international criminal under international law if he were doing it today. The thing is that I've heard alternative versions of that. I'm not saying that that didn't happen. I'm not holding it up for question. All I'm saying is that I've seen various versions, and I want to find out. I'm trying to find a really authoritative source that would actually give me a definite. What's the established line in academia?
But what's hang on a minute. What's not definitive about the fact that he took food from other people's mouths and gave it to other people? Like what has to be defined and understood?
I know it. Right. Where was the okay, Rafe, where was the food?
Where was the food?
Yeah.
The point was that
no. Where was the food?
I don't know where the food was. Where was it?
Well, I do. It was in Australia.
Okay.
Now it could have gone to. The only reason I say that is because it could have gone to one of two places. There were two groups of people that needed food at that particular point. One was down in Yugoslavia, I think, down in the Balkans, I think, and they needed food. And then there was the people in India that needed the food. Okay. Now I'm not justifying that, but he had to make a decision one way or another, and it would actually seem from the evidence that he did that on the basis of that. There's a strong feeling that he actually did that on the basis that maybe the people in the Balkans were more valuable to him than the people in the Punjab.
Okay.
Yes. So I'm not saying this from complete ignorance, right? The point that all I'm saying is that I want to do more. So when I actually talk about that, I actually say it seems. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not doubting it. I think that's exactly what happened. What you're suggesting, I'm sorry, champions. Are you Naima? You're not Naima, are you? What's your name?
Naifa.
Naifa. I'm so sorry.
Naifa, baby. Come on,
sorry,
man. You're not gonna forget.
Please say it again. Go on, please.
Naifa.
Forgive me.
ETHER.
If you forget that, you can just say mummy.
No.
Which is another fact, of course. I'm sure you're aware of that one, though, right?
What's that?
They're not aware. What?
Of what? Not aware of what?
Don't worry about that.
No, come on. I'm having a conversation. I'm trying to be honest with you. Don't have another conversation where you sort of talk over the top of me.
Obviously, I just mean in terms of me being, the start of mankind as we know it.
Yes. Well, actually, there is yes. That's
all I was saying. If you forgot Naifa, you can just say mummy.
Because are you suggesting because all of humanity came out of Africa and therefore black women are the origins of all people across the world? Is that the point you're making?
Maybe not all, because to be honest, there's some of you that I wouldn't even claim. You know what I'm saying? But
you can have an unruly child.
Sorry?
You can have an unruly child.
Yes. Well, you can. Yes, I have. Yes. Yeah. No. He's wonderful.
Yeah, you're behaving yourself though. You're a good kid.
Oh well, thank you. That's very kind of you.
Attica, stop being silly. Wait a second, Attica, stop being silly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, Nud.
Naifa.
Yes.
It really seems as if that Churchill was responsible for the famine in Punjab, and that is disgraceful. However, I still need to read up on that because it's a really interesting thing. In the same way that somebody challenged me in the week about systemic racism, and I've actually sort of been reading up on that. I'm somebody that listens to what people say. What is that bloody noise?
Oh, Auntie's outside still.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. In the same way that somebody actually said that systemic, I challenged challenged me about systemic racist and said check it out. I have checked that out, and in the same way, I want to do the same about Churchill.
So what do you think about it then? Let's talk about.
Well, that's what we were talking. That's what we were talking about. Veli was on his own, and I just jumped on. You know, the question here is institutional racism. Is institutional racism real? And I would actually suggest that in a number of many different respects, yes, it is, and I see where people are coming from. When they say that, I mean, in education, so forgive me, Nini, for if I'm repeating myself here, but in education, in higher education, it would seem to me that in the best universities, Oxford and Cambridge, black people are underrepresented. And that makes an enormous difference because your politicians went to Oxford and Cambridge. Or many of the people that go to the biggest companies in the country, in the CEOs, the upper management of a lot of the huge biggest companies in the country, they all went to Oxford or Cambridge. And because black people are underrepresented, then they don't get the chance to get into the highest levels of society in business and in politically in politics. I was talking to Veli about education, and it seems that black girls, black women are doing incredibly well. They're outperforming, a lot of people. They're doing extraordinarily well, but black boys are underperforming. Right? The national average is about 56% A to C. Black boys are getting around 44. White working class, I think we were talking about this earlier in the week, getting about 33%. Right? So I mean, I can actually see that it could be argued that there's something about the system that black children are underperforming, although girls are doing really, really well. Yeah. So if we're talking about systemic racism, I would actually suggest that in education and in politics, you could make an argument that there is systemic racism.
Okay. Well, let's take it much broader. Would you say that systemic racism affects people in places like Nigeria?
Please, could you expand upon what you mean by that?
I also define what we call systemic, or some people call it white supremacy, some people call it institutionalized racism to be politically, PC about it. But I define it as the reduction of black culture or black forms of basically the reduction of black culture and the promotion of white culture. If you understand what I mean by that.
Yes. So what you're actually saying is that white culture is dominates Nigerian education or Nigerian society.
So basically, that you find that at the top of each of these systems, you will have someone who is more inclined to think like a rich white male.
Could you expand upon that? Hello, James Jones.
Jimmy. Well, let me expand upon it first before you talk.
Yeah, please.
Evening, everybody.
Yeah. Evening. Basically, what I'm saying is that when it comes to the way you see certain black people who have made it past broken through the ceiling, the way they talk, the way they act, the way they maybe dress, and the way they those type of things is the things that you look at to see.
To adopt Western culture, ways of being, Western culture.
Yeah. What do you think?
I can understand now, I can understand if you are, let's say you're a doctor or an engineer, or you come from a very very high professional job in Nigeria, and you want your children to do well, and you want them to succeed, and maybe to do that they have to adopt Western values to actually do their very best to fit in at the highest levels.
Yeah.
Right. Now,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I could understand if you had a parent and I want you to do well. I want you to get into med school. I want you to get, an engineering degree. Right.
Yeah.
And to get the job, to actually, it's not enough just to have the degree, to actually get the job, go to the job interview, and to get the job, you have got to appear to be somebody that they want to take on. So if you turn up and you display Western traits, your chances of getting the job are higher. I'm not justifying that. I'm just saying, can you see where
we're agreeing. We're actually agreeing. So that's my point when it comes to even in Nigeria, like when you go for a job interview, like they don't want you to speak like the average person. Maybe.
Sorry. I just wanted just before you lot move to onto Africa, yeah. So you said you accept. Are you familiar with the concept of like functionalism?
No, I'm afraid not. No.
So it's like, I remember this from like fucking sociology in school. I haven't read up on it since then, but the basic understanding is like society operates, like different institutions within society that form the structure of society operate like organs, in that they're all reliant upon each other.
Yeah, interdependent. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. So, for example, like to say that you accept maybe two institutions could potentially be could be examples of systemic racism. Arguably, you can't
say that because everything's interlinked.
Exactly, right. So and not only is it as you described it interdependent, but also the sort of the norms are promoted between each. So like, for example, and this is a bit of a move from that, but like an
it's
example.
Not move. You're coming with my argument as well, still, so it does relate as well. But yeah, continue.
But I was just gonna say, like, what's interesting what you said, because I sort of do this shit post hoc. I sort of go find the ad hoc even. I go find the figures when the question arises. But from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, but I feel like not only are Black women as a group the hardest hit by austerity, but they're also the least employable. If I remember correctly, I remember reading that somewhere.
Are you sure that's true?
I could be wrong. So
I think you might, with the greatest respect. I think they are doing really, really well in school.
Being educated doesn't mean that you're getting a job. Let me so see why I'm even making a point of this. Yeah, the reason that it's important is because hold on, bear with me one second, sorry.
Yeah, of course. So you're going. While you're doing that, just getting back to Rafe, what were you saying about Western values in Nigeria? Hello, Rafe? Oh no, he's gone as well.
Sorry, Bob. Yeah,
no, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, no, the point I was making is obviously because Black women are okay. Supposing this is true, right? Hypothetically, Black women are the hardest hit by austerity. Black women are the least employable group, or definitely relative to white women. I think that goes without saying, and potentially in comparison to Asians and other ethnic minorities, potentially, right? That's the question mark part. And do you know also as well? It's not necessarily are the least in employ. Maybe it is with regards to rejections or something, or being unemployable with regards to applications, right? So the highest receive the highest amount of application rejections, something along those lines. I can't remember exactly what I read, but let's just take that on face value and assume it's true just for the sake of this argument. then the issue I would have is it's similar to another argument, which is black people in general, right, being the least employable group. So in total, that's men and women, and black people have a higher, because this I do know for a fact. So black people within the age range that have left secondary school are more likely to go into higher education than white people. That's a fact. So in totality, so that's amongst the working classes and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So now let's remove the sort of class, the class distinction, and we'll say white people in total and black people in total, upon finishing secondary school education, black people are more likely to go into higher education. Now, shouldn't that be commensurate with something similar to, like black people are more employable than white people, given that fact? And arguably, I would also agree that that doesn't necessarily imply that they've all finished university with some kind of high qualification or some kind of they don't all leave with a degree, but just the fact that there is clearly reflected in that statistic the desire to achieve some kind of career success. Shouldn't that correspond to some kind of higher employment rate?
Some result, resulting in higher, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the fact that it doesn't shows a clear correlation between, or a clear connection between the educational institutions and whatever the service sector, whatever different institutions in which these people are applying for work.
That's a very good argument. I will answer that, but just Naima, are you there? Naima, are you there? Oh no, she's no.
Ned, I think you want to call me mummy, man.
Yeah.
Nainifa.
Uh-huh.
I don't know whether you've been listening to our discussion, but do you think that black women black women seem to be doing incredibly well educationally? Black women seem to be getting really high qualifications in large numbers. Now, James Jones says that although they're doing well that way, they're not getting the jobs. And that he would say that's an example of systemic racism. That although they're getting the job, they're getting the qualifications, the pieces of paper, that doesn't translate into a good job at the end of it. Do you think that's true or not true? I mean, from your own experience. I mean, don't tell us what you do or anything, but
no, I believe that to be 100% correct. And that's the thing. Remember, like in terms of qualifications, we are definitely getting qualifications. It's not that. Yeah, it's not that. So yeah, I definitely agree with that, man. And this is what I'm saying, Ned. This is what it is, bub. This is what it is. Oftentimes we're even more qualified. Oftentimes persons will get the job above us, and we are actually more qualified, and may even have more work experience.
Yeah, and if, for example, the police is institutionally racist, just hypothetically again, if we accept that the police is institutionally racist, then more convictions mean that every one of your like when they check your name against the database will make you more likely to be unemployable. So then there is a clear connection between how the police choose to police different minorities, or a difference in policing amongst minority groups and the majority of the population, and their level of employment. There is a clear correlation between the two.
Can you just clarify something for me here? You said that if somebody if a police do a police check on somebody, it diminishes their chances of getting a job.
I mean, no. So, for example, you, Ned, may have taken some illegal drug when you were younger, right?
Yeah.
Right. Let's just again hypothetically. I doubt you did.
Well, you might be surprised. Although drugs are bad. Okay, please carry on.
Stay in school, kids. But basically, now let's say the probability of you getting stopped was low, very low,
very low indeed,
and the probability for me getting stopped is very high. And let's say having a drugs conviction will preclude you from any sort of work with children or in specific sectors in society.
Yes, large section. And right. going to America. If you have a drug.
Perfect, right. So, and then let's say that I disparately stopped by police, and the one time I make a mistake, I'm punished for it. And as some might argue, as you should be. And you also make the mistake, but you've been allowed your maturation process to the point where now you know drugs are bad. You're telling kids to stay in school, and you've got your cushy job, and you know life's set. Now that is an example of I wouldn't say disproportionate. Well, I would argue disproportionate, obviously, but sort of at the very least, we'd say different policing techniques for different groups having an effect on their employment. That is like a clear example of it having an effect on employment, let alone racial profiling and wrongful arrest and conviction. We're not even we're just talking about on the basic level of the way you are policed and the way I am policed may potentially have a different outcome in our ability to become employed at a later stage in our life. Just based on that alone, let alone the fact that we've got examples of police treating black people intentionally worse because of their racist perspectives. So it's like everything has every institution, like if you accept that there is one compromised sort of organ, then in society,
then everything must be.
Yeah. Then the body as a whole, the body in totality is compromised.
Yeah, I mean, it's just on a slight tangent. There's a large number of people in prison in America for being caught with cannabis, and in a lot of states now, and they've been in prison for years and years and years, and in a lot of states across America now, cannabis is legal. And so they're in prison for being caught with drugs in an area where drugs are now legal.
Mm-hmm. Crazy.
Yeah.
So that's a way of criminalizing the person. You would accept that then, like, yes?
That's wrong. Yes, that's wrong. Yes.
Because we know if you was to go around the square mile, etc., and do
cocaine.
Searches, okay, so you know that to be a fact. Thank you. This is it. All right then. Do you know what? Yeah, lads. I remember many years ago, when I was actually studying. Yeah. But anyway, there was a time whereby you see the square mile, yeah, the lawyers and so forth in the square mile of London, yeah.
Yeah.
They had to basically write to all the law firms, etc., and basically ask them or tell them or instruct them to take on, black people. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
They weren't taking them on. So again, that's just to prove that it's not like there wasn't persons with qualifications, this, that, and the other, yeah. But it's just blatant racism. You with me? Whereby they had to
but doesn't it also show that they're trying? At least they're trying to actually redress.
But first you have to acknowledge and accept. You with me? So this is just a process of you acknowledging and accepting. That's all. Of course, and that's why in a way this BLM thing, and that's what I'm saying to the family. Although, you know what I mean, it's not us. I think maybe I'm thinking about we need to jump on it, man, because through that certain things are having to be highlighted, etc., whereby these conversations are even being had. So even in that respect, you know what I'm saying, I think we need
it's a good thing because this conversation is happening.
Yeah, because if we were to tell our story on our own, no one ain't listening, because we've been telling these stories for years. No one ain't listening, but obviously now because we've got some BLM who's got some big money and big media, this, that, and the other, and now people are having to, forced to listen to these, what may seem to be disagreeable things. But yeah, man. So we educated out here, boo. That's not what, that's not what it is, man.
James, you were actually sort of saying that the policing policies are alienating black people. That's what I think you were saying. That what they're disproportionately stopping and searching and in a way that they're not doing to white people. And I would agree with you with that. Because I've never in my entire life I've never been stopped and searched. I've been stopped for speeding. I've been stopped for and given tickets for going the wrong way down a one-way street, right? But I've never ever been stopped and seared, for walking on the pavement while white.
Like you'll see a lot of foreign people from other. I remember watching a debate in Speaker's Corner one time, and he was Muslim. I cannot remember what country he came from, but he was like when he first came to England. All he knew about black people, because I guess wherever he came from, there wasn't many black people in his country. All he knew about black people was that they were gangsters and from the gangster movies. So it's not like the institution must be the sort of regulating factor within sort of policing. So, for example, it should be near on impossible for you to be a racist and a police officer. That's what we're asking for. We're saying it should be so difficult from your superiors to your colleagues. It should be so difficult to hide your racism that you wouldn't even want to be a police officer. But we're seeing the opposite. We're seeing every time there's an instance of racism. I remember that famous one where the kid had his phone recording, and I can't remember what brought it was. It was either a detective or some TSG or some rank above a Bobby on the beat who was
an inspector or something, sergeant or inspector or something.
Choking his kid and calling him the N-word profusely, and it was just like, that guy should feel scared. Like, he should feel like, given his persuasion, the police is the last place in the world that would accept his behavior. But it's the opposite.
Well, just a minute, James. With respect, I think that if there's a video out there of a British police officer, police officer using the N-word or any kind of racial epithet against
audio recording, yeah,
and it's on a recording, they'd lose their job. And it's the same, in my line of work. If I ever use the N-word, I'd lose my job.
You're missing. You know what you're missing about that? You know what you're missing about that? Yeah. You're missing the fact that what you're actually saying is if they get caught for it.
Yeah.
But
no.
Hold on, bear with me for 1 second. Do you think that all the people that were around him that heard him say the N-word to that young man, or maybe it was an old man, do you think that they didn't think that he thought like that? Do you think that they were all shocked to hear it? Do you think that they were the ones who provided that recording to the press? No. Every single one of them would have accepted it, and every single one of them in a conversation. Mate, I've got racist friends. I actually have racist friends, right? Like, that are not just black people that dislike white people. Other. Do you think I don't say to my other friends, this guy is such a racist? Or do you think that if someone brings up an incident that happened in the past when we were younger and said, "Do you remember when he said this to this person?" I go, "Fucking hell," shaking my head. Like, within amongst their colleagues, don't think a police officer doesn't know who's racist. Don't think a superior doesn't know who is questionable. Not only that, but like the fact that those people feel comfortable to go into, there must have been some implication or some indication from someone somewhere that this is acceptable here. That, or that at the very least, we are not good. Don't get caught doing it. But we are not going to be the ones to castigate you for any of this.
In this particular instance, James, and with all, I'm trying to speak to you in all honesty. I think that in just about every line of work, I mean, just about any line of work, if anybody used the N-word or any kind of, any kind of any kind of comment at all, homophobic comment, or their job would be on the line now. We've moved on from there. That kind of thing is.
Hold on. Just the other day, the police officers that took the pictures with the two girls that had died, right, took selfies, then posted it in a WhatsApp group. I imagine that they knew if it got into the wrong hands that they would be in trouble.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar. I'm honestly not familiar with what you're talking about, Ray.
I heard that the other day. Yeah,
there's two girls.
Please explain.
Two girls were murdered in a park. The police officers that eventually, I don't know what stage, but after the bodies were found, two police officers took selfies with the dead bodies, I guess smiling or whatever, and they posted it in a police WhatsApp group, and that got found out. They've been suspended. Investigation. Police have come out, said they're appalled by their behavior. The mother, who is, I don't know, man, she has some kind of ecclesiastical qualification. I don't know exactly what she works in the church. She's like an archdeacon or something. She's come out and say she's outraged, and it's disgusting.
Quite right too. Right too.
The point is I don't think that they qualified as went through the enrollment process and didn't know that would be something that was frowned upon. But at the end of the day, they still did it. And whoever
were they British police officers?
Yeah. This was happening in Wembley. But there was two. There must have been some kind of leak or whistleblower type person in that WhatsApp group. But the fact that they felt comfortable amongst at least a portion of that WhatsApp group shows you that prior to it being so how many instances, like, I don't need to tell you about my past, but there's definitely, and I've never complained to no IPCC or wherever, but there's definitely police that I know to be racist, or I know to have said things that that definitely breach whatever kind of rules of conduct they have. Now, and they weren't alone when they did whatever they did. Now, granted, it wasn't as bad as the N-word, what the kid said with the N-word thing. I've never experienced anything even close to that, if I'm honest. But like, definitely, if in this common cancel culture, they may have lost their jobs, right? But the point is as an institution, the individuals within the institution do not feel that had they not been caught by the public, i.e. those outside of the institution, that they would face any kind of punitive measures or even criticism. Because seldom do you ever hear an internal review sort of out of nowhere, out of the blue, an internal review being conducted by the police about something they've caught and they bring it to the public's information. No. It happens completely the inverse. It's the public finds out, or their ship was too close to the wind. Eventually they got caught, and then the police say, "Oh, now we're taking measures." Why do we never hear about? Why do we never hear about them?
Rafe, I would.
You know, it's Raphael. It's Raphael, my name.
Oh, sorry, Raphael. I thought his name, his sort of tag was Rafe, actually.
No, you know, Raphael the Archangel, or Raphael the Painter, or whatever they call Michelangelo. No, sorry. Yeah, Raphael the Turtle.
Raphael. Oh, okay. Well, Raphael. Right. My tag name is Ned, and people have actually said Ned the Fed, and some people actually suggest that I'm a police officer. The police officer do not have. The police don't have enough policemen to come onto YouTube. I mean, I am not a police officer, and even if they wouldn't have time to actually Ned the Fed. It's bollocks. I am not a police officer, but I can. The thing is that if two people were stupid enough to actually take a selfie next to a dead body and post it onto a police site, and that's absolutely insanely bloody stupid, right? And as well as being morally bad, okay. I would imagine that a lot of the other people on that community, right, would posted. Informed, reported that they reported that because no, please listen, please, because look, in my line of in my job, I actually have like a clause in it about behavior. Now, if I did something wrong, suppose now I went for a drink and I needed to, on the way home, I needed to have a pee, and I had a pee down a side road, and the police caught me having this pee, and I got done. I could lose my job for having been convicted of.
Is that a case of morality? Like, so your company's moral, or is it a case of insulating themselves from any criticism?
Well, no. The point I'm Raphael. The point I'm actually trying to. Sorry,
it's James, but continue.
Oh, James. Oh, sorry, James. I'm sorry. The point I'm trying to make, James, is that I think that police officers would be hyper sensitive to that kind of thing.
But this is what I'm saying. Rather than assuming, I'm saying if you think that's an isolated incident, if you think that's the first time, there's the reason that they took the selfie, they weren't smiling in the selfies. It was quite a somber fucking selfie. I don't know. Whatever you think, whatever your rationalization for how and why they did it, if that was the first time, is irrelevant. What I'm trying to say to you is, if there is multiple instances of people being racist and donning this police uniform, and every time it is the public outrage that forces the police to become the internally regulatory body that they should be, I'm saying that it's more likely indicative of the fact that that institution is racist by short of finding a law that says, oh, arrest more black people, or some kind of memorandum or some kind of mandate of, go find more black people. Short of that, all you're gonna have is the individual. It's the only word that's come to my mind. I'm not trying to use the biggest word I know, honestly. But like, what's the number word? The individual agents
the example. The example that you've just given about the dead body and they did a selfie with a dead body, right? Did that come to light because of a Guardian interview or because of a Guardian?
To be fair, that didn't, but that's not really about race, is it? That wasn't really about race. Do you know what I mean? So I see what the connect. Like I see what you're trying to imply, but I'm saying that wasn't really about. Granted, I don't know what color the officers were, but I know the victims were mixed race and black. But that wasn't about race. So
no, it's just about sort of police officers being arseholes, isn't it? Really, I mean, it's about
it's about the confidence that they have to do something
that they can get away with it.
Yeah, but clearly breaches whatever kind of conduct or ethical conduct.
But they're above the law.
I mean, I don't know if it's illegal to take selfies with a dead body, right?
Yes, it bloody is. Yes, it is.
Is it? Okay, I didn't know there was a law.
I don't know if it's illegal, but I'd say
it's unethical. It's highly unethical.
No. Listen. Supposing that person is a police officer and they're in uniform, they're there because they're investigating, and during the course of that investigation, they take a photograph. Now, they can take a photograph and it goes on the file and it's used on the file, but to actually post it up for public consumption, and by putting it onto a police-only sort of site, it's still for public consumption.
Yeah, but Ned,
right?
Ned, hear what we're saying in it. Like we like obviously we know it's, but the point is the fact that these people that did it, like
they felt they could get away with it.
Their behavior, the behavior of the reason why, and it's because it's not properly scrutinized. It's not properly they're not thorough. The institution not thorough in selecting people who have going to be non-biased in their approach to things. This is the point that we're trying to make.
Right. I see what you're saying, Raphael.
Yeah.
Right. Can I? We're having a conversation here, yes, and I'm not. So please, I'm not saying yes, but, and I'm not trying to say whataboutism, and I'm not. We're having a conversation, but can I just say that this kind of nonsense goes on against white people as well. If you go onto YouTube, there's a site called Crime Budge.
Yeah, we know that.
And this and what you the point I'm trying to make, Raphael, is that policing is a difficult job. A lot of people go into policing for good reasons, but it also attracts arseholes. If I don't know whether you've seen the latest Joe Rogan sort of interview, but podcast. Yeah, he sort of makes the interview. He makes the point that he brings a guy on that specialises in just putting on police brutality.
James, you watched it, James
Schilling. James Schilling, yeah. And
I'm talking about Jimmy.
You're talking about Joe Schilling.
Joe Schilling, yeah. I'm sorry, it is Joe Schilling. It is Joe Schilling.
He watched it, so he knows it better than
I haven't seen it. I know who Joe Schilling is, but I haven't seen it.
It's worth.
When you said you were talking, you listened to the podcast and they were talking about the ways.
I listen to Joe. I listen to Joe every now and again. I don't.
Well, listen to that one. It's very interesting.
He's a kickboxer, Joe Schilling, isn't he?
But Joe Rogan makes the point that, look, policing is a really bloody hard job. There's not enough training. They're underpaid, and there are people that go into policing for good reasons, and there are good people that go into policing, right? But there are also arseholes who are attracted by the power that they actually get. And they please let me finish, because I've listened very patiently to what you have to say. Come on. There are people that go on to, thanks. There are people that have the power. They enjoy the power. They enjoy the badge. They enjoy the uniform, and they are going to make people's lives hell. They're on a power trip, right? Now, I don't know how we regulate against that, but you're always going to get arseholes like that. Always going to get arseholes like that. I'm not. Please. I'm not justifying what we've been talking about. I'm not justifying police brutality.
I know you're not.
But the point that I'm maybe trying to sort of suggest is it's not just, it may happen to just disproportionately to black people, and that may well be an example of institutional racism, and I'm prepared to sort of accept that may well be a very strong possibility. Right, listen, but I'm also saying that that's also the case for white people as well.
Yeah, that
makes no sense. Arseholes being picked on. Sorry, please.
That makes absolutely no sense, because what you're saying, like we're saying, are there black police officers that are targeting white police officers? If that's what you're saying, then I'll hear you. I'm not saying you're wrong. Then provide that evidence purely because.
Yeah, no. Okay, no, that's a very good point, James. It was James. That's a bloody good point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying. Like I said, I'm not trying to.
No, it's a conversation. It's a conversation. Exchanging views.
I agree that the best way to sort of the police aren't responsible for all racism in society. Let's get that clear, right? There is, let's say, the sort of the most influential divisive institution is probably the media, right? Let's say that, like the remedy would, if you had to pick one institution that you'd say is the sort of focal point of all of our sort of equality, like our method of obtaining equality would probably be focusing on the media, right? But even just let's focus on the police for a moment. It's ultimately going to be training. Like that's ultimately always what's gonna be the remedy for this. Is training. It's training to the point of, if you don't pass, if you're a racist, you won't pass. You know what I mean? If you are biased, you won't pass. Like that should be the standard. And unfortunately, there's probably not enough applicants for them to do that rigorous training. There probably isn't enough funding for them to do that rigorous training.
But James, I don't know whether you listen. Look, in just about every job now, there's some form of racial awareness course. And
that doesn't mean anything.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's what I was going to say. The thing is, that's exactly yes. The thing is that anybody can go to any interview, and they can say any old shit. How do you see into their eyes? How do you see into the window into their heads? Racism.
It's not fucking. You're not working for fucking McDonald's or fucking on a desk at Specsavers. We're talking about being an actual police officer. You need
Oh yes, but I tell you what. I bet they lay it down. I tell you what. I bet they lay it down with a trowel. About you must not be racist. If you do this, it's going to cause. Have you heard of respect? Do you know respect?
Yeah, but can I just be? Go on. That doesn't necessarily qualify as training. So when I say training, I mean a lot of times the issues that arise are when the police themselves are panicked, or the police themselves do not know what to do. I.e., in this specific situation, are they introspective or self-reflective enough to say what is the reason why? Because listen, there's some racial stereotypes that we all observe. Yeah.
Well said.
When you think about it, you're like, I shouldn't have done that. I should. And have they got the ability, have they got the sort of cachet within the police force to be self-reflective? I don't think they have. I think it's a lot of quotas. I think it's a lot of, we've told you how to do it, so do it the way we fucking told you how to do it. So if there was the requisite amount of training, I believe that there'll always ultimately be there'll always be somebody who chooses to be ignorant. That is unfortunately, that is just the way of life. That is the freedom.
But you can't avoid that, surely.
Yeah, that's the freedom democracy offers. You allow people to be assholes, right? The difference
but you're, no matter how well you regulate against that, James, you're always going to an arsehole is always going to slip through, isn't it?
But that's because you hear what I'm saying in it, yeah. And this is why I was trying to go to the whole when we talk about institutionalized racism or white supremacy. I mentioned in Nigeria, right? And I was talking, do you think it affects it there? And we were going into that. Yeah. I want to ask again, do you think it affects people in Nigeria, institutionalized racism?
Enormously, because the thing is if you don't have that if you're not familiar with that European way of being, it cuts you out of the top levels of society. Yes? Would that be right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like when we delve deeper now, what is that? It means what does it mean to be a white supremacist? Have a white supremacist? I'm not saying that people who adhere or argue for white supremacy are actually racist themselves. They might be subconsciously they might just be doing it like it's an everyday
unconscious bias.
Unconsciously, okay, that's the best way to explain it.
Unconscious bias.
So it could be something as subtle as, like I said, in it, like the way they speak. I'll speak better English or use better grammar, understand, or look at the way you're dressing. That's not how a person who is supposed to be of a certain caliber supposed to dress. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, no, I know exactly what you mean. I mean, I mean, because I'm sort of working class, and the thing is that if I ever go into any place where posh people are, I feel out of place.
Okay.
I feel. Yeah, no, I'm not drawing comparison with my working class and black people, but it's a similar thing, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's similar. No, it's good. Now, when we delve into it now deeper now, based on in terms of they will get that from you.
I feel another. I feel an outsider.
Yeah,
I feel an outsider.
The way you speak, the way you
act, hold yourself, the way you clothe yourself.
Okay. So when now it comes to people like me who is from Nigeria, through my parents, innit? I'm what's it called? I will be, compared to people in Nigeria, I am much higher in the white supremacy scale or the institutionalized racism scale than they are because of the way I speak. Whereas they're prone to speak their own indigenous language, and then on top of that they also have a form of English called Pidgin, which is not actually English.
Yeah, Pidgin English. Yeah.
Yes, it's more like a broken tone of English, like almost like a patois.
Yeah.
So
I thought that was Jamaican actually.
Yeah, well, Nigerian have their own form of it, which is called Pidgin English, obviously. So there is similarities, but there is also differences, obviously, based on the fact that you're linking it in with your indigenous languages there. But my point is that that because I'm more well spoken than them, I fit the model better than any other Nigerian would there. In terms of if I wanted to get,
you become acceptable. Is that what you're saying?
I'll be more acceptable than they would. Yes. But obviously, when I'm compared to other groups of people, I would be probably, depending on their position and whatnot and everything, I might be less acceptable than them because I need to do certain things to make myself much more. I'm a bit rough around the edges. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. I can give you an example. I'm sorry to draw it back to working class, but when I was a little boy, about 5 years old, I had a really, really good friend called, I won't say his name, but I had a really, really good friend, and his parents had posh, they had aspirations to be posh, to do really, really well. They wanted their child to, and I was invited to have tea with the mum. and we had tea with her because of the way that I conducted myself, and I wasn't like climbing up and down the curtains or anything. I was just speaking the way that I speak, and eating the way that I was eating. She didn't think I was too common. I was too working class, and she forbade her son from playing with me. So I think that's the same sort of thing that you're talking about, is it not?
Yeah.
Lads.
Even there, that word you use, forbade, is forbade.
Forbade, yes. I'm sorry, yes, you forbade. Yes, absolutely, yeah. That's exactly right. Because he would be picking up bad practices from me.
Yeah.
By hanging around, just by being around, and she wanted him to be around posh kids.
Yeah.
And so she actually forbade him from being.
Hey lads, if you're still on in about an hour and a half, I'll catch you up. United's playing Norwich. All right, sweet.
James, really good talking to you, mate.
Yeah, big up.
Yeah.
Okay. Raphael, here's the thing. In America, I understand that the Nigerian people in America are doing extraordinarily well. They're right educationally and professionally in jobs and all that sort of stuff. Now, in America, the Americans will only give green cards to professional people. So it's people like doctors and engineers and scientists that they accept from Nigeria. It's only people with like the highest sort of qualifications that they take. And so you get the elite of Nigerian society those people that go to America are from the elite of Nigerian society, right? And I understand. I was listening to a BBC radio program at one point. I can't remember what the title of it was, but it was actually saying that the children of the Nigerian parents tell their kids not to, when they go to university and they leave home and they go to the university, not to hang out with the American black kids because they'll pick up.
But this is like, look, I gave that example yesterday to me. My parents are both doctors. They said, I've had comments from my mum saying, don't hang around black children, because they will drive you down they will steer you down the wrong path. So it's not uncommon. Like, I get the same thing from my parents as well, because they come from a certain class, they want to maintain that class. They've been the media has told them that black Jamaicans or other black kids are violent. So my mum told me stay away from black kids.
Did she?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah, here in the UK.
And I suppose, if you don't mind me asking, how old were you when that happened? Was it like 5 or was it?
No, it was older. It was a lot older. The fact that I can remember it was a lot. I think it was around when I was 15, 16, or maybe 17 even. 15, 16. I was in college, I think, or around sixth form or just finishing our GCSEs.
Because she wanted the very best for you, and she thought that if you adopted their way of being, that it would actually hold you back.
Of course, even till today, I had a discussion with my mum the other day. She was saying that our black people here, they don't help themselves. They have the opportunity here, whereas when you're in Nigeria, they don't, and black people just want to cheat. It's the same old. Black people don't want to help themselves. Black people are just complaining for no reason. That's the type of attitude my mum has. But yeah,
if you don't mind me asking, what do you say? What do you say? What do you say in return?
Well, of course,
you sort of say yes, Mum. That's exactly what I'd say. To my mum.
I argue with my mum all the time. I tell her you have a racist mindset, and she would be like, "How can I be racist? I'm my own people." I'm like, "Well, I have a racist mindset," and that's only because she didn't grow up here. You know what I mean? So it's like I give you.
Actually, is there any part of you that actually sees what she's saying?
No, I don't, because the fact is that you have to understand the history of what's gone down to get certain groups of people to the position they're in it. So, for instance, right now, yeah, like I said, my mum and dad grew up in Nigeria, right? I've told this story before, yeah, but I don't know if you're aware of it. Like, basically, when my dad was growing up in Nigeria, he went to school and he had white headmasters, and me and my sister now were having an argument about the N word, saying that, oh, who can say it, whatnot, and rare to and all of that. And my dad was there listening into it. So then later on in the day, this was just me and my brother chilling. This is my younger brother. He's the youngest in the house. He's 16 now, but he was a lot younger then, innit? So he comes up to me, and my dad says to me, Raf, what is the issue with the N word? Because when I was in school in Nigeria, all my headmasters, they were white, and they used to always call us niggas whenever they wanted to call us to do something.
Yeah. So now, go on, please carry on.
But that's my point. That they couldn't for them the N word itself was so bad about it. Like, you can't, and this is what I'm saying. They can't relate to the people that grew up here. So here in the UK now, you have examples of kids just, as young as what's it called? They're just playing outside and whatnot and everything, and then some white kids come up to them and see them, and they were calling them names. They would say that we're going to kill you guys. They were beating them up and whatnot and everything. This was happening here in the UK when people were growing up, and so the people who are second generation are they haven't. We're talking about the Windrush, the people who came during Windrush, or maybe came to Britain who were black and came to Britain a bit earlier, and whatnot. They were going through the experiences. They were fighting to survive here. So when for them, they went through the school education system and whatnot and everything. Whereas the people that are coming from Nigeria now, they would already come here with degrees and whatnot and everything.
Yeah,
even though they might not get into those areas, they will go into something where, the mindset that for them, they've already come from a mindset where nothing can put them down anyway, because they've already got to the position they want to get to. They can just go back to Nigeria, if anything, to still continue to,
they've got a job for life. They can work wherever they want in the world.
Okay. Whereas when it comes to the ones that were here and whatnot and everything, through the school systems are shambles.
Are they as bad as that? Are they really as bad as that? I'm asking because I don't know the answer.
The education system in Nigeria and Jamaica are way better than the ones here. Way better. Even me, I don't want. I'll tell the truth here. I always feared going back to Nigeria because their system of dealing with kids was, they wanted the best out of their kids, if anything.
And they pushed them hard, and it was brutal.
Yeah,
was there corporal punishment?
Yeah, they still beat kids till today.
Oh well.
Yeah, they still, if you mess around, if not even mess around, if you even try to if you don't even come to school, if you come to school a minute late, you will get flogged. Nigeria till today. I got cousins in Nigeria. They used to, my cousins, that's how conditioned they are. They're young, like 8 years old. Yeah, they're practicing beating each other so that they can get used to it. So that when they get to school, they're
hardened.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt them no more. I've had beatings. That's how they are. So obviously
but please forgive me. Don't answer this if you don't want to answer it. But how did, if your parents, if they're doctors, they obviously highly motivated, and they they probably work all the hours that there are in the day, and they probably set an impossibly high standard for you and expected you,
of course,
to succeed in. Did you actually? Don't answer this if you don't want to, but did the education system enable you to flourish, or did they think that you were failing don't answer that if you
no, it's it's a good question. I actually went to a private school, so
right,
for me, I don't know, I don't think the private school I went to wasn't really a great private school, so it wasn't like one where it. And even in that school, yeah, they focused more on the kids that they thought were going to bring out the best for the school rather than
the brightest grammar stream students.
It was it's different from grammar school actually, because my school allowed anyone in. Like, grammar school was very thorough and
the top
yeah, they didn't
15%, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, grammar schools were. My school was more like, I sat the entrance exam, and halfway through the exam the teacher came and said, yeah, you're in the school.
Yeah,
like,
but they pushed you. But because you're paying to go there.
Well,
you had small class sizes, and they pushed you extremely hard, and you got good qualifications, which enabled you to go to a good university, I presume.
Well, no, I'm not in a great university, but I mean, I'm doing pharmacy, so I'm doing all right. But
well, yeah, you're doing okay then. Surely you've got a job for life, haven't you?
I'll say, well, I haven't completed my degree. I need to hopefully complete my degree.
Well, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Yeah.
But what I would say is that wait, hold on. Actually, wait, hold on. I'll be back.
Yeah, sure. Hold it a second. I'm going to take a break for a second as well. So yeah, go on. Oh no, he's gone.
Yeah, what was I saying? Sorry. Hello, Ned. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm back. Is James back yet or not?
No, he's not back. No, I'm here. I'm back still.
Oh, right.
Yeah. What were you asking? You were saying something about.
Oh, I forgot. I actually forgot. But
I think it was about my parents and private school, whatnot and everything. And I mean, I'll say this though, that obviously, like with my one, they had 30 students in the first sets, and then it got smaller and smaller when it got to like the fifth sets or whatever, the lower sets or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, because it wasn't a great private school, so I want to say, and yeah.
Shall I tell you about? Schooling for Afro-Caribbean kids in the 1960s, a long time ago. But when the first sort of not the almost it's just after the Windrush generation, when they first came to schools, I came across, there was only a few. You'd only get a few in a school at that time, and they were automatically put down into the bottom set. Now that may be like teachers in the 1960s looking upon them in a really seriously racist way. Right.
Yeah, of course.
That happened. Well, you see, I'm not justifying this. I'm just explaining their rationale, maybe, and that what they might actually say is that when they came here, they may say that they didn't have the same command of English that the local kids did. I don't know whether that's true or not.
That could be a factor. But
I don't know what.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that. I completely understand and agree.
And they were sort of just sidelined into the lowest grade classes automatically. Yeah, automatically. I don't know. Don't remember any black kids. Oh yes, I do. Yeah, I think there was one black kid that was in the highest in like the grammar stream, but everybody else they were all in this bottom stream, and it was probably sort of racist, and they weren't taught any sort of academic subject. They were taught the basics of English, the basics of maths, and they did lots of carpentry. And they spent an awful lot of time. There was a small sort of agricultural area where they grew plants and stuff. And the thing is that they didn't get the same chance that a lot of the white kids had. That was in the 1960s, and I understand that was pretty much the norm at that time, and that was probably down to that really was a racist system, and that really was probably racist teachers as well.
But yeah, I mean, obviously today, like we're trying to relate racism to like 1960s where they were they were hanging people from trees or overtly racist, when that's just not the case, innit? Like we're not trying to what we're talking when we talk about racism today, like we said, like we're trying to establish it's more within the system of, and it's almost like a cunning way of disguising it. And we you guys were focusing on the police, but inherently it's not just the police also get their command from someone else, and we're talking about the government and the people who are top politicians, and the people that make laws and whatnot and everything. Just because they don't have a law that says it doesn't mean that their mindset isn't any different and isn't being transferred down into when dealing with the police force and whatnot and everything. Because, like I said, they're just another pawn in the whole system.
Raphael, if you're interested in this subject, it's really worth having a look at the David Lammy's report on BAME prisoners in the prison system, not for the reason that in the conclusion of the report, at the end of it, it actually discusses many of the things that we've just been talking about now. And it talks about, it actually breaks it down and shows how certain things in society are holding black people back. Well, it doesn't say black people, it says BAME. So I think it includes Asian people as well. It's I don't know entirely what BAME means. It's black, Asian, ethnic minorities or something, I think. Anyway, the thing is that what they say, what David Lammy, who's the MP for Hackney, and Trevor Phillips, who's used to be the head of the what do you call it? The Racial Justice Association or whatever. He was in charge of equal rights in this country. I can't remember the name of the body that he was in charge of, but they wrote this report, and it is true that in wider society, overt racial prejudice is declining. So they actually reckon that overt, open sort of racism, where people sort of use the N-word or sort of,
That's what I'm saying. That is, like you said, like we're saying, agreeing in it. Like it's.
Oh yeah. Oh no. I know absolutely. For example, the proportion of people who say they would mind that they would mind if a relative married someone from West Indian or Asian background has fallen significantly in the past 2 decades, and it gives an example of that. It is also the case that younger generations who have grown up in a more diverse country report fewer levels of prejudice than their parents' and grandparents' generation. Social norms are changing. So they seem to think that open racism is on the decline, and especially people of your generation, because you've grown up in a society that is much more ethnically diverse. You don't tend to encounter that to the extent that maybe somebody in the 1960s did. Yes? It then goes on to talk about covert racism, which is like hidden prejudice. Yeah. right? Do you mind me reading this? Is that okay?
Yeah, go on, read it. Go on,
Macy, so what? The point that we're just Macy. I know I know nothing. Macy, I know absolutely nothing. I'm full of shit, right? Except that I'm not a police.
Wait, hold on. Don't be replying to the chat, innit?
Oh, okay. No. But I mean, the thing is that we're just having a chat, and I'm not trying to score points off of Raphael. We're having a conversation, right? If you don't like it, Macy, come on, prove me wrong. Right. So look, the next one there is covert racism. Nevertheless, some prejudice that was overt is now covert. It's gone underground. The overt racism is they suggest that it's underground. Okay. A recent study in the US found that one particular racial slur against African Americans, probably the N-word, is searched for on Google 7 million times a year. 7 million times a year. Sometimes prejudice can be subtler. Consider, for example, when the word gang is used rather than group in public discourse about crime. It can be used to signal ethnicity rather than to describe the links between the groups of suspects. So they actually are suggesting that that the media use code words and that society use code word to hide our prejudice. That's what I think they're suggesting. Would you agree with that? Would you disagree with that? Do you think it's bollocks or what?
Say that one more time, Carl. I'll text me.
No, it's cool. It's cool. What they're actually suggesting is that if there's a news report and it involves members of the black or ethnic minority community, the reporters use code words to hide their racism. So they use the word, if there's a group of people that's been involved in an incident, they'll say it's a gang if it's a group of black kids. Whereas if it was a group of white kids, they might not use the word gang. They'll say it was a group of white kids.
Yeah. Or even better, when there is when it's white people doing after the football matches, there's always some type of rioting or whatever they call it. What do they call it? They call it I forget the word they call it.
Football riots? Was it disturbance? Protest?
Disturbance, or hooligans.
Football hooligans. Yeah.
Football hooligans. Even they have an even better word of describing it, like a nicer way of
thugs. Oh no.
No, that's that. Yeah.
Football supporters, is it something like that?
Yeah, or something. I can't remember the word in it, but when it comes to black people, it's like rioters, looters,
gangs. Yeah, looters. Yeah.
Thugs, or there's words to describe it basically. But overall, like it's like you said, those are. But even that still is like it's still a bit that we can see what they're doing. So that is still kind of overt. When I'm talking about covert, it's the subtle things, like you mentioned earlier. When you're coming into Oxford, or these people from a specific class comes in. Now they've started saying, yeah, we're going to accept people from the wider community in there. But even those people they're accepting in.
And when they say wider community, it's a code word.
It's a code word itself. You see what I'm saying? You're picking it up as well. And the wider community that they're accepting are probably people that they've seen that can actually, fit into their model. Do you understand? That can, that can, drop what is African or what is not. As when I'm talking about black people anyway. When it comes to white people, they have to drop their what they call white trash or common or peasant behavior. But when it comes to black people, it's more dropping their blackness and accepting more a white standard, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. And that you'd see that as an example of covert or hidden racism, that's being put into operation because of the color of somebody's skin. That's what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I mean, they can't get rid of, they can't change their skin tone, but they can at least act more European. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And their definition of European is even different from what people define as European. So their version of European is, you know, speaking like the Queen's English, you know, like proper, well dressed, very well spoken, you know, great posture, you know, the standard that they hold up so highly when you know, for example, when you watch their media, you know, when you watch the Sky News, you see the black women on the way they speak. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like the way they dress, or if you see the black males, the way they speak, the way they dress. Do you understand? So prim and proper, like that type of standard. And you'll find not just those people you'll find those people amongst when you go to the circles of the Queen or the Parliament or whatnot. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you don't. Yes. If you see, so what I think you're saying is if you see black people in the company of the Queen, they are dressed as Europeans in a sort of formal dress suits and acting in the most sort of formal Western style.
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they're very respected. They're very.
They've been beaten into shape. They have to adapt to that to survive in that milieu.
Yeah, that's it. It's dropping one identity to pick up another identity.
And that you must adapt. You must adopt that style, or you can't survive in that society.
Yeah.
So let's say that you became a pharmacist at a big hospital or whatever. You are going to have to become like a posh, not a posh white man, but you're going to have to adopt the ways of. Is that what you
I would say a posh white man. I would say that, but it's like
you're probably going to have to wear a suit and tie, aren't you?
If I ever wanted to rise up, I would definitely have to change the way I speak, the way
present
myself, of course. And the standard is rich. I always say the standard is rich, white males. Rich white old white males. That's the standards. I always say anyway. That's the standard. The way they speak, the way they act. You know, the way they're like that's the standard of what is to be the norm.
You know that they might argue that you have to do that if you are in a position of authority. You have to have that because to actually do the job. If I let's say that I was, let's say that I had a job in authority. I'm trying to think of a job in authority that let's say that like a high-ranking police officer or a high-ranking teacher or something like that, right? Somebody with a professional, in the medical sphere, and I just came across as just a working class oik. As a doctor, as I walked into a ward and I started talking to a patient and I talked to him, and I had a pair of jeans on and a t-shirt and they want to see their doctor in a suit. They want to see their doctor behaving formally like a doctor. Do you see what I'm saying? That is required of that job. Do you see? That's what.
But that's what I'm saying. The standard is the crisp and proper. They have to look more like the way they see people who are of the royal family, people who are of Parliament at the top vein, like the David Camerons, the Nick Cleggs. You know what I mean? They have to. That's what they want to be seeing. They don't want to see. I couldn't walk there in my African attire, and do their thing. They will look at me like hang on a minute. I don't want this guy doing it. He looks like he's just come from Africa. He couldn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's not. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people say,
But could you understand? But can you understand people sort of being concerned if somebody came, if a doctor did sort of show up in full, in full sort of West African costume, clothes.
Costume.
Well, no, not costume, clothes. Costume's the wrong word.
It's all part, now, hold on. This is all part of like, I'm not saying you're racist, but this is the stereotype, this subtle thing that you've been told. I said this to Wendy yesterday.
Oh, no, James. No. Sorry, Raphael, please. We're having a conversation. I'm spitballing. I'm trying to formulate my ideas, and I'm bringing out words. And as soon as I said costume, I realised that the word costume was wrong, and I changed it to clothes.
I know, but hear what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're racist. I'm not even saying. I'm just saying that this is what has been. Like, even me, when I speak about African religious systems, I still use the word juju, and juju has a negative connotation, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Here's juju, thinks, oh, what's it called, devil, whatever, no, and everything. But that's not actually true. None of it has anything to do with any devil thing, but we just relate to it because that's what we've been told.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But look, if you become, let's hope that you become a high-ranking, medical person in a hospital, and with a team of people and a position of authority, you will have to hold yourself in a certain way. You will have to conduct yourself in a certain way because people will hang on your words, right? And if you present yourself like me, they won't respect you. They won't respect what you have to say, and that's not about you. That's about me. If I went there and they saw this working class oik, right, they're not going to have confidence in me. If I was in the position where I was in a hospital, and life and death decisions were being made, and I had to advise people, patients, and such, they would have to have confidence in me, and I would have to change my game. I'd have to change my game. Do you not see where I'm coming from there? And that's not about racism. It's about confidence.
Say that.
You have to play that game. If you go to an interview, if I go to an interview,
I know you have to play that game, but this is my point. Like, the standard has been set. Anything other than that white, rich white male standard is, obviously, yeah. You know what I mean? Like anything other than that standard is, you know what I mean? You'll never rise. You'll never, you know what I mean? Like that the right. This is what we mean by institutional white supremacy or white supremacy. Like, we're saying that the white people, a lot of people say the word, but they don't know what it means. So I'm just trying to break it down to you, and hopefully you understand what I'm saying. That,
oh yeah, no, absolutely. I can. No, we're having a conversation.
And the reality is that you don't need to speak a certain way to be able to help people. You don't need to speak a certain way to be able to make laws. Like, this is all just
talk. Please talk to your your parents. You said they're doctors. Talk to them about that, because I bet that they'd say to you that they have to maintain a professional relationship.
Of course,
right? And it has to be formal, and it has to be distant.
Yeah, that's what they say. That, even my dad's always wearing suits. That's what my dad's known for. He doesn't wear. My dad only started getting trainers like 3 years ago. Before that, all these shoes was just proper. Those proper, like how should I say it? Those proper lace tied shoes with. He loved them. He used to buy them all the time for me. I would just look at him like, I'm never gonna wear this. Like, I was one of I was always a tracksuit trainers type of person. He was, suits, ties. Everything he went to was suit and tie. Even when people at church used to mock him all the time. Like, he was just like, hang on a minute, why are you always wearing that type of clothing out? Like,
well, look at it. Look. If your father or your mother came in to me and said, "I'm afraid the tests have proven positive. You have cancer. You have 6 months to live. I'd try and sort out all of your business." I would like to hear that from somebody that was suited and booted, that was formal, and was as seemingly as professional as and.
they will never realize it themselves. That's the thing. Like they don't
No,
realize.
but do you see what I'm saying there? That's part of. Although it's an act, an awful lot of things we do in life are theatre. We all play a role in some act or other. So when you go into school, you call the teacher sir, right? When he says, when they come in, they come into a room, everybody stands up. We all do that to one except to another. When the boss comes into a place of work, you address him. You almost doff your cap to him. How are you doing? You suck up to him, right? And it's like a game. It's like a dance that we all do all the time. We
There we
all
go.
are involved
Yeah,
in theatre.
See what I'm saying? I like that. The way you said it, it's a game. It's a game that we all.
Yes, but it's a necessary game. It's a necessary game, Raphael.
I don't think it's unnecessary. I think it's just we're socially conditioned, and because it's the wall's been pulled over us so much. Yeah, we can't. It's hard to remove that wall to be able to see at least something of what's going on. Whereas, like, I can tell you, like I'll tell you that it doesn't matter who is helping you. They might be speaking Yoruba and wearing what you call a dashiki, but they are still helping you and trying to save your life. Why does it matter whether or not he's wearing a suit? A guy wearing a suit or a guy looking like a certain way has to save your life. You understand what I'm saying?
I'll tell you exactly why. I'll tell you exactly why. Because I don't know this person. Probably the first or second time that I've ever seen this guy or woman in my life. Okay. I'm going to be looking for any kind of clues that this person is legit. Right, is the business, and that they know what they're actually talking about. Now, I know that it's superficial, and I know that it's skin deep, right? But skin deep, it's on the surface, right? But the thing is that I will be looking at any visual clue and any verbal tics, the way that they hold themselves, the kind of vocabulary they use, right? That's all I've got. So if they'd given me life or death information, right? You have got cancer. You're going to die. I want to know that person is legit. How do I know whether that person's legit or not? I don't. It is perfect. So I need that person to be as to be as formal as they. I expect that. And now maybe that's wrong.
But this is my point. Like they've been socially conditioned to think that that is the standard of what makes a doctor, that they have to dress like that, they have to do this, they have to talk this way, they have to present themselves this way, and this is only way you can know what a doctor is. Meanwhile, they have a degree, they come in here, they introduce themselves to you. All the nurses seem like they know him, and they're doing that. All he's wearing is a dashiki, yeah. And you guys are gonna say, no, I don't want him doing it because he's not dressing like what we understand to be a doctor is. And this is what we're talking about when we talk about institutional white supremacy. Like the mindset has got you to think that this is the standard. They have to speak a certain way, they have to act a certain way, and this is what we're saying that that people are being yeah, man. I don't know if obviously we disagree on the fact that
well, no. I mean, this is a really interesting thing, because you sort of think about it, a police officer. Supposing you got stopped by a police officer, and they started speaking, they adopted the mannerisms of a real working class person, right?
Yeah.
Right, and they were straight off the shoulder working class. Right. Now, I know that there are police officers that actually do that, but not officially. And if they're bloody caught, they're in trouble these days. And I know that in the past they wouldn't have been in trouble, but with cameras now, they're caught, right? But the thing is that they have to adopt that formality. And I would suggest to you that is a kind of protection. Do you know what? Protection?
What do you mean of protection?
I think that kind of formality, I think that maintains people's behavior. I think that do you know, in any kind of situation, you have your role, and in any kind of situation, the other person has their role, right? And I think that kind of formality, it makes it nice and clean and clear cut, so that I know where I am. I am the patient. To a certain extent, I am a supplicant. To a certain extent, I am a supplement. Supplicant. I've come to this person. I don't know. They are the expert. They've studied for 7-10 years. They are experts in their field. Therefore, they are right. I am wrong. Right.
The only thing that's stopping you from accepting the person is a doctor, though, is the way they dress. That's the point I'm trying to, like, this is what we're saying, isn't it? I'm saying it doesn't really matter, like, right, like the way they dress in it, because at the end of the day, they've not only have they introduced themselves as a doctor, you know, the people around there, you know, are familiar with him and they say, yeah, he's a doctor. But you're still worried because of the fact that he looks a certain way, he speaks a certain way, that he is. And
but that's not just, but you know, remember that's anybody that doesn't conform to that, you know, that sort of posh formal way of being, and it's that's not about race. I mean, if you know, if a black person came through and they adopted that we're talking about with doctors,
of course, but
it's not. I would suggest that's not a race thing. I think that's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing, isn't it?
Yeah, but but this is the point. The culture that's superior is the white culture. The black culture is inferior. That's the point. The only thing you need to do is scrub up. You know, have education lessons. You know, buy more suits and better suits, and you'll be fine. Someone like me, I have to.
No, I won't. No.
Fight. I have to fight the fact that I'm a black person and prove that I'm more European in my attitudes than I am an African. You get me? So that's
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but listen, it doesn't happen to me that I sort of get out at job interviews. I get out at the car park and somebody just walks up and says, "Don't worry, you can go now. You've got the job." I have to do the interviews like no. I'm trying to be humorous, man. I'm not meaning any. I'm just trying to be humorous. You know, the thing is that it's hard. Me being working class, it may be not as hard as for black people. I don't have your lived experience, but I do know I have my lived experience.
Yeah.
And I know that it's been fucking hard for me to get where I've got, right? And I've probably had to apply for more jobs than person with a nice middle class background would have, because there is a prejudice against working people, and I've had to change my game. I've had to lift up my game. Somebody wrote in the chat about professional standards. I have had to adopt professional standards myself
and
to actually.
But we just assume they're professional standards. Like at the end of the day, for you to do your role, it's got nothing to do with the way you speak or the way you dress. It's got to do with the knowledge that you have of that particular role. Can we not agree upon that?
No, it's got it's not everything to do, but it's also about how you present yourself as well. It is about that.
I'll say this though. We human beings, based on, if we meet someone new after 7 seconds, we already.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah.
And through this is what I'm saying, this social conditioning, if we had been socially conditioned to say that, what's it called? You know, it's not what's understood. It's not what's they're dressed like or whatnot that makes the difference. It's their thingy. And this was pushed heavily. Eventually, you'll have people saying, yeah, I don't have an issue with my doctor's son in African and wearing a dashiki and coming to meet me. That's not an issue. Do you know what I mean?
No, please, could you just run that past me again, please? I'm sorry, I didn't catch the sense of that. That's my stupidity, please.
I know. I was just saying, because we've been socially conditioned to say that, you know, if they're not of this standard, that therefore we cannot look at them as when it comes to a doctor. We've been socially conditioned to think that this doctor has to have, you know, a suit, a tie. You know, he has to speak a certain way, and that's the only time that if I'm not sure he's a doctor, then at least that way I'm comfortable with that, based on those checklists that I can deduce that he's a doctor, right? But if we were socially conditioned to think that that what's it called, that it's just the fact that if the doctor was speaking African tone, or had not an African tone, but I had an African accent, or was wearing a dashiki was okay, then we would all think, yeah, hang on a minute, a doctor who's speaking white and having a suit and speaking, like I said, speaking very posh English is wrong. That's what we would think if we were socially conditioned to think that way. It's because of when we watch certain TV shows, you see a doctor in a white coat with a stethoscope around their neck, and then they what's it called? They're clean looking. That's how we just assume that doctors.
Because that's the established convention. Because that's the established convention.
And this is what I'm saying.
That's the accepted standard convention in Nigeria as well, as you say.
Yeah. This is what I'm saying.
Could I actually suggest to you, Ben Grant? Now I don't know whether he meant this, but he made a really, really good point. He said, "Do you think all cultures are equal?" Now that really is. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but it's a bloody good question, because the thing is,
I'm listening. I'm just doing something in the background. I'm listening.
Sorry.
I'm doing something in the background. I'm just listening. I'm just going to be far away from my mic for a moment still.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's cool. That's absolutely cool. The thing is that some people actually argue that these kind of professional standards are not just Western standards. They're not about race. They're about what works. They're necessary because we need them to survive in a modern society. Where I go into a hospital and I meet a complete stranger and they make life and death decisions, I expect them to adopt certain mannerisms, certain ways of being, to adopt a certain costume, because I expect them to conform to certain standards of behavior. Now, I don't know whether that's about Western culture or it's not about Western culture, but if you look at in a courtroom, I don't know whether they still do it in court, but you get people at the high courts and they wear wigs, 18th century wigs, and they wear massive, great big gowns as well. They wear sort of outdated, old-fashioned gowns, right, over their suits, and it is very, very formal. And that is complete theatre. They do it to keep the formality, because justice must be seen to have been observed, to have followed a certain procedure, right? And that is the social norms. If you don't follow precisely exactly as it's laid down, then justice that can be used as a loophole to get somebody off of a crime, or to claim that an injustice has occurred. So I would imagine that a barrister, a lawyer, a judge would actually say that kind of formality, those professional standards, are a protection to you and to me, to see that we are treated to a certain standard, to a certain level.
Yeah,
that the words used in the court, I can understand them because they're standard English.
Okay. Well, I'd say this: being treated to a certain standard doesn't rely on the fact that you speak or dress a certain way. You know, it all comes down to that. Like, you can still get good service from someone who is, you know, who is, you know, a bartender, or someone who is a waiter at Nando's. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have to speak well, or they don't have to dress a certain way to be able to do that role. You understand? So at the end of like, if we're understanding the message, because someone also mentioned in the chat about being articulate. You know, there are people who are not of doctors, or sorry, how do I say this now? There are people who are articulate that ain't a doctor. Do you understand? They are, of working class that are articulate. Sorry, So there are people in the working class or considered of poorer backgrounds that are articulate. They can, when once they get the information on something, they can articulate it properly. It doesn't have to do on the accent or the way they speak or the way they dress to put point their view. So yeah, I mean, yeah, when it comes to the looks and whatnot, I'm just trying to make you understand that the looks wise, yeah, this is all coming from the media pouring out this image of how a doctor should look and how a doctor should act, and we just adopt it and say yeah. And so when we go to hospital now, if the doctor's not wearing a white coat and a stethoscope, and hasn't got a clipboard or some type of way of speaking or looks a certain way, then they're not a proper doctor as far as you're concerned. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking that through. I mean, somebody's mentioned Harold Shipman in the chat, and yeah, okay, there are bad doctors, there are evil, murdering doctors. Yeah, there are bad people, but my general point is, and I'm speaking generally, there's always going to be exceptions that prove the rule. You're always going to find exceptions that prove the rule, right? But
the rule itself, that you understand, like the rule itself, for a doctor to be a doctor, it's got nothing to do with the way they speak. It's got nothing to do with the way they dress. It's got to do with their knowledge of the topic of how to deal with a patient.
Yes, but also they have to deal with the patient. They have to interact with the patient, and
but the interaction with
also,
the patient, yeah.
Yes,
okay,
and I believe that involves them adopting certain standards, and I say that as a working
standards. What are you talking about specifically?
Well, I mean, just like, formal ways of addressing the person, formal ways of explaining, maybe using language a formal language that the patient can understand when they're interacting with other doctors. Using terminology and expressing them in a way that the other person can understand.
But if you're talking about medical terminology, that's not something that someone who is of working class can't explain as well. They can.
I know, but no, absolutely. Yeah. Or anybody, yeah, regardless of race, creed, or color. Yeah. Absolutely, that's not the point I'm actually making. I'm actually saying that formalized standards of behavior are an essential in this society. We must have professional standards, and if we don't have professional standards,
what are you describing? What are you defining as professional?
Well, I've sort of explained it. I think that they do expect people to have like a kind of professional detachment, not to be too familiar, to actually be as honest and straightforward as they can, not to get emotional, irregardless of how the patient. The patient may be in a terribly emotional state, but they have to maintain their cold, cool medical detachment.
But what's that got to do with the way they dress and the way they talk?
Well, I would actually say that that's all part of the deal. And as I explained earlier, I think it's also about confidence as well. That as I've explained to you, as I said to you earlier, a doctor will come in. There's somebody that you haven't seen, you've never met before in your life. They may be actually giving you some really, really bad news that you're going to be dead in a year's time or 6 months' time. You've got cancer, right? You are, or you need a life-changing operation. Now, this is a total stranger. You are going to be looking at all sorts of clues, right? The medical sort of the medical bodies that govern medicine in this country, I think that they actually require doctors to adopt certain standards of behavior, some certain professional standards.
I can describe them to you because I do pharmacy in it. Yeah. When we're dealing with patients, they always talk about the tone in terms of dealing with patients. So
yeah, the tone.
But when we understand what we're talking about when we talk about tone, it's like, so if you're trying to break a patient,
bad news,
a bad news or something, not even with Like, I don't know. I don't know. If, okay, the only way I can imagine if they're gonna break a patient of bad news, it would be like they wouldn't necessarily tell them outright they're gonna die in 6 months. It would be like, I'm sorry to say, but this is
these tests are positive.
These tests. Let's say it was cancer in it.
Yeah, and that means, and that means, yeah.
Yeah, so with cancer now, they will say something like along the lines of, we've done all the treatment we can, and I'm sorry to say that I don't think there's any more we can do.
Yes, yes.
We can make
and you need to settle your affairs.
And they wouldn't usually break it to the patient. They would try. Well, they usually do try to break it to the patient, but it wouldn't even be a doctor. Usually, it would probably be a nurse or someone, who's been close to the patient and whatnot and everything.
Yeah.
And what, like I said, in it, they would more or less try to give them options of ways they can accommodate themselves and whatnot and everything. Give them time to themselves to, they wouldn't say to them, "You've got only 6 months to live." No way. No, absolutely no way. And I don't think any person who was of African descent, who was talking with an African accent and dressed like with a what you call a dashiki would argue that was the best way to break to a patient that they were going to die. And this is how many, like they wouldn't do it like that. Obviously, the professional standards you're talking about is in relation to how you would you can treat a patient nicely, and treating a patient nicely has got nothing to do with, again, the looks, the suit, the tie, or the accent in which you're speaking to them. This is what I keep trying to emphasize to you, that it's got to do that the professional standards is only got to do with, if a patient is being rude, obviously try to empathize with the patient, understand it from their point of view. They're probably frustrated, they're
angry,
or whatnot, and everything. So the best thing to do is not to aggravate the situation, but try to diffuse the situation. This is what I'm talking. That's a completely different.
That's professional standards.
Yeah, but that's completely
and formality. And that's not a cultural thing. It's not a racial thing. I think that's almost a universal thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It comes down to be universal, and it doesn't matter if the doctor who was dealing with the patient and being that way had an African accent or was wearing a dashiki instead of a suit and tie. This is my point. Do you understand my point now?
Yes. I'm just yes, I am. The reason I'm silent is because I'm sort of thinking through what you're saying. Because I was aware that your father, you said your father sort of wears a suit and tie, and even like when he's at home, he wears a suit and tie. From what you were saying, I think you might want to, Raphael. You might actually want to ask him about that. That would be a very interesting to find out. I bet he would say it's about confidence, instilling confidence in the patient.
No, he would agree with me. My dad would agree. My dad would say, "Oh, just do it," because like even my dad, even my mom has a voice when she's at work and a voice when she's at yard.
Yeah, but we all do. We all do. I mean, you have a telephone voice. I have a voice that I use with my wife, and then I have a voice that I use on the building site.
Yeah, but this is my point is that she can still be herself and talk the way she talks at work. It's just the fact that, what's it called? She's been told that the way she has to act is to the white model. And that white model is just to dress in a suit and tie and sound more white. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I don't know that it's a white. I think it's a sort of accepted by this as a sort of Western convention, isn't it? It's a sort of I think they might, because I know that teachers, if teachers actually sign. When they start a job, they actually sign a thing saying that there's a dress code. They must wear a suit. And whether they like it or not, they have to wear a suit.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. And it's expected of them. And that's because it establishes... The kids are wearing uniforms, so you have to wear a sort of uniform. I think that's their reasoning.
Yeah, and this reasoning, where does it come from?
I think it goes back to the fact that it's a necessity. I think that it's necessary.
No,
I think that I
it's not
do. I think
necessary.
we are playing a role. We're not playing a role now, right? We're not playing a role now because we're two guys talking, right? But the thing is, at work, I would be an entirely different person to the person that I'm talking to now. When you were at work, if you came across me and you didn't know who I was, right? And I went to your pharmacy and I started in, talk. You would have a different way of talking to me than we're having now. We would both be performing a different dance. We would be using a different. Yeah.
But this is my point. I don't know, because I'm also looking at the comment section as well. But this is my point. Like, people have been so conditioned to think a certain way. It's like, if you come across Africans or a group of people who are naked, they're uncivilized. Therefore, wearing clothes is civilized. If you're wearing a suit to work or a suit, you're professional. But if you're wearing tracksuits or whatever, you're most likely to be involved in criminal activity. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's all social conditioning.
Yeah. Yes. Right.
Meanwhile, the information is what's getting lost, because the information of a doctor being able to do their job has got no bearing on what clothes or where they speak. It's just the fact that they have the knowledge to be able to do their job. That's what matters in the end.
I want the doctor. I want the doctor to be able to speak in a way that I could understand.
But what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Like,
I'll tell you exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
If I'm talking to somebody from Glasgow, right?
Yeah.
Scots from Glasgow, I find speaking to somebody from Glasgow, their accent is very hard to follow. Now, the thing is that sometimes if you're talking to somebody from a different with a different accent, it's very, very hard to follow. Now, if you've got a doctor, surely it's not unreasonable to expect them to speak in a way that their patients will understand.
I bet you, if you go to a Glasgow doctor, you'll find that they're much more well spoken than
Oh yeah.
Glasgow.
Oh yeah, no, exactly.
And
Because
when
they're
I mean
adopting professional values. They have to.
And the professional values that I'm talking about is this, and even that word well spoken. Well spoken is to say that other people who speak differently are not well spoken.
No. Well spoken. What I mean by
no, but I'm just
no. Please,
yeah.
please, good, because you make a good point. You make a really, really good point. But just please, you make a really good point.
Yeah.
When I say well spoken, what I mean by that is, do you know BBC pronunciation? Whenever a BBC it crosses you can hear every T and every they speak very, very precisely. You never ever listen to a BBC announcer and not understand what they're saying, right? And I believe that they actually do. They have speech lessons.
So when you speak to people of working class, do they not speak clearly for you
Sometimes
to understand?
No. Sometimes not.
Are you sure?
Yes, I mean, I'm from the working class. I've spent my life around working class people, and there's sometimes when I've been around long-term friends, and what did he just say? Yes, and if I'm at work and I'm dealing with clients or customers, I have to speak. I have to use my best telephone voice. I have to try and be well spoken, or whatever passes for well spoken, in my own clumsy sort of way. I have to go to special lengths to enunciate.
I don't know.
For the sake of the patient, for the sake of the customer.
Yeah, I think it really is this thing that, what's it called? We are the elite, and we know we are better. And
no, it's a necessity. It's a
I think it's elitist. I think it is
no.
elitist.
Well, listen, James. We've had this. I've learned a lot from listening to you, and it's been an exchange of ideas. So, the thing is that let's agree to disagree on that. I think it's a necessity.
Not pronouncing a medication.
Pronunciation.
Yeah, pronunciation. Pronouncing. No, I wanted to say
pronunciation. You want to do it properly.
I was talking about a medication. Being able to pronounce a medication, right? Doesn't mean that what's it called? They are of non-working class. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like my dad pronounces certain drugs. Yeah, he's a doctor and he doesn't pronounce it the European way, but they will definitely tell you. He knows what the medication does and what it can, like, he just doesn't pronounce it the way. So let's say if it was paracetamol, they call it paracetamol. Yeah.
Oh yeah. But that, I mean, that's not
you call it paracetamol.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem because both you and I know the difference between.
This is my point. But people will say, hang on a minute, the fact that you can't call it paracetamol would make him less of a doctor in my eyes than, you know what I mean?
No, I don't think that.
Maybe not your eyes, but another person will say, hang on a minute, like that's not the way that's not how a professional pronounces it. I know how a professional would pronounce it, and this is my, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how.
No. Listen, this is where it becomes a life and death issue. Supposing you've got like one of those big long words, like hyperchlora, hydra, duper, hydra, chlora, dippity doodah, right?
Yeah.
Right. So one of those big, like 30-letter sort of drugs. Okay. Now, supposing not your father, but someone, not your father, says, give him 90 milligrams of this, and he just says it in slightly way that it sounds like drug B when in fact he was talking about drug A. Yes. Now that might make the difference between life and death.
I understand.
No, I'm not saying that. Please, I'm not talking about. I'm sure that your father enunciates his drugs in all the right ways and says that. So this is not. I'm not in any way attacking your father. But can you see?
I didn't say you were attacking my father.
No, I'm not. I know you weren't.
Yeah.
But do you actually see that that in that instance it's actually vitally important that I say that word right? Because if
there's people backstage, I'll message. Hold on, sorry. If there's people backstage, I'll message Velly and add you on if you want to be. But just put in the chat that you were backstage, and I'll put you on in it. But yeah, go on. Sorry, continue, Ned. Sorry.
Yeah, no. It's just a matter of life and death. It's just a matter of life or death. Whether whether that word is pronounced rightly, because somebody might get the wrong drug. And I'm not talking about your father in this instance, because I'm sure that he says it in a way that everyone can understand. Can I just say about Reanimator? Big up Reanimator. I see you in you. Some of your work is an inspiration. You show the very best. It show God in man. One of the things that Jung said was that we don't see God because we never look low enough, and I believe that there is some spark of God or divinity in humanity, in human beings. I find that people infinitely interesting, and the thing is that you bring that out with those silly little bloody creature comfort things, cartoons that you do, and so big up Reanimator. There you go. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, when we were talking about professional, standards, right? Professional standards is just how a doctor would deal with a patient. It's got nothing to do with their accent or what they wear. You understand? So that I mean, I don't know if you can agree upon that or you disagree, and what is the disagreement? I feel like we're just repeating ourselves over and over.
No. Okay. Well, okay. We just have to. I don't think that is personally. I don't. We'll draw a line under it. But this is my final statement, and I'm sure that you can have your final statement. I believe that that's not a cultural thing. I think that is beyond cultural. I think that is just like a kind of necessity. It's like scientific thinking that we have to sort of adopt, because we don't know. Someday somebody will actually have a better way of conducting themselves. But I believe that professional values are essential in society for us to all get along. That's my statement.
Okay. And I will say this, that when dealing with a patient, yeah, you can very much deal with any type of, when you're, even in your daily lives, people, when you're interacting with someone, just because they speak a certain way and just because they have a certain accent doesn't mean that they will not be able to empathize with you, treat you better, and provide for you the best standard of service that they can possibly can. And they will also be adhering to certain standards of treating people and whatnot and everything. So yeah, like we said, we're just gonna have to disagree on that. And
yeah, no, and you know, I mean, the thing,
yeah.
we're not having a furious argument. We're just having a conversation, aren't we?
No, we're having a conversation. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Let's talk about unconscious bias. Have we talked about unconscious bias?
I think that's the unconscious bias that we were talking about right now.
Well, no, I thought that was covert bias, covert racism.
No, because I mean, it's covert in the sense that what's it called?
Oh yes, no, you're absolutely right, because we're on. You would claim that I'm not conscious of it.
Yeah.
Can I just tell you what David Lammy says? The unconscious bias. There also a newer field of study in unconscious or implicit bias, which is what we've been talking about, which examines the risk that individuals act without upon prejudice that they may not even be aware of. You would argue that I actually have a prejudiced view, although I'm not aware of it. That's what I think. Yeah, would you say that?
Yeah.
100%. And that I'm actually exhibiting unconscious bias.
Yeah.
So you're calling me a racist in the nicest possible way. No, come on, we're having a chat. We're just okay. Grumble. Yeah, right. This type of bias is used to explain everything from organization overlooking talented minority candidates to armed police shooting more unarmed black people than white people. The methods used to identify unconscious bias are the subject of heated scholarly debate, but the implicit the concept itself is becoming increasingly mainstream.
Yeah.
So I mean the Lammy report agreed exactly with what you said. They would actually back what you've said and said that I'm talking nonsense.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it that way. Cause,
well, go on. What would you say then?
No, I would agree with what you're saying. It's just the fact that do you know what it is? The way I differ from certain people is that, like, when explaining it to you, like, I want to make you understand it, so I'm trying to explain it to you the nicest way. Whereas other people,
no, of course, we're having this is not a heated. I'm listening to what you have to say.
Yeah, so I agree. I agree with that. It's just that certain people, I know if I was saying that same language to maybe someone like Jupiter, that's a load of bollocks. David Lammy is a racist and he's clearly like, do you know what I mean? Like she would dismiss it. But for someone like you're very well read on this topic, and you seem like you actually
I'm trying to understand. I am trying.
Yeah. So you're actually trying to understand. So yeah,
I'm not trying to score points.
No, you're being sincere about it. So yeah, that's why. So basically, what David Lammy is saying is true. So
why do you think so many black people, unarmed black people, are shot in this country by police?
Well, this is what I'm saying. It's the stereotypes of that media give out. You know, it's the black people have always like. I was talking about
are more emotional. That's the stereotype, isn't it? That's what they probably would. Is that not what they'd say? They're more emotional. They get angrier. More. It's
part of it. And also, I wanted to go and I wanted to take it back to 1800s. And in 1800s, because of me, Wendy, we were talking about this yesterday, and I was saying that a lot of people are not aware that during those times there was propaganda being put put out there by these by the elites of white people to the so-called working classes, the middle classes of people in Britain about the fact that what's it called, black people just uncivilized, and that they were animals, and that if they weren't controlled and whatnot and everything, there was actually billboards showing, you know, black people were cannibals and, you know, this and that. And if you've already been told that information about these people, that they're unruly, they go around doing all the crazy stuff and whatnot and everything, all you're gonna
stays
do
in the system. It stays in the
stays
system.
okay. And then since then, all you're gonna hear as well, especially when another thing is that a lot of people don't realize as well, because they talk about black on black violence. One thing I noticed as well was that when you look at areas outside of London now that have this same type of violence, you know, a lot of the reports.
Glasgow.
Okay. Knife crime in Glasgow is high as well, and this is amongst white people. And not only that, when you go to Liverpool, it's there as well. Belfast is there as well. And these are poor white communities, which are, you know, like the common factor is poverty. That is the reason why there's violence. You know, poverty breeds violence. So this is why this stuff is going on there. But when you go to try and research this information, for some reason they only look into London and comparing it to the whole of West Midlands, where West Midlands is, you know, you have Birmingham, you have Wolverhampton,
They're focusing on the black community and ethnic communities.
Okay, and not only that, they're spreading it out when it's out there. When I said when I gave the example of West Midlands is not a city. London's a city.
It's a region. It's a region.
Exactly. So how can you compare? It wouldn't be fair to compare London to the whole of West Midlands. You should compare London to one of the major cities in West Midlands, or one of the major cities in other areas. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, like Birmingham's the second city. It's the second largest city in Britain,
Okay.
which is in the West Midlands.
Okay.
So they should be comparing London to Birmingham.
Yeah. And you just can't see any report. So when the few people who have actually tried to do, you know, individual reports, they've picked up places like Liverpool where the violence is excessive too, and this is amongst white people. And then you go to what's that place, Glasgow, like you said, and there is a lot of knife crime there. And then you go to Belfast, and areas in Belfast, there's a lot of violence there as well. So, and you know, it's kind of like it's like a confirmation bias to say, oh, but you see, London is populated by black people, and therefore black people are more violent. And when we compare it outside of London, there is less violence because they're spreading it across major cities. So you could probably have violence happening in Liverpool, but when you go down the road to other areas, not down the road, but when you go to other cities in that area, I don't know what they describe Liverpool as. I think it's Yorkshire. It's not Yorkshire, sorry.
No, that's Lancashire. I think.
Lancashire.
Yeah.
So there will be other cities in that area or whatnot and everything, and they're spreading it across. So it makes it look like the violence is minimal because other areas might be low on violence compared to Liverpool. But if you just focus on Liverpool itself and compared it to London, then you would see that, what's it called? Yes, it's this poverty is the factor, not the fact that black people just want to be violent people. It's poverty. So,
I don't right with respect. I don't know that it's just poverty. I knew somebody that was I actually knew somebody that was stabbed to death. He was 15, and he was stabbed to death, and they never found because there was a wall of silence. There's a wall of silence. There was a wall of nobody. You know, snitches get stitches. Yeah. So you've got a situation. If
you're from working class,
yeah.
Of course, it's like I said, it's amongst the white community too. You understand? So, like I said, isn't it? In poor white people in Liverpool, you know, the violence is high there. A lot of knife crimes going on there. You know, if you even just go check it up on Wikipedia, it shows you that wife crime, people in Liverpool are 2 times more likely to get stabbed to death than people here in London. So a lot of people are not aware of this, but yeah, this is my point. When you're coming up, you're talking about this stuff.
But look, you if let's suppose, look, you're an intelligent gentleman. You're supposing you'd taken a different road. Supposing you may hate this, but so stop me. But supposing you'd taken a different road, and supposing you'd actually decided, I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to become a police officer. I'm going to stop all of this.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to stop this. I'm going to challenge. I'm going to sort of put on the uniform. I'm going to wait. I'm going to, if I encounter racism, I'm going to sort of hammer it. I'm going to get it hammered inside the police force. Right. Have you any? Don't answer this if you don't want to. We don't have to go down this road if you don't want to. But have you any idea what sort of solutions there are?
Okay, so there have been a number of police officers who in the past, you know, they wanted to make a change. So they signed up to be a police officer. And when they tried to, you know, go against the blue-collared code, a lot of people don't know there's a blue-collared code.
Yeah, I know. The wall of silence. Yeah, the wall of silence.
So when they tried to, you know, report their colleague on them, you know, going excessive or too far, they were shut down and dismissed. So I'm saying that in order for them probably to make a difference, and this will take them many years, this would be for them, you know, every negative thing they see happening to an individual.
So you'd be really unpopular, but surely the best things in life are struggles, hard struggles. If you knew that you were going to encounter that, but you thought, fuck it, I'm going to do this. Right.
They would be unpopular, but in the past, that's what I'm saying. They've been dismissed. Like,
have they?
It ends up being like, I don't know if you heard about the American. Obviously, we're talking about UK here, but I'm sure there'll be examples here in the UK being dismissed. But one popular example was an officer. I was a black police officer. I don't know, but he went on a killing spree, killing police officers.
Yes, I heard about that. Yes. Yes, he said, I'm gonna declare war on a third dimension or something, and he just started killing them because of an injustice. There'd been an injustice, and he'd reported it. And instead of them dealing with it, they sacked him. And I'm coming after you. And I think he killed 6 police officers, didn't he?
Yeah. That's it. They killed. He said that he was going to war with the police officers or whatnot and everything. They ended up killing him in the end. But the point was that it started off.
Do you know how many bullets he had in him when they killed him?
They said, I heard it was hundreds or something like that.
It was, and it might actually have been more than that.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that about?
Well, that's the point. You understand? Like, they you know, don't go against us. You understand? This is it's making the message known. Don't ever, you know, think that you who, and this is a message to people who are within the police force, then don't ever try to go against us, because otherwise you'll see what will happen. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. The system is with us. The system is for us. Challenge us, and this is what's going to happen to you. So, yeah.
The thing is that what would you do, you know, in look, for the police to...
Sorry, continue.
Go on.
No, I was going to say, like for me, if they wanted to actually make proper changes, it would be for them, that person, someone like me, to, when I'm infiltrating, everything that I see, I know that I'm against this, and this would, you know, if I was in my right mind, I would not that if I was in my right mind, if I could, I would speak up against this injustice. I would have to ignore it until I get to a position where I'm powerful enough to make that change.
Raphael, there was actually a police officer in the 1970s called Serpico, and he did exactly. He was an Italian. He was an Italian American in New York. and the New York Police Department was exceedingly corrupt at that particular time. Just about everybody was on the payroll, and the thing is that he wouldn't have it. He wouldn't take any kinds of bribes. And what happened because of that? And he reported everything that he saw. And what happened was that when something goes down, you immediately call for backup. And when he called for backup, nobody would turn up because he was the snitch. He was the guy who snitched. Nobody nobody had his back at that particular time. He ended up with a bullet in his face. He survived, and he was invalided out of the New York police force, and it caused a major scandal, not unlike the George Floyd scandal now. It caused a major scandal, not dissimilar. People they tried to clean up policing in America, but he tried to be the honest cop, and he ended up with a bullet in his face, literally a bullet in his face. He tried to gain entry into a house to do a bust, and they trapped him in the doorway, grabbed his arm, pulled him in, and then a gun barrel came straight into his nose, and they just pulled the trigger, and by some fluke of luck, he survived the bullet wound. So he tried to do exactly what you just said. It's whether it would be as extreme as that in this country, I don't know.
Anything can happen to be extreme in any country.
Do you think that could happen here?
Yep, 100%.
But we don't have guns.
Who told you that?
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. Who is the voice? Who's the voice? Who is that? Is that Mr. Riggs?
There's only one Mr. Riggs in the house.
Hello, Mr. Riggs. Welcome back. Do you think it could happen here? Yeah. I know that we have police officers with guns here, but they are so heavily regulated. Surely they're protected. We have much.
Look at the gun crime at one stage where Manchester were the gun holders.
Go on, please explain.
No, they were buying and selling guns at a certain period of time. And it's about having money. You've got money, you can get anything you want. There's nothing impossible.
You think that there's a lot of guns on the streets in Britain?
Of course there is.
In London? Well, you say, of course there is. I work on a building site. I've never seen. I know how guns work because I've seen it in films.
Why is that people in England are more skeptic? They ain't just going to be. Remember, there is a law. Even carrying one is almost over 5 years.
10 years, isn't it?
10 years. So why am I going to be carrying something all over the place?
Yeah. But you're saying that it's not impossible to get hold of guns. Now, please bear in mind that there have been people in chat that have called me Ned the Fed, and they've accused me of being a police officer. So I'm not going to be asking. I'm not asking about. Do you know of any sort of bank robberies? Do you know of any that are going down? Do you know how I could get hold of any? I'm not a police officer, and I'm only asking because we're having a conversation. Okay, so please be aware.
The big train robbery.
No, but do you actually think that the guns? I think I've heard about Manchester that it was that guns were really seriously available. I don't know where they came from, but I didn't know. You don't see guns going off so much in London, do you?
Yeah, because it's not just done up in your face, is it? If you look at the old days of East London, and you look at their history,
they use razors. They use razors.
No, but there was guns available.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so when you're using it forms of protection, and remember, there's people that go to military all the time. There is police force that are corrupt. So sometimes it floats around. These things are, there's different laws for different folk. But if someone is desperate, they just bring out the money.
But But surely, look, if there was loads and loads of guns all over the place, right? Surely we'd be hearing about shoot-ups like, you know, today, a month ago, 6 months ago. We'd be hearing, but we don't. You don't hear. You hear about stabbings. You don't hear about shootings so
I'll
much.
give you an example. There was someone that got shot up 2 weeks ago, but it wasn't in the papers.
Right, so it's not getting reported. That's what you're saying.
Not everything gets reported.
So they're sort of keeping a wrap on it, are they?
They got big, as they would say, they got bigger fish to deal with. See what happens in the community. Sometimes you never get to hear in the public eye.
They don't think it's important enough to report on. I would have thought that somebody being shot was news. Oh, that's amazing.
Why would it be news all the time?
Because guns.
Yeah, but if it's the same thing with the knife crime. The knife crime's always been there.
Yes, but do you know the difference? I'll tell you the difference. That if there's somebody gets stabbed and they die, that's national news. That is reported all over the country that there was a stabbing and it occurred at, you know, let's say in Islington.
Not everything is like that. No, that is being very naive, because from where I used to live, stabbing was a normal thing. Not every stabbing. If the person survives and gets stabbed, they ain't gonna put that in the news. That's not headlines.
No. I see. That's a good point. Yeah. So you'd actually say there's actually a lot of stabbings that never get it. I suppose I was talking about fatalities. Really, I was talking about sort of deaths. You know, I was talking about that. I thought that, you see, I sort of mistakenly, and as you say, I probably am naive. I don't know about these things, but I mean, they're so rare in my mind, and maybe I'm wrong with this, that they hardly ever happen. That when they do happen, you sometimes get sort of accidents.
What you have to do sometimes is look in the local newspapers or just put gun crime, and you will see a total different. It's because you're not looking for it, so you're not seeing it.
Yeah.
Google would find certain places because local newspapers will have it in their paper, but it doesn't really ignite the mainstream right now. The mainstream right now is the police officers. So the police officers are getting more coverage, as well as Liverpool winning the cup.
That's caused major trouble. There might be trouble tonight in Liverpool. Is that not the fact? Do you know that the police have completely blocked off the centre of Liverpool to stop it? They've made it like a no-go zone. You're not allowed to go into the centre of Liverpool. They've got like a special order that they can tell you just to go your way. Because they're, you know, they're worried. I think they're worried about COVID now. Even Liverpool Football Club have said, look, don't do it tonight. You've had 2 nights. I don't know.
Boy, but you know, you see, even though they've won it, it's not the biggest celebration, is it? So it's frustrating for them. They want to be carrying the trophy, screaming down the roads. They want to be partying, and they can't do nothing. So
no,
it's the worst. It'll be called the worst season in 2020.
Absolutely.
All Liverpool fans are so they must be crying right now.
Well, if you'd waited 20 years and then this happened, you know, you've got to be absolutely gutted, haven't you, really? Yeah. And the other thing is, because we've all been stuck in our houses for 3 months, right? I think that there's
and that's where
there's a lot of tension, isn't there?
Yeah, a lot of clubs are gonna they ain't gonna rate them winning it. They ain't gonna no other club's gonna give them the recognition. They'll blame on COVID.
Yeah, that That's really got to hurt because they did earn it. They did actually earn it. I mean, they sort of won it before COVID. I think almost, didn't they? They were so close.
It's not an agreement yet. So people say it's not fair because they didn't have their fans and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. What do you think about the? Do you know the parties they've been having in London? You know that the police have been breaking up. Do you think that's, that it's understandable because people have been cooped up at home for a long, long time, but there's a danger that people catch COVID. However, a lot of the people there would be young people that are don't usually catch COVID. What's your feelings on that?
There's nothing you can do. You got to let the kids out somehow. Can't keep them in all day, especially teenagers.
So you got to sort of turn a blind eye to that. Is that what?
What can you do? They're still going to do it whether you take the blind eye or not.
Well, you see,
we got to remember, in forms of everything that we see, from football fans to hooligans, protests, people partying, these are young kids. They want to express themselves. They want to enjoy life, but you're trying to deprive them of it. They remember they're the first to rebel. Most people that stand up are young.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So whether you like a lot of the police have been turning a blind eye.
I'm not. I don't know how old you are, but let's say that you're a teenager. I mean, do you feel comfortable going to a big meeting like that where you're all sort of intermingling with a load of people and then going home to your parents, perhaps giving them COVID?
If I'm a party and a raver, do I care about COVID?
No, not at all. Not
exactly.
At all.
So it's big. COVID is irrelevant. Even at the precise moment, do people even believe it?
How did they find out about it? How was it that they knew that there was I think in West London at where the carnival is, that was where one of them took place, and Brixton was another place where it took place, and I think there was one in Hackney as well. How did everybody know to travel across London to go to that place? How did they? And remember that I am called Ned the Fed. I am not a police officer. I'm not asking for police. If this is evidence that will help policemen, then don't tell me. And sort of. I'm not a police officer. I'm just. It's just interesting.
Ask Ralph. Ralph's a youngster. Ralph.
Yeah, I think he's probably gone to make himself a cup of tea.
No, it's easy, man. Social media will get you access. Oh, I got a call. I'll call you back.
Okay.
I'll come back.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Ralph, Raphael, if you're out there, it was really good talking to you. It's fantastic. Because nobody's here, I'm just filling in for the boss for Veli. And so I'm just to fill in. I'm just giving you the conclusions from the Lammy report, which is talking about, because his subject is institutional racism real, and that's what we've been sort of talking about for the last couple of hours, Raphael and I. Right. My conclusion is that BAME individuals still face bias, including overt discrimination. So he actually reckons that Black people still face open discrimination. Now, I have a lot of respect for Trevor Phillips on this panel, and if he's actually
you're not alone anymore. You're not alone anymore.
Hello, that's Raj. I know that voice. That's Raj. How are you? Raj?
I'm all right.
Oh, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. It's good to hear from you. Thank you for coming on.
Thanks for the fake,
No, I am genuinely trying. Okay. Hey, come on, man. I am genuine. It's not
just
fake.
Be truthful, man. You don't just. I hate people lying. Just tell me you don't like me.
I don't like you.
That's cool. I prefer that, man.
I find you incredibly funny.
But this is the problem here. People are very too caught up in the niceties. Just tell the truth.
No.
Like
listen.
I don't want you on the panel. You're ruining the panel. Yeah, that's cool.
Raj,
I prefer that.
You make me laugh, Raj. I am laughing at you. That's how
Oh,
much I
good.
like
Thank
you.
you.
You make me
Thank you.
laugh.
Laughing at me or with me doesn't matter.
I'm laughing
At
at you.
you.
It doesn't
Sometimes with
matter.
you, but most of the
It
time
doesn't.
at
It doesn't matter though. It doesn't matter. The point is you're listening.
yeah,
Sorry,
a
Ned.
laugh is a
Ned,
laugh.
I'm so
Yeah,
sorry.
but you're listening. You have to understand when it comes to making people laugh. You have to understand it's a very powerful way to get people's attention.
Ned.
You can't do it because you're boring. I can because I'm funny. Yeah, and
Okay.
so let me give you an example. Remember, I used to say I ain't paying that bullshit jizya. Even my enemies, yeah, were saying it to me when they were chasing me and trying to get me out of the park, and that just shows you. Even if people think they're laughing at me or
And I'm
with me,
glad
it doesn't
you're here.
matter.
I'm glad you're here,
It
Raj,
doesn't matter.
because
The point is you're listening
I am,
and you're
Ned
laughing.
wanted
That's
to
the main
know.
point.
I am not glad you're
Guess
here.
what? Guess what, Raj? Guess what, Raj? Ned wanted to
What?
know how we got our message across, and we use pigeons.
Oh, wicked, man, wicked. How did you? Have you managed to get one over to myself or Mike Tyson? Because me and
Well,
Mike Tyson have got something
well
in
done,
common. We
Nasty.
both
Nice one,
we
Nasty.
both
Nice.
love pigeons. So.
Nice. Well done. Well said, Nasty. Nice one. Nice one.
Oh, well done. Well
Raj,
done. Give him a Blue Peter badge. Well done.
Raj,
Well done.
listen, please, don't,
Wait,
please.
it's not Blue Peter anymore. It's Green
Oh, it's
Nigel.
Blue Peter. No. It's Blue Peter. Blue Peter. We can't say the word black though. It'd be racist though. if we
Nah,
say
it's
Black
Green
Peter.
Nigel. It's not Blue Peter anymore, man.
What if it
It's
was
Green
called Black
Nigel.
Peter? What if it's called Black Peter? Would that be racist? What if Blue Peter was called Black Peter? Just for
It was
hypothetical.
called what? Black Peter.
Imagine if it was called Black Peter. Would it be to the point now that people are going to start changing the word? If I'm
We
just
don't-
giving a hypothetical.
We don't want you here. Ned, sorry.
Oh
when you-
yes, thank you. I'm going to stay just because you said you don't want me here. That you know, whenever people say that, I come on more. I actually stay on for longer.
Fuck's sake. Yeah, Raj, we want you here.
Yeah. Actually, when you say you want me here, I stay on for longer. So either way, it doesn't really work.
He's just fucking trolling the lot of us. So just don't feed the don't feed. I was going to say
It
don't feed the
doesn't-
pigeon. Don't feed the troll. I'm sorry.
I'm not trolling. I'm being truthful.
Right.
That's the problem with you lot. Most people are fake. They
You
don't
lot.
want to say the truth.
You lot.
Yeah, but they are. This is why I can't work with
I've
people.
not been rude to you.
But what I'm saying is that
I
guarantee in real life, Ned, you're a prick, yeah, that goes around probably slapping homeless people and shit. And then when you're on these lines, you try to be this kind of like a pious person. Oh, don't do this, don't do that. Yeah, because you're always kind of like preaching to people to be kind of X, Y, Z. I don't think you're a saint or anything. I reckon you probably go around, I don't know. I don't want to say too much, but I mean, I think you're being a little bit fake. If I'm being honest.
Really? Well, maybe. Whatever. You're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. I worked for 4 years for St Mungo's, giving out soup after in the early hours of the morning. So I mean, when you mentioned homeless, I've actually worked for the charity St Mungo's, distributing soup to the homeless of London.
Oh, and I bet when you went home.
Oh yeah, no, we're trolling.
Like
And there was some line, and I poisoned the soup, didn't I? Yes.
I bet you went home and you felt like Mother Teresa.
Yeah.
I bet you went home and you felt like Mother Teresa a little bit. She said she was helping people in India, but she was really killing them. So
It wasn't in my house. No.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
No, she wasn't. No,
I'm just saying there's a lot of people that do stuff because they do it for show. They don't.
Well,
do it
yeah, okay.
do
Well,
it.
I am totally cynical. I'm just.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying a lot of people do.
Yeah.
A lot of people do. Yeah, and especially the ones that brag about it.
Yeah, no. Look, the only reason I mention it, and I've never ever mentioned this before because I don't like.
Have you ever heard?
Will you just listen? The world isn't you. Okay?
Oh, it is though.
Please just give other people a chance. Yeah.
I'm triggered.
No. Just give.
Bring the real Ned out. Bring the real Ned out. I'm trying to get the real Ned.
Give other people a chance.
Yeah, but I'm trying to bring out the real Ned though. So show us the real Ned.
I'm just trying to actually say it. You're talking. I've listened to you.
Yeah, go on.
I've been talking for a couple of hours. We have a really good conversation, in my opinion, with Raphael. I've probably been boring the ass off of everybody that's been listening. But, I thought we had a pleasant conversation. He listened to me. I listened to him. We exchanged views. We disagreed. It was a good conversation, right? The thing is that all that I was going to say was that, you know, I know that you said that you're a misandrist. Is it? I don't know the word where you
misanthrope.
Misanthrope. I'm sorry. You don't like you think badly of the human race.
No, I believe that. I'm not saying all people are bad, but I think humanity as a whole is kind of like a stain on this earth. But there are good people. Don't get me wrong.
Well, listen, and maybe I'm being completely fake and insincere here. So, you know, you're probably right about this, right? I'm probably a lying, you know, murderous, horrible person, right? The thing is that I believe that you can take either two ways. You can make life fucking miserable for everybody, right? Or you can actually just try and do the best you can. And I try to do the best I can, and I fail most of the time. But I do.
But you're very condescending and patronizing, though. That's the problem.
Well, if I do, then I
you're one of those lefty lunatics here that, oh, the little brown man, he can't look after
have I said that anything like
that? I know,
that?
but you do come across like, I can imagine you going over to places and kind of like holding Indian babies, saying, "I'll feed the Indians."
Oh, hello there. My name is Andrew. I'm the pest control officer. Do we have a pigeon pest issue on this panel?
I know that voice, and
it's
scares
Afghan.
the shit.
My name is Afghan Andrew. Do we have a pigeon pest issue?
Obviously, I got a police case going on against this individual and two others. So I've been told not to stay. So I'm going to be the bigger man because I don't want to fall into the trap of staying on a panel. I'll come back later on when a certain individual that's killed more Muslims in real life than any other person that I know in the UK. Then I will go, but not right now. I'll stay silent for now.
Satrikal, shoo, I put my magic on you. Shoo, pigeon boy, shoo. Anyway, how are you, Ned, today, sir?
I'm actually quite good. Thank you. Good to.
So we can still talk though, Ned, but I'm just not going to communicate with a certain individual.
He just wants to be in a place to chat.
So I'm just saying to you that I don't.
But you're talking to me, Raj.
Raj,
that was nice,
as
Raj.
you think, Ned.
But you're talking to me.
So Ned, I don't think you are goody two shoe as
I am Ned.
You think.
What do you mean I'm not goody two shoe?
Well, you're right. I'm not. I'm not.
I'm right. I'm not. I try to be.
Right. Look. I've been on for
Pigeon. I've been on for many times, Pigeon, and you fuck off, Pigeon. Anyway, Ned, talk to me, bro.
Well, listen. I've been on for a couple of hours, and I am a bit. I was talking for a long time when it was only like two of us on, and we're just having a long talk about nothing in particular, really. But I'm now a bit exhausted.
Oh my God, you should see Raj, man. You know Raj. He looks like a beady-eyed pigeon with a big crooked nose, man. I mean, you should do a GoFundMe page to fucking make his nose straight. You know what I mean? It looks like a fucking bent ruler.
Afghan, listen.
Vile, ugly thing, man.
Afghan,
I don't know.
You are seriously more intelligent than me. I know this, right?
Thank you, Ned. Am I more intelligent than the Rajanator?
No, seriously. Now, the thing is that you don't need this. You don't need to do this.
All right, so Ned, you can see that I'm not communicating with this individual because, like I said, Ned, I got a police case going against certain individuals, and I've been told not to communicate.
Is the sound of the police? Snitchy boy.
Every time this individual refers to me, I'm not actually being a pussy. I just cannot refer to him or actually speak to the guy. So there's a reason why. So this individual can try and kind of grow me out as much as he wants, but I've never killed any Muslims in real life like certain individuals. There's only one person on this planet that's actually killed Muslims in real life in Afghanistan.
Oh, who is that, Raj?
I wonder who.
Who?
I'll tell you what actually happens when Afghan comes on. You ever watch this? And when Raj comes on separately at different times, the numbers just shoot up. Now I'm looking at the numbers viewing, and the numbers have shot up since you two. You two are like magnets. As soon as anybody sees that either Afghan's on or Raj.
Oh, please do not compare me with this inbred.
No, you draw people. People
this
know that
goby smelling
go down, right?
scruff bag. lives with his
All right,
mom.
so who wants to answer the question about institutional racism then? 'Cause,
You are a racist yourself, mate. You tell us.
I can answer that though. But
You
Belly,
tell us, Raj.
you need to control the panel though. If we want to have a sensible
but you
conversation, we
tell
need to
us.
control the panel because
Rajinder,
obviously certain people are harassing
York.
me.
I love to go to York.
Certain people are harassing me.
I love to go to York, see the horse races.
Yeah,
You see York, and I love that road.
Yeah, so yeah, certain people are harassing, and obviously, it's good to get this. So when I show this to the police, and I've
Officer, please, there's a man stalking me. There's a man stalking me on Hangouts, please. Help me, my name's Rajinder Machaiwala. I'll make you good tea.
Ned, can I say something? Do you think disabled people
Aye,
with
Ned.
MS
Ned,
be
Ned.
doxxed?
Ned, shall I tell you something? Ned,
do you think it's acceptable to dox disabled people with multiple sclerosis?
Uncle Ned. Uncle Ned, can I say something? Do you remember that song, Ned? Fogger Fast. Ned. Do you remember that song, Fogger Fast?
Do you think it's okay to dox disabled people?
Ned, remember that song, Fogger Fast, Ned?
Sorry, Afghan's voice scares the life out of me.
Ned, talk to me, Ned. Look at my eyes, Ned. Look deep into my eyes, Ned. Listen, Ned. There's a song called. 1 minute, Ned. Let me just say something. There was a song, right? There was one song Raj made called Fogger Fast. I made one for Raj. 2 sugars, Gora Sab, Chaiwala. You are 2 sugars, 2 sugars. I'm a good Chaiwala.
Right, well,
Mr. Barnes, I will suck your dick if you arrest that man.
Okay, right. I've got to go.
I will do Bhangra for you.
It was really good talking to you on Thursday, Afghan. It was
fantastic, man.
No,
Thank you, sir.
Man. You're very,
great. You're most gracious.
You were. Good talking to you.
Thank you.
You take
care. We had a
okay?
wonderful discussion, didn't we?
And everybody else, please take care. Okay, look after you.
Look what you did, Raj, man. You scared the panelists off, you bloody retard.
If you want to talk about the
if you want to,
we can do that to anyone on the panel apart from one individual.
One individual, Tatal Singh, MS, MSG. Raj, I heard you like MSG. That's why you're spaz, nah? Raji, the guy that goes around, this Pakistani community need to sort themselves out. Say the spastic virgin 45-year-olds fake baptized wannabe Sikh from fucking London represents the Sikh community.
Can I just say I am not involving in this? So any reason I'm saying
because you're a snitch, you informer.
That this individual is somebody that is harassing my sister who's got multiple sclerosis.
You doxed your own fucking sister, mate. You scumbag. You doxed your own sister. That was your own mod. That was your own mod, which was you, Raj. You little spaz. You are such an autistic spaz when it comes to your mods, yeah? And you modded your own fucking self, you weirdo. And you doxed your own fucking sister. That's what you did, mate. You incriminate Muslims, yeah? You incriminate people. You talk shit all day about people's communities, and now you run to the police, buddy. But it's not going to end well, Raj, because you will be exposed. And the police are going to give the Honorable Secret Society of Shadows who are watching you, Raj, a medal knighted by the Queen for this shit-stirring Rajinder. Little fool. Anyway, Ralph, how are you, sir? I really liked your discussion about the Nigerians and, with Ned about 2 hours ago. It was a fantastic discussion, Ralph.
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it, man.
Now, the thing is that, I'm not going to play into this.
Yeah, because
game.
Ralph, my father's also a doctor as well,
Ralph. I have not said anything to anybody, so I
understand the point
when I showed
about
this to
not
the
hanging
police,
about
I've
with,
not actually addressed nobody, and I haven't spoken to nobody, so you can hear that this person...
Raj, the white guy needs 2 sugars, be a good chaiwala.
Has indirectly spoken about my sister's got MS, she's got multiple sclerosis. These individuals...
I said MSG.
...have doxed my sister's got multiple sclerosis and is bedridden, so I'm off. So this is for the police.
Okay, fuck off, man, police boy. You weirdo. What a bloody arsehole weirdo coming on panels. I've reported you to the police. What a fucking idiot, man. Why is he even...
actually?
Oh my God, listen, Ralph. His own mod doxed his sister. Now, this guy is autistic. Yeah, he's like spaz of the spazzes. Yeah, he's so autistic with people that he mods up. Right, he modded his own mod himself, right, and doxed his own sister. And now he's using his sister to incriminate people and fucking, what's the word? Character assassinate.
How's that a crime, though?
Well, ask him in here. Ask the fucking Aspergers. You can't talk to Aspergers, can you?
All right. Well, anyway, yeah. Basically, I just wanted to, you said the discussion was interesting. What did you like about it then?
Because my father is also a doctor. He's a consultant cardiologist, and I know what it feels like having clinicians as parents, and they're strict, conservative kind of thing. I mean, I had a friend, right, who's like working class, and I brought him home, and my father just like flipped. Did he steal something? Did he steal that? Did he take this?
Yeah.
So I understand, man. That's why I couldn't come on the panel because it was full at the time. But I absolutely understand, Ralph, what it's like when he's shit in it.
Yeah, I know.
G Block. Hello, how is everybody?
Assalamu alaikum, ultra funky.
Hey, assalam alaikum. No, salam. No, assalam alaikum assalam.
You can say wassalam if you want.
What's correct? No, I'll tell you what we'll say. We'll say sincere atheist greetings to you too, sir.
I'm sorry, man. I don't accept those adultery kafir greetings, bro.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I mean, I
so
don't
listen,
like the Stalin's greetings.
Vintage
Yeah,
Afghan,
sir.
Go on.
I'm good, bro. I saw you on the video debating.
Yeah.
You're on YouTube.
I told you I was an ugly cunt, innit?
Yeah, I thought, who the fuck is that Cedric the Entertainer lookalike? Oh, it's ultra funky.
Yeah, that's me, man.
Oh my god, man. You got a bit of pounds on your neck, bro.
Yeah, no, because I'm a big un, innit? I told you I'm a big un.
Look like a fucking pit bull, bro.
Yes,
Jesus.
no, yeah, that's it.
Wait,
That's
what
it.
video are you talking about?
It's on Shamsi's channel, I think.
Yeah, it's on Shamsi's or DCS Tower or something like that.
Yeah, DCS Tower. That was a good one, but I think you perform better on Hangouts. Do you feel like shy talking in person?
No, do you know what? To be honest, that was my first day at Speaker's Corner.
Oh,
and
is it that?
I actually, I didn't know what I was going there for. And if I'm honest, what happened in that debate needed to happen because I thought I was hot shit in terms of knowing what I was going to say. And then I got firmly put in my place. Like a trap was set and I sprung it gloriously. And it was a learning curve. It was like, wait a minute, there are some people on this planet that could tie you in knots, and it needed to happen to me so I could learn.
But the thing is, should I tell you something, right?
Ages ago, you had this video out.
Yeah, this is like 2 or 3 years ago.
Ultra, does it not like make you amazed, right? You have like a guy in America, Italian guy, crying to British people to come to Jesus, i.e. Walter. Isn't that a bit embarrassing in a way?
To be honest, it's not embarrassing for me. And if I'm honest, I don't care.
No, but with all the sin in America going on, he should have a proper kind of mission there to save his American Christian. Why is he always, harassing UK people? The fucking Greece fucking thing, mate.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? That Bambino. Puta cabron.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So, Vintage Afghan, where you been, man?
I've been in Tora Bora, man. Goat herding. You know what I mean?
I thought you was turning over a new leaf.
Well, I have, haven't I?
No, you're still Vintage Afghan. You're still Vintage Afghan, bro.
Nah, I don't know. It's probably something in my vape.
Sorry. Yeah, go on. Sorry, I'll stick to mine. Huh?
No, I'm all right. Yeah, I'm just same old me. I did Torok wants to come in.
Okay. Are you gonna be a wonderful human being and make way for him?
No, there's space available.
Oh, is there? Oh, sorry, I'm stirring the chicken. I can't see.
Why you want to kick the non-black guy out? Is it? Is that what it is?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes,
you
please.
Fucking fascist. You fascist Africanist, bro.
Yeah, fucking hell.
You're a blackism, bro. That's racist, that, bro.
Yeah,
don't worry, bro. I'll go to the Sun. What's it called? The Sun Center, whatever. Get some rays done. make myself darker for you? Would I still
No,
be
no.
acceptable?
Listen, Afghan. You know what? I never ever want you to alter your life for me ever.
Should I just change my name to Tyrese or something? Huh? It'd be all
I
right.
don't know. What would that be good for you? Or would it improve
I'm
life?
only
I don't
joking.
know.
Man.
You could if
I'm
you
only
want.
joking. I was stereotyping there, man. Big up my black brothers and sisters, man. But I love James Jones, man. I'm his #1 fan. You know that.
Are you sure? Apparently, no. Oh wait, Afghan. Actually, apparently, I'm the leader. Me personally, I'm the leader of the Islamophobes.
Nah, man, you're all right, man.
No.
I don't think you're the leader.
No, it's not.
Is
It's
that
not. It's not.
Nicola saying that? That guy's just got
No.
paranoia.
Do you know what the funniest thing is? I do not like.
New leader.
I do
New
not
leader.
like Ninkalas, not even one bit, right? But he has never. Imagine we do not get on, and he hasn't called me an Islamophobe. Figure that out.
So who called
Figure
you?
that out. I don't know. Apparently, that's the rumor going around. It's doing the rounds.
That's a rumor, isn't it, man? But you are a bit of a cunt, though. But
oh yeah,
not on that level.
100%. Guilty as charged. Yeah, I'm a belligerent wanker.
You're not on. you're not on Trump's level yet.
No. I don't have that kind of power or influence or money or the pussy grabbing talents. Do you understand what I mean?
But just don't run to the police, yeah, and report people for live comments, yeah. You know what I mean?
Do you know what's Afghan? You know what the funny thing is, right? On near enough every channel I go on, I'm a mod, right? And the only time I time people, no, there was this one on Vellies. I was getting out of the car and the phone was in my pocket, and I timed out and deleted everyone. I fucking timed out everyone, right? But I don't time people out unless they're doxing people's addresses. That's the only time you get a time from me. Like, listen, I've heard the most vile shit, like even from you, and I don't time you out because I feel like, say what you're saying, let people know how you really feel. Do you know what I mean?
I'll tell you. I think
Walter. We know this.
I think Walter is a cunt.
Oh yeah.
I hope Walter gets run over, and I'll take a selfie of his dying body next to the ambulance paramedic. That's how much I dislike him.
What about what?
But God squad.
Savage.
Parsley.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Evening, everyone. Evening.
Assalamu alaikum, Tarok.
I bought Iron Brew.
Good office.
What are you talking, you panchoda? I want two sugars on the chai, yaar. Early green, early grey, yaar. Did you hear that little Raj come on, the little cockroach? I'm reporting you to the police. There's an investigation going on. But if you don't notice, when there's white people on the panel, he comes on.
Hang on a second. Afghan, why do you hate Raj? I think he's cool.
Tell me who likes him. Besides
I
the
like him.
bombers
I like him.
and the bloody...
I like him.
Yeah, because you just get your orgasmic euphoria by having a mod on people's fucking... That's why you like people.
Yeah.
You bribe them with your £1 flipping donations.
No, £2. Okay, just £2.
You're a strange guy, man, honestly.
Yeah.
And
I like you,
what
though.
I think what I noticed with Raj, he's easily trolled, so he looks for bad comments. Like, he doesn't see all the good comments and pick them up.
Well, I feel sorry for PC Barnes.
Do you know what the funniest thing is? Raj does see the good stuff, right? But remember, he likes fucking drama. This is what I don't get about people and Raj. Raj fucking feeds off bullshit. He feeds off bullshit. So when you send in people that are going to feed him with bullshit, you are giving him content to respond to, and it's insane that nobody's realizing this.
Yeah, but nobody knows who these people are, and there'll be like 5 people on a panel, and you'll be the focus on one person commenting at him any comments.
Exactly. Do you understand? This is the thing. Like, let's be honest. Is there anybody on these online hangouts that isn't easy to figure out? Because I would say no.
To be fair, Ultra, there's literally a movie called The 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Yeah, I've seen it.
You know what I mean? So we got the real life one here.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with being a virgin, is there?
What are 47 years old?
Yeah, what's wrong with that? There's Buddhists around the world that do that shit.
I don't know.
I mean, it's not a lifestyle I would choose to pursue. But
Listen,
obviously
man,
it's too late. It's way too late in my case. But
if you went to like your tribal meeting and you said, "Hey, I've got no kids," they'll think you take it in the ass, bro.
I don't know what they're doing in Afghanistan, but normally it just
mean
means you have a
Afghanistan,
fertility
mate?
problem.
The
I
whole
don't know.
bloody world.
Yeah, no. If you don't have kids and you're 47, my immediate rational response would be, "Rah, you've probably got."
No, I'm not on
fertility
about
problems."
kids, bro. I'm talking about a woman. He
Oh,
hasn't
fair enough.
bedded a woman. You see, he gets suspicious then.
But
He
that's
may
the
be
thing.
bedding.
You don't know what Raj does.
He may be bedding the waste passage rather than the room. So people like that get expelled.
Oh.
You know what I mean, if this was the Fiji Islands, they would be cooking him up, bro. Proper rare, medium rare shit, man.
Nah,
Fucking trying to save
medium
him.
well, medium well.
You like medium well?
Yeah, that's
pigeon meat
my.
tends to be really disgusting anyway.
I don't know. I have not had pigeon. I've had frog. That's probably the most exotic thing.
No,
I've
but
had.
imagine you get the pigeon of Trafalgar Square eating doner kebab and shit, man. What's their meat gonna taste like? It's gonna taste like fucking Raj, isn't it?
Doner kebab. But listen, just quickly, Afghan, because I don't know anything about Afghanistan. What is your national dish?
It's kabuli palau, isn't
it? What? That just sounds like rice.
Yeah, it's basically rice, meat, lamb meat boiled.
I just heard it. Oh, sorry, lamb meat boiled.
Yeah, it's boiled in rice.
Wait,
and
you boil lamb meat in rice.
No. You make the rice, right? You boil the rice. And I don't know the specific recipe because I don't personally eat it, but they put raisins in it and shit like that. But then
I like raisins in rice.
You steam the meat. You steam cook it like in water kind of thing, and it's lamb. It has to be lamb. So they call that kabuli palau. But my village people don't eat that shit. It's mainly the urban areas. But that is the national dish.
Okay, and why don't you eat it, you filthy racist, apostate Afghanistani?
I don't know. We just don't eat it.
You just chuckled when I said all that bullshit to you. You're so funny. Why don't you eat your own national dish? Some, not me, but some would call that selling out.
Not necessarily selling out. I mean, the food is just for consumption. It's your action that sells you out, doesn't it?
I don't know. What kind of action could make you a sellout to Afghanistan needs?
Like, for example, you see like a white person called John. You see like a white person called Jonathan or something, and you ask him, how many 2 sugars you want in your early grey? My name is Raj. I'm good chaiwala. You call that like a sellout. Ultra funky. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I missed that. I was talking. Sorry, what did you say?
It's like, for example, a good example of a sellout is like you see a guy called Jonathan and you go up to him and you got a turban on your head and you look like a fucking Maltesers, and you say to him,
"Wait, you look like Maltesers? How the fuck can you look like Maltesers if you've got a turban on? I don't understand.
Raj looks like a Maltesers, isn't it?
No, he doesn't. He looks like an Indian dude. Like run-of-the-mill Indian dude.
No, Maltesers, man. Let's be racist. Listen.
How about let's not?
Come on, man.
How about we try to avoid we don't try to avoid the shahada.
Okay, I'll be fair. The curry munching fucking desi, yeah? The dal
eating. I don't know what a
eating.
desi is, and like the curry eating was a bit racist, but
yeah, curry muncher. You know, you go up to the curry muncher, goes up to Whitey and says, "Do you want 2 sugars in your early grey, sir? My name is Raju. I'm your new chaiwala." That is what you call like a sellout. Because he should be making.
So you're saying if an Indian person asks a white person if they'd like a beverage, that is selling out?
Yeah.
You're insane. So that means no one can go to a fucking restaurant then. Afghan, get out of here, man. You're full of shit.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is after he serves him the tea, He says, "Why don't you take my sister for the night, sir? You can all take turns on her."
Are you accusing Raj of being a pimp?
No, I'm just saying, like back in British India, they used to call chaiwalas, the guys that would basically, you would have the viceroy, all these white guys, and they would be sleeping with all the local women, married women, because the men would give their women to get high employment status within the household. So they used to call them guys chaiwalas. You understand?
Yeah, I get it. But what does that have to do with Raj?
Well, he is the 2020 modern version of it, like a reincarnation of several
Who's
lifespans.
he making tea for? Earl Grey, two
For
sugars. Who's he doing that for?
Simon Lord and all these other batty boys, dirty holes, man. Bloody
Batty
all
boys,
these
yeah?
far right
Batty
Tommy
boys, yeah?
far right Vinnie Sullivans and DVLA, whatever the fuck they're called. Fucking who else is the cunts, man?
Afghan,
Fucking,
just quickly though, if you're ever going to use
Carroll.
the word, if you're ever going to use the insult batty boy, please
Yeah.
don't pause between the batty and the boy. Just like let it flow out in as close
boy.
to one syllable as possible.
Okay, batty boy.
There you go. Yeah, no pause. It's not two separate words. It's
no
one
problem.
word. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So listen,
Oh,
Afghan,
that's
I'm not going to
strange.
lie to you. I need to quiz you on something, and it's been
because I have to go in 2 minutes anyway.
Oh, cool, perfect. So basically, right, somebody said you are the type of person that likes to insert fruit into their orifices. Is this true?
What it is my wife.
You should have just said no, bro. Fuck.
No, I'm gonna tell you the high. I'm giving you a high IQ answer rather than someone in denial.
Oh shit.
What it is,
Yeah.
if I say quickly no, it means I'm guilty. But the point is,
No,
my
it doesn't,
wife,
bro. It means you don't insert fruit into your body.
Oh my god, you still have this habitual habit of like when you ask a question, you interrupt in the middle of the answer because then you're like, calm down.
All right, go on. Interrupt. No, sorry. I won't interrupt. I promise. Go on.
What I'm trying to say is that
so basically, when you insert the fruit. Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't resist that one.
Okay. Basically, what it is my wife has an immense hatred towards me. A severe, impulsive hatred towards me, and she thought it was smart to say that I shove a particular fruit or a root up my anus, but I laughed it off. So I don't understand why people are getting happy over something that's not true. You know what I mean? But back home, if she had said that, she would resemble a heavy boxing bag, and she would be found in a suitcase somewhere in the woods of Kabul. But we're in England.
Well, would that be because you were playing an epic game of hide and seek, or because her life would have been
Well, it depends.
Extinguished?
It depends if decomposing bodies is part of the hide and seek game.
So you would kill your wife, like murder?
I never said that.
You wouldn't. Would you be devastated if your wife was murdered because she said you like to insert fruit into your sphincters?
Brother.
Yes,
many.
Yeah.
No, darling. Fucking, that's a bit gay. Anyway.
Yeah. No. It's fine.
Can you ask your missus that you're talking and not to interrupt?
Afghan said, "I need to tell you that I'm talking, and you should know your place and get in the kitchen."
I never said that, man.
Right, Afghan. If you saw the look that you were given right now, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
Did she put like her finger up and nod her head?
She's classy.
Oh,
she's
no.
classy, not like her husband.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Classy, not like her husband.
I wouldn't say that because women are replaceable.
No, I don't know. I think if you think that, you're with the wrong one. I'm not gonna lie.
Every woman is wrong, to be fair.
No, you're with the wrong one.
We all are with the wrong one.
No, mate. There's some that you could just be with. There's some you could be with and just be content.
No, but you're too attaching, though. That's your habit. It's your problem.
Yeah, no, it's not a problem. Do you know why? Because it's the core to a functioning Oh, bless you, princess. Do you want to say hello to Afghan? Put your middle finger down.
I mean, what is this ultra? Is this like some kind of retribution you're having towards me?
No.
You're
There's no
normally on.
retribution. Do you know what the funny thing is, right? I like to have fun. Like, and if I'm honest with you, I'm sleep deprived because we've got a newborn.
Same here. But when I had my newborn, I never had sleeping issues until he's turned 2. You know what I mean? Hello? I think.
Yeah. Do you want to, wait, babe, do you want to send it to Afghan?
No.
Why not?
Wait, you know when?
Hello?
No, he didn't really say get back in the kitchen. But I was just winding mommy up.
Why? She sounds like a Filipino. Is she from Philippines?
No, that's my 13-year-old.
Who is that girl talking now?
Oh, I forgot I was 13.
Yeah, you forgot you're 13. What's it? You still think you're 12, huh?
Okay, I'm not gonna indulge in this out of my limits. But you are a male feminist, from my understanding, isn't it, Ultra?
Yes.
But look, yeah.
Do you know what it is, Afghan? I'll tell you the truth, yeah. The one thing, like I try to do is like, you know, when people are slinging out the insults, I disagree with it. It doesn't even matter what it is. You know what? Fuck it, it's true. I don't deny rumors. If you hear rumors that I like to chuck myself off buildings and land on my face and just for fun, you know what? It's true.
You wouldn't land on your face. You'll land on your belly. That's the fucking problem.
Well, then I would live.
No, you won't live. You'll have crushed ribs.
What are you
That's
saying?
the
It's a
problem.
flotation device, yeah?
No, Ultra's proper Ghanaian, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely, man. He's got bread. What's it called? Rice grains in his fucking belly button, man. Definitely.
So, don't tell mommy. It wasn't on the mouth, I swear.
Was it on the face?
Yeah, but it was more near the neck.
No.
Don't snitch on me, man. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, don't be like Raj.
What's wrong with Raj, man? I mean,
tell me
is Raj perfect? No. But is Raj an interesting online personality? Yes.
I need to correct you there. He's
No,
not
you don't.
perfect. He's a deformed. He's deformed.
In what way?
Look at his face, man. He looks like a pigeon.
So? Loads of
He
people
has no
look like loads of
eyelids.
things.
He doesn't have any eyelids.
So? Loads of people look like loads of things, Afghan.
Yeah, but what if I said you look... What if I say you look like Chris Tucker on a fucking KFC diet?
I would say I don't eat KFC.
You're right.
And Chris Tucker's a lot better looking than I am.
No, trust me. The layers of neck on the back of your head, mate, looks like you are on that family bucket diet, bro. No, you can't chat shit.
I'm not gonna
to
lie,
me, bro.
Afghan. I'm from fairly large stock, you see.
No, bro. You fry your jerk chicken again 3 times, bro.
How do you fry jerk chicken, you fucking moron?
You get the jerk chicken and you fucking fry it like the Mars bar and the Scottish people do, innit?
Boy, Afghan. You know what he said? We can fry jerk chicken. Is that blasphemy?
No.
Huh? Yes. Is that bitter? Is it bitter? Huh? Is he making shit up? Is he making stuff up? Yes. Should I show the internet your face? No? Nah, especially with Afghan about, you know that guy's a fucking weirdo.
What do you mean? You cheeky guy, man. What are you trying to insinuate?
I'm trying to say,
Is that your new book?
You're known for boxing, man. Known for that ish.
Where's everybody else? Where's Natty? Where's Ralph?
Here, look. Your brother's got the remote. Go on. Wait, hold on. Look.
Okay, this is a bit odd, Ultra, man. You shouldn't be showing kids pictures and shit, man.
Where's your glove? Where's your glove? Where is it? You got this
Torok,
glove?
say something, bro.
Where's your glove?
We're seeing the whole family album here.
Malachi, what happened? Yeah, change it for him. He wants you to change it.
He's like deliberately ignoring us just to appear rude. No, he's muted himself.
Where's Ralph at the man there? What the man there saying?
Ralph is probably investigating.
I'm
Shit or
there.
something.
I'm here.
Oh, is he here?
There.
I'm Daya. I'm Daya.
Where's Natty? The Natty did there.
Natty's probably making some CBD soaps or something, you know, in his bathtub.
Yeah, that's a proper Rastaman thing, you know, and what they
Yeah, that's
call
actually a
it.
good idea, you know, Tarek, the CBD thing. I'm
I
gonna
don't blame him.
investigate into
Actually,
this.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, man. It's good
I'll
business,
be
man.
honest.
Good.
One time I used one shampoo made out of sativa, and I'll be honest, that was the maddest shampoo I ever had in my life.
Why? What did it do?
Don't know, man. It fluff out my hair differently, like make your hair different, man. Like, you know, like I actually feel like my hair was actually like stoned. Like my hair just be proper,
Was it?
like,
Are
nice
you sure it
and
wasn't
light.
like plutonium in it or some shit?
Nah, man, this was 100% natural thing. Sativa shampoo. Like my hair proper, like it just felt like, I don't know, boy. My hair just felt stoned, or just felt nice and airy.
Mm.
It's got marijuana got what they call it, a lot of antibiotical, not antibiotic, but I forgot the word. Good for like infection and all them type of things.
Yeah, this bloody Walter guy is really pissing me off, man. I swear to God, man. You know what? With this guy, yeah, you know what? I want to just like hire a private plane, dress him up as a fucking pastor, and throw him in fucking ISIS territory in Syria, and watch them all fucking slaughter him, man. That's how much I dislike him. You know what I mean?
Afghan, somebody in the chat's accusing you of being a nonce.
What is the culture?
No, what he means is ounce, the little cunt. He's a bit of spaz. He puts the N in.
So
I'm not interested in buying an ounce of weed. Sorry, go on, sorry.
What's the culture of Afghanistan and that marijuana?
Well, the culture of Afghanistan is that we like to shoot an AK first and then ask questions later over your dead, rotting body in that hot sun. I'm only joking.
No partridge paper.
Nah, man, we just say, you got a problem. Yeah, mate. Bang, 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 bang. Oh, sorry, man. Oh. I didn't mean to blow your brains out.
I'm talking about ancient days. Ancient days.
Yeah, we were a thingy people, innit? Like a agricultural society. We migrated a lot to warmer. In the winter, we would migrate to warmer pastures, and then when it was,
the Chinese make paper out of hemp and all that type of thing.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure what the Indians used to do a lot with it as well.
Well, we did. Our oldest script that's in Pashto, right, which is an Afghan language, was about, you could say, 16th century. The first kind of book that was written. And then you had poets, poets that wrote shit and things,
So what is
in those.
letters? Is it written with letters or?
It's the script. The script is Persianized or is Arabized. The language instead of romantic Roman type. Like with English. Yeah, it's Arabized, man. We don't even know the original script for writing.
Do you think it's close to something of Sanskrit or Mongolian?
It must be, because Sanskrit was the original Indo-European language in that part of the world, and of 100% it must have been. But there's a lot of Greco-Rome, what do you call it, Greco-Greek kind of coins in their own little language, Hellenic language of Alexander's time. So a lot of people.
Yeah, but a lot of people must have done trade through there, innit? Because that's
Yeah,
Silk
man.
Road, did it?
But to be fair, Torog, in Norway, if you Google it now, Afghan Vikings, they found a sword. They found a sword of a Viking king, or some warrior in Norway somewhere. Because what the Vikings used to do is, when they used to die, they used to bury their treasure with them. They're basically their bank. That was their bank, and he had a sword with.
Wait, Afghan, fuck with that boring shit.
Jeez, man,
What's a Bachelor boy?
What it is, right? I'll answer him quickly. In Afghanistan, right?
No, I haven't been. I don't.
Basically, what it is, right? We're like the white Romanians. They always get blamed for what brown gypsies do, right? So
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that analogy
So
makes sense to me. I've been to
so in
Romania and I understand the
yeah.
comparison.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, Ultra, you need to just stop this impulsive interrupting, man.
Sorry, Afghan.
It's really
Please
pissing
continue.
me off, man.
No, I understand, Afghan. The
I
last thing I
swear,
want to do is upset you.
I will
Carry on.
find you and I will strangle
You
you
know
with
where
your
I
own
work.
intestine,
Everyone
bro.
knows where I work. Everyone knows where I live. Please stop
Yeah.
saying this.
You'll
Alright,
have
listen.
a loose
No,
tire on that bus,
wait.
bro.
Afghan.
Oh my
Don't get
God, man.
distracted. Don't get
I've
distracted.
got low
Tell me what it
battery,
is.
man. I'm gonna make
Are
the
you
point quick.
seriously gonna talk about that with Pitney around Ultra?
I know, but
I've
I
got
have to.
headphones in.
All right. So what it is, right, is that we have a minorities called the Farsi Dari Zubans, right, who are a small group of Persian speakers, and we have Shias called the Hazaras. They practice that kind of. What they do is they get young boys. Most of them are orphans, and they dress them up like girls and make them dance, and then they rape them, basically. And it was the Pashtun dominant Taliban that actually banned it when they came into power in '96. It was banned under the communist government. When the Mujahideen took it up, they legalized it in certain parts. But it's got nothing to do with the dominant majority ethnicity in Afghanistan, which I'm a part of. And we are unfairly mocked for it, just like how white Romanians are mocked for pickpocketing because gypsies do it. You know what I mean? But anyway, Tarek, we were discussing something, man. I've totally got off track.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
thought
the
we were
Viking,
discussing.
right?
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
you know, on his sword, it said made in Herat, which is in Afghanistan.
What year do you think that was made?
I'll find out for you, man. Let me find the article for you. I've only got 2% battery.
But a lot of things actually did get built in Asia, like even boats and a lot of things, man.
No, but we
So,
do know
Afghan,
that.
are you Afghanistani or are you the Romanian gypsies?
Cute girl.
You know what, Ultra? I'm gonna purposely ignore you. Okay.
No, sorry, Afghan, don't get upset. No, listen, which one are you then? Are you the Romanian or the Romanian
I'm
gypsies?
trying to just help Torok. I've only got 1% battery, so I don't want to.
Wait, you're on StreamYards with 1% battery, bro. You got about 18 seconds. Spill your guts. Go.
Oh, for fuck's sake, man! This guy's immense. I feel sorry for his wife, man.
Don't worry about it.
I don't like, like when I want to prove a point, I hate, then it just makes me look unaffected.
Afghan, sorry. Look, I'm apologizing. Go, Afghan. Don't worry about me.
To try and
Talk
get
to Toro.
sources and put it in, man. It's the worst. I swear down that every time I come on StreamYard, sometimes I put that was the first things I put in StreamYard before I come.
Yeah, I've got 1% now. Oh, for fuck's sake, man! Where the hell is the article? You know what happens when they?
It
says it.
Get more to know about the Mongolian and that sort of part of history and the Inuits and some of the Norwegians, and it seemed like they had their own civilization up north, what a lot of people don't really digress fully into.
Okay, it says here, boffins at the UK's famous National Physical Laboratory. It says here, they analyze Viking swords, and in surprise to us, it turns out the old-time Scandinavian pests, many of whom moved to England to become our ancestors, actually imported their best steel from Afghanistan.
See, look at that. Even
So here's the article, bro. My battery is dying, man.
I know, yeah, but your phone got everything.
I'm gonna just post it for you, so just have a read, man. They were proper good articles. They just, when you get new search results, they vanish then, don't they? Because they're not that red.
That's true, yeah.
Oh, that's Salahuddin. That's not me. That fucking Mohammed Saville. That isn't me. That is not me. Everyone thinks I'm every troll, man. Fucking hell. It's not me, Salahuddin. The Mohammed Saville guy's not me, man. Yeah, sorry, but listen, I would have loved to fucking speak on this. I'll probably come on later, Torok.
Yeah, man.
Like when I go for my long 4-mile walk tonight. If Ellie lets me on,
wait,
we
Afghan,
can talk.
are you gonna come back on if I'm here?
Yeah. What I'm gonna do is because we had a fantastic. Oh, fuck's sake, man!
what I'm trying to say is, right, that I'll come on later if Ellie allows me, and we'll have this discussion talk on here about.
Wait,
You know, when I
don't you
go,
want to talk to me, Afghan?
I've got 1% in it, man. I don't want to waste my
Well, just
last bit
plug
of
your phone
battery.
in, your biscuit. What's wrong with you? Plug your
It's
phone in. It's not
upstairs,
hard.
man. My wife
So
doesn't
walk up
like
the
me.
stairs. You're going on a 4-mile walk later
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
You might as well get started now. What's the matter with you?
No. Oh, anyway, listen. I am gonna go and Vidas. Just reading all these people's comments, man. Fucking retarded Walter's still there. The fucking Jesus squad. Alhamdulillah, we're taking over Europe, Walter. You're gonna do your shahada soon, bro. I'm only joking. That was a joke, guys. Just smile and laugh, yeah. But anyway, Torak, we'll discuss it later. Big up, man. I'll speak later, bro. In a bit, man.
All right, so Torok, what's this affinity you and Afghans got going on? You guys seem like kindred, man.
How do you mean?
Like you seem to get on like a house on fire.
Don't know. Yeah, alright. He's alright.
What's the matter? He's gone now. Afghan's gone now. You don't need to moan. It's okay. He's gone now.
Yeah,
So Torok, well done, man.
Yeah, I don't know what Thingy Bob gets up to, mate. What's his name? Afghan. I only see how I see what I see, sort of thing. Yeah, I'm not really in the other one in Hangouts as well.
All right, Torok, do me a favor. Just press mute for like 2 seconds. I want to see something.
All right, one sec. I'll be back.
Yeah. So Europe is still there, Ralph? Anything new in the news?
Nah, nothing still.
Yo, me say wrong, come back in on me magnum boy. Come talk to me shotgun boy. Disrespect me, sign your license. Yeah, me. Yeah, me. I get like disappear. Hey. Yeah, I know I want them man. Yeah, man. So I'll go on.
Nothing, fam. What's going on?
What's going on, man?
See what's happening. Still staying down.
Yeah, what's going on though, man?
Yeah, last time I was here, we were talking about the Amaroos.
Who's talking about
Maroons?
The Amaroos.
Oh, Nanny Maroon, yeah?
Amaru.
Amaru. What's Amaru?
In Nigeria.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. I don't know them still.
We weren't talking about that. Stop it.
No, I said the last time when I was on there, I was talking to you. So yeah, last time we had talked about
Yeah, we were talking about last time still. Yeah.
We learned some new words like we was on Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Wait. It's what's popping though, man. So I'm asking Talk about this institutional racism. Is it a real thing or is it a myth?
It's very tribal war. They're all tribal wars. Because look what happened in the Caribbean when they split up the people into party.
Was it Bob Marley said that they'll be fighting a war?
No, it was
I don't think I don't think a lot of the people that have any dealings with any sort of Caribbean politics sort of even understand how the politics is controlling the two sides of the ghetto. The politicians, the dons don't kill politicians. The politicians kill dons, and then put a new don in there. So
True.
Exactly.
And it's also what they call I forgot what the one Cuba has. What's that one called again? Uh,
Fidel.
yeah,
Fidel
when he
Castro.
joined up. Yeah, what's their thing called again? Oh yeah, communism and capitalism. Next tribe or
Mm.
what?
So what? Do you know of? Have you heard of Willie Hogarth?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Haggart.
Do you know how he died? Yeah, Hogarth.
Something about something maybe Colombians I heard.
Yeah. But the same way, obviously, the Colombians had enough money to pay off the police force. They wouldn't have done the work for them, man.
Yeah, but it's crazy, you know, and it's like in those times, the Colombians and especially the Colombians, they were very close with the Jamaicans and enough little island people and certain things used to go on and like I think the Colombians used to be heavy with the weed there and then the cocaine thing just overtook. But a lot of the politicians now, um, they got involved as well in it basically and certain things like that. So they needed, one could say, pawns in it in the game. So this is where the dons and certain people come in.
So you know about the guns as well? About 200 guns a day are supposed to be coming into Jamaica.
I'm telling you, like a lot of those same guns they send in barrels to England.
Right.
Because when the Yardies came over, a lot of people were equipped like how the Yardies was equipped.
Mm. Now, but some of the air quotes yardies, the informal ones there, they was actually sent over by like MI5 and all them, man. So they was able to get away with murders and all that.
Yeah, I
They
remember
was
that
killing
still.
people and all
Yeah,
that,
I
bro.
remember that still. There was
To
one in
be
the
honest,
90s that was famous for it.
to be honest, like England was kind of mad at that time. They had like even their own situation with the Irish and all these types of things going on at that time. Football hooliganism. So it's like when you check the technology and certain things and COINTELPRO and certain things like that. I don't think they like as I say they didn't expect what they expected basically.
Yeah, England's got crime families as well, innit? Like the UK crime families and so. And obviously they've got their place cemented already, innit? So
It's the same thing with
yeah.
in America as well. Like a lot of these people when the cocaine started arriving, a lot of other people from different areas of the Caribbean start popping up, and because of the political
And shower
tension.
posse.
Yeah, basically, a lot of them political soldier man, they're the people that they got to go out there and be like a captain of other people out there in a sense like that. There was just like an army or tribal sort of thing where they had other people who were soldiers in the ghetto get to go to foreign and do certain things now and take instructions and do little works and whatnot.
Mm. But what man saying all that though, yeah, is basically when when people say like, about the state of certain places or whatnot, it's right. It's not. It is down to some of the politicians, yeah, but
It was a
it's a lot
different
of
type of
corruption
thing in
going
it.
on. You get me?
Yeah, it's a
A lot of
different type
corruption going on, fam. So
because a lot of the Spain man, a lot of Spain was involved with a lot of that as well. Portugal, you know what I mean, that with the things and Holland. So it was a big operation for some of these people. So you had certain people from different islands go, like say from Guadeloupe, they will go in France. You got all the Suriname man, them they will go to Holland and all these types of things,
yeah,
and you know what I mean.
yeah, yeah, man. Yes, but still, but still, and obviously the Queen of England's the head of state in Jamaica, innit? So
Yeah, they use common law over there.
Well, it's run by and it's you versus Regina when you go court in Jamaica, like the same in England.
Yeah, like the Queen can give you pardon if you're from prison down there and shit like that.
You think the Queen's gonna give Cartel pardon?
Put up your clocks and your clocks, unique. You're gonna hear a clocks part 4 for the Queen and Harry.
Trust me, that's part 4, fam. How you mean? Yeah, but yeah, right.
You know, Megan might whisper in at the Queen over breakfast. Free cartel, free world boss.
Mommy, you're for free, world boss.
Free up my DJ.
Yeah. Oh man.
Them all cool with DJ.
It's mad, isn't it? Car. There's some crimes you can get away with if you got the money for. I swear, some not, man. Seems like. So, if it's like that, yeah, some crimes you can pay your way out of, or even, some levels of people got like diplomatic immunity.
You're saying some. Oh, Belly. Everything you can possibly think of can all go away when you pay for it.
You think so?
Yeah. Unless you're on the same. The only way it won't go away is if you're not on the same accord as the people that you're paying.
So, like, you talk about like Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh my days, bro. Jeffrey Epstein. So
what about the politics in Africa?
This is what we're saying when we talk about institutions.
The politicians. Some of the politicians are getting they're getting money in Swiss bank accounts, innit? So that's why they're letting Shegrees go on, innit?
True.
What do you mean Swiss bank accounts? What about the Cayman Islands?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, man. Cayman Islands in Jamaica, like them politicians over there might be getting a payment in Cayman Islands from a CIA agent, and then there'll be like 1,000 guns coming in or something.
Remember, you showed us Britain's second empire. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Well,
when we talk about institutional racism,
with us not understanding how the money is being siphoned off here, although we know how the money is being siphoned off here, it's mad, isn't it? Because even Elrondor was talking about it before, there's like tax havens and trust funds that's owned by people where they're in offshore bank accounts where you can't find out who the owner is.
Yeah. We know this. So. We know this, but I was just saying that when it comes to institutionalized racism, what we describe as it doesn't just stop in. Everyone just thinks it's just in Britain. Like I can relate it to Africa. Like, I don't know if you heard the discussion between me and what's his name, Ned.
Ned, yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to break it down to him. I was just trying to break it down to him. I was like, when we talk about institutionalized racism, it's at the very top of it. Old rich white men are the standard.
Yeah, but they have African people work for the World Bank, IMF.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. When you go in there, how are they speaking? How are they talking? Like the form of when we talk about white, we're talking about the culture that comes with it. We're talking about when you say well spoken, when we're talking about the attire that they wear.
We need to see who's the richest Jamaican in the world, because there was an African man that used to actually own City Airport, I think Heathrow Airport. There was an
listen,
African man and he
listen,
was rich.
listen. Even the ones that you call
Thank
the
you.
richest guys in Africa, you will say it's a guy called Dangote.
You right?
That, hold up, I don't know who's that. Yeah, I'll say Dangote is supposedly the richest guy in Africa, right?
How
He's
much?
just he's the one. He's the richest. He's one of the few people that's exposing his money. There are people richer than this guy that you don't even know about.
I respect that. True.
Huh?
I respect that aspect.
Ah, shit.
He's just showing you his little chicken change compared to these guys that we're talking about. We're talking about people who who are undercover. If you're rich like that, you're not going to be exposing yourself like that. Come on, man. I mean, if you
Yeah,
are,
but do you think, yeah,
So what are their
do you
enterprises?
think that the 1% are too far out of reach for us to reach? So before we try to get to any of what the 1% are siphoning off here, what do you think that we need to sort of
white
gather
people,
some leverage and I don't know.
really, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, a lot of people do not understand what they mean by white supremacy. They just literally, it's like from when we talk to people, they think it's just it's either it's someone calling you a nigger to your face or someone doing something that they will perceive to be racist. I was trying to explain to Ned, when you look at a doctor, for instance, yeah, the doctor is dressed in a suit. When they talk with supposedly a well-spoken Queen English. What has that
Sorry,
to do with?
thank you.
Sorry,
That's okay. No, I wasn't talking to you. Sorry, I was talking to my son. He just opened the door for me.
Okay, what has that got to do with a doctor being able to do their job? Like I can wear the dashiki and have an African accent and still do my job properly. But according to the white supremacist model, no.
No,
If they don't,
but what I'm trying
if
to
they're not
say, you
talking,
have to set your own bar though in life in a sense like that.
what do you mean?
Yeah, you have to set your own precedent. It's like the China
Okay,
them, they do what they want to do and how they want to do it.
okay,
But at the
but you
same
find
time,
you
you have to bring it up into the to the future, if you know what I mean.
but hold on. When you go to Jamaica now and you're dealing with Jamaican doctors, do they speak? Do they imitate the English or the type of English that you hear spoken in the West amongst the certain elites, or do they try
Some
to?
bit of
Sorry,
both, bit of both.
a bit of both. Okay, so you got obviously they got their accent, but
Mm.
apart from the accent, are they not trying to have this well-spoken, suit and tie
To
type of
be honest,
behavior? Like,
we are well spoken people.
no, of course, no. But when we talk about, listen, even when I talk about well-spoken, like understand what I'm saying in it. When I say well-spoken, I'm talking about
Mm.
Queen's English well-spoken.
Yeah, we if don't you know Trevor McDonald and the woman that used to read the news back in the day, we can speak good English and French and Spanish and everything.
Okay, okay. I'm just when you're talking like okay. An example, another better example is you see when you're when you're watching the news in Jamaica, the way they speak, is it not very different to the way ordinary people speak on the road? Aren't they sounding more Queen's type of English spoken?
You have different. I'll be honest. You have different little slangs from different areas. So you have country people how they talk, and you have
No,
sort of
no, yeah,
town people. So
I'm
you have think about it now. Just like how you would have, I don't know, England or East London, and you have like West End now. So you have
mm.
Uptown Kingston and you have like Downtown Kingston. So
I get that.
you know what I mean?
Even in Nigeria, I mean, I come from a country where there's 250 different tribes. I get what you're saying.
Mm.
What I'm talking about though is when you're watching the news now, listen to how they speak and listen to how the average person will speak. They sound like they are speaking closer to what this white supremacist model is. And this is where I'm talking about the white culture. And the white culture is um, what you would look at when you describe the Queen or when you describe
Yeah, but
Prince,
what
what's his
happens?
name, David Cameron,
Yeah,
or
but what happens though? You have regional news, so the BBC, maybe not everybody, but the BBC's got different little Irish version, the Welsh version,
Yeah, I
You
know
get what
that.
I'm
I,
trying
I
to.
know. I know it's got.
Mm.
I know right now they're trying to do all this. What's it called? Speak it in your language type of thing to help to show diversity. But the point is that when they're speaking in to the people, yeah, okay, they might be speaking in their language, but the way they speak it is what I'm trying to get you to understand. You know, like you can watch you can watch EastEnders, then you watch Made in Chelsea, and you can see the difference in their accents.
How do you mean?
Um, I
Well,
don't,
well, take for instance, you're not gonna have an Essex person talk pure Essex up in the city of London or in
right,
from
right, right. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying
yeah,
to show
because
you in it.
it's a professional settings now. You're looking
Okay, so
for
this is where we got to professional. So when I was describing when I was asking him what is professional, right? When you break it down, how do you define professional?
you have to try and get it to the biggest audience, isn't it? Basically, so for me now, if I wanted to be speaking my patois, I know that it's only a certain amount of audience I'm gonna reach with that type of
Who? What in
language.
Jamaica?
I said if I talk now all in pure patois, it's only a certain people I could reach with that language. But if I break it down slowly, Chinese, Indian, nearly everybody could understand what I say. So it's all
Okay.
about keeping it professional and some
Okay.
communication.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. But my point is that the communication with the people, it's not that they can't understand you. It's the fact that it's to do with the way you speak. So even though even okay, if you're in Jamaica and you're speaking patois, why is that an issue for other groups of people to try and understand what you're saying when you know that the people in Jamaica will generally understand what you're saying?
Yeah, but that would only reach a particular audience,
Like who?
whoever could understand it.
And whosoever you can understand it.
It's not gonna be it's not gonna be everybody in the world that could grasp it. Maybe some Irish could understand it. Maybe some people who
Yo,
speak
man,
Pidgin
them.
and
I'll be
type
back
thing.
in a bit, yeah?
Uh,
Sorry to cut you, cuz, yeah? But I'll be back in a bit, though, yeah?
Yeah, no problem, no
yeah,
problem.
but in a sense, like
Bless, bless.
yeah, in a sense, you're trying to gather an audience in it and try and get it out the best way possible in a sense like that.
Of course, you're trying to get but the audience that you're referring to, right, is just the Jamaican people, and in Jamaica, patois is widely spoken. It's not like some made up like term that is used amongst like everyone speaks patois, so everyone can understand patois. But as soon as you get to the news stations now, they don't want they're promoting a more elitist a British elitist type of speaking, and that's what I'm
Yeah,
referring to.
yeah,
The
but
Queen's
the point
English,
is, yeah,
the
but
suit and tie. So
everybody who speaks the patois and who don't even speak the patois, they could understand that person, so it gathers a bigger audience.
okay, that's what I'm. So I'm saying posh voice, posh voice, posh voice. That's what I'm trying to basically say. Thanks for that. Europod the last battle. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. A posh voice is what.
It's a, it's clear. It's more making itself clear.
So who told you they're not clear when they speak in their accent, in a
Because
different accent? Like,
yeah, but I want to try to say to you, I can't really understand fully Scottish people like that if they're talking what they're talking.
okay, but that's like if you if let's say if Scottish was the dominating figure, the dominating language across. Let's say that it was Scotland that Scottish version of white supremacy that was being promoted. Then we would all be able to understand it, right?
No,
Why not?
because it's a hard accent to understand.
No, my point is, understand what I'm saying. Yeah, if let's say that if it had been Scotland that went around conquering people and what's it called, 60% of the world was under the control of the Scottish, what they call the Great Scottish Empire now, like, and then those people within Scotland's Scottish elites spoke a certain way, and that was the Scottish that we know today and whatnot and everything. Are you telling me that people today wouldn't be able to um, understand Scottish through colonialism.
100%.
Sorry,
100%. Yes, they wouldn't.
they wouldn't.
Yeah, because even up to this day, they don't really understand Scottish people too much.
But
When
when,
when a
but
Scottish
you're
person, well,
try
what
and
I'm trying
think.
to say to you, when a Scottish person really wants his message to go out there to the world, he has to slow it down.
Yeah, but understand it from what I'm
To
saying
drive
in it.
down gears.
Even when it's slowed, even if the British elites were speaking fast and whatnot and everything, that would be the standard that would be promoted across the whole of these
Yeah, but what I'm
nations.
trying to show you is how how English has been comprised. What makes it such a versatile language in a sense like that is how it's been comprised over the times. And even where you see American English, that's the next sort of way how they comprise because basically it's all Latin. And I'm not trying to say Scottish ain't Latin, but if you can connect some of the Latin to Scottish, then I say good luck to you.
Yeah, but I think you're kind of missing my point anyway. But like what I'm trying to say is like, the standard is the way, is the well spoken, the posh voice, or that's the way I can say it, and the whole attire, the whole you don't turn up to a hospital job in a dashiki. You can only turn up in a suit and tie because
Mm,
that
where, the,
is
where in the olden days?
no today. I'm talking about
Are
today.
you, are you
You
sure?
could, you could never like if like I was talking to Ned earlier, like he and people in the chat were agreeing with him saying that if they saw a doctor come in with a dashiki and they had an accent, like an African accent, a very strong African accent, they would they would be inclined to dismiss him as a doctor.
Who was that? White people or black people?
Some black people in the chat was, I mean, um, I don't want to really mention names because I might be, they might have not, but they were literally, the idea was that if the doctor didn't have what they thought was doctor attire, that's a suit and tie, and they didn't have some type of, you
Uh,
know, clean, well spoken British accent, they're more inclined to dismiss him.
what about if it was an Indian one?
Well, that's the thing. Even Indian doctors, how did they talk compared to when they're at work to when they're at home?
I'm just asking. Let's throw that one out there.
Yeah, but the Indian, you're okay. If we're talking Indian doctors in the UK, they most of the time they have an accent, but they will also have this well-spoken tone about them. They try to speak as well as they can. They try to act as British as they
So,
can
so
to
what are you?
be
So
accepted.
all right, let's try and get the audience involved then. So let's see how many people would accept an African doctor if he was wearing his traditional garments.
So, what do you want them to press? Do you want to press one, two, or
I
what?
don't know.
What?
Yeah, I'm not good at this.
Okay.
You just,
If you saw a doctor, an African doctor, with had an accent, and they had a dashiki come to you in the hospital, introduce themselves as a doctor, um, press one if you would accept, if you would feel more less comfortable than if it was a guy with a suit and tie on, and was coming to you saying there was a doctor. Obviously, subconsciously, you would think that, oh no, 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 I don't want this guy, but consciously, like you're not thinking like, oh, you're being some type of prejudice when you're saying this. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're like, now I'm raising it up, people will probably say, no, actually, you know what, that's a bit insensitive for me to think like that.
I
But
think so.
huh?
I think that's a bit insensitive. I think you already got your sort of premonitions or sort
That's
of
what I'm saying. This is what I was trying to get people to understand. When people talk about white
No, but
supremacy,
that's you though. I think.
well, you think it's just me that's making this up.
I think in a sense, not like making it up, but I think if it's more of your contradiction. I think like of that people don't wear certain attires and still won't get respect in a sense.
You think it's me that's wait, I don't get it. So you're saying that me thinking that people who don't wear certain attires won't get respected is I'm just saying that
Why
that actually they
are
will.
you saying in today's climate or in the
Yeah,
past?
in today's climate.
I say no.
Okay. Well done. Well, we just disagree with that, innit? But even if it was in Africa, a lot of the doctors in Africa, that's the thing. They when they go to hospitals, they're in suits and ties. They're not wearing no dashiki into the hospital
Why not?
because that is the standard. This the standard. The point of white supremacy that people are missing is that it's not always blatant in your face, like, oh, someone calling you nigger and stuff like that. It's the way you appear and talk. To be able to get into the elite, be amongst the elites, you have to talk a certain way and you have to act a certain way.
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's my analysis. Maybe it's my thing, but I don't know what do you define white supremacy as, or system institutional racism as? What do you think it is?
Well, when you come to do a job, you come to do a job, if you know what I mean. So you dress appropriately to your occasion. You might even have to change your clothes because you might can get dirty up and all these types of things. So it depends.
Wait, what? Say that again. You're
It
talking about
depends
clothes.
how
Oh,
you. It depends. Yeah. So it depends how you prepare for your work, the type of work you're going to be doing. So you might have to change your clothes when you come in, or even have spare clothes with you and certain
yeah,
things.
yeah, but obviously, if you got a uniform to wear so that you don't get your clothes that you brought in dirty, then take it
Yeah.
home or whatnot. I get what you're saying, but
Mm.
we're talking. Like I'm talking as if it had been an African style of Africans made their own style of clothing, and they said this was their work uniform, and you compared it to other Western type of work uniform, people would look at it and say, well, that's weird. That's what I mean. Like, that's not normal. Like, they'll look at the
Well,
one that with the Western type of clothing and the Western type of accent more, you know, the one that's the standard, or the normal one.
I say the one that makes you easier to perform in a sense like that. So,
Well,
with,
my
and
argument is
to be
this, yeah.
honest, a lot of the African clothes do really look like a hospital sort of gown or garment in a sense like that. So I don't see where.
I don't know, but this is what I'll say. Yeah, I'll say that was fuck, skip my mind. Fuck. Yeah, yeah, just skip my mind, fam. Fuck's sake.
I don't think it's unreasonable.
Sorry.
I think it's gonna be. Well, I don't know. Because you have people with different faiths in it, basically, where they have to compensate for their attire and sort of things like that. So it depends on how far you're willing to take your profession.
Hmm. Yeah, man. It's a interesting topic, man. You get me? 'Cause I feel like when they talk about white supremacy, it's more of subconscious biases.
No, we're
But
talking about
people,
physical, nothing spiritual when it comes to white supremacy.
sorry.
We're not talking about spiritual stuff when it comes to white supremacy. We talk about physical things.
Well, I didn't say spiritual. I said subconscious biases.
Yeah, but what? Mm, no, we did say
Subconscious biases
spiritual.
that we sometimes it can be easily overlooked as just being normal, but really and truly, when you get to the depth of it, it's a sign telling you that my white culture is superior to people's non
Not really,
people's
because
culture.
if you are practicing Western science, you're gonna wear the uniform in the sense that like, if you're doing Eastern sciences,
You can
you're gonna wear.
science itself, yeah, goes far back to even the Egyptians. The Egyptian
Yeah, but
style of
what I'm trying to
science.
say to you, it's a certain uniform in it. If you're doing karate, You were like a karate.
No, but this is just like when we talk about science, right? People will take it back to the Greeks, but
When
where
you
did the
do
Greeks learn it
Western
from?
medicine, when you do Western medicine, you're gonna wear their uniform, innit? Simple as
Western
their
medicine.
practices.
I'll tell you this, yeah. When you talk about Western medicine, right? Um, I st- I did like a lecture on this year in uni, and like they basically said that all these medicines that you guys are using today, a lot of it comes from the people that you call the witch doctor, the juju man. When they want to be PC about it, politically correct about the term, now they call them um, natural herbalists or uh, uh, herbalists. But
Yeah, but this could be witches, druids, whatever. But I'm saying the modern day medicine, a lot of people are practicing around the
you're
world.
you're
Come
not
from
you're not
Western.
you're not understanding what I'm saying though.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, you're talking about when men ride horses. I'm talking about
Come
medicine.
closer to the mic a bit because I'm going to lose you a little bit still. Sorry, bro.
I'm saying you're talking about like when men used to ride horses. I'm saying people practice Western medicine. They don't practice Chinese medicine. They don't practice
I'm
East
I'm
Indian
telling I'm
medicine.
telling you where
They're
Western medicine
practicing
comes from though.
Western medicine.
I'm
So
telling you.
their development, hold on, their development, their style of it, their clothes, what they wear, their apparatus. So everything is for them
No,
style
no,
you're
that's very true.
using.
That's very true. Obviously, I raised the idea of the whole doctor thing and how they go about doing it. When it's, if it was the doctor equivalent in Africa, at one point it was called a witch doctor or a juju man. You understand? But my point is that the medicines itself was already known amongst local what you call today tribes. I don't want to call them tribes. I want to call them nations, like the Yoruba nations or the Igbo nations or the Benin nations. Those nations, they had their own doctors in there that already knew this stuff, and all the Europeans did was come in. They saw them using these medicines and whatnot, and then they took the plant itself, studied it, and then obviously modified it into a drug that they could give it to give to people. That's all I'm saying. That like when you understand how the medicines all when they say medicines come from plants, yeah, that's all they did. They got the information from so-called doctors and got so-called doctors within these nations
Oh,
today that you would call.
in Africa, did they teach them how to do things like A&E, like accident emergency?
They probably had something equivalent to that in certain places. Like you,
Yes or no?
they put. Look, I'll tell you this year, cesareans was already practiced in certain groups in Africa, and children were
Can you find
surviving.
these practices there today?
Sorry,
Can you find these practices there today?
no, because they've adopted a more Western side and style of it. I haven't disagreed with that. They've adopted a more Western style of it. I'm just saying that the practices also predated it, and that some of these practices that were um, 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 that obviously the British took it on and tried to perfect it or modify it to their own on
Literally,
way of
so
things.
you need to do then is make an African modern medicine then basically.
Well, if you yeah, well that would be the logical. I mean, for me, science is something that you don't. It doesn't matter which culture is practicing it. Science doesn't care about who it is. It just cares about the truth in it. So obviously,
Everybody's got their own style of doing certain things. So when you're
okay,
doing the modern European style, they got their own style. Some of
yeah,
it might be controversial, some of it might be good, some of it might be bad, but that's for them style.
okay, and like I said, what Western model is built off something. The Western style is built off
Did they
something.
force you to do that?
What do you mean?
Did they
Force?
force you to come and learn their medicine?
No, I went to not really. No, no, like
Did they
it's
force
all
you to
down
say,
to the illusion of
go and wear
confusion.
a suit and tie?
It's illusion of confusion. That's what I was all bound
So
to.
I say to you that it's a bit, I don't know, facetious in a sense because
No, but the reason, but
people have paid their
what you're trying to
money.
what you're trying to misunderstand, though.
People have paid their money to wear the suit or the T-shirt. Some people say I've done it. I've worn the T-shirt. So in that field, that's what they wear.
But you can argue they didn't force us to take democracy. Like they just said that we just took their style of democracy and ran with it. But my point is that it was an invisible hand guiding you to this, and that you're not seeing the invisible hand, but you're thinking that
The invisible hand now. Oh, come on, mate. The
what?
invisible hand.
Well, you don't think that
Is
in
it
some
poking
ways
your back this
it's
way?
manufactured?
Ooh, I feel the invisible hand.
You don't think it's all manufactured in a way that to get to this point?
I can't see it.
What?
I can't see it. Must be working.
But that's my point. Like when you're talking about these topics here, a lot of people are not aware of it. Like they just think that the Europeans, Africans just decided to take on this stuff and whatnot and everything and do it. But they're if you know about things like the IMF or the World Bank, these type of things, they're like another like this is a form of an invisible hand. Like everyone thinks that Africans are just giving away their resources, but they're forcing Africans to do it. They're forcing the leaders.
What do you call your medicine man in your culture?
In my language, I'm not too sure, but they would be the equivalent of what you call a herbalist, a traditional herbalist.
So what do the people of that land call these people?
That's what I'm saying. In my language, I'm not too sure. Like
I
they will obviously
I could call Rasta herbalist as well.
That depends if they were known to be the people that when people in the community got sick, they will go to.
So what are they called?
The native doctors. That's what they call them in British. Native doctor. Why?
What are they called in Africa?
That's what I called you. The native doctor. Native doctor. I don't really get your answer.
So what I'm trying to say to you, when people decide to be a doctor, they either decide to be a native doctor or a westernized doctor. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay, no problem. They still exist. People still go to them sometimes, but obviously, like with their thing, it's not fully developed. Like I'm not just because
developed now.
No, this is what I'm saying, innit? Like there is
See, and this is the thing now. You're matching your other people's stuff to the European stuff.
Okay, yeah. You're right. Still, you're right.
And it's you that's doing it.
Yeah, I'm doing it now. But I obviously like there is always room for improvement on stuff in it, and even in the West here, there's room for improvement. But
it's always kicking them down. But a minute ago, when you went to say, "Oh, it's white supremacy," you say, "Oh, these people were doing these things already."
No, I think you're missing my point though. But yeah, like if you understand that, this yeah, man, it's crazy.
But they have to wear a suit and a tie now.
I'm just saying that. Listen, they don't have to do that. They don't even have to speak. Like they can speak clearly in certain Glasgow English or in Glasgow in Scottish, whatever language they speak. I can't remember. I don't know what their language is, but yeah, like whatever they could. You know what I mean? Like
it's all about business and communications in a sense like that. It's like you had maybe a Geordie come down to Africa now, so giving it all that. It's like nobody probably will understand him, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, of course, but this is my point that goes to show. I'm trying to show you that the standard of what is deemed as the best is the elitist way of living.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, there must be some sort of it's just like how people probably learn a bit of Arabic for trade. It's like a trading language.
Yeah, of course. But again, that's all invisible hunting, Carl. Obviously, like they didn't just learn it.
As a West Indian, we see these things happen to us all the time. When we're trading, we speak English when the other person goes into their other dialect.
Okay, but that's my point, because it's through they're subconsciously telling you. sorry. I just wanted to say that it's because they're subconsciously telling you that, oh, that you
We're
have to
bumping you.
learn my language because my language is superior to your language.
No, we're bumping you and you don't know what we're saying.
What?
We're talking in front of you, behind you.
When you say
We're
patois?
looking at you but talking at you, basically.
Okay.
So when we're doing a trade talk and everybody knows the language, there shouldn't be no way other people are slipping in different languages on the slide and be like, ooh, and off that, or you know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying, but that's a different topic still. I was more or less talking about in terms of interaction between the two groups. Let's say the Arab interacts with the Yoruba now. The Yoruba has taken on their language to communicate with them when really and truly, you know, the Yoruba is just as, important as the Arab. Why doesn't the Arab learn Yoruba to communicate with the Arab?
Well, this is what happens. You probably do. You probably have somebody who is both versed. This is the middleman.
But the difference is that in the Yoruba language, you can see a lot of Arabic words, but in the Arabic language, you don't see any Yoruba words.
Well, it must be vice versa. There must be certain things they have in common with certain languages or certain items.
It's the same thing with the British when they came to when they came to Africa.
So what Arabic words are found in Yoruba?
I personally don't know. I've been told that. So, but it's very well known that a lot of Yoruba's language
Did
has.
they even give a hint of what they might be? Like,
I think.
Item.
I think someone said that the way they call brother is similar to the way they call brother in Arabic.
So how
But yeah,
how do you say brother in Yoruba?
I don't know. 'Cause I'm not Yoruba. I'm probably like a long time ago. My ancestors were probably Yoruba, but yeah, I'm not Yoruba, so I wouldn't know.
How do you
But
say brother in your language?
brother in my language, I'm not even sure. How would I say it? Oh, on where? Yeah, there's something like that. On where? I'm not even pronouncing it properly, but yeah, like on is like my friend, my brother. It could be. It depends who. It doesn't even have a specific like meaning if it's brother or sister. Because in I think in African in a lot of African languages, they don't have like this distinction between her and he and she. It only comes in when the Europeans come in and they say, yeah, there's a he and she. And so some of the words did get turned into he and she, but like, yeah, there wasn't really much. Well, I might be wrong on that, but yeah, that's what I heard anyway, that in the beginning. But yeah, there is